Baozi Mountain, the old man, named Sun Wufan, planned to carry his grandson in a basket down the mountain to travel outside today. But his grandson had a bad temper and had been making a lot of noise since he came down the mountain in the morning. When passing a cliff, a child named Sun Wukong jumped out of the basket. The old man was shocked and watched his grandson fall off the cliff. Wow, Wukong. The cliff was bottomless and covered with mist. The child screamed and disappeared into it. The old man regretted it and anxiously walked down the cliff, blindly looking for his grandson, that I want to see him alive or dead. In the end, the old man found his grandson, who had fainted at the bottom of the cliff. Yes, this naughty child just fainted after falling from the 100-foot cliff. By the way, there was a deep pit next to the child, which seemed to be smashed by his head when he fell down. The old man was stunned. But what he didn't know was that something inexplicable had quietly entered his grandson's brain. Wukong, Wukong, are you okay? Wake up, Wukong. The old man called his grandson, tears streaming down his face. Why head hurts. Where did I ask this place? As his consciousness gradually became clear, Sun Shin looked at the old man in front of him in a daze. He remembered that the company organized a team building to climb the mountain to watch the sunrise. On the way, they experienced a landslide. He accidentally slipped off the cliff to save his female boss, who had an ambiguous relationship with him. Grandpa, where is this? The old man was stunned, and then he screamed in surprise. Wukong, you can actually speak. God bless you, it's great. Wukong. Sun Shin was stunned when he heard it and looked at his body in surprise. Then he was surprised to find that he had turned into a child. It's just that the old man called him Goku, and he didn't find that he had the characteristics of a hairy face and a thunder god's mouth. Just as Sun Shan was looking at his body, a thin, long, and furry thing flashed past his eyes. This. A monkey tail? A familiar feeling came to his heart, and the background music of the Dragon Ball animation in his childhood sounded from his ears. Great, Goku. You're okay. Grandpa was worried to death. The old man's words trembled, and before Sun Shan could come back to his senses, he hugged him tightly with joy and kept scratching his cheek with his goatee. Sun Shin screamed, and he suddenly found that he had traveled through time and space and traveled to the world of Dragon Ball. A few years later, unconsciously, he had been in this world for so long, and Sun Shan had already accepted his identity. Although he was a little confused on weekdays, he felt that he was no different from an ordinary child. But about his previous life, the young man who kept working hard at the bottom of society. Just keep it in mind. Fortunately, he, like other time travelers, has a system. But Sun Shin's system has some problems at the moment. System. Outside the small temple-like house on Baozi Mountain, Sun Shan called softly. Soon, a mechanical female voice began to echo in his mind. Ding! Identifying the owner. ID. Sun Shan. Kakarot. Owner ID. Identification error. System error. Initializing. Please wait. It's like this again. Sun Shan muttered. The system was discovered when he was clear-headed these days. He tried many times, but the result was always the same. This inevitably made him feel a little helpless. Could it be that my system is a waste? Sun Shin thought so, and he remembered that in the world of Dragon Ball, death was a very common thing. Even if there were Dragon Balls to revive, those powerful villains could only be defeated by the protagonist after a life-and-death struggle. So without the system plugin, he was still a little nervous, even though he was using the protagonist's body now. Hey, can the system be more powerful? It took so long to initialize. Do you want me to help you? He shouted in his heart, hoping that the system would give him some response. Ding! System prompt. The master has 2 souls in 1 body. After initialization, your souls need to be merged so that the system can be completely bound to your consciousness. What the hell? Fusion? Why do you want to merge? I don't think I have another soul in my body. When Sun Shin said this, he suddenly felt his eyes go black, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. In the consciousness space, Wukong's spirit suddenly broke free from the restraints and opened his mouth and rushed towards his spirit. Sun Shin screamed and quickly blocked it with both hands, but Wukong was not something he could deal with, and he was bitten off an arm by the other party. Damn! He cursed and immediately began to flee in a hurry. Just then, the mechanical female voice of the system echoed in this space. Again, does the master need to bind a soul? Need. Sun Shin screamed. He felt that it might not be long before his soul was devoured by the other party. The next moment, an unknown force bound the soul of little Wukong and made him fall into a deep sleep. Could this be the legendary possession? He actually wants to possess my body. Sun Quan looked at Wukong in doubt, not realizing that he was the one who was possessing the body. Promoting the plot can accelerate the system initialization and promote your fusion, making you indistinguishable from each other. The system's voice sounded again. But Sun Quan shook his head impatiently. Why should I merge? Isn't it enough to kill him here? Ding. Tip. If you erase the other party, you will lose the protagonist's luck. It doesn't matter. Sun Quan was very resistant. If he hadn't run fast just now, he might have been eaten by the other party. Well, to be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. But asking him to attack such a young child, Sun Quan was still very resistant in his heart. However, as he was struggling in his heart, the voice of the system began to echo. Ding! The system respects the master's wishes and is executing the erasure. Puff! The soul of Xiao Wukong broke open like a deflated ball and began to gradually dissipate. Sun Quan opened his mouth and quickly dissuaded him. Hey, don't. Forget it. After all, he is just a child. The system was silent, but it also stopped persecuting Xiao Wukong. Looking at Xiao Wukong's broken soul, Sun Quan fell deeply into self-moral condemnation. After all, he was the one who took over the other's body, and the child just wanted to live. There was nothing wrong with that. Scum, Sun Quan said self-deprecatingly. The next moment, ding! System initialization progress 100, soul fusion in progress. As soon as this sentence ended, Sun Quan was wrapped in the light rain transformed by Xiao Wukong. He experienced everything that happened to Goku in the past, as if he had experienced it himself. He saw Bardock hurriedly passing by the incubator, saw Genai calling his name, and the scene where he traveled through the galaxy and fell to the earth, and was then picked up by Son Gohan. Ding. Fusion successful. Ding. The identity of a master has been confirmed. The system has been successfully bound. Ding. The system inventory has been opened. Ding. The Dragon Ball World Lottery system has been opened. Ding. The task system is loading. Please wait. Ding. The character attribute panel is loading. Please wait. Ding. Since the master is a time traveler, you can give yourself a new system ID name. As the light rain dissipated, Sun Quan suddenly came back to his senses. He looked at the name input box in front of him, and then silently entered a few words. Scumrot. Yes, in order to commemorate the dead Goku, Sun Quan has decided to live in this world with his identity. From now on, he is Son Goku, and also a Scion Kakarot. Chapter 2. The Moon Come On, Wukong. Eat more, and don't forget your vegetables, or you might end up a fool. Hey, slow down. There is more here. Old man Sun Wufan beamed with joy, grateful that his grandson was still alive. He was also astonished at how, after a bump on the head, his grandson had calmed down, no longer the tempestuous child he once was. In the past, meals had required careful management of the furniture, and bath times had been fraught with caution to avoid damage from the little rascal. Thank you, Grandpa. Wukong devoured the food, relishing the wild game his grandfather prepared. The dishes were either braised or stewed, perfectly suited to his palate, and they stimulated his scion appetite. The old man smiled kindly, then glanced at the sky. The sun was setting, signaling the approach of evening. Wukong, it's getting late. Time to rest. Wukong nodded, knowing that the family turned in early and that his body was adept at sleep. Once he lay down and closed his eyes, slumber would soon follow. Oh, the joy of eating and sleeping. However, he felt a twinge of guilt for relying on his grandfather, not wanting to be a burden. He would occasionally venture out to hunt while the old man was away. Despite his young age, Wukong's system assessed his battle power at a solid 18 points. The ordinary wolves and leopards of Baotou Mountain posed no threat to him. Note, a grown man wielding a double-barreled shotgun has a battle power of 5. Overall, while staying in the mountains had its dull moments, Wukong was quite content with life here. The only regret was his system failing to load any tasks or rewards, leaving the lottery system inaccessible. This rendered his system largely ineffective, aside from the ability to store items. With no tasks to pursue, he decided to use his free time to exercise. Lying in bed, Wukong contemplated and opened his character attributes panel. ID, Scoundrel Rot Age, 9 Battle Power, 1018 Stamina, 100 Chi, 100 Attack, C Defense, C Chi Capacity, C Speed, C Perception, G Note. This rating is based on the current world standard. To elevate the world level, you must drive the plot forward. Current world level, 1. Skills, Chi Control, Low Level, Talent, 1. Near-Death Enhancement, a Scion-specific talent. Recovering from near-death state significantly boosts battle power. Note: after recovering from a near-death state, a Scion greatly increases their S cells, resulting in an exaggerated power boost. This effect ceases once the Scion transforms into a Super Scion. Items: Rui Bang, withdrawn. The next morning, the old man descended the mountain as usual. Wukong decided it was time to begin his training. He hefted the golden staff and sought a boulder the size of a small car, bending down to lift it. Wow, this is heavy. Wukong gritted his teeth, his hands trembling as he hoisted the boulder, then stepped forward with determination. He recalled that the protagonist in the original story had significantly increased his power by training under 10 times the gravity of King Kai's planet. So he aimed to achieve similar results. Before long, Wukong's gaze became glazed, and he placed the boulder behind him, continuing to move forward. After a while, he surprisingly adapted to the weight, his pace quickening as he traversed from the mountaintop to the hillside, leaping over a river while still carrying the boulder. Suddenly, Wukong slipped, nearly crushed by the boulder behind him. Fortunately, his agility allowed him to brace himself against the ground. "I can't go on. I need a break," he muttered, feeling a sense of frustration. Having become a Scion, how could moving a rock exhaust him so? With that thought, Wukong let out a mighty roar, unleashing his energy to hurl the boulder away. With a resounding crash, the round boulder rolled down toward a cliff. Wukong lay on the ground, gasping for breath, eagerly checking his attributes panel. ID: Scoundrel Rod Age, 9 Battle Power, 1119. His full power surge had reached 19 points. Wukong smiled with excitement, realizing that his efforts were yielding results. He resolved to elevate his strength as much as possible before the main mission was activated. However, lifting stones every day was rather exhausting. With a sudden burst of energy, Wukong sprang up and began stretching. But at that moment, a massive shadow loomed overhead. Wukong froze, turning to see a gigantic bird claw reaching for him. It was the wind god pterodactyl. Wukong's expression hardened as he swiftly dodged the claw, the sharp talons tearing through the ground and kicking up dust. Kuka. The wind god pterodactyl let out a piercing roar, its enormous wings spanning 11 meters, capable of swallowing several Wukong's whole. However, this creature appeared injured, its crest dented as if struck by something. "What did I do to provoke you? Come here to vent your frustration?" Wukong shouted angrily, brandishing the golden staff and taunting the wind god pterodactyl. It seemed this encounter had nothing to do with him. Beep. Recording the current actions of the host. Huh. Wukong was taken aback by the sudden system voice, perplexed. Whoosh. With a rush of air, the wind god pterodactyl lunged toward him. Boom. The area erupted in dust again, but Wukong's small form emerged unscathed. Kuka. The wind god pterodactyl roared, attempting to bite him. "Want to eat me? Tonight, I'll roast you." Unfazed, Wukong thrust the golden staff into the bird's mouth. Long. With a thrust, the staff elongated, piercing through the esophagus and reaching the stomach. The wind god pterodactyl let out a whimper, crashing to the ground, only to be jolted back up by the agony churning within. Beep. Recording the host's actions. "System, are you malfunctioning?" Wukong grumbled, annoyed at the system for merely recording while he was in battle. Yet the system remained silent. Wukong delivered a swift kick to the golden staff, causing the wind god pterodactyl to twist and roll away. Seizing the moment, Wukong grasped its wing and executed a powerful throw, slamming it into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook as the wind god pterodactyl's body twisted under Wukong's might, creating cracks in the earth. Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the now motionless creature, then collapsed onto the ground, panting. He felt fatigued. "Time to head back," Wukong murmured, noticing the sun was setting. He needed to return soon, or his grandfather would worry. As dusk fell, Wukong leisurely dragged the pterodactyl's tail toward his grandfather's cottage. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting the rugged mountains into a picturesque scene. Wukong. In the distance, the old man leaned on his cane, waving. Wukong felt a warmth in his heart and quickened his pace, dragging the wind god pterodactyl as he raced home. In the distance, a bright moon gradually appeared, inexplicably evoking a strange feeling within Wukong. To be continued. Chapter 3. The scoundrel wrote system. The luminous moon emerged, accompanied by the resounding thump of a powerful heartbeat within his chest. Goku's eyes gradually became tinged with crimson. Thud. The vigorous heartbeat echoed once more as he relinquished his grip on the pterodactyl and fell backward onto the ground. Goku. The elderly son Gohan grew anxious and hurried over to check on his grandson's condition. Goku's chest heaved erratically as he gasped for breath. His dense fur began to spread from his cheeks, enveloping his entire body. Then, his form began to expand. Ah, ah. The old man was rendered speechless, overshadowed by a colossal black silhouette. It was Goku's shadow, or more precisely, the shadow of a giant ape. Roar. The immense giant ape let out a furious howl, pounding its chest with arms as thick as a tyrannosaurus, releasing bursts of energy into the surroundings. Boom. Enormous energy beams pierced through mountain peaks, obliterating even the summits. Gohan realized what was happening and called out repeatedly to the giant ape, attempting to rouse it. Goku. Goku. Wake up. Goku. However, the only response was a massive gorilla foot, crushing Gohan deep into the earth. Roar. The giant ape unleashed another breath. Continuing to pound its chest, its furious roars echoing throughout the forest. Heavenly Palace, what? What is this overwhelming energy? The celestial being, clad in a white robe and holding a staff, gazed incredulously toward the eastern mountains. This energy is approaching that of Piccolo if this continues. Earth may not survive this winter. The celestial being's face darkened as he paced back and forth in contemplation. Must I resort to that? He murmured to himself. Then cast his gaze toward the 7 Dragon Balls enshrined within the temple. On this day, the sky over Earth was shrouded in gray. Where am I? Goku struggled to open his eyes, feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Indeed, his body was sticky and covered in mud. It seemed he had even lost his clothes. Pinned down by rocks. Where is this? I don't recall ever being this drunk. Reflecting on his past experiences, he remembered at most being helped home when sleeping on the streets. But what is this situation now? Goku stared blankly at the scene before him. It seemed he had fallen from a cliff, and this place bore the marks of a violent explosion. No, just as he attempted to sit up, a sharp pain coursed through his body. Ding ding. Congratulations, Master, for successfully activating the Scion's hidden trait. Transform into giant ape. Ding ding. Based on the Master's actions, the system will upgrade to facilitate your future endeavors. Please wait. The mechanical voice of a woman echoed incessantly in his mind, leaving Goku feeling dizzy. Grandpa. Suddenly, a memory surged forth, igniting a powerful aura that enveloped him. In the next moment, the surrounding rocks were scattered by the force of his energy. Grandpa. Goku shouted, leaping up the cliff, running vertically along the sheer wall, and in no time, he distanced himself from that place. Upon returning to the Bowsy Mountain, Goku surveyed the chaotic scene around him. Aside from a small temple-like structure in the distance that remained intact, the landscape was barren as if excavated by machinery. Before him lay the immense footprint of a giant ape, shattering the earth, with a tattered blood-stained garment resting at its center. Goku stared blankly at the fabric, suddenly collapsing to his knees in despair, understanding the gravity of what had transpired. He recalled the Scion lore that described their transformation into giant apes upon gazing at the moon. It was all my fault. I forgot about this and inadvertently caused my grandfather's demise. I am truly a scoundrel, a wretch. Ding ding. The system is upgrading. Please wait. Ding ding. Congratulations, Master, for completing the hidden task, Son Gohan's death. Reward talent. Rational giant ape. Name. Rational giant ape category. Talent note. A unique talent inherent to the royal bloodline of Scion's. System, can you be quiet? The voice of the system echoed relentlessly in his mind. Goku roared, his heart heavy with grief, for that old man had treated him with utmost kindness. He was his only relative in this world. After some time, Goku remained absorbed in sorrow when the system's voice resounded once more. Ding. System upgrade successful. The Scoundrel Rote system has been activated. The task system is now operational. Daily commission tasks are now available. Dragon Ball World Lottery system is now active. Main task. Locate the 7 Dragon Balls. Current. 07. Hidden task. Evaluation of Son Gohan's death. Perfectly achieved. Additional hidden rewards have been issued. Please check. Congratulations. You have received Dragon Ball World Lottery Ticket X2. Goku was momentarily stunned, quickly accessing his item inventory. He soon discovered the options for 2 lottery tickets. Name, Dragon Ball World Lottery Ticket Type. Item function, lottery. Can be used to draw items or skills related to the Dragon Ball world. Items drawn are categorized into 4 tiers: blue, purple, gold, and red, with red being the highest grade, followed by gold, purple, etc. Items drawn are protected by the system and can be restored if damaged. Note, completing daily commission tasks earns you an additional ticket. Remember not to forget your daily commissions. After reading the information, Goku felt a chill run down his spine, but he still clicked on the option to use the item. Would you like to use the lottery ticket? Goku hesitantly confirmed, and before him appeared a spinning lottery wheel, a violet light swirling within. In the next instant, he received a Time Chamber Experience card, 10 years. Name, Time Chamber Experience card type. Item function. Similar to the Time Chamber in the Dragon Ball world, time flows much faster inside. Using this card allows you to train at 10 times the speed. Note, 1 day in the upper realm equates to 1 year in the lower realm. Although the effects may not be as exaggerated, there are still 2 left. I'll draw again. Goku murmured, contemplating that if he could draw something extraordinary, perhaps he could revive the old man. He opened the lottery wheel once more, and a blue light surged within, yielding another item. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have obtained Scion Nutritional Package. Beginner. What is this? Goku began examining the attributes of these 2 items. Name, Scion Nutritional Package. Beginner. Category, Food Function. Contains rare meats and vegetables from across the universe. It provides nutrition for Scion offspring, strengthens the body, enhances mental capacity, and significantly benefits personal development. Note, 1 package lasts 3 days. It is delicious and nutritious. After reading the note, Goku was left speechless, feeling as though the system was mocking him, yet his sorrow began to lift slightly. In any case, I must grow stronger. I need to find the Dragon Balls and resurrect the old man as soon as possible. Goku clenched his fist, silently resolving himself. But before that, perhaps I should secure my own immortality. Delaying the old man's revival might not be too detrimental. Then, he proceeded to check the additional hidden rewards from the hidden task. Name, Ability Enhancement Card Category. Item function. Using this card will randomly enhance one of your abilities. Note, young one. The enhancement of your abilities should not be directed towards peculiar pursuits. To be continued. Chapter 4. The Hour of Spirit and Time. After a while, Yukong finished perusing the detailed descriptions in his inventory and pondered aloud. I should utilize this ability enhancement card now. My strength is still too feeble, and I must elevate it swiftly. In the next instant, Yukong felt his vision sharpen, and even his hearing seemed more acute than before. Indeed, there is a change, he murmured to himself as he opened his ID panel. ID, Scum Rod Age, 9 Combat Power, 11 to 19 Stamina, 100 Chi, 100 Attributes, Strength, C Defense, C Chi Capacity, C Agility, C Additional Attributes, Perception, GF. Note, this rating is based solely on the current world standard. To elevate world levels, you must advance the plot. Current world level, 1. Skills, 1. Control of Chi, low level. Talents, 1. Near-death enhancement, 2. Rational Great Ape, unlocked. Items, 1. Rui Bang, extracted. This rational Great Ape. Yukong recalled the cacophony of the system during his previous unconsciousness and proceeded to examine its description. Name, Rational Great Ape Category. Talent. Note, a unique talent inherent to the Scion royal bloodline. Possessing this skill prevents one from involuntarily transforming into a great ape under the moonlight, and upon transformation, retains a degree of rationality. Evaluation. I hope it comes with durable underwear. Well, it's a positive development. Yukong smiled faintly, for at least in this timeline, he had means for self-preservation. Returning to the small temple, Yukong lifted the curtain veiling the 4-star Dragon Ball and held it delicately in his hands, scrutinizing it closely. He knew the 4-star ball had always been in his possession, yet due to his inadequate strength, he had refrained from requesting it from Sun Wufan. 4-star ball. I wonder how our fate will entwine now. With that thought, Yukong stored the 4-star ball in his inventory, and the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Main quest, collect Dragon Balls, 1-7. Is that all? Yukong mused momentarily. I should familiarize myself with the system. After completing the daily tasks tomorrow, I will use the experience card and engage in thorough training. Thus, the following day, around 4 in the morning, Yukong discovered that the daily tasks had refreshed. Ding. Daily tasks updated. Run 10 kilometers, perform 200 push-ups, and do 200 sit-ups. Adjusting his state at the doorstep, Yukong let out a roar and leaped towards the Bowsy Mountain. He traversed hills and valleys with the swiftness of a cheetah, his surroundings shifting rapidly. It was difficult to imagine that Yukong was merely a 9-year-old child at present. In less than half an hour, he accomplished all the requirements for his daily tasks. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for completing the daily commission. Rewards have been issued that wasn't too challenging, just a bit time-consuming, Yukong grumbled, feeling as though he had merely broken a light sweat. Subsequently, he noticed an additional item in his inventory, a Dragon Ball World Lottery ticket. Without further contemplation, he promptly utilized the lottery wheel. A flash of blue light swept by, and the next moment, ding. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired the Scion Nutritional Package. Another one of these? Wukong desired something new, yet he felt no disappointment. After enjoying the Scion nutritional package the day before, he had felt a warm vitality coursing through him. Although there was no notable increase in combat power, he sensed his vigor was far more vibrant than before. Moreover, the package was abundantly substantial. Even with modest consumption, he thought he could last 3 days on it. After indulging in another hearty meal, Wukong activated the experience card for the Hour of Spirit and Time, and in an instant, his body was enveloped in a cocoon of white light, transporting him to a vast expanse of whiteness. Ding ding! Congratulations on entering the space of the Hour of Spirit and Time. Remaining experience time, 9 years, 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 52 seconds. Ah, so the flow of time is 10 times faster here? No wonder it's called the Hour of Spirit and Time. Wukong mused inwardly, gazing at the boundless, pure white scenery around him, a surge of exhilarating emotions blossoming within. However, it seemed that there was no tenfold gravity here. While that would be of little utility, the speed of training was indeed accelerated tenfold, provided he could establish a gravity chamber. Once I emerge, wouldn't I be able to single-handedly obliterate Demon King Piccolo? But the next moment, system notification, due to this location being the Hour of Spirit and Time, an incompletely developed product of the system, certain functions remain inaccessible. The master must wait for the duration of the experience to elapse before leaving this place. What? Wukong's heart raced, and he began to sweat profusely, uncertainly asking, 10 years? No way. System, dare to repeat that? System notification, due to this location being the Hour of Spirit and Time, an incompletely developed product of the system, certain functions remain inaccessible. The master must wait for the duration of the experience to elapse before leaving this place. Damn. His expression darkened as he paced back and forth, hands clasped behind his back. So, does that mean I will starve to death here? Could he perish? No. Absolutely not. It would be an utter disgrace for a transmigrator to die due to the system's negligence. No. System sister, release me. I am still young, yet to savor the essence of youth. I refuse to perish from starvation. He felt a wave of despair wash over him, and in a fit of childish distress, he began to wail and throw a tantrum. However, an hour passed without any resolution. Wukong, in a fit of rage, recalled how in the animation, Majin Buu had escaped the constraints of the Hour of Spirit and Time using similar tactics. In the next moment, an invisible, transparent aura emanated from him like smoke. But it halted abruptly. It was evident he had failed. Damn it! Trapped by the system. Wukong lamented, striking the ground in frustration. This vast expanse of whiteness held nothing. Was he truly destined to wither away in this place? No, wait. There are still daily tasks. If I rely on the daily lottery tickets, perhaps I can survive here, even if it is for 10 years. Wukong gritted his teeth, contemplating the challenges that lay ahead: food, clothing, shelter, and every aspect of survival. Outside, he could afford to be indifferent, but now he found himself in this desolate white realm, destined to face numerous trials, such as illness and his own mental state. Thus, Wukong embarked on a new life journey within this ethereal, white expanse of the Hour of Spirit and Time. Day 1 ding. Congratulations, Master, for completing the daily commission. Rewards have been issued. Acquired. Dragon Ball World Lottery Ticket. The lottery wheel appeared, and a flash of blue light ensued. Acquired. Scion Beginner Nutritional Package. Day 2 ding. Congratulations, Master, for completing the daily commission. Rewards have been issued. Acquired. Dragon Ball World Lottery Ticket. The lottery wheel appeared, and a flash of blue light ensued. Acquired. Scion Beginner Nutritional Package. Day 3 ding. Congratulations, Master, for completing the daily commission. Rewards have been issued. Acquired. Dragon Ball World Lottery Ticket. The lottery wheel appeared, and a flash of blue light ensued. Acquired. A complete set of black martial arts attire. Clothing as well? Wukong murmured, discovering that the attire possessed durability. Recalling that his inventory contained repair items, he decided to experiment, validating his inner speculations. Indeed, it is the system. On the 4th day, a notification chimed. Congratulations, dear Master, for completing the daily task. Rewards have been distributed. A Dragon Ball World Lottery ticket was acquired. Subsequently, a spinning wheel materialized, and a flash of blue light illuminated the surroundings. The outcome, a set of capsules from the Capsule Corporation Spa series. When Goku received this item, he was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that he could now indulge in a bath in his forthcoming life. On the 5th day, another notification chimed. Congratulations, dear Master, For completing the daily task, rewards have been distributed. Another Dragon Ball World Lottery ticket was obtained. The spinning wheel reappeared, and a flash of blue light shone once more. The result, a beginner's nutritional package for Scions. To be continued, Chapter 5 5 years. A month has passed. Damn. Goku threw aside the Scion nutrition package in frustration. He had been feeling exceedingly vexed these days, and could no longer contain his emotions. Hey, system, could you let me out of here? Ding. System notification. As this location is a time-space mental chamber, a product of incomplete system development, some functions remain inaccessible. The master must wait until the experience duration concludes to leave this place. Current remaining time in the time-space mental chamber, 9 years, 333 days, 6 hours, and 2 seconds. Damn it. Gritting his teeth, Goku placed his palms on his waist and began to chant softly, Kamehame, ha. As white energy coalesced in Goku's palms, a terrifying aura surged forth. Wave. Goku shouted, unleashing a sphere of light from his palm. With a whoosh, the light orb hurtled toward the gleaming ground. Bang! The orb exploded, sending waves of scorching air rippling outward. However, it was utterly futile. Goku sighed deeply, then despondently sank to the ground. In truth, this technique was not the Kamehameha. Goku merely compressed his own energy and unleashed it in one go. His combat power had indeed increased recently, but at a sluggish pace. Moreover, he sensed he had hit a bottleneck, likely due to the monotonous life affecting his mindset. ID, Scumrod Age, 10 Combat Power, 1927 Stamina, 100 Chi, 37 Attributes, Strength, C Defense, C Chi Capacity, C Agility, C Additional Attribute, Perception, F Note. This rating is based solely on the current world standard. To elevate the world level, you must advance the plot. Current world level, 1, Skills, 1. Chi Control, Low Level, Talents, 1. Near-Death Enhancement 2. Rational Grade Ape, Unlocked, Items, 1. Nioibo 2. 4-Star Ball 3. Scion Basic Nutrition Package 6-4. Black Martial Arts Uniform 5. Capsule Corporation Series Capsules. For the past month, aside from completing daily tasks to earn lottery tickets, Goku spent his time opening capsules from the Capsule Corporation. He learned that this was a company founded by Bulma, the female protagonist of Dragon Ball, and her father, Dr. Brief, is the president of the Capsule Corporation. If I remain trapped here for 10 years, an entire year will pass outside. I might miss the chance to see her. Goku pondered these thoughts. Not overly concerned about straying from the main storyline or losing contact with the main cast of this world. He was simply worried that after 10 years, many things would have changed. Here, the only thing he could do was enhance his combat strength and complete daily tasks. At the very least, surviving would provide hope. Over these days, he had forced himself to speak, reciting poetry and notes he had written, to avoid losing his linguistic abilities. Thankfully, he could still draw products from the Capsule Corporation, which not only made his life more comfortable, but also included some entertainment options, such as slot machines and arcade games. These 10 years shouldn't be too dull, he thought to himself, soaking in the hot spring created by the Capsule Corporation, feeling a twinge of melancholy. 2 years later, Goku had grown a bit taller, but not by much. He was even somewhat worried about his height. He did not wish to end up short like Vegeta. Standing at 148 centimeters, he had gained 3 centimeters since last year. Goku considered that he needed to do some stretching exercises regularly to prevent stunted growth. Furthermore, he had recently drawn a purple item. Name, Crane Hermit's Egg Kick Category. Skill description. This skill was created by the Crane Hermit in his youth. Due to its insidious nature, it is scorned by righteous individuals. Thus, the Crane Hermit refrained from using it, causing it to fade into obscurity. System grants a special effect, a 100% chance to hit the opponent's groin, with force depending on the user's strength. Hiss. When Goku saw the skill in the item catalog, he couldn't help but gasp in shock, feeling a chill in his lower body. However, upon seeing the system's additional effect, he realized the immense power of this technique. It was undoubtedly an ace up his sleeve for ambushing his enemies. He needed to practice it diligently. Another 2 years passed. Goku faced a grave issue. He had not drawn a Scion nutrition package for a month. This consumable was crucial for him, serving as his primary food source in the time-space mental chamber. In recent days, the items he drew were merely capsules or clothing, all of which were useless. Goku felt he was on the verge of starvation. The food he had left was dwindling, and he had been reduced to consuming liquid meals, barely sustaining himself for a day. He still had to complete his daily commissions. Even as a Scion, he required energy. Thus, after enduring for 3 more days, He could no longer hold out and collapsed to the ground. System, are you trying to kill me? The system remained silent, despite Goku's attempts to communicate. It did not respond. He sighed and slowly closed his eyes, devoid of the strength to complete his daily tasks. In a hazy state, Goku vaguely heard a female mechanical voice echoing in his mind. Ding, ding. The mall system has been developed. The master may exchange equivalent items for goods within the mall. Upon hearing this news, Goku's eyes flew open. He quickly accessed the mall page, discovering not only the Scion Basic Nutrition Package, but also advanced and super-level versions. Name, Scion Basic Nutrition Package category. Consumable price, 2 lottery tickets or 2 equivalent items. Seeing this price, Goku's face darkened. However, survival took precedence. He hastily traded away all the useless items he had drawn, and in the next moment, he acquired 25 basic nutrition packages, 3 advanced packages, and 1 super package. Without even glancing at the item information, he eagerly consumed the super package. He was simply too hungry. In the next instant, a green bean fell into the palm of his hand, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He then slammed the bean to the ground. System, get out here. He was infuriated. The super package required 16 lottery tickets to draw. Even in his weakened state, he could not suppress the anger surging through him. The system remained silent, feigning death. After waiting for a while, Goku glanced helplessly at the bean he had thrown. Wait, that seems to be. He picked up the green bean and checked its attributes. Name, Senzabean type, consumable function, allows a dying person to instantly recover from all injuries. Possessing the miraculous ability to bring the dead back to life. Includes a satiation function. Evaluation. Senzabeans are precious. Be sure to consume them sparingly. So that is how it is. No wonder it's a super nutrition package. Goku murmured to himself, then stored the Senzabean in his item catalog. Such a valuable item, he did not wish to waste it. Finally, Goku felt a wave of relief wash over him. He no longer had to worry about food. Several months passed, and Wukong realized, quite unexpectedly, that he had gained weight. This marked the 5th year he spent in the House of Time, and he was now 15 years old. To be continued, ID, Scum Rotor Age, 15 Combat Power, 148 177 Stamina, 100 Chi, 100 Attack Power, CB Defense Power, CB Chi Capacity, CB Speed, CB Additional Attribute, Perception, FE. Note, this rating is based solely on the current world standards. To elevate the world level, you must advance the storyline. The current world level is Level 1, Skills, 1. Chi Manipulation, Intermediate, 2. Crane's Egg Kick Talents, 1. Near-Death Enhancement, 2. Rational Great Ape, Unlocked, Items, 1. Rui Jingu Bang Golden Staff, 2. 4-Star Ball, 3. Scion Beginner Package and 4. Black Martial Arts Uniform, Equipped, 5. Capsule Corporation Series Capsules. Chapter 6, The First Encounter with Bulma. Have I really turned 15? Goku stretched his arms, feeling the dimensions of his somewhat oversized body. Over the years, he had languished in idleness, limiting his activities to fulfilling daily tasks and basic exercises. Essentially, he had indulged in eating and drinking as he pleased. Then, his gaze paused, fixating on the mounds of refuse ahead, resembling small hills. Driven by a desire for destruction, Goku often summoned small houses using transformation capsules to shatter them into pieces. He even transformed into a great ape, unleashing a combat power of several hundreds to attack the area. Yet, all his efforts proved futile. Subsequently, he began experimenting with using his energy to obliterate the trash. However, this approach merely resulted in more debris, and with little else to occupy his time, he resorted to such activities to pass the hours. Additionally, having attained an intermediate mastery over his energy, he explored the technique of flight. Nonetheless, at present, he could only manage to hover for a limited duration, as his energy reservoir could sustain this state for less than half an hour. The prospect of rapid flight remained a distant dream. In the realm of Dragon Ball Z, it took Videl merely 2 episodes to master flight. What a farce. As the series progressed, the plot became increasingly hasty. Achieving such feats in reality would require years of dedication, even for those with extraordinary talent. Having concluded his training for the day, Goku felt a deeper connection to his energy. He gathered it into his palm, and the intangible essence gradually solidified, swirling like smoke. With a sudden exclamation, he channeled the energy, causing it to rise like crimson flames, ultimately condensing into a blade. Success. Goku's heart swelled with joy. He had long wished to attempt such an offensive maneuver, though he had failed in every prior endeavor. Yet, after a fleeting moment of elation, a wave of despondency washed over him. If only he had access to a foundational technique like those in the cultivation novels of his past life. Wouldn't he that be 100-fold stronger than the Turtle School's teachings? Alas, the logic of the Dragon Ball universe was inescapable, and he had no means to alter his fate within it. With a sigh, he dissipated the fiery energy in his hand. This was merely the simplest form of attack. He recalled the Super Saiyans in the anime, their golden flames burning fiercely, yet their apparent strength seemed only marginally greater than his. Yet, according to the lore, their combat prowess was at least 1 billion times his own. Following this, he contemplated the newly introduced System Shop, which boasted an array of rare skill books. Techniques like the Gallic Gun and Planet-Destroying Bomb required thousands of lottery tickets for a single skill book, far from a worthwhile investment. Some ability enhancement cards were available for exchange, but even those demanded hundreds of tickets. It would take him nearly half a year to amass just one. Today, Goku resolved to acquire another ability enhancement card to bolster his combat strength. Ding! Exchange successful. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained a purple item, ability enhancement card. Without hesitation, Goku utilized the card from his inventory. Instantly, he sensed his energy becoming clearer and more manageable, even perceiving the thin spiritual essence surrounding him within the small hyperbolic time chamber. Is my energy control already at an advanced level? Goku mused, glancing at his attribute panel before shaking his head with a chuckle. Time passed, and 3 years flew by. In that span, Goku drew 2 skill books, one for scissors and rock paper scissors, and another for the technique known as the Annihilation Kick, similar to the Crane School SX Smasher Kick. These were deviously lethal techniques, with the Annihilation Kick resembling a series of rapid strikes akin to a shadowless kick in martial arts films. Moreover, he upgraded the scissors skill to the Dragon Dance technique. Name: Dragon Dance category. Skill function: instantly strikes the opponent's eyes with 100% accuracy within a 5-meter radius. Note: an upgraded version of the original Dragon Ball skill scissors, from rock paper scissors, with enhanced lethality and speed. How intriguing, he thought, a smirk gracing his lips. It seems I may truly become a villain in the future. As time continued to pass, another month slipped by. On this day, Goku once again engaged the lottery spin, and to his astonishment, it yielded a golden prize. Could it be gold? His heart raced, and in the next moment, a golden skill book appeared in his inventory. Name: instant transmission type, skill function: teleport to a nearby location by sensing another's energy. Evaluation: a bug-level skill, Goku's signature move. With this technique, even Cell would exclaim, "I'm out of here." Upon receiving this skill, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. He immediately used the skill book, and the concept of instant transmission flooded his mind. He pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, keenly attuning himself to the external energies. What is that? Such faint yet distinct energy, it feels like a person. He felt it. Goku raised his gaze and, in an instant, activated instant transmission. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the hyperbolic time chamber. At Bowsy Mountain, a perplexed girl with azure hair styled in a scorpion braid murmured, "The radar indicates I should be nearby. Why have I circled so many times without finding it?" As her eyes shifted from the Dragon Ball radar, she suddenly spotted a man in black. Her eyes widened in shock as she slammed her right foot down on the brakes. "Get out of the way." Boom. A plume of smoke billowed from Bowsy Mountain. Time rewinds slightly. 8 years had elapsed in the hyperbolic time chamber, and Goku finally returned to the present world. Ha ha ha. He laughed, unable to contain his joy. This is what freedom feels like. After 8 long years, Goku had matured from a boy into a young man, his Saiyan physique fully developed. At 18 years old, he felt invigorated. Watch out. A shrill voice and the blaring of horns interrupted his laughter as a blue sedan barreled toward him. Goku's expression hardened. He raised his foot and smashed through the car's front bumper. Crash. The hood crumpled, and shattered parts scattered everywhere, white smoke wafting from the vehicle's front. Oh no. Did I just hit someone? The blue-haired girl in the driver's seat stumbled out, seemingly dazed from the deployed airbag. What? How are you unharmed? No. Wait. She instinctively took a step back, drawing a gun and aiming it at Goku. What are you? Bulma. Seeing her face, Goku paused for a moment. Then realization dawned upon him, causing his heart to race. How could he not recognize the female lead of Dragon Ball? During his childhood, the early benefits of the series were largely thanks to her contributions. To be continued. Chapter 7. The Year of the Tiger and Wolf, alas. I always thought it was a pity for the two of us. Now, one is in the bloom of youth, while the other resembles a wolf or tiger. Both at a fortuitous age. Who? What are you? Bulma trembled as she raised her pistol towards the man in black before her. However, upon catching a glimpse of his face, she found herself momentarily stunned. His raven black hair, fair complexion, tall and muscular frame, coupled with an air of youthful handsomeness, struck a profound chord within her heart. Thus, Bulma's heart was undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow. Wait, who are you? Why did you suddenly appear in the middle of the road? And why are you unharmed while my car is in shambles? Bulma instinctively lowered her firearm. Rendered bewildered by the surreal situation, Goku opened his mouth. Though he had already begun to devise a plan to utilize the presence of this prominent female character from Dragon Ball. However, having spent 8 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, he found it somewhat challenging to speak at that moment. 8 years in the hyperbolic time chamber. Nearly a year must have passed outside. In the original story, he likely encountered Bulma at the age of 11, a future billionaire on Earth. How intriguing. My apologies, fair lady. My name is Son Goku. Having spent many years in the mountains training, I am rather uninformed about the world beyond. Just now, I thought it was a wild beast attacking. Goku scratched his head, adopting a look of remorse as he spoke gently. Is that so? Bulma easily believed his words. His gaze had been so piercing just moments ago, and now he appears quite amiable. Could this be the fabled encounter of destiny? She cast a flirtatious glance at Goku, but to her surprise, he was also gazing at her. Flustered, she quickly lowered her head, appearing somewhat bashful. Son, Goku, right? I'm Bulma. It's a pleasure to meet you. Then, as if reminded of something, Bulma shook her Dragon Ball radar excitedly. Oh, the radar shows that there is another Dragon Ball nearby. Could it be that you carry one? Is the radar that impressive? Goku reached into the pocket of his martial arts uniform, retrieving the 4-star ball. Is this the Dragon Ball you mean? Aha. It truly is a Dragon Ball. Bulma's face lit up with joy. She quickly took out 2 other similar Dragon Balls from her backpack and eagerly introduced them to Goku. Son, may I purchase your Dragon Ball? Look, I have 2 myself. You already possess 2. Why must you buy mine? Well, of course, it's because legend has it that when all 7 Dragon Balls are gathered, one can summon the eternal dragon to grant a wish. And my wish is to find a dashing prince. I want to sell it. Goku feigned indifference. Why not? This is the only keepsake left by my grandfather. I see. Bulma felt a tinge of disappointment, but soon, captivated by the young man's striking appearance, a cunning idea brewed in her mind. Son, if you give me that Dragon Ball, I will let you touch me. Bulma hesitated, her fingers fidgeting with her skirt, a blush gracing her cheeks. Huh? What? Goku pretended not to understand. Oh, no, it's nothing. Ahem. I mean, if you, Mr. Goku, were to give me that Dragon Ball, I might consider going out with you. As Goku hesitated, contemplating her proposition, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected main character, Bulma. Received favorability task. Increase Bulma's favorability. Reward. Note, favorability ranges from -100 to 100. And the system will evaluate based on the other party's feelings towards the protagonist. Bulma's current favorability, 5, evaluation, just met the handsome brother. Goku felt a flicker in his heart. Without hesitation, he handed the 4-star ball to Bulma. Did you really agree? Bulma received the Dragon Ball, astonished, and inquired. Isn't this your grandfather's only relic? My grandfather taught me to be gentle with girls. So, since you wish to be my girlfriend, it is only fitting that I entrust you with this Dragon Ball. Goku's words seemed disparate, yet they resonated deeply with Bulma, who, in a surge of excitement, leaped into his arms and planted a kiss on his cheek. Thank you, son. Let us cherish our time together as lovers. Ding. Bulma's favorability 15. Current favorability 20. Evaluation. She has already developed feelings for you. Meanwhile, beyond the Milky Way, on a planet soon to be acquired by Frisia's army. Ugh. This tastes terrible. The young Scion Prince, Vegeta, spat out a limb resembling that of an alien frog, cursing. Hey, Vegeta, you have green blood in your hair. Nearby, the Scion elite warrior Nappa pointed out his head. Under the night sky at Bowsy Mountain, heavy rains began to fall, with birds soaring through the undulating peaks. Below, the once tranquil stream became tumultuous, churning like waves in the storm. Yet, storms eventually cease. That night, Goku emerged from the capsule company's travel house, his upper body bare after a refreshing shower. The rain has finally stopped. After surveying the surroundings, a faint smile spread across Goku's face. Having navigated the complexities of relationships for many years, he was well versed in the art of courting. Initially, he would feign innocence, gauging her interest in physical contact, then adopt a gaze filled with longing, aiming to secure the first kiss, gradually testing her boundaries until familiarity blossomed between them. Ding. Bulma's favorability 20. Current favorability 43. Evaluation. You are inseparable lovers. Reward for favorability has been issued. Please check. This is. Before he could savor the warmth of Bulma's affection, Goku gazed at the new item that had appeared in his inventory, marveling, the system is truly a remarkable asset. The following morning, as Bulma remained asleep, Goku commenced his training for the day as tasks. However, he refrained from any lottery draws, choosing instead to save his tickets for future purchases. Let us see what the reward for yesterday's favorability task entails. With that, Goku opened his inventory and retrieved an item. Name, Extra Growth Attribute Card Category, Consumable Function, grants the user an additional attribute for growth. Evaluation, as the saying goes. Skills do not weigh one down, young man. Input all the abilities you wish to enhance into your character information panel. ID, Scoundrel Road Age, 18 Combat Power, 180, 266 Stamina, 100 Energy, 100 Attributes, Strength, BA Defense, BB Energy Capacity, BA Agility, B Additional Attributes, Perception, E Charm, F, New. Skills 1. Crane Egg Smash Kick 2. Lineage Severing Kick 3. Sky Dance Technique, Beginner 4. Twin Dragons Play with Pearls, Eye Poking 5. Mastery of Chi Advanced 6. Instantaneous Movement Talents 1. Near-Death Enhancement 2. Rational Giant Ape, Unlocked, Items 1. Golden Staff 2. Scion Beginner Nutrition Package N3. Black Martial Arts Uniform Equipped 4. Transformative Capsule Corporation Series Capsules. A new charming and growth-oriented attribute has been added, yet it appears to serve little purpose. I am already sufficiently handsome. Goku pondered for a moment before returning to his room to awaken the still slumbering Bulma. As Bulma awoke, her face radiated with a blissful smile, and she leapt into Goku's embrace. Darling, I adore you indeed. In less than a day, Bulma's address for Goku transformed from monster to Sun-kun and then to darling. Thus, that afternoon. Ding. Bulma's affection level 15, current affection level 58. Evaluation. You have become the one and only in their heart. Chapter 8. Taming the Nimbus. Since their relationship blossomed the previous day, Goku and Bulma have been inseparable. Following the storyline of their animated adventures, they rode down from Bowsy Mountain on a motorcycle developed by Capsule Corporation, with Goku now carrying Bulma on his back. Along the way, they were attacked by a massive wind god pterodactyl, which Goku promptly obliterated with a powerful blast, leaving Bulma in awe as she wrapped her arms around his waist, gazing at him with admiration. Aha, Sun-kun, you are truly amazing. It's nothing, Goku replied casually. As they spent more time together, their familiarity deepened, and they came to understand each other more profoundly. Having been a mature individual in his previous life, Goku had his own methods of interacting with girls, especially someone as young as Bulma. Yet, the rapid growth of their affection was astonishing. Was it simply youth? After a few days, he felt his physical endurance had held up impressively, truly befitting a Scion's beloved. Perhaps it was also due to his newfound charm? Goku pondered this while observing his attribute panel, and he decided to indulge in some affectionate moments with his young girlfriend. Ding. Bulma's affection level 2, current affection level 60. Evaluation. You have become the only one in their heart. Ding. You have fulfilled the conditions for the affection task. Final reward has been issued. Suddenly, he noticed an additional item in his inventory, a red skill book labeled with a question mark. What is this? After some contemplation, he clicked to use it. Ding. System permissions have expanded. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired the permission, malicious modification. Name, malicious modification type, permission function. Evaluation. All effects remain unknown. He pondered, casually attempting to use the skill on a stone by the roadside, but it seemed to have no effect. Was it a system bug? He muttered, sensing that it was not so simple. After fruitless inquiries to the system, they continued their journey on the motorcycle until afternoon, eventually stopping to cook. Darling, where did you conjure this delicious food from? It tastes wonderful, and I feel all warm inside after eating. Though I think I might have gained a bit of weight lately. Huh? Does calling me darling feel inappropriate? Sun-kun feels distant. What about darling then? Darling, is Goku acceptable? Ah, then. Goku-san. Goku, could you please bring me the towel? I forgot to prepare it earlier. Thank you. That's enough now. Could you help me dry my hair? Hee. This is your reward. Ah. Oh no. Darling, close your eyes quickly. Why? But you might catch a chill sleeping on the floor. Why not come up? Huh. Are you implying that I want to sleep with you? Silly. Fool. That's not it. I'm just worried about you. These exchanges clearly evidenced Bulma's blossoming feelings, despite her chatter. For Goku, who had endured 8 years of loneliness, this affection was undoubtedly cherished. The following morning, as Goku prepared to rise and fulfill his daily tasks, he suddenly noticed Bulma wrapped in a blanket beside him. Her sleeping posture rather ungraceful, with pure white fluff peeking out. Have I been ambushed during the night? Goku scratched his chin, observing the emptiness of the bed, and reluctantly got up. After sipping a cup of coffee and storing the pure white fluff in his inventory, Goku shouted, "Oh no! The Dragon Balls are gone!" "Ah!" Bulma exclaimed, startled as she hurried to Goku's side. How could this happen? Where did the Dragon Balls go? After a moment, while Bulma searched frantically, she noticed Goku's mischievous grin and playfully punched him. "Ah, Goku, you're impossible." After completing his daily tasks, Goku stored the lottery tickets he had earned. He had long noticed a large sea turtle lying nearby, and as expected, it was the one often seen with Master Roshi. Goku approached the old turtle and lifted it, asking, "What are you doing here?" The old turtle poked its head out, looking bewildered. Following the original plot, Goku and Bulma drove a truck to the beach. The old turtle explained that Goku had rescued it when it was lost and wanted to give him a gift. Then it ventured into the sea. Goku speculated that this would lead to acquiring the Nimbus. After waiting a long while on the beach, Master Roshi finally surfed in from the other side of the ocean, cheerfully announcing, "Good afternoon, everyone. I am Master Roshi." What a stylish old man. Bulma was left speechless, while Goku stood by, chuckling at the old man's humor. Following the explanation from the old turtle, Master Roshi approached Goku and said, "It seems you have worked hard, young man. I shall gift you something special." Then, in his usual quirky manner, Master Roshi summoned the Nimbus. This cloud could only be ridden by those with pure hearts. "Let me demonstrate," he said before tumbling over, causing Bulma to burst into laughter. Goku, however, wore a serious expression, uncertain if he could ride the Nimbus given his dubious system. He hoped to avoid embarrassing himself in front of Bulma. "What's wrong? Are you perhaps afraid of making a fool of yourself?" Master Roshi teased, seemingly reading Goku's thoughts. "Of course not," Goku replied, a nervous smile on his face as he pretended to pat the Nimbus, feeling a chill in his heart. It really lacked substance at that moment. Bulma sidled up, linking her arm with Goku's, her playful face glowing with affection. "It's all right, Goku. Even if you aren't entirely pure-hearted, I will always like you. Don't worry. You know what kind of person I am, right?" Goku replied, though he seemed to have an idea. He activated the red permission he had learned just 2 days prior on the Nimbus. Malicious modification. As the permission activated, Goku felt the Nimbus become tangible, soft and plush like a stuffed toy. It really works. The system does not deceive me. Without hesitation, he leaped onto the Nimbus, which soared into the sky. Haha. Goku's laughter echoed through the heavens. As the saying goes, the great rock soars with the wind, rising to a height of 90,000 miles. Since stepping out of the spirit realm, he had never felt so exhilarated. To be honest, with his rudimentary flying skills, he could never have flown as swiftly as the Nimbus. On his return, Goku suddenly noticed Bulma and Master Roshi seemingly engaged in a serious discussion. Bulma appeared somewhat anxious. A sense of foreboding struck Goku's heart. Was the iconic scene from the Dragon Ball series about to unfold? Moreover, he had stored the sacred item in his inventory that morning. The female lead was not to be taken lightly. Previously, he found it amusing while watching the animation. But now that Bulma was his girlfriend, he was far from pleased by the situation. "Ah, Goku." Bulma waved excitedly as she ran over. "Look, isn't that the Dragon Ball around the old man's neck? But just now, I negotiated with him, and that pervy old man wanted to see my..." As she spoke, Bulma's cheeks flushed, and she angrily stuck her tongue out at Master Roshi while clinging to Goku's right arm. Ryukong couldn't help but chuckle at Bulma's demeanor, then turned to Master Roshi and inquired, "Dear Master Roshi, might you be willing to part with that orb in your possession?" "Ah, that is out of the question. Do not presume me to be easily deceived. That orb is indeed quite valuable," Master Roshi retorted, puffing his beard in annoyance. With no alternative, Ryukong resorted to purchasing a small booklet from the system store using his lottery tickets. "Surely, this will suffice?" he said, presenting the booklet. Let me see that." Master Roshi squinted his eyes, adjusting his ostentatious sunglasses. Before Ryukong could react, the old master snatched the book from his hands. "What is this? The afterimage technique?" Ryukong sighed. "Grandfather, what about the orb?" Master Roshi promptly handed over the Dragon Ball. Ryukong accepted it with gratitude, giving Bulma a thumbs up. Subsequently, they parted ways. Wukong embraced Bulma as they rode the flying Nimbus back to their humble abode. Haha, Mr. Wukong. With this, we now possess 4 Dragon Balls. Bulma exclaimed joyfully, giving Wukong a delighted hug as they entered the small house. At that moment, Wukong opened his task menu. Ding. Main quest. Gather all 7 Dragon Balls. Progress. For 7. Please continue to strive, Master. P.S. I noticed someone requested an update. Thank you. Chapter 9. The Wolf Fong Fist. After yet another night filled with affection alongside Bulma, the following day saw the duo embarking on their quest for the Dragon Balls. Guided by the Dragon Radar, they arrived at a quaint little town. Upon learning about the local customs, Bulma was taken aback. Did every family here truly offer their daughters to the Demon King as brides? Indeed, they beseeched assistance in vanquishing the Demon King. During this exchange, an elderly woman presented a Dragon Ball, pleading with Goku to confront the Demon King. Goku suddenly recalled that this mischief was orchestrated by Oolong, the little pig, and decided to turn the tables by having the villagers lure Oolong out with a young maiden. However, Oolong was rather obstinate, constantly attempting to outmaneuver Goku. Particularly, the transformations of the opponent were quite alarming, leading to a moment of distraction. Goku unleashed the Crane's Egg Smash Kick, sending Oolong flying with a yelp. A combat power nearing 200 was no trivial matter, and the Crane's Egg Smash Kick possessed amplifying effects. It seemed that this little pig had perhaps faced a fate worse than castration. Initially, Goku had intended to use a Senzu Bean to heal him, but the villagers erupted in joy, Bulma particularly delighted. After acquiring the Dragon Ball, she embraced and kissed him, and by the time Goku regained his senses, Oolong had vanished without a trace. Ding. Main quest. Gather all 7 Dragon Balls. Current progress. 5-7. Time passed, and Goku and Bulma, following the Dragon Radar, ventured into a nearby desert, which, as anticipated, was on the route to the fiery mountain. Due to the sweltering heat, Bulma suggested they seek a shaded place to rest and prepare a meal. Goku appeared to possess a remarkable talent for cooking. Surely, his future wife would find herself quite fortunate, wouldn't she? While Goku was busy preparing a stew, Bulma unexpectedly nestled against him, wrapping her arms around his waist. Who knows, perhaps my future wife is also a culinary master. Goku's thoughts drifted to Chi-Chi from the original story, recalling that she should still be at the fiery mountain. Perhaps he could convince her to become his wife. Does Mr. Goku know other women besides me? She cooks well, doesn't she? Bulma glared at him, causing Goku to feel somewhat embarrassed. No, the only girl I know now is Bulma. Suddenly, Goku's expression shifted. He distinctly sensed a powerful aura approaching them. Soon, their cooking sight was interrupted by a man with voluminous hair riding an electric bike. Recognizing that gaze, it seems to be someone familiar. Goku estimated that Yamcha's combat power at this time was merely laughable. He could defeat him with a mere finger. Hey, you too. Hand over your valuables. The man shouted as he dismounted, exuding arrogance. You? With a combat power of 5? Goku positioned himself protectively in front of Bulma, speaking coldly. His striking demeanor captivated the young woman beside him. Ding. Bulma's affection level 1, current, 61. Evaluation. You are the only one in their heart. Oh, you have some guts, don't you? Daring to be so arrogant before me. The desert bandit Yamcha. You must possess some skill. A smirk played upon Yamcha's lips as he raised his palms, preparing to showcase his signature move, the Wolf Fong Fist. Well, let me see how the ordinary combatants of this world fare. Just as Goku was about to dash forward with another Crane's Egg Smash Kick, he noticed Yamcha's unwavering gaze fixated on Bulma behind him. Yamcha's mouth fell agape, momentarily stunned. Hey, what? Have you never seen a woman before? Goku's eyes gleamed with amusement. Others might not know, but he was well aware. Yamcha was, after all, Bulma's ex-boyfriend in the original tale, and he vaguely remembered something transpiring during their relationship. He recalled a scene in the anime where everyone played baseball. Vegeta's gaze towards Yamcha had always been peculiar. At that moment, Bulma regarded Yamcha with caution, yet she found herself puzzled by his unabashed stare. Had she not met Goku, she would have immediately grasped his intentions. However, being in the throes of romance often dulled one's wits. At this moment, Bulma was entirely absorbed in her affection for Goku and had no such thoughts. Woman. The utterance of those 2 words rendered Yamcha's legs weak, his entire being turning feeble. Bulma's youthful beauty was indelibly etched in his mind, causing his very soul to tremble. Are you all right, Lord Yamcha? A petite blue cat swiftly flew to his side, helping him mount his bike. A woman. She was indeed a woman. Yamcha hastily twisted his hands, and with a roar of the motorbike, he, along with the cat, vanished into the distance. What on earth just transpired? Bulma remained oblivious to the earlier incident. But it did not hinder her from enjoying the closeness with her man. After finishing their lunch, Goku suggested they resume their journey the next day, first seeking a spot to store their capsule items. That night, in a cave somewhere in the desert. Why, Yamcha? I spotted them, though we've relocated. It seems they are closer to our dwelling. The little blue cat Pool patted Yamcha's shoulder, noting that ever since he laid eyes on that girl, he had grown despondent. Pool believed this was not a good sign. Lord Yamcha needed to confront his feelings. Are you referring to that girl from noon? Yamcha stood up, an earnest desire to see her again igniting within him. Meanwhile, Goku, may I help you wash your back? Ah, sure. Due to the unbearable heat in the desert, even a scion was not immune to perspiration, so they both felt it necessary to cleanse themselves thoroughly that night. Just as the two were engrossed in their bathing, Goku suddenly sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching. Wait, Bulma, get dressed and wait for me in the room. Huh? Bulma paused, suddenly recalling something, her face flushing crimson. Goku swiftly wrapped a towel around his waist and exited the capsule house. Moments later, the formidable presence drew near, and Goku, now somewhat impatient, called out, Hey, Yamcha, what brings you here at this hour? He was genuinely annoyed. The romantic moment had been disrupted. No one would appreciate such an intrusion, especially an irritable scion. He has appeared? That man beside the beautiful girl. Yamcha emerged from the shadows, his expression darkening. Observing Goku's attire, he seemed to conjure unpleasant thoughts. What were you doing with her just now? Yamcha inquired, his face contorted with displeasure, sensing an inexplicable loss. Ha, ha, ha. Goku, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter, even covering his face as he looked to the heavens, chuckling thrice. Truth be told, I truly am a cat. Not only have I usurped the original pairing, but soon I shall give this fellow a thorough beating. It's amusing just to think about it. Yet, to be fair, his relationship with Bulma was indeed a normal one at this moment. Amidst the throes of love, they were not inclined to allow any interference. To be honest, Goku felt a surge of impulse to eliminate the intruder, especially since this scoundrel was coveting his woman. Hey, what I do with Bulma is none of your concern, Goku retorted nonchalantly. That girl, if it were someone else, I would not interfere. Yamcha stepped closer, his voice low and menacing, but you exude a sinister aura. You must have employed despicable means to ensnare her. Rather than allowing such a nefarious individual as yourself to rescue her, I shall take it upon myself. With that, the opponent assumed a combative stance. Underhanded tactics? What right do you have to comment upon the bond one share with her? Is there a need for pretexts to pursue a woman? Such cowardice. Goku scoffed. Yet his words incited Yamcha's fury. Enough of this nonsense. Prepare yourself. Wolf Fang Fist. With a furious shout, Yamcha charged directly at Goku. Chapter 10. The bunny girl and the machine gun. The fierce wind howled like a ravenous wolf, slicing through Goku's ears, but regrettably, his punch missed its mark. Not only this blow, but the subsequent flurry of punches was deftly evaded by Goku, who sidestepped with remarkable agility. The Wolf Fang Fist bore an intricate array of techniques, far more sophisticated than the few skills Goku had mastered. Quite swift. Goku's gaze sharpened as he relied on his vastly superior combat prowess to track his opponent's movements, skillfully dodging their strikes. Damn it! Why can't I land a hit? Yamcha roared, his Wolf Fang Fist accelerating, manifesting the shadows of a ravenous wolf in the air. Bam! Seizing the opportunity, Goku landed a punch on Yamcha's cheek, causing stars to dance in his vision and blood to spout from his nose. Humph! You think you can steal women from me with just that? How infuriating! Yamcha bellowed again, unleashing an unprecedented surge of power, his speed astonishing. Goku positioned himself defensively, determined not to squander the invaluable combat experience he was accumulating. The cacophony of fists and feet colliding reverberated around them as Goku mentally cataloged the flow of techniques, gradually adapting to his opponent's rhythm. Due to his immense strength, Goku dominated the matchup entirely, and as a martial arts prodigy, his innate talent was extraordinary. Bam! 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 Starting with the exchange of punches, Goku began to utilize his elbows for defense, striving to decipher Yamcha's onslaught. Despite having learned several martial arts in his youth, the training he underwent in the spirit room had enabled him to integrate them seamlessly, allowing him to focus on free fighting at this moment. In a bid to learn from his opponent, Goku allowed Yamcha to gain the upper hand, forcing him to retreat. Yes, Yamcha has the upper hand. Go, Yamcha! Puar cheered enthusiastically, though a hint of fear lingered. recognizing that Yamcha was still at a disadvantage. However, at present, it seemed her worries were unfounded. Even so, Yamcha occasionally found himself on the receiving end of Goku's punches, having already lost a tooth. Perhaps I should test my resilience to blows. Goku mused, feigning a misstep, allowing Yamcha to exploit the vast disparity in their combat abilities and uncover Goku's openings. Bam! Success! Yamcha rejoiced internally as he landed a heavy punch to Goku's side, the wind of the blow echoing like a wolf's howl. Seizing the moment, his assault intensified like a torrential storm, relentlessly battering Goku. Yamcha howled, the azure cyclone coalescing into a wolf's form, claws bared as it struck at Goku's abdomen. With a thunderous crash, dust erupted, and Goku was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the rocks. Did I win? Yamcha wiped the blood from his lip, finally exhaling in relief. The man before him possessed unfathomable strength. Had he not unleashed his full power moments ago, he would likely have faced defeat himself. Goku. Suddenly, a woman's anguished cry pierced the air, her sorrowful wail reminiscent of a grieving widow, filled with despair. Unforgivable! Upon witnessing Goku being sent flying, Bulma, clad in her bunny girl attire, teared up, her eyes reflecting a resolve akin to facing death itself as she brandished her Thompson submachine gun, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at Yamcha. Yamcha stared, dumbfounded by Bulma's unexpected appearance. Yamcha! Por shouted, realizing that Yamcha's energy had been depleted by Goku, and facing a hail of bullets could very well spell his demise. The .45 caliber ammunition would obliterate flesh upon contact, and even if Goku were caught in the crossfire, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injury. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire echoed, and blood erupted from Yamcha's body as he let out a pain scream. Collapsing in a daze, his spirit seemingly shattered, curling up as he succumbed to his injuries. The scene eerily reminiscent of the iconic moments from Dragon Ball Z, when allies fell in battle. No. Yamcha. Por rushed forward to assess Yamcha's wounds, noting several bullet holes, one penetrating his lung. He would not survive long. Goku. Bulma, what are you doing here? Goku scratched his head, bewildered, as he gazed at his girlfriend wielding a machine gun, still clad in her bunny girl outfit. Thank goodness you're okay. Bulma clung to Goku, tears streaming down her cheeks. In her eyes, Goku had fought fiercely against the bandits for her, and upon seeing him falter, her heart raced with fear. She had no regard for her own safety and had rushed out with the gun. If death were to come, she would face it alongside him. Yet, Goku found Bulma's current demeanor somewhat peculiar. From the animated portrayal, she was the female protagonist of Dragon Ball, playing a supportive role in the unfolding events. In the face of formidable foes, she had often been paralyzed by fear. Of course, this was the youthful Bulma. In future arcs, she displayed resilience that exceeded Goku's expectations, emerging as a mature, wise, and admirable woman. But was Bulma's current state influenced by the system? Am I truly the only one in her heart? Goku couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in this notion. Despite his somewhat dubious character, Goku was determined to comfort his girlfriend and provide her with warmth. After sharing a tender moment, Por suddenly knelt before Goku. Please, save Yamcha. I beg you. If you spare him, I shall offer you my wealth. I will willingly become your subordinate, obediently following your commands. With that, Por lowered her head to the ground, remaining there, unwavering. Should I save him or not? Goku pondered. He was reluctant to intervene, but if he chose not to, it could affect Bulma's mindset in the future. He envisioned a time when he might have multiple girlfriends and the chaos that could ensue if Bulma were to go mad and take it out on them. Just imagining the scene of Chi-Chi and Bulma clashing made Goku's head spin. It's futile. He bears fatal wounds and will perish soon. Suddenly, Bulma turned to Por, her eyes ablaze with fury, yet she seemed to realize her actions, trembling as she clung tightly to Goku. You murderer, a killer! Por screamed, charging at Bulma in a fit of rage. Enough! Goku swiftly intervened, a gust of wind sweeping Por and Yamcha's body away. Listen to me, Bulma. Remain calm. Goku cradled her face gently, speaking with deep sincerity. I remember you as a kind-hearted girl. Your transformation must be my fault. I apologize, my dear, for putting you through this. Goku. Bulma gazed at him, tears brimming in her eyes once more. Thank you, Bulma, for going to such lengths for me. However, I truly do not wish for you to become a killer, to be stained with blood. I find myself in a state of restless anxiety. But, however, the young girl yearns to refute, tears welling in her eyes, yet gradually begins to feel a deep sense of shame. So, promise me, will you? I understand. Now, I must go and rescue that fellow from earlier. Bulma, do you agree? Huh. Is it truly possible for Mr. Goku to save him? Indeed. As long as you nod, I shall be able to rescue him. Goku smiled, for within his backpack lay dozens of those miraculous beans he had accumulated over the years. Wouldn't it be better for such a person to perish? Bulma huffed, then began to act coyly in Goku's embrace. So, we shan't save him then? Wait. I truly do not wish for you to label me as a murderer. As she spoke, Bulma lifted her gaze to Goku, her enchanting eyes almost shimmering with emotion. Very well, I must hurry then. Goku chuckled, casting a glance at Bulma's current attire. It was noteworthy. He hadn't seen her don such a style before. And she had quite a few new variations. With that thought, Goku utilized instant transmission to arrive at the side of the gravely wounded Yamcha, urging him to consume a modified bean. Chapter 11. Joining the turtle school the following morning, Goku emerged from the transformation capsule, stretching languidly. It can only be said that the experience with the bunny girl was truly delightful. After completing his daily tasks, Goku made his way to the bathroom to cleanse himself once more. ID. Scoundrel wrote age, 18 battle power, 180, 266 stamina, 100 energy, 100 skills, 1. Crane egg, smash kick 2. Annihilation kick 3. Air dance technique, beginner, 4. Double dragon play, I poke, 5. Instant transmission 6. Wolf Fong fist. New. Indeed. Aside from a few remarkable skills, Goku contemplated as he reviewed his attributes. He had just ventured outside to practice diligently for a while, successfully integrating this skill into the system and making appropriate records. Upon exiting the bathroom, he discovered Bulma still slumbering, prompting him to prepare breakfast first. It smelled delightful. Moments later, Goku noticed Bulma approaching from the bedroom, her hair styled in a high ponytail, adorned in local Arabic attire. The desert region near Flame Mountain had grown increasingly hot, making such attire breathable and protective against the sun. How do I look? Bulma asked, performing a graceful spin before Goku. Beautiful, he replied, casually wrapping an arm around her and executing the double dragon play. Bulma let out a soft gasp, collapsing into his embrace. Really? So annoying. Goku, you're incorrigible, she retorted, genuinely frightened. The Saiyan's vigor had left her unconscious multiple times the previous night, even damaging her bunny outfit. Their journey continued as they rode the Nimbus cloud towards Flame Mountain. Notably, after its modification, the Nimbus could now be stored in a backpack, and even Bulma could ride it. Regarding Yamcha and Puar's incident from the previous night, Yamcha had become somewhat disoriented after consuming the transformed Senzu bean, but Goku keenly sensed that he seemed inclined to follow his commands. This was intriguing. Goku even envisioned himself as the future king of Earth, dominating this realm before Raditz' arrival. However, it appeared that a group had been trailing him last night, seemingly fixated on the Dragon Balls he possessed. They were likely that peculiar trio, as Goku sensed the presence of a dog and a woman nearby. Goku instructed Yamcha to confront those individuals, ensuring they didn't interfere with his quest to collect the Dragon Balls. Yamcha readily agreed. As the Nimbus sped forward, the duo swiftly approached the vicinity of Flame Mountain. Just as they were en route, Goku spotted a young girl being pursued by a dinosaur. The girl had clear, bright eyes and wore a helmet reminiscent of Ultraman 7, her outfit somewhat eccentric. However, Goku was already accustomed to such appearances, considering Bulma's penchant for various disguises. Could this be Chi-Chi? Goku stroked his chin, realizing he would never harm such a young girl. Better to wait until she's grown. Ding! Detected the heroine Chi-Chi. Side quest activated. Increase Chi-Chi's affection. Upon hearing the system's notification, Goku mused. As expected. Goku, quick. That girl down there is going to be eaten by a dinosaur. Bulma exclaimed, pointing as a massive Tyrannosaurus opened its jaws, ready to devour her. Just as Goku prepared to act, he witnessed Chi-Chi remove a dart from her helmet, hurling it with remarkable precision, akin to a keyblade, severing the dinosaur's tail. Roar. The Tyrannosaurus trembled, its expression akin to that of a confused canine, collapsing in defeat. Impressive, Bulma exclaimed, astonished by the girl's strength. Goku descended from the air, capturing Chi-Chi's attention. Who are you? She demanded, her voice laced with vigilance. Goku scratched his head, greeting her cheerfully. Hello, adorable young lady. Is there something I can assist you with? Adorable. Chi-Chi blushed, touching her cheeks in disbelief. Suddenly, Bulma pinched Goku from behind. Yes. We were on our way to Flame Mountain and just noticed the situation here. I'm Goku, and this is Bulma, he explained, his lips twitching. How annoying. Even with such flattery, You won't gain anything, Chi-Chi shyly retorted before her expression darkened as she recalled something. My name is Chi-Chi, Flame Mountain is my home. But there's a fire, and my father, the Ox King, sent me to Master Roshi for a fan to extinguish it. Master Roshi? You mean the Turtle Hermit? Goku instinctively interjected, surprising Bulma. Yes, everyone calls him Turtle Hermit. Chi-Chi explained the situation at Flame Mountain. After listening, Bulma glanced at the dragon radar and said to Goku, Darling, if we can't extinguish the fire ahead, we might not be able to obtain the Dragon Balls. Perhaps we should help Chi-Chi retrieve the fan. Upon hearing his girlfriend's suggestion, Goku quickly agreed. Recalling the animated scene from his childhood where Master Roshi extinguished the flames of Flame Mountain with the Kamehameha wave. Given Goku's current battle power, extinguishing a fire was not particularly challenging, but he was primarily interested in learning the turtle school techniques, prompting him to take Chi-Chi along to Turtle Island. After all, the Nimbus' speed was quite impressive. However, on the Nimbus, Goku felt somewhat awkward. Chi-Chi was too shy to sit close to him. To prevent her from falling, he decided to hold her in his arms. Bulma, sitting beside them, felt a pang of jealousy, watching Goku hum beside her. Mr. Goku, what do you think of me? Am I cute? Chi-Chi inquired. Yes, you're adorable, he replied. Hee, it seems so. Then there's no helping it. That's how it must be in the future. Chi-Chi touched her cheeks again. Goku, puzzled, froze momentarily, sensing Bulma's irritated gaze sending chills down his spine. Bulma glared at Goku, then wrapped her arm around his. Goku already has me as his girlfriend. You won't have a chance in the future. She gazed seriously at the girl in Goku's arms. To Goku's surprise, Chi-Chi stood her ground, undeterred. A woman like you. I doubt Goku will keep you for long. By the time I grow up, will you still be able to attract him, old and faded as you will be? What? Bulma seethed, and an argument erupted. Goku attempted to mediate, but watching the two squabble left him exasperated. Enough. Is it really necessary to argue? If you must, go do it somewhere else, he snapped. In his previous life, men would have faced severe backlash for such behavior, yet remarkably, the two quickly calmed down. They apologized to each other, even feeling a tad swayed by Goku's masculinity. Ding. Chi-Chi's affection 40, current affection, 45. Evaluation. The girl has become uncontrollably enamored with you. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have received a reward, ability enhancement card. After acquiring the reward, Goku applied the ability enhancement card to the air dance technique, swiftly amplifying his flying capabilities, thus significantly increasing his speed while riding the Nimbus. In the afternoon, the three of them soon spotted a small island on the horizon, the dwelling place of Master Roshi. As Goku landed with his wives, he saw the old man lounging on a deck chair, perusing an adult magazine, looking quite content. Bulma scoffed, trailing behind Goku, who was about to greet the old man when he was halted by Chi-Chi. Wait a moment. What is the matter? Is that lecherous old man really Master Roshi? Chi-Chi asked. Of course it is, Goku replied. No way. I must test him first. Chi-Chi declared seriously, pulling a dart from her hair. Then Goku and Bulma witnessed a scene reminiscent of their childhood cartoons. If it were truly Master Roshi, such a trick would surely be evaded. With that, Chi-Chi hurled the dart, which Roshi seemed to sense, attempting to block it with his precious magazine, but hesitated, unable to part with it. With a thud, the dart lodged itself in the old man's head, and he quickly transformed into a more youthful form. Yow! He cried, collapsing to his knees. This isn't Master Roshi at all. Chi-Chi exclaimed, as if she had caught a fraud. Foolish girl. No matter how strong I am, I cannot evade such a sudden ambush. Roshi retorted, his voice tinged with indignation. Then, in that case, can you provide evidence that you are Master Roshi? Chi-Chi countered fiercely, while Goku, ever the carefree observer, chuckled beside them. This is my driver's license, with my name on it. Surely this proves my identity. It seems I was mistaken. My apologies. Upon seeing this, Chi-Chi quickly lowered her head in contrition, removing the dart from Roshi's head. Once the misunderstanding was cleared, the old man reverted to his original form and applied a bandage to his head. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's request, Master Roshi glanced at Bulma behind Goku and insisted on seeing her underwear as payment. Otherwise, he would not lend them the fan. Disgusting. Bulma recoiled, hiding behind Goku. What about the adult magazine? Goku pondered, scratching his head. Do you think I would be fooled by such trivialities? I will not lend it unless you pay a price, Roshi said, smirking with a hint of arrogance. Really? Goku mused, casually tossing a magazine to the ground. This is a work by Maria Ozawa. Rashi scampered to pick it up. Thud. Here's another by Sara Aoya. Thud. And another by Yui Hashinoa. You are wastrel. How can you throw such valuable items to the ground? Rashi exclaimed, collecting the vintage magazines with great care. After clearing his throat, he turned serious. Addressing Goku. Cough, cough. Since that's the case, I want to take advantage of you. I'll give you a chance. If you can endure 2 of my techniques, I shall lend you the fan. All right, I accept, Goku replied earnestly, while the 2 women murmured behind him. Bulma, do you think that old man is really Master Rashi? He seems rather unrefined. Honestly, he is just a dirty old man. Let us not pay him any mind. Upon hearing this, Master Rashi's expression soured, and he muttered to the turtle beside him, I don't like them. Soon, Goku and Rashi faced off on the beach of the island. Observing Rashi's calm demeanor as he leaned on his cane, Goku contemplated how to trip up the old man, who had dared to flirt with his girlfriend. Here we go, Rashi shouted, leaping into the air. As Goku watched him merge with the setting sun, he felt a sense of foreboding. Close your eyes, he yelled to Chi-Chi and Bulma. Solar flare. In an instant, a blinding white light enveloped the area. Goku shut his eyes and unleashed several energy blasts at random. Rashi, surprised by this turn of events, quickly retaliated, channeling his energy and effortlessly swatting away Goku's blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The blast detonated upon hitting the water's surface. As Rashi landed and aimed a kick at Goku. Goku dodged but was still caught off guard by the blinding effect of the solar flare combined with Rashi's unpredictable leg techniques, resulting in a blow to his abdomen. Bang! He was sent crashing into the sea, creating a splash. Goku, Chi-Chi and Bulma cried out in alarm, rushing to check on him. Wait! Rashi gestured for them to stop, watching as a figure slowly rose from the water. You've got some skill, old man. Looks like I've lost. Goku, enveloped in a white aura, floated above the shore, looking down at the others. Kid, I haven't seen you before. By the way, what is your name? And who is your master? Finally asking, are we? Goku chuckled inwardly and replied earnestly, my name is Sun Wukong, and I learned my skills from my grandfather, Sun Gohan. Upon hearing this, Rashi's expression softened. Oh, so you're Gohan's grandson? How is he doing? Is he in good health? He has passed away, Goku said. A shadow of sorrow crossing his face. Rashi fell silent, stroking his beard thoughtfully. I see. Gohan was my disciple as well. If you don't mind, would you like to come and train in the turtle school? Upon hearing this, Goku slowly descended, bowing respectfully. I would be honored. To be continued. Chapter 12. If you still like me when we grow up, then let us marry. After making the promise, the old turtle hermit ultimately agreed to lend the banana fan for training on the small island. However, just like in the animated plot, the fan appeared to be lost, prompting the elder to personally extinguish the flames of Mount Fire. Subsequently, Bulma resolutely refused to use the flying Nimbus and instead summoned a helicopter via capsule, seemingly to prevent her boyfriend from becoming too cozy with other girls. The next day, the group arrived at Chi-Chi's hometown, Mount Fire. The fierce flames engulfed the area, painting the sky a bloody hue. Chi-Chi's father, the Ox King, was a towering figure, robust and muscular, standing at 9 feet tall with a waist of the same measure. Upon seeing the turtle hermit, he knelt tearfully before him, imploring him to quell the raging inferno. Master Rashi, I beg of you, the Ox King said earnestly. Oh, leave it to me, the elder replied, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of mystique. Goku, resting his hands behind his head, eagerly anticipated the elder's forthcoming display of prowess. You are the benefactor who brought Master Rashi, Sun Wukong, correct? Suddenly, the Ox King turned his massive frame towards Goku, seemingly having heard something from Chi-Chi. Hello, Goku greeted with a smile. Ah, haha, truly a hero in his youth. If you wouldn't mind, would you consider becoming my son-in-law one day? My daughter seems quite taken with you. The Ox King chuckled, scratching his head. Chi-Chi, feeling embarrassed, stomped her foot and ran off. Goku merely smiled awkwardly at the comment, while Bulma clung to him, eyeing the Ox King warily, fearing her man might be whisked away. Our Goku would never become your son-in-law. Upon hearing this, the father-in-law appeared somewhat embarrassed, but the turtle hermit suddenly shouted, his muscles bulging impressively. In an instant, the elder transformed into a bald, muscular figure, the aura around him intensifying dramatically. Even from several meters away, Goku could distinctly sense the oppressive power emanating from him. Instinctively, he reached out to the system, inquiring, System, what is the battle power of the old man? Beep. Reporting to the master. The battle power of Master Rashi is 217, 682. Such a fluctuation of nearly 3 times? Goku pondered in astonishment, soon realizing that the higher battle power stemmed from the energy within the Elder's palm. Kamehameha. The turtle hermit's deep voice resonated throughout the area. Goku could sense the energy within the Elder flowing in a remarkably intricate manner, gathering in his palm. So that is how it is. Goku understood, confident that he could unleash the Kamehameha at that very moment. He opened his skill panel and soon discovered a new entry. Name: Kamehameha Type. Skill Evaluation. The signature technique that runs throughout the Dragon Ball saga. The unique countering technique of the Sun family. Feeling reassured, Goku noted the slight differences but trusted that, after time and practice, his Kamehameha would rival that of anyone else. Wave. In the next moment, the turtle hermit shouted, and light erupted from his palm. A brilliant blue energy surged forth, crashing into the raging conflagration with overwhelming force. Boom. Surrounding light blazed intensely, and the fierce winds and brilliance made it difficult to keep one's eyes open. Goku shielded Bulma beneath him, his heart racing. Without a doubt, had he been struck directly by that attack, he would have perished. He felt the pressure mounting. Yes, over the past decade, while his battle power had increased, in this world, he was still merely a small fry. Ultimately, enhancing his battle power was of paramount importance. The suppression he felt earlier had made him lethargic. He should not have allowed it to happen. After acquiring the Dragon Balls, I shall pay a visit to King Kai. Goku resolved inwardly, though he glanced at the lovely girl in his arms. Bulma's beautiful eyes sparkled with affection, and the two reminisced about their blissful moments together. Before that, perhaps I should spend some quality time with Bulma? The flames of Mount Fire were swiftly extinguished by the Elder, but due to the sheer might of the Kamehameha, the entire mountaintop was obliterated. In search of the Dragon Balls, Bulma began to scan the surrounding ruins with her radar, while Goku was pulled aside by Chi-Chi to a secluded corner. Mr. Goku, that. What is it? Well, it's about the engagement my father mentioned. You've held me on the Nimbus before, so what? So, when I grow up, will you marry me? Chi-Chi shyly covered her face. Goku hesitated, feeling conflicted. He already had Bulma. But it didn't seem right to reject the girl now. Let us take it as it comes. Perhaps Bulma and I one end up together. Goku contemplated about Vegeta, causality, and other strange matters. By the way, if Bulma and I are so in love now, will Trunks even be born in the future? Will the future version of him fight me here? Or will there be bizarre elements like the Time Kaishin from the Super Universe? Lost in thought, Goku was abruptly interrupted by Chi-Chi's sorrowful expression. Why you want to agree? Chi-Chi looked at Goku in silence, her head drooping in disappointment. No. I just wanted to know, Chi-Chi, do you like me? Yes. And you? The girl wiped her eyes and answered without hesitation. I like Chi-Chi too. Wonderful. Let us make a promise. When I grow up, you must marry me. Okay. If Chi-Chi still likes me when she grows up, then we shall marry. I found it. It's the 7-star ball. Wonderful. Now we only need one more Dragon Ball to make our wish. In the ruins, Bulma joyfully bounced, rushing to Goku with the 7-star ball, repeatedly asking for praise. Well done, Bulma. Goku patted her head, then examined the 7-star ball closely. Beep. Main quest, collect all 7 Dragon Balls. Progress, 6-7. Only one more to go. He wiped the surface of the Dragon Ball with his attire before placing it in his inventory. If all goes well, the last Dragon Ball should be with the Pilaf gang. Afterward, he would check on Yamcha's situation. With matters here coming to a close, Goku attempted to perform the Kamehameha in the manner of the Turtle Hermit. He felt quite satisfied after indulging, yet the Turtle Hermit pointed out many areas for improvement. Thereafter, Goku received numerous tips from the Elder. Gradually, he noticed changes in his energy flow, and soon, sensing something amiss, he opened his attribute panel. ID, Scumrote Age, 18 Battle Power, 122.99 A Stamina, 100 Ki, 73 Attributes, Strength, A Defense, B A Key Capacity, A Agility, B Additional Attributes, Perception, E Charm. F Skills, 1. Crane's Egg Kick 2. Annihilation Kick 3. Skydance Technique, Intermediate 4. Dual Dragon's Play with Pearls 5. Instant Transmission 6. Wolf Fong Fist 7. New, Kamehameha 8. New, Turtle School Chi Manipulation Technique, Beginner, Talents, 1. Near-Death Enhancement 2. Rational Great Ape Permissions, Evil Modification. Chapter 13. Escalation of Authority. Had the mastery of Ki transformed into the Turtle School's Ki Manipulation Technique? Although only grasped superficially, His control over ki had become significantly smoother, and his combat prowess had escalated remarkably. Goku felt a surge of astonishment at the changes within his body. It was clear that he must dedicate some time to training on Turtle Island. As for Bulma, he would enlist her assistance in constructing a gravity chamber. After acquiring the Dragon Balls, Goku departed from Fire Mountain alongside Bulma. Chi-Chi opted to rebuild their home with her father, while Master Roshi flew back to his island. Bulma, there's a small town ahead. Let us rest there for a while, Goku said softly to the girl in his arms as they traveled on the Nimbus. Isn't it still early? Aren't we going to search for the Dragon Balls? The girl inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice, though she herself yearned for rest. Do not worry, I have confidence in locating the last Dragon Ball, Goku reassured her. All right then, let us see what kind of clothing the town offers. Ah, I hope they have bunny girls. How annoying, she exclaimed playfully. Haha, let's grab something to eat first. Goku indeed felt a pang of hunger. Although the Scion meal provided by the system was filling, it could not compare to the freshness and deliciousness of local delicacies. After indulging in a hearty meal at a restaurant, he left with Bulma, his stomach full, though it was Bulma who had paid the bill. As they strolled through the mall, Bulma had her heart set on many items, and Goku placed them into his inventory. Though Bulma found his ability peculiar, she refrained from questioning it further. At times, Goku felt Bulma took too long choosing outfits, leading him to flirt with other young girls, which significantly shortened their shopping duration. His little girlfriend seemed intent on keeping a watchful eye on him. Why do you keep looking at others? You should pay more attention to your girlfriend. Bulma pouted, indignation in her voice. Then, that night, she cried and lamented that she would never dare again. In the midst of midnight, Goku quietly rose from the bed, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Bulma. He changed his clothes and exited the inn. His motivation was simple. Earlier that day, while at the mall with his girlfriend, he had triggered a hidden mission involving a gang of bunny thieves. Ding! Hidden mission triggered. Send the bunny gang leader to the moon. Such a revelation surprised Goku, for he had forgotten much of the animation's plot from his childhood. Subsequently, he began to gather information about the bunny gang, rumored to have a leader who performed strange magic that could transform people into carrots. This notion heightened Goku's alertness. After all, Majin Buu could turn fused beings into chocolate, and he did not wish to be carelessly toyed with. Indeed, the most perplexing aspect of this world is its bizarre magic. Outside the hotel, the night was eerily quiet. Clad in a black martial arts outfit, Goku pointed his finger to his forehead, murmuring, "Instant transmission." In an instant, his form vanished from sight, only to reappear at a mahjong table. What? The bunny gang leader was dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for an unexpected visitor at his gambling den. The surrounding bunnies were equally stunned, as such a reality was too absurd to comprehend. Die, scum! Goku sneered, gathering a potent energy blast in his hand that erupted forth. Boom! With a single strike, a significant hole was blasted through the half-story building, shattering nearby glass. Amidst the billowing smoke, Goku hoisted the bunny gang leader's body and ascended into the sky. Swish, swish, swish. Parting the clouds to reveal the clear blue sky, Goku radiated with white aura, his body soaring upward, acutely aware that the air around him was thinning. Is it impossible? At this level, I cannot breach the atmosphere. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Goku felt his energy depleting rapidly. With all his might, he hurled the bunny's body towards the moon. Huh! He shouted, watching the diminishing figure against the horizon as he concentrated the Turtle School's Kamehameha in his palm. In the next moment, a brilliant light erupted. The azure wave surged towards the tiny figure, breaking through the atmosphere. Ultimately, it struck the lunar surface, creating a massive crater. Ding! Hidden mission accomplished. Reward: Malevolent Modification Authority level increased. Indeed, simply sending the bunny to the moon completed the task, although it is merely a mass of remnants. In the stratosphere, Goku exhaled and let his body descend freely back to the ground. As for the Malevolent Modification Authority, he would review it tomorrow. For now, returning to embrace his wife in slumber was of utmost importance. The following morning, Goku chose not to engage in his usual physical training, feeling quite fatigued. He lay in bed with Bulma, reviewing the enhanced authority he had gained the night before. Name: Malevolent Modification Category. Evaluation: Corrupted. Corrupted. Those possessing this authority may disregard certain rules. Awaiting development. Is it truly this powerful? In bed, Goku furrowed his brow, realizing the significance of this authority, both excited and apprehensive. What's wrong, dear? Suddenly, the girl beside him stirred, planting a kiss on Goku's cheek. Nothing, just pondering that it has been quite some time. There should be news from the Dragon Balls by now. With that, Goku rose from the bed and stepped onto the balcony to make a phone call. Yamcha, how did things go? The line fell silent for a moment before a response came. You are the one who took the Dragon Balls, right? Haha. I, Emperor Pilaf, inform you that your comrade is now in my custody. If you wish to see him alive, hand over the remaining 6 Dragon Balls. The voice on the other end was sharp and sardonic, reminiscent of a child, yet possessing the rasp of an elderly person. Yamcha has been captured? What a useless fellow. However, the one on the line must be the leader of that peculiar trio. Goku felt a surge of interest, as if a character from a comedic anime were calling him. Oh, Emperor Pilaf, is it? If I am not mistaken, the last Dragon Ball must be in your possession. If you wish to survive, I advise you to return it promptly. On the other end, a series of mutterings ensued, as if conversing with others. Following this, Pilaf retorted defiantly, You're just blustering. If you manage to find us, I'll write my name backward. Is Yamcha still alive? Yes, he is. What? From your tone, it doesn't sound like you want to negotiate for his release. As long as he is alive, I accept your terms. I will exchange the Dragon Balls for him. So straightforward. On the other end, Pilaf seemed taken aback, then resumed whispering with others. Very well. Let us set a time to meet in the Western Wasteland. We will exchange the goods and the money simultaneously. Is that acceptable? That works, as long as you don't harm my brother. Goku leaned against the windowsill, agreeing wholeheartedly. All right. It's a deal. With a decisive click, the communication ended. At last, we can gather all 7 Dragon Balls. Goku sighed with relief and went in search of Bulma again. Chapter 14. Alas, God of Tea, you have changed. After enjoying breakfast, Bulma cheerfully settled the bill. The two indulged in each other's company for a while longer in the inn before heading with Goku to a desolate region in the west. Pilaf and his cohorts had been waiting there for some time. Goku surveyed the area, noting the presence of multiple heavy weapons, including mortars and tanks. Additionally, through his energy perception, he sensed that Yamcha seemed to be hiding in a corner, unrestrained. Goodness, has he betrayed us? Goku mused. Realizing that the transformation had not had a markedly significant effect, perhaps it merely compelled the adversary to submit temporarily. Bulma, wait for me on the flying Nimbus. I shall return shortly, Goku told his young companion. Before she could respond, he vanished, reappearing before Pilaf and the others. Ah, he has appeared, Pilaf exclaimed in astonishment. Bouncing up and down. Though small in stature, resembling a child, his face bore an uncanny resemblance to a goblin, reminiscent of Grogu from Star Wars, albeit less adorable. Beside him stood a dark-haired girl in military attire, brandishing a submachine gun aimed at Goku. There was also a ninja with the face of an Akita dog, hastily drawing his katana. What are you? Pilaf shouted, pointing at Goku. Do not panic. I have merely come to negotiate a prisoner exchange, Goku replied, his demeanor unervingly calm, which instilled an unprecedented pressure in Pilaf. Well then, you must show us the goods first. Here, take this. Goku tossed a bag to Pilaf, who, along with his companions, quickly opened it to reveal the 6 Dragon Balls they had sought for so long. Wonderful, Pilaf. Now we can finally conquer the world. Pilaf cackled. Today, I, King Pilaf, shall achieve unparalleled renown. Ahahaha. Goku watched in bemusement, thinking how fitting it was for him to play the comedic role. Where is he? It is time for you to release him as well. Humph, I didn't expect you to be so loyal, Pilaf said, instructing the girl named Mai to bring out the man bound by ropes. How curious, are there 2 Yamchas? Goku furrowed his brow, distinctly sensing another Yamcha lurking in a different direction. Who, then, is this Yamcha before me? Ah, finally, you have come to rescue me, Goku. The captive Yamcha exclaimed, appearing genuinely moved. But as he attempted to approach Goku, the latter, sensing something amiss, swiftly recoiled. Who are you really? Goku asked warily, recalling that he had spared this individual once before. Humph, have I been exposed? The captive Yamcha grinned insidiously, tossing several smoke bombs to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Smoke billowed forth. Amidst the chaos, someone hastily fled with the Dragon Balls. In an instant, Goku perceived a shadow darting from the smoke, which shouted, Despicable scoundrel. Prepare to meet your demise. It was Yamcha, brandishing a steel blade aimed directly at Goku. Goku merely scoffed and stepped back, wary of the smoke's potential narcotic effects. Despite his strength, he could not afford to be careless with such details. Yamcha, why would you attack me? I came to rescue you, Goku inquired, perplexed at the sudden hostility. Humph. Do not speak as if we are comrades. Tell me, what did you feed me that day? Although it healed my wounds, The brainwashing effect is undeniable. You have done the same to that young lady, Haven T.U. Yamcha accused, pointing an accusatory finger at Goku, adopting a righteous stance. Sai, still clinging to my Bulma, are we? She nearly bested you. God of tea, how you have changed. Goku sighed, exasperated. Brainwashing? Do not be ridiculous. Employing such tactics on women is hardly worthwhile. Just consider it. If I were truly such a scoundrel, would I only have Bulma by my side? Her name is Bulma? Yamcha realized, his demeanor shifting to a foolish grin. Goodness, I must swiftly dispose of this fool. Goku, feeling a chill, launched himself toward Yamcha. Come. Yamcha shouted once more. Executing another slashing attack. Goku concentrated his energy into a blade and met the incoming steel with unhurried precision. Clang. The steel shattered, and Goku's energy blade cut through Yamcha's chest, eliciting a cry of agony. Boom. Goku kicked Yamcha away and turned, dashing toward the fleeing Pilaf and his cohorts. He is coming. My. Adieu. Quick, stop him. Pilaf shouted desperately, clutching the Dragon Balls. The dog-faced ninja and the military girl immediately pivoted, opening fire on Goku. Bang. 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 The bullets struck him, but for someone fueled by rage, it was akin to a mere tickle, utterly inconsequential. Goku transformed into a whirlwind, landing a punch to Mai's abdomen, rendering her unconscious. The dog-faced ninja swung his katana, but Goku effortlessly caught it between his fingers and snapped it with a resounding crack. The ninja, dumbfounded, fell to his knees in submission. Yet Goku showed no mercy, driving his foot into the ninja's head, pressing him into the ground. Quite resilient, he chuckled, directing his finger toward Pilaf. Instant transmission. In an instant, Goku appeared before Pilaf, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling. Ah! Pilaf screamed as he tumbled to the ground, the bag of Dragon Balls scattering across the ground. Goku sighed, observing the fallen figures around him, feeling as though he had become the villain. Now, where is the last Dragon Ball? Goku grasped Pilaf's head, lifting him effortlessly. You dream. I will never tell you. Pilaf blustered, only to be tossed aside by Goku. Is that so? Goku retrieved the Dragon Radar, confirming the location before heading toward Pilaf's airship. Seeing this, Pilaf slowly stood, a sly grin spreading across his face. Shortly after, Goku, utilizing the Dragon Radar, located the final Dragon Ball in the airship's cockpit. The next moment, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. 7 Dragon Balls collected 7-7, collection complete. Main quest accomplished. Skill acquired. Scoundrel Combat Technique. Name, Scoundrel Combat Technique Category, Skill Function, Combat Evaluation. A synthesis of techniques such as Annihilation Kick, Crane-Style Egg Smash, and Dual Dragon's Play with Pearls. Capable of swiftly exploiting enemy weaknesses. As the adage goes, no man is a true man without a touch of ruthlessness. Such insidious methods can even ensure your advantage against stronger foes. So, I have indeed grown stronger? Goku smiled. Then cheerfully opened his attribute panel. ID, Scoundrel Rot Age, 18 Combat Power, 10302 A Stamina, 100 Energy, 73 Attributes, Strength, a Defense, a Energy Capacity, Agility. B additional attributes, Perception, E Charm, F Skills, 1. Scoundrel Combat Technique, Beginner, 2. Skydance Technique, Intermediate, 3. Instant Transmission, 4. Kamehameha, 5. Turtle School, Key Control, Beginner, indeed. The previous techniques have transformed into the Scoundrel Combat Technique. Even the Wolf Fong Fist has vanished. As Goku contemplated this, he quickly resolved his thoughts. Once my wish is fulfilled, I shall practice with Yamati. But what wish should I make? Chapter 15. A Twist of Fate on the Other Side. Pilaf struggled to rise to his feet. The injuries he sustained from the brutal beating were severe, yet they paled in comparison to the power of the Dragon Balls. Gazing at his incapacitated companions, a fierce determination welled up within him as he gritted his teeth, declaring, at this point, I must resort to Plan B. With that, he retrieved a remote control and swiftly pressed a button. A thunderous explosion erupted as Goku's airship was obliterated, and the nearby mortars and tanks pivoted their turrets to unleash a barrage of fire upon the ship. The explosive blast reverberated across the desolate plains, a fiery mushroom cloud spiraling into the sky. The powerful shockwave lifted Pilaf off the ground, yet he felt no despair. Instead, he gazed at the rising mushroom cloud with a foolish grin, as if it were a symbol of victory. Shalat, Poir? Pilaf turned to his remaining allies, only to discover that his subordinates had all fallen. In the distance, Yamcha bled profusely, while the blue cat, disguised as Yamcha, Poir, had reverted to its original form, now expressing concern for Yamcha's condition. On the horizon, Bulma, perched on the flying Nimbus, watched the distant explosion with growing anxiety. Though her partner was formidable, she feared that such a devastating attack could spell disaster. Goku. The girl began to pound on the Nimbus, yet it seemed unresponsive. Hurry, get over there. Your master is in danger. The Nimbus remained indifferent. Damn it. At the epicenter of the explosion, Goku yanked the steel shard embedded in his body and spat out a mouthful of blood. As he assessed his status, an ominous feeling crept over him. He had not anticipated the danger would come so swiftly. Goku had believed that with his ability to teleport, he would be invulnerable, but he had underestimated the threat. The ferocious explosion had caught him off guard, leaving him in a dire predicament. Had he fully unleashed his energy to protect himself, he surely would not have found himself in such a wretched state. After consuming his senzu bean, his thoughts began to clarify. What a foolish act of mercy. I thought sparing their lives would prove beneficial, but how laughable. Goku tore off his bloodied shirt, his fists clenching tightly as the ringing in his ears faded, and vitality surged through his battered body once more. Indeed, he was determined to exact vengeance. With a resounding boom, a white aura enveloped him as he soared from the charred ruins. Goku fixed his gaze upon the individuals below, noting their expressions of terror. Their eyes shrank in fear as if they were gazing upon a demon. What? He is still alive. This is impossible. Yamcha coughed up blood and staggered to his feet, while Pilaf stood dumbfounded. Beside him, his dog, Aishu, had groggily regained consciousness, yet remained utterly bewildered. Expressionless. Goku began to gather energy into a Kamehameha wave in his palm, and in the next instant, a barrage of energy blasts erupted forth like a machine gun. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless explosion sent Pilaf and his cohorts flying, while Yamcha and Por endured the onslaught. Surviving this onslaught truly affirmed their status as comic relief. Goku scoffed and darted towards Pilaf's location. It's over. Pilaf shrieked, instinctively pulling Aishu in front of him as a shield. Boom. The Crane School's technique shattered through, sending Aishu wailing into the sky, only to be obliterated by an energy blast moments later. In less than a second, Goku's right fist obliterated Pilaf's head, while his left palm's energy blast tore through Pilaf's body. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of human footsteps advanced rapidly. Oh no. Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha charged at Goku, his fists howling with ferocity, more intense than before. Goku smirked, countering with the same Wolf Fang Fist technique. And the outcome was inevitable. Crack. The immense disparity in power caused Yamcha's elbow to grotesquely shatter, and before he could scream in agony, Goku's technique pierced his eyes. Aya, my eyes. Yamcha collapsed, writhing on the ground, prompting Por to rush over in a panic. Don't kill Lord Yamcha. The blue cap positioned itself defiantly, prepared to sacrifice itself. Goku coldly regarded Por, wiping the blood from his face as he sneered. Why? I distinctly recall sparing your lives, yet you betray me now? Upon hearing this, Por's expression shifted from guilt to resignation, kneeling before Goku. Please, grant us a swift end. Moments later, a brilliant blue energy erupted. A Kamehameha wave from the Turtle School. Yamcha and Por's bodies disintegrated into ashes amidst the explosion. Has it ended? Goku sighed heavily, then slowly ascended, summoning the Nimbus. To send Yamcha off with a Kamehameha, that can be considered a grand gesture. Truth be told, he did not wish to kill. But circumstances had forced his hand. Perhaps in this world, Yamcha would no longer be a cherished memory. Goku did not harbor ill feelings towards the notion of everyone reuniting happily. In fact, he yearned for it. Yet the gears of fate had shifted. Is everything merely a choice of the Stone of Fate? Alas, I hope the Time Patrol will spare me. Upon returning to the Nimbus, Bulma immediately embraced Goku, bursting into tears. It seemed the recent battle had frightened her deeply. Wada, you liar. You said you would be back soon, yet you've made me worry so much. Though Goku bore no visible injuries, Bulma's heart ached at his disheveled appearance. Darling, I'm exhausted. We should rest for a while now that we have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. We must discuss our wish thoroughly. Goku spoke gently. Though he had already formulated his wish in his mind, he knew Bulma had contributed significantly, and thus, his demeanor had to reflect that. It's all right, Goku. My wish has already been fulfilled. As for the Dragon Balls, they no longer hold significance. The young woman gazed at Goku, her eyes filled with his reflection, exuding both affection and a hint of reproach. Goku couldn't help but feel his heart flutter, and soon the two were entwined once more. As the saying goes, the heavens served as their blanket, and the earth their bed. Miss Bulma looked enchanting in her delicate charm. Yet, it seems I have forgotten something. In this tender moment, Goku felt a twinge of confusion, but his thoughts were quickly disrupted by Bulma. Aboard Frisia's spaceship Achu. In the main conference hall, the prince suddenly sneezed. Damn it, why have I been feeling so unsettled lately? Vegeta cursed, his fist smashing through the conference table, creating a gaping hole. Ever since his homeland was inexplicably destroyed, he had never felt this irritable. Lost in thought, he decided to seek out Nappa and the others for training. To be continued, Chapter 16. After summoning the dragon, the system played a trick on me. On the following morning, two figures stood in the desolate desert. After conferring with Bulma, Goku resolved to fulfill his wish. He neatly arranged the 7 Dragon Balls and then shouted towards the sky. Come forth, dragon. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck the crystalline Dragon Balls, followed by a colossal beam of light shooting skyward, spiraling round and round. The entire sky darkened, and as the blinding radiance dissipated, azure scales emerged, revealing the massive head of the dragon, exuding a tremendous aura as it gazed silently at Goku. Human, state your wish. The dragon spoke, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that tousled Goku's hair. Bulma collapsed in fear, and Goku supported her before addressing the dragon. Dragon, I wish for the woman I bond with to attain eternal life. Before he could finish his sentence, Goku hesitated. No, wait a moment. What's wrong, dear? Bulma asked anxiously from behind him, trembling. The reason for his pause stemmed from a newly emerged main quest from the system that left Goku deep in thought. Ding. Main quest triggered. Upgrade the system with your wish. So this is the main quest? I wonder what the reward is. Goku felt a surge of curiosity. He sensed that choosing to upgrade the system at this moment could yield unexpected results. As for eternal life, no one could truly achieve it. Even the Omni King could not confidently claim invincibility. The immortality granted by the dragon was likely not comprehensive. At most, it would extend his lifespan significantly. Goku speculated that he might acquire a healing factor akin to Deadpool's, and then, by leveraging the near-death enhancement talent card, he could drastically boost his combat prowess. However, if he encountered a formidable foe, it could potentially lead to a scenario reminiscent of the dance of the undying princess of infinite shame. As the sinuous dragon body circled, sensing Goku's silence, the dragon inquired, living long refers to an extended lifespan. However, there is a flaw. The increase in longevity can only be applied to you alone. Upon hearing this, Bulma turned her gaze towards Goku, who smiled faintly at her before replying to the dragon. Then, please upgrade my system. At his words, the dragon's eyes glowed red as it slowly spoke. As you wish. The sound of wish fulfillment echoed as the dragon's voice seemed to grow faint. It soared into the sky, its azure body visibly shriveling, while the Dragon Balls on the ground ascended, exploding into a 7-pointed starburst across the horizon, restoring the sky to its brilliant blue. Is the dragon shrinking? Goku reacted swiftly, darting into the sky and deftly catching a 4-star ball. In the next moment, he felt an immense divine power flood into his mind as the system interface began to coalesce, gradually revealing the outline of a girl. Ding. System upgrading. Calculating upgrade time. Ding. Calculation complete. Expected completion in 100 years. What? Goku was left dumbfounded, not anticipating that the system would deceive him at such a crucial moment. Ding. Attention, Master. During the system upgrade, to prevent functional loss, the character attribute interface and item inventory will be preserved, while the shop interface, lottery interface, and quest interface will be closed. Please focus on training during the upgrade to avoid the fate of dying alongside the system. Hey, wait. Goku shouted, holding the petrified 4-star ball, astonished by its transformation. He hurriedly opened the system panel, only to find the shop and lottery interfaces missing. Moreover, the lottery tickets he had saved for so long to exchange for valuable skills had now turned into gibberish. Damn it, Goku, who usually prided himself on his patience, couldn't help but curse. After all, he had endured 10 years in the spirit room. He was on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan out of frustration. With a long sigh, Goku reminded himself to remain calm. Otherwise, how could he ever practice the Ultra Instinct? It was absurd. His propensity for anger was making him resemble a villain. But why did a girl's outline appear on the system page? He pondered, but it was futile to speculate on such matters now. He would have to investigate thoroughly later. The next day, Bulma expressed her desire to return home, specifically to the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. Her family resided in a city on the western continent. Upon arriving, she excitedly introduced Goku to her parents. In a humorous turn of events, Goku had brought numerous local delicacies, ensuring he honored the various customs he had learned from his past life. "Oh my, you are too kind," Mrs. Brief said, smiling as she touched her cheek and accepted the gifts. Mr. Brief was very friendly towards Goku, showing no inherent hostility towards his daughter's boyfriend. This was likely due to his complete focus on research, leaving little attention for his children. Mrs. Brief, however, wasted no time and immediately asked when the couple planned to have children, causing Bulma to turn beet red, perhaps feeling uneasy at home. Bulma suggested they return to Pausa Mountain, where they could enjoy a few carefree days. They then set about renovating the nearby area. The once dilapidated hut was transformed into a luxurious villa with a swimming pool and hot springs added nearby. Goku spent most of his time performing manual labor, repairing the roads in the mountains, while Bulma dabbled in cooking, attempting dishes like braised dinosaur hands and lion's head, though her efforts often ended in chaos. Thus, as days and nights passed, their lives began to take on a tranquil harmony. The original Dragon Ball storyline seemed to have transitioned seamlessly into the Z era. "Oh no, I need to go train with Master Roshi." In the dead of night, Goku suddenly awoke, clutching his wife. "Huh? What's wrong?" Bulma mumbled. And the two quickly fell back into a gentle slumber. The following morning, Goku explained to Bulma that he was heading to Kame House for training. His girlfriend appeared quite reluctant and even threw a small tantrum. "Dear, there may be incredibly powerful enemies in the future. I need to seize this time to become stronger." "Then, why not take me with you?" Goku instinctively covered his face, feeling Bulma had become increasingly naive since they began dating, which simply wouldn't do. "Silly girl. Just call me when you miss me, and I'll teleport right over. But you need to learn to control your ki first. Besides, you promised me you'd research the gravity chamber next." The one who called the other a silly girl was, in fact, the silly one. "Well, that's true, Goku. You do have that ability. All right, I'll make sure to help out." Bulma pouted but smiled happily when Goku held her close. Thus, Goku spent half a month teaching Bulma. And with the luxurious training regimen, she finally began to develop a sense of ki. Honestly, teleporting to Bulma's side was easy for Goku, as he had first used her ki to do so. His primary goal was to help her strengthen her body. A couple of days later, Goku first sent his girlfriend home to focus on the gravity chamber, then used instant transmission to arrive at Kame Island. Yes, from today onward, he would begin his dedicated training here. Chapter 17. The appearance of Lanchi regarding the Dragon Balls. It seems their divine power has been exhausted, rendering wishes impossible for a time. The 4-star ball in Goku's possession has turned to stone. Next, there's the system. Apart from the character attributes and items in the inventory, all other functions are locked, leaving Goku unable to complete even tasks, which nearly drives him to despair. Upon arriving at Kame House, Goku immediately spots a stunning blonde beauty clad in a black silk camisole. However, she is currently engaged in a wild rampage, spraying bullets from a machine gun at the house. Goku is taken aback, realizing that this voluptuous lady must be Lanchi, and in her Super Saiyan state no less. "Master Turtle, what on earth is happening? Are you all right? It seems you've been shot." Goku expresses concern upon noticing the old turtle lying on his back. "Gee, Goku, you're here. Don't mind me, quickly. Stop her." Master Roshi groans in pain, and Goku observes that it appears he has merely sustained a superficial injury. "All right, leave it to me," Goku reassures, gesturing to the back and slowly advancing towards the blonde Lanchi. "Hey, what are you doing to my grandfather's house?" he questions. Lanchi turns her head and frowns. "Who are you?" "Ah, Goku, you've finally arrived," Master Roshi exclaims as he peeks out from the cabin, only to be shot down by Lanchi. "What excellent marksmanship," Goku marvels. This infamous lady truly lives up to her reputation. "So, you're in cahoots with them?" Lanchi aims her gun at Goku, her eyes sharp with suspicion. "Ah, indeed," Goku replies, his expression unchanged. "Huh, so be it. Don't blame me for sending you and those two perverts to hell." With that, Lanchi opens fire. The bullets rain down on Goku like a torrential storm, but in the next moment, multiple hands appear before him, catching the bullets effortlessly. With a soft pop, Goku crushes the 9mm rounds in his palm, glaring coldly at Lanchi, and gestures toward Master Roshi, who is slowly rising, saying, "Don't say I didn't warn you. That old man you just shot is stronger than I am. Do you really think you can act as you please just because you're a bandit? Fine. How about this?" Realizing her firearms are ineffective, Lanchi pulls out a rocket launcher and fires it at Goku. Whoosh, the rocket, trailing brilliant flames, spins through the air before hurtling toward Goku's head. Goku, momentarily stunned, manages to tilt backward at a sharp angle, narrowly avoiding the missile. With a swift motion, he kicks the rocket launcher from Launchi's grasp, causing her to stumble, but she attempts to resist, only to have her wrist seized by Goku. What? What are you doing? Launchi's expression turns fearful as she realizes his strength and kicks out with her long leg. Goku sidesteps, amusement glinting in his eyes as he casually states, "I'm an advocate of gender equality, so I have no reservations about striking a woman." With a resounding smack, Goku delivers a blow to Launchi's head, causing her to stagger, her forehead turning red. "Don't underestimate me, foolish man," she retorts, her expression a mixture of defiance and pain, one hand clutching her forehead, tears glistening in her eyes, while the other reveals a metallic object. Recognizing it, Goku realizes it must be the pin of a grenade. No way. When did this happen? He suddenly notices a grenade attached to his wristband. Boom. The explosion reverberates, sending dust swirling. Goku feels as if he has been struck by a firecracker from his childhood. But the sound resonates in his ears, he emerges unscathed. "Are we done here?" He sighs, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Launchi huffs, pulling out a handgun from seemingly nowhere. But the next moment, something sears past his ear, singeing several strands of her golden hair. Boom. A colossal wave rises along the coastline of Kame Island. Goku raises his hand towards Launchi, his tone deceptively forgiving. "You may leave. I want to harm a woman." At his words, Launchi trembles and collapses to the ground. The girl gazes at Goku, bewildered by his immense power. "Not leaving? Do you wish to stay and do my laundry and cooking?" Goku remarks coolly, knowing that a soft approach won't work with a woman like her. Launchi's face flushes crimson, and she stammers, I. Just as she begins to speak, the wind rustles her hair, and she suddenly sneezes. Achoo. Huh? Goku blinks in surprise as the girl's hair turns blue in an instant. Her personality switched. I recall that as part of her character design, she's reverted to her normal state. Ugh. What is happening? My head hurts. My backside hurts too. Why are you treating me like this? Blue-haired Launchi whines, clutching her forehead, cheeks, and behind, bursting into tears. Seeing her sob uncontrollably causes Goku some distress. No. Please, I can't stand to see women cry. Oh dear, Goku, you really are something. The first thing you do upon arrival is make a girl cry. You must be destined to be a sinful man, Master Roshi remarks, emerging from the cabin, followed by a little monk, his future ally Krillin, if he recalls correctly. Perhaps in this timeline, he could persuade Krillin to be like a son to him. Goku strokes his chin, contemplating how to guide the boy subtly. Interestingly, both Master Roshi and Krillin are dressed in matching black silk camisoles like Launchi's. Hello, my name is Krillin. The little monk bows to Goku. Oh, what a polite young lad. Here, Uncle Goku has some treats for you. Goku smiles, producing some snacks from his inventory for Krillin. The boy, feeling awkward at being called out, accepts the snacks in a daze. Little girl, are you alright? Would you like to sit inside for a while? Master Roshi kindly inquires. Observing Launchi's delicate demeanor and attire, his mouth nearly watering with desire. No, you're all bad people. Wah. Launchi cries louder, throwing sand at Master Roshi. It's a misunderstanding. I truly just wish to help you. Master Roshi coughs, his expression turning serious. Goku, Krillin, come over here and think of a solution. Yes. They reply in unison, rushing to his side. Krillin makes silly faces, trying to cheer Launchi up, but she refuses to look at him, only weeping into her hands. Goku, stroking his chin, retrieves a senzu bean from his inventory, breaks it in half, and pops it into Launchi's mouth. Launchi pauses, instinctively chewing. Suddenly, her headache vanishes, her fatigue dissipates, and she feels invigorated. To be continued. Chapter 18. The ordinary Launchi. If the system functions were still operational at that moment, Goku would surely hear. Ding. Launchi's affection level 20. Current affection level 25. Evaluation. The other party has begun to develop feelings for you. What on earth is happening? The blue-haired Launchi stood up, gazing blankly at the crowd. Could it be that the legendary fairy beans were used just now? Master Roshi leaned towards Goku and inquired. Indeed, Grandpa. Goku chuckled, scratching his head. Thank you, charming young man. Launchi laughed joyfully, sincerely thanking Goku as she grasped his hand. This stark contrast initially made him somewhat cautious, but he soon relaxed. Goku recalled the Dragon Ball animations from his childhood, where the blue-haired Launchi was beautiful, kind-hearted, and pure of spirit. She was the white moonlight in his early years. That injury on your hand, could it be the result of the other me? Lan Shi suddenly noticed the charred wound on Goku's left palm, with black powder and traces of blood clinging to it, prompting her to worry and feel guilty. It's nothing. Just a minor scrape. That won't do. If left untreated, it could easily become infected. The blue-haired girl asserted, returning to the small house to rummage through the medical kit. Suddenly, Master Roshi leaned in beside Goku and teased, "So what do you think? Isn't Lan Shi quite alluring?" Goku responded with a knowing expression that any man would understand. Meanwhile, Krillin, though still a child and lacking such desires, was becoming aware of the situation. Miss Lan Shi may have a youthful appearance, but her figure is decidedly that of an adult. By the way, how did you manage to bring her here? Goku asked, puzzled, causing Krillin to immediately wear a forlorn expression. He promptly recounted the reason, while Master Roshi pretended not to hear. The reason was that when Krillin came to learn martial arts, the old turtle demanded he bring back a beautiful girl before he could begin his training. Subsequently, Krillin ventured abroad, where he encountered the golden-haired Lan Shi at a police blockade. After over 2 months of escape, he finally returned to Turtle Island. Recalling these events, Krillin was filled with emotion. In that situation, he had to guard against both the golden-haired Lan Shi and pursuers. Fortunately, Lan Shi had switched to her kind personality, allowing him to bring her back to Turtle Island as he wished. "Goku, please come over here." From a distance, Lan Shi beckoned, inviting Goku to sit at the steps of the entrance. Goku quickly complied, and they shared laughter. Lan Shi blushing as she bandaged his hand while her small hands brushed against him. Master Roshi and Krillin exchanged glances, then turned away and entered the house. "What is going on?" Lan Shi asked, puzzled. "Perhaps it's because Lan Shi is just too adorable. I monopolize you alone, making it easy to incite jealousy," Goku candidly stated, prompting Lan Shi to lightly punch him, shyly exclaiming, "Oh, you think I'm cute? Is that true?" Yes, it truly is inside the room. The master and disciple began to feel indignant upon hearing this exchange. However, Goku, adept in social manners, soon took Lan Shi back inside to mingle with everyone. After years of navigating society, he understood the importance of human connections. During their conversation, he discovered that Lan Shi had been living there for a while and seemed to regard Master Roshi as her grandfather and Krillin as her younger brother. That evening, due to the small size of the house, despite having 2 stories, there were only 2 bedrooms. Master Roshi proposed that he and Goku share a room while Lan Shi and young Krillin would share another. After dinner, they soon prepared for rest. "Lucky you, kid." Goku watched the tiny Krillin yawning as he ascended the stairs, then turned to Master Roshi, suggesting he would sleep in the living room. "I'm terribly sorry, Goku, but if you and Lan Shi were to be a couple..." "Huh? What?" Goku exclaimed, surprised, turning his head. "Oh, it's nothing." The old turtle chuckled. Shutting the door to the main bedroom, Goku quickly lay down, reflecting on how he had always been accompanied by Bulma, feeling somewhat out of place at first. "Goku, what's wrong? Can't sleep?" Lan Shi questioned, emerging from the bathroom, seemingly having just brushed her teeth. I was thinking about my girlfriend." "Huh? Goku actually has a girlfriend? Well, it is strange for someone like you not to have one." "That's a fair point. My past interpersonal relationships were quite chaotic. But that was merely an adult game, not to be taken seriously." Goku believed he genuinely loved Bulma, having never experienced such sincere feelings in his previous life. Thus he cherished it deeply. At that moment, "What would your girlfriend be doing?" Lan Shi asked, kneeling beside Goku, her head resting on his shoulder. At this time, she would use my arm as a pillow, and we would chat together." "Chatting? What do you usually talk about?" Lan Shi inquired, her head suddenly resting against him. Hey, Miss Lan Shi, do you realize what you're doing right now?" Goku was somewhat taken aback, but as he gazed at the girl's pure, flawless face, he felt a twinge of self-consciousness. Does she not realize how forward this is? It seemed she had no ulterior motives, merely leaning in instinctively, akin to a little rabbit offering its neck to the big bad wolf. Miss Lan Shi, do you wish to sleep beside me tonight?" "Not at all." "Why do you ask?" Lan Shi tilted her head in confusion. "But we are already sleeping together, aren't we?" Huh? The girl finally realized. Her face flushed with embarrassment, the intense sense of shame causing her to curl up, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. "And no, is that not allowed?" After a long pause, she finally mustered the courage to ask, trembling. "Of course not. As friends, it's perfectly fine for us to chat together." Goku shook his head on the surface but was internally elated, finding her adorable reaction amusing. "Oh, yes, chatting. Just chatting, right?" Lan Shi nodded. Yet she felt an inexplicable emptiness within. Goku immediately inquired about her past. From Lan Chi, he learned she was born into a happy family. But due to her dual personalities, she could not share memories, leading her to wander alone. Because of the other self's influence, the bounty on her head continually increased, ultimately resulting in her life of constant flight. What a girl with a tumultuous fate, Goku reflected, and upon regaining focus, he noticed Lan Chi had fallen asleep beside him. Seizing the opportunity, he embraced her as if she were Bulma and closed his eyes. Sorry, Tenshinhan. QQ. At the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company, that night, Bulma was anxiously pacing with Goku's phone in hand, deciding to fly to Turtle Island the next day to deliver the communicator to that dog of a man. To be continued, Chapter 19. Shao. On the following morning, Wukong awoke in a daze, only to find Lanky transformed with golden hair. Her face flushed as she held a gun to his head. What did you do to me last night? Why are we in bed together? The golden-haired Lanky demanded, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Has her personality switched? Wukong, already irritable from being roused, crushed the gun into shards and commanded Lanky to kneel. Hey, foolish woman, do you not comprehend the situation? Are you oblivious to your current predicament? To his surprise, the golden-haired Lanky became subdued, turning her head away with a pout. I just wanted to know the outcome. Who understands your ulterior motives? We slept together. Don't you realize that? What? Are you saying that another version of me has already been with you? The golden-haired Lanky blinked in astonishment, then unexpectedly broke into a proud smile. Audacious. Truly worthy of me. Indeed, your man is hungry. As your boyfriend, shouldn't you do something about it? I understand now. I'll go make you breakfast. The golden-haired Lanky displayed an expression of exasperation before heading to the kitchen. Before long, the aroma wafting from the kitchen roused Master Roshi and Krillin, who peeked into the living room and recoiled in horror upon seeing the golden-haired woman cooking. What? Master Roshi stuttered, pointing at Lanky in the kitchen. Rest assured, old man, it should be fine, Wukong assured as he sat on the bed. Only for the kitchen to catch fire moments later. Ultimately, Wukong resolved the breakfast dilemma using the food from his inventory, while the golden-haired Lanky sneezed amidst the smoke and reverted to her kind personality. After the breakfast mishap, Master Roshi took Krillin to deliver milk. Wukong wished to join but was declined by Old Turtle. Wait a moment, Wukong. Krillin has already met my task criteria, which is why he trains with me. If you want to do the same, go find a beautiful girl to accompany you. Hey, that is not fair. I went through great lengths to bring Lanky back. Krillin protested. Isn't it just delivering milk? I could train by myself. Wukong found it dull and recalled similar scenes from the anime. But finding a beautiful girl would undoubtedly be more interesting. How about I bring Chi-Chi along? Wukong asked with a grin. That girl is not suitable. Master Roshi replied disparagingly, not wishing to encounter another Saiyan-human hybrid. What about Bulma? I'll think about it. Master Potato, let us set off. We shouldn't waste any more time here. Yes, you're right. With that, the two hurriedly left Kame House. Be careful on the road. Lanky waved goodbye to her grandfather and brother, now donning a maid outfit. Wukong glanced at Lanky, who suddenly lowered her head shyly. Calm down. If I get caught, I might be expelled from the dojo. Wukong resolved to complete the task first. Just as they were about to depart, Lanky called out to Wukong. Wukong, I made you a bento. Eat it on the way. Thank you. Wukong accepted the lunchbox, only to be startled when Lanky unexpectedly kissed him on the cheek. Make sure to eat it. After her bold act, she shyly dashed back to the small house. Wukong touched his cheek, suddenly feeling a jolt. Oh dear. He had always been the one pursuing girls, but today, a girl had pursued him. Upon departing from Kame House, Wukong first visited the Western City. He arrived at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, only to learn from the briefs that Bulma had left early that morning. Sensing her energy, he discovered she was piloting a plane over the sea. Oh no, the two girls are about to collide. He immediately teleported to Bulma's side. Bulma, startled in the cockpit, soon beamed with joy upon seeing him. Wukong, I missed you so much. After a day apart, they embraced affectionately. Once they had their fill of intimacy, Bulma promptly reported the progress of the gravity chamber. She had marked several locations on a map, as the chamber required specific materials for experiments, and she hoped Wukong could collect some when he had the chance. Wukong nodded in agreement. And after parting ways with Bulma at the Capsule Corporation, he headed to Fire Mountain. Originally intending to check on Chi-Chi, he unexpectedly spotted a slender figure in a cloak working on an off-road vehicle in a desolate area. Damn, what bad luck. The girl kicked the vehicle, leaning into the shadows, displaying a hint of despondence. Am I going to die here? Recognizing the raspy voice, Wukong immediately identified her. Isn't she the girl in military attire who was with Pilaf? I believe she is Trunks' girlfriend in the future. What was her name again? With that thought, he flew over. Hey, what are you doing here? Wukong inquired from his Nimbus cloud. Upon hearing his voice, the girl looked up, her expression shifting to one of terror. Why you here to kill me? Yes. What will you do next? Humph. The girl pulled out a gun and fired. Bang, bang, bang. After a barrage of shots, she watched in disbelief as Wukong caught the bullets with one hand, realization dawning in her eyes. It wasn't a dream after all. She knelt down, her gaze hollow as she muttered to herself. Hey, I experienced quite a defeat that day. You did well to injure me, Pilaf's gang. Wukong stepped closer, gripping her collar. What is your name? I'm Xiaowu. Xiaowu, is it? In retrospect, it was too lenient of me to kill you back then. Now, you shall spend the remainder of your life repaying the debt you owe me. What do you intend to do? Do you know Yamcha? I used a certain method to brainwash him. If you do not wish to become my puppet, you would best comply with my instructions. TCH. Xiaowu bit her lip, tears streaming down her cheeks. She instinctively began to loosen her clothing, but was stopped by Wukong. What are you doing? Isn't this what you wanted? Foolish woman, do you think I actually have an interest in you? Take a good look at yourself. Eh? Stunned by such humiliation, Xiaowu finally reacted. Indeed, her days of wandering the desert had taken a toll. Her skin appeared sallow and dry, especially after running out of water and having her vehicle break down. Then, what do you want? I will take you to a place for labor reform. I understand. Xiaowu nodded, a flicker of relief blooming within her. It was a joy to be alive. Chapter 20. The Essence of the Turtle School. In the afternoon, Goku returned to Turtle Island with Little Dance. You want me to be your maid here? Little Dance displayed an expression of profound embarrassment. Indeed, this is your punishment, Goku replied nonchalantly. Upon entering the cottage and explaining the situation to Launch, the girl appeared exceedingly pleased and promptly dressed Little Dance in a maid outfit. Perhaps noticing Little Dance's previous lack of vitality, Goku had given her half a sense of being, and now her former condition had visibly improved. Presently, Little Dance resembled a strikingly beautiful girl from a romantic anime, exuding an air of aloof elegance with her long black hair. Once adorned in the maid outfit, her bashful yet reproachful gaze added an extra layer of charm. Standing alongside Launch, they resembled a pair of blossoming twin flowers, leaving Goku momentarily speechless. One could say that Trunks indeed had an eye for beauty. Do you find her attractive? Launch inquired playfully, holding Little Dance's hand and striking a pose, despite Little Dance's body still being somewhat stiff. Goku nodded, just as Master Roshi returned, dragging a weary Krillin behind him. Oh, is this the lovely lady Goku has brought back? Greetings, I am Master Roshi. He chuckled while making a peace sign. Krillin, panting heavily on the ground, clearly had a strenuous training session that day. So, does this mean I have completed the task? Goku asked, his hands behind his head. Yes, indeed. Starting tomorrow, I shall impart to you the true essence of the Turtle School, Master Roshi said with a chuckle, a mysterious glint in his eyes. As night fell, sleeping arrangements were once again allocated. Launch and Little Dance shared a room, while Krillin and Master Roshi occupied another, with Goku opting to sleep in the living room. That evening, Goku engaged in a lengthy phone call with Bulma, lasting 2 to 3 hours. His young girlfriend expressed a keen interest in such conversations, insisting they should do it more often, which left Goku feeling slightly uneasy. Thus he decided to leave the phone at home. The following morning commenced with the usual milk delivery task. This time, Master Roshi chose to bring Goku along. But unlike Krillin, he had prepared particularly heavy clothing for Goku. After weighing it, Goku estimated it to be several hundred pounds. Subsequently, they traversed the sea and crossed the Tian Shan Mountains, visiting various cities. By midday, Goku finally began to feel some fatigue, though it was hardly significant. Throughout these days, he absorbed numerous teachings from Master Roshi, discovering that the essence of the Turtle School lay in conserving one's internal energy and unleashing it in an instant when needed. Through examining his attribute panel, Goku noted a substantial fluctuation in his combat power. ID, Kakarot Age, 18 Combat Power, 111 313. A. Stamina, 100 Chi, 73 Attributes, Strength, A. Defense, A. Chi Capacity, A. Agility, B. Additional Attributes, Perception, E. Charm. F. Is this the essence? One can actively lower combat power to relax the body. Master Roshi, despite appearing as a frail old man, can transform into a muscular giant when he unleashes his true power. His understanding of the Turtle School's chi manipulation is undoubtedly at a masterful level, Goku mused, contemplating the flow of his internal energy. It resembled the turtle breathing technique from martial arts, allowing one to conceal their strength and appear unremarkable while serving as an exquisite strategy for underestimating one's true capabilities. Additionally, it greatly enhanced his control over his energy, allowing him to elevate his power at a moment's notice. A month later, Goku could clearly sense the steady rise in his combat power. Even when night fell and Krillin and Master Roshi returned home, Goku remained on the mountain training. Part of the reason was his desire to collect materials for Bulma. And he also felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough in his chi manipulation technique. I'm so tired. By evening, feeling the energy within him deplete, Goku discarded the heavy garments and collapsed onto the ground. He then opened his attribute panel, ID, Scum Age, 18 Combat Power, 9412, S Stamina, 100 Chi, 0 Attributes, Strength, BA Defense, AS Chi Capacity, AS Agility, BA Additional Attributes, Perception, E Charm, F Skills, Turtle School Chi Manipulation, Beginner Intermediate. Upon viewing such a panel, Goku smiled. He had now completely surpassed Master Roshi and was capable of matching Piccolo in strength. All right, after eating here, let us head home. Goku then ignited a campfire on the spot and enjoyed a Scion nutrient meal. Moments later, he used instant transmission to return to Turtle Island. It was now past 9 in the evening, and the inhabitants of Turtle Island had a habit of retiring early, so everyone had already returned to their rooms to rest. However, Launch remained quietly seated at the dining table, her meal set aside for herself. Since that parting kiss, the relationship between Goku and Launch had gradually taken on a more intimate tone. At times, Goku would take the blonde-haired Launch out for a drive, while he would stay home with the blue-haired Launch to learn cooking. Even Krillin remarked that they resembled a young couple. Didn't I say I wouldn't be home for dinner today? Goku asked, puzzled. At this, Launch seemed to awaken from her reverie, as if she had just dozed off. Ah, welcome back, she said, rising to pull out a chair for Goku. I thought the food from outside might lack nutrition, so I made something special for you. Thank you, Launch. Goku felt a sense of warmth akin to returning home. To be honest, he had a similar feeling when he was with Bulma. The only difference was that Launch did not have systematic, and this experience of romance was incredibly fulfilling. Giggle Goku. How was training today? Would you like to eat first, or take a bath? Or perhaps, eat you first? Goku instinctively pulled Launch into his embrace, and the two began to share an intimate moment. No, there are still people in the house. At the height of their passion, the blue-haired Launch suddenly regained her senses. Goku too felt his actions were becoming overly bold, prompting him to summon the flying Nimbus, whisking Launch into the skies, where they indulged in a scene reminiscent of a heavenly bed beneath the stars. Nimbus, I am no longer pure. The next morning, Little Dance awoke to find no signs of activity on Launch's bed. Descending the stairs, she was immediately greeted by the delightful aromas wafting from the kitchen. I'm sorry. I overslept. I was supposed to make breakfast today. Upon entering the kitchen, she felt a pang of guilt as she saw Launch preparing breakfast. It's all right. Having it this way occasionally is quite nice, Launch replied, her smile radiant, momentarily captivating Little Dance. Did you become more beautiful, Sister Launch? Really? Hee. Thank you. In the living room, Master Roshi fixed his gaze on Goku and slowly spoke. What is going on here? Huh? What? Goku replied, distracted as he changed the channel on the television. I asked you what is happening. Don't you already have Bulma? How enviable. So enviable. Master Roshi flopped onto the ground, throwing a fit like a child. End of chapter. Please urge for updates and leave reviews. Chapter 21. The true victor time swiftly passed, and 2 months had flown by. During this period, Wukong expanded the small island and constructed a seaside villa for the residents. Who would have thought you had such wealth? Master Roshi remarked, stroking his beard, his face alight with joy. Lan Shi and Xiao Wu cheered exuberantly, for the villa boasted hot springs and numerous luxurious amenities, rendering the atmosphere of Kame House nearly akin to a perpetual vacation. Concurrently, he diligently pursued new skills, such as the Afterimage Fist, Solar Fist, and the legendary Universal Shock Palm. Moreover, to safeguard against future formidable foes, Wukong took the initiative to learn the magic Sealing Wave. Currently, he was collaborating with Krillin to study the Chi Yuan Slash. Wukong, I've just barely grasped the Kamehameha Wave, and the Chi Yuan Slash is entirely beyond my comprehension. Krillin expressed, feeling somewhat exasperated. Although Wukong treated him well, Krillin couldn't shake the feeling that Wukong viewed him as a son. Over the past few days, he had noticed Wukong bringing back a pile of adult magazines, clearly intended to entice Master Roshi. Furthermore, Wukong's learning speed was astonishing. He mastered a new skill in mere days, which only heightened Krillin's pressure. It was indeed a challenge to balance ambition with capability. Wukong nodded, then faced the rocky coastline and shouted, "Chi Yuan slash!" A powerful aura coalesced in Wukong's palm, swirling and accelerating as he forcefully swung his arm, launching the Chi Yuan slash outward. With a resounding boom, the rocks exploded, yet the result remained unsatisfactory. Wukong sighed inwardly. He had learned previous techniques in just a few days, but the Chi Yuan slash proved to be exceptionally difficult to master, leaving him somewhat disheartened. What he desired was simply for the option of the Chi Yuan slash to appear in his skill list. Beside him, Krillin appeared momentarily stunned, as if struck by a revelation. Perhaps, he thought, the key to maximizing its lethality lay in condensing the Chi into a tangible form through rapid rotation. The crux of the matter was mastering the compression of Chi, potentially requiring the level of mastery akin to that of Master Mateto. Upon hearing this, Wukong stroked his chin. So, I must elevate the Kamehameha wave to a higher tier? It seems I must dedicate myself to further training. However, it may also be time to visit Karen Tower and procure a few jars of super divine water and some senza beans. With that thought, Wukong opened his attribute panel, ID, Scoundrel Rot Age, 18 Combat Power, 9417, SS Stamina, 100 Chi, 89 Attributes, Strength, AS Defense, SSS Chi Capacity, SSS Agility. AS Additional Attributes, Perception, E-Charm, F Skills, 1. Scoundrel Combat, Beginner, 2. Kamehameha Wave, Intermediate, 3. Instant Transmission, 4. Kamehameha, 5. Magic Sealing Wave, 6. Universal Shock Palm, 7. Afterimage Fist Items, 1. Golden Staff, 2. Scion Beginner Nutrition Pack 12, 3. Black Martial Arts Uniform, 4. Capsule Corporation Series Capsules, 5. Kamehameha Martial Arts Uniform, Equipped, 6. Scion Intermediate Business Package. As the World Martial Arts Tournament approached, Wukong felt little inclination to participate. This year's championship would likely culminate in a match between himself and Master Roshi, with whom he had sparred frequently. In terms of combat prowess, if Master Roshi remained calm, he would likely struggle to withstand even 10 rounds against Wukong, especially under Wukong's weighted condition. Departing from Kame House, Wukong journeyed to a forested area in the eastern continent. Soon, he discovered the towering Karen Tower within a primitive tribe. He refrained from disturbing the locals, instead stepping onto the tower's base and ascending directly. The pinnacle of the tower housed a small spire, the residence of Master Karen. True to the anime, Master Karen was a small white cat wielding a cane. After giving him a thorough beating, Wukong utilized his authority to brainwash him, acquiring a substantial supply of senza beans and a small amount of super divine water. Excellent. Now I have both restorative and toxic substances, Wukong said with a satisfied smile. It was fortunate to gather these items at this juncture, lest they fall into the hands of some chubby fellow. He turned to the injured Master Karen. The cultivation of senza beans and the brewing of super divine water will now be your responsibility. Master Karen respectfully saluted and replied, "As you command, meow." Next, Wukong instantaneously transmitted to the divine temple. He quickly discerned that the divine aura was challenging to sense, indeed different from that of mortals. It was only upon reaching the apex of Karen Tower, in close proximity to the heavenly temple, that he was able to achieve this. At the temple, the floor was laid with pristine white marble, and at its center stood a luxurious palace topped with a golden roof. Surrounding it were evergreens and peculiar trees with circular clusters of leaves, seemingly unique to Namek. Upon arriving at the temple, Wukong noticed Mr. Popo, whose skin was as dark as oil, staring blankly at him, momentarily taken aback. He was there to inquire about the petrification of the Dragon Balls, suspecting that something had gone awry with Shenron. He also hoped to establish a connection to learn from King Kai for a while. Was that the aura I sensed earlier? Wukong thought, feeling a twinge of wariness, for he knew he was unlikely to prevail against Popo at this moment. "Hello, I am Sun Wukong. I come seeking counsel from the Heavenly Master," Wukong stated, presenting a bell he had pilfered from Master Karen. "Apologies, but the Heavenly Master is not meeting with anyone at present. Please leave," Popo replied, casually brandishing his hand. Wukong felt a powerful gust of wind as Popo unleashed an attack, yet he narrowly evaded it using the afterimage fist. So formidable. Wukong gritted his teeth, feeling immense pressure as he struggled to gauge Popo's strength, which only heightened his apprehension. Seeing that Wukong did not retreat, Popo left an afterimage in place and launched another assault. What must I do to gain an audience with the Heavenly Master? Wukong bellowed. Popo remained silent, continuing his relentless onslaught. Despite Wukong's utmost defense, he still suffered hits. Damn it, if I don't show him my true strength, this will never work. With a resounding crash, Wukong executed a precise kick, striking Popo below the belt with a move that guaranteed a hit. Yet, Popo's expression remained unfazed. Wukong was astonished, only to be struck by a powerful punch. He attempted to block with his elbow, but the sheer force sent him hurtling backward. What incredible strength! Wukong grimaced, feeling a sharp pain in his elbow, likely dislocated. He observed the slowly advancing figure of the dark-hued giant, his heart sinking. Crack! Wukong quickly repositioned his arm, then clasped his hands together, beginning to chant. Kamehameha, the azure energy gathered, compressed, and solidified within his palms. Popo, meanwhile, stood calmly, hands behind his back, exuding an air of mystery. With a cold smile, Wukong executed an instant transmission, appearing right in front of Mr. Popo, Kamehameha, at such close range. Popo had nowhere to escape. He was directly struck by Wukong's Kamehameha. Boom. Popo was sent flying, clearly taken aback by Wukong's capabilities. He collapsed, his dark skin flat against the ground, motionless. Wukong glanced back at Popo before striding toward the temple. But in the next moment, a black fist came crashing toward his face. Wukong barely dodged, yet still felt the impact on his body. TCH. Wukong continued to evade by sidestepping, only to be sent flying by a powerful kick that knocked the breath from his chest. He fell heavily, propping himself up with one hand, and soon heard a deep voice emanating from within the temple. The answers you seek will only be revealed after you defeat Demon King Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Wukong understood the deity's intent and clasped his hands together in respect, saying, I understand. Farewell. In the next moment, he utilized instant transmission to return to Kame House. Truly formidable, he thought, wincing in pain upon his return. Upon entering the villa, he discovered that only Xiaowu was at home. Teacher Wu Tian and Krillin have already gone to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. They have also registered you, Master, so do remember to attend, she informed him. Dressed in a maid outfit. Noticing Wukong's injuries, she promptly fetched the medical kit. Allow me to tend to your wounds. Hearing this, Wukong reclined on the sofa, quietly watching as Xiaowu attended to his injuries. In recent days, the young girl had seemingly accepted her fate, engaging in maid duties here, all for the sake of atonement for the unforgivable sins she had committed against her master, leaving her unable to resist, difficult to oppose. Often, she would witness her master with Miss Lanchi engaging in unspeakable acts, rendering her in a state of despair. Fortunately, no one troubled her here, and a fulfilling life brought her a semblance of happiness, though she occasionally felt neglected. What are you thinking? At that moment, her master spoke softly from the sofa. Startled, Xiaowu's hand trembled, causing the bandage to roll off and fall to the floor. And nothing, I apologize. She hurriedly bent down to gather it. Then she sensed her master rise, his powerful arm seizing her wrist. Eh? Her face flushed with confusion as memories of a similar scenario from Master Roshi's comic came rushing back. Even if it's a pretense, you've performed admirably during this time, and I am quite satisfied. After a moment's thought, her master continued, I shall grant you a brief holiday. You need not remain here every day. However, he gently cupped her chin, his fingers brushing against her soft, delicate lips. Do not forget your place. Until your sins are atoned for, you are merely my possession. With that, he released Xiaowu and strode into the bathroom. The maid stood in the living room, torn and troubled, seemingly lost in a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts, her long legs trembling involuntarily. After spending a night on Kame House, Wukong awoke early and nudged Xiaowu to prepare breakfast. Although the system's taskbar no longer displayed daily quests, Wukong had long since adapted to the routine established over 8 years in the Spirit House. After completing his weight training and enjoying the breakfast prepared by Xiaowu, he decided to take the maid with him to the World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon arriving on the Nimbus Cloud, Wukong activated his communicator, only to find a plethora of missed calls, most from Lanchi and Bulma. After carefully reading their messages, he felt a headache coming on. It seemed the two women had caught wind of something and were about to confront him. Reaching the venue of the tournament, which was bustling with an overwhelming crowd for the preliminary rounds, Wukong was fortunate enough to spot Krillin and the others just as they arrived at the entrance. Lanchi stood by Master Roshi, holding an umbrella for her grandfather, while Bulma pouted, clearly in a foul mood. Suddenly, upon seeing Wukong, the young woman rushed toward him. Wukong, Wukong instinctively embraced her and spun around. What is it, dear? Bulma buried her face in Wukong's chest, tears welling in her eyes as she pointed at Lan Qi, asking, Have you abandoned me? Is she your new girlfriend? At this, Lan Qi fell silent, lowering her head. The group turned their gazes toward them, and Master Roshi, seizing the moment, pulled out a large watermelon to slice and share with everyone. Why? How did it come to this? Had I known it would turn out like this, I should never have agreed to train with you. I have been trying so hard for you lately, but why? Bulma wept heartbrokenly. Wukong sighed deeply, then tightened his embrace around Bulma before kissing her passionately in front of everyone. Ugh! The young girl's eyes widened in surprise. I apologize, dear, for making you sad. This will never happen again, Wukong assured her earnestly. Bulma gazed at him dreamily. So what you mean is, rest assured, Bulma, I will never allow you to feel uneasy. I will ensure your happiness. The same applies to Lan Qi. Eh? Bulma was momentarily stunned, and Lan Qi's umbrella fell to the ground. I'm sorry, you both are my wings. Wukong smiled brightly and, without waiting for the others to react, swiftly approached Lan Qi, wrapping his arms around her waist and kissing her deeply. No kissing, Bulma protested, playfully hitting Wukong's chest. Come with us, Lan Qi. Yes. The blue-haired Lan Qi leaned her head on Wukong's shoulder, a smile gracing her face as tears brimmed in her eyes. I'm sorry, Grandpa, but it seems I won't be able to participate in this tournament. I have much to discuss with them. Wukong waved goodbye to Master Roshi, who nodded in understanding, mumbling, How enviable. I'm off now, Krillin. Be sure to train well. Krillin watched in a daze as Wukong embraced the two women and took flight. Oh, yes. Wukong, wait. Don't leave me behind. Xiaowu, realizing what was happening, dashed forward, wrapping her arms around Wukong's waist. As Wukong soared into the sky, he glanced down at the crowd below, then pointed his sword-like finger to his forehead while holding Bulma close. Farewell, Master Roshi. Farewell, little Krillin. Farewell, World Martial Arts Tournament. In the next instant, he activated instant transmission, whisking the three women away from the venue. Thus, the tale of this year's martial arts tournament gave rise to an astonishing rumor. The false victor had claimed a prize of 500,000, while the true champion was enjoying a honeymoon with three lovely wives. Chapter 22. 3 years Wukong returned to Baozi Mountain with his three companions. As this place had previously been lavishly decorated and offered a serene, isolated environment, over the past few days, Bulma had been brooding, engrossed in her work on the tenfold gravity chamber, refusing to acknowledge Wukong while simultaneously forbidding him from getting close to others. However, Lan Qi and Xiaowu maintained a harmonious relationship, reminiscent of their days on Turtle Island. A month later, a single sneeze from Lan Qi ignited a dramatic confrontation. What? You expect us to share a husband? What kind of nonsense is that? Can't I satisfy you alone? Even if I adore you, I cannot accept such an arrangement. Lan Qi's golden locks framed a face filled with disappointment. Wukong pondered that although her other persona remained silent, there must be some unresolved feelings within her. Surprisingly, instead of causing a scene, she left without a moment's hesitation. What a strong-willed woman. Wukong did not stop her, astonished that it was Lan Qi who left first, rather than Bulma, who had similar reasons in the original story. Meanwhile, Miss Bulma remained silent for a long time before finally embracing Wukong, urging him to focus solely on her. Wukong, let us prepare for marriage. I no longer wish to wait. This left Wukong in a quandary, for he could not forsake a forest for a single tree, especially after having traversed worlds. I'm sorry, Bulma. Soon, a formidable enemy will approach, and I must be prepared. The wedding can wait. Yes, I understand, Bulma replied obediently. Wukong held the girl in his arms, feeling a pang of sympathy for her, as she was so infatuated with him. Honestly, he did not wish to exercise his authority to alter those around him, for that would strip life of its meaning. Perhaps it is time to resort to that plan. A week later, Wukong sought out Lan Qi again, discovering she had not ventured far. She had rented a room in a nearby town and set up a telescope to keep watch over Wukong and the others on Baozi Mountain. Thus, his girlfriend had transformed into a voyeur. Wukong easily breached Lan Qi's emotional defenses, engaging in discussions about the distinctions between being a public and a private woman. Although they rekindled their relationship, Lan Qi chose to embark on her own journey, perhaps feeling embarrassed to return. However, this was characteristic of her golden-haired persona. Her blue-haired counterpart was gentle and submissive towards Wukong. I understand, I will return. You too, do not overexert yourself against a powerful opponent. Lan Shi declared as she rode off on her motorcycle at sunset, her pride evident in her tone. "That's good," Yukong replied, having prepared some supplies for her, including various capsules and self-defense weapons. Just before parting, Lan Shi wrapped her arms around Yukong's neck and kissed him deeply, revealing a hint of charm beneath her bold exterior. "Goodbye, my dear. Wait for me at home." With that, Lan Shi departed from Baozi Mountain. Subsequently, Yukong returned home, collaborating with Bulma and others to develop the tenfold gravity chamber. As time passed, Bulma gradually accepted Xiaowu, who affectionately referred to Bulma as Madam. Remarkably, Bulma consented to Xiaowu spending time with her. "Xiaowu is fine, but I will not allow any other women," Bulma declared haughtily, as though this were her utmost concession. She found it peculiar that she could not harbor any animosity towards the dark-haired maid. Eventually, through persistent persuasion, Wukong achieved the bliss of no longer being burdened by royal duties. A year later, the gravity chamber was successfully completed, bringing with it another joyous announcement. Bulma was pregnant. This revelation came during the testing phase of the gravity chamber. Initially, Bulma experienced a loss of appetite and excessive drowsiness, often seeking rest. Sensing something amiss, Wukong took her to a local clinic for a checkup. Upon learning the news, Wukong felt a mix of bewilderment and trepidation, as he had never been a father in his previous life. From then on, Xiaowu assumed the role of caregiver, diligently attending to Bulma. Soon, the briefs arrived, and everyone moved in together, offering mutual support. Despite initial skepticism regarding their daughter's relationship, considering she was involved with a notorious flirt, the briefs soon recognized that their daughter appeared content and happy. This development proved to be a great boon for Wukong, as few fathers-in-law were as accommodating. As spring arrived the following year, Bulma gave birth to a baby girl, whom Wukong named Sunbra. A few months later, Lan Shi returned, also expecting a child. Soon after, Xiaowu followed suit. By the third year, Wukong was now 21 years old, simultaneously the husband of 3 wives and the father of 3 children, Sunbra, Sun Lan, and Sun Ai. Fortunately, all 3 wives had moved past their earlier emotional entanglements, each striving to maintain the family unit. They relocated to a large apartment building near the Universal Capsule Company in the western region. Lan Shi appeared determined to pursue her aspirations. Aside from caring for the children, she decided to end her life as a bandit and opened a restaurant. Xiaowu continued her housekeeping duties, seemingly enjoying her role as a maid. Meanwhile, Bulma embarked on the next phase of her gravity chamber research, often causing Wukong to worry that she was overexerting herself. Most of the time, Bulma was preoccupied with concerns for their children, occasionally shopping at malls or cafes with Lan Shi and Xiaowu, purchasing clothes for the kids. Ultimately, Wukong found himself the most idle member of the household, as the past 3 years had seen him engage in little more than the occasional world-saving endeavor and the swift defeat of the Red Ribbon Army. In his spare time, he trained on King Kai's planet to enhance his abilities. ID, Scoundrel Rod Age, 21 Combat Power, 128 11,000 SSS, Stamina, 100 Chi, 100 Attributes, Strength, SSS Defense, SSS Chi Capacity, SSS Agility, SSS Additional Attributes, Perception, E Charisma, F Skills, 1. Scoundrel Combat Technique, Intermediate, 2. Skydance Technique, Advanced, 3. Instant Transmission, 4. Kamehameha, 5. Kame School Chi Manipulation, Advanced, 6. Universal Shocking Palm, 7. Phantom Fist, 8. Chi Yuan/Authority, Malicious Modification. Notice, current combat power exceeds system observation level. Please upgrade the system promptly, he grumbled. Having undergone rigorous training in the gravity chamber, and with the combination of near-death enhancements and senza beans, Wukong's power soon experienced a significant transformation. Observing her partner's self-destructive training, Bulma inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt, often questioning Wukong. Is it possible that the enemies we face in the future will be unfathomably powerful? Wukong did not provide her with a definitive answer. He merely stated that he would do his utmost to protect them. Prior to the onset of the Z era, Wukong even felt confident in his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. However, to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, he needed to establish connections with the heavenly god and then train under the Kai to master the Kai, Kin, and the Spirit Bomb. Thus, for the past 3 years, he had been gathering intelligence on the Demon King Piccolo, but progress had been elusive. On this particular day, while Wukong was exercising at the foot of the mountain, he suddenly noticed an elderly woman riding a crystal ball approaching him. "You are the fortune teller?" he instinctively inquired. "Indeed," I never expected you to recognize me. The fortune teller replied in a voice as sharp as a crow's caw. As she spoke, the crystal ball beneath her glimmered with a phosphorescent light, and she announced, "The Demon King Piccolo has emerged. He was sealed away by Master Mateto for over 300 years, and today that seal has been broken. Now is the opportune moment to eliminate him." Wukong was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that he had forgotten that Piccolo had been sealed away, which explained why he had been unable to locate him over the years. "Very well. Could you please provide me with his location? I shall go and vanquish him." Wukong shrugged. However, the fortune teller assumed he was jesting and sighed quietly. Young ones are always so impatient. Perhaps a little hardship will teach you humility. Humph. The Demon King resides in the eastern sea of the continent. You must hurry. He may already be plotting against Master Rashi and the others. The fortune teller's eyes widened suddenly, for she witnessed Wukong vanish in an instant, and with her abilities, she could not perceive any anomaly. Upon arriving at Kame House, Wukong entered the seaside villa and found Master Rashi engrossed in a dating simulation game, drooling over the beautiful characters on the screen. By the way, that was a gift Wukong had given him last year. "Oh, Grandpa, how have you been lately?" "Oh, Wukong, you've come. Have you brought me a new game?" Master Rashi exclaimed, eagerly rising from the sofa. "No, I merely came to check on you." "Oh, by the way, it seems the Demon King Piccolo has revived, and I must seek him out." What? Master Rashi's mouth dropped open in shock. Seeing that old turtle was unharmed, Wukong pressed his finger to his forehead, carefully sensing the surrounding energy. Soon, he detected a powerful presence across the island. Its energy was unstable, as if it could extinguish at any moment. "I found him." Wukong opened his eyes, and his figure vanished once more. In a flash, he arrived in a dense forest, where he beheld a hunched Namekian. Both parties froze momentarily upon making eye contact, and the wrinkled visage of the other displayed a look of horror. Who are you?" "Ah, if I am not mistaken, you must be the Demon King Piccolo." Wukong smiled and asked, to which Piccolo's expression darkened significantly. "May I inquire why you have come?" "Nothing much. I am merely here on behalf of the heavenly god to take your life," Wukong replied nonchalantly. "How bold." Piccolo, furious, grinned wickedly and unleashed an energy blast towards Wukong. "Very well, allow me to show you the disparity between us." Wukong shouted, his white aura erupting forth, causing fissures to form in the earth as trees and rocks were sent soaring into the air. The Demon King's energy blast dissipated before it could even reach Wukong's vicinity. Piccolo wailed as the overwhelming battle power forced him to his knees, his form contorting and blood manifesting irregular cracks upon his flesh. On the distant Kame Island, Master Rashi was left stunned by the sheer force, collapsing to the ground. In the forest, creatures from wolves to dragons fell prostrate, trembling as they gazed towards the source of the energy, akin to a nuclear explosion, its power terrifyingly immense. "No, this is impossible, such formidable power. The entire continent trembles," Piccolo exclaimed, shock evident on his face, before he began to cough blood from his wounds. "Prepare to die," Wukong stated coldly, gathering energy for a spirit bomb. And no, the Demon King promptly expelled an ostrich egg into the sky, which Wukong surmised would eventually become the future Piccolo. Clutching his chest in fury, Piccolo glared at Wukong. Without hesitation, Wukong unleashed a powerful blast, obliterating him entirely. With this minor threat neutralized, Wukong felt a sense of relief wash over him. In the ensuing 3 years, he would allow young Piccolo to mature, and when the time came, the girls would care for him, while he would assume the role of caretaker for the boys. With that thought, Wukong instantaneously returned to his apartment in the western city. Welcome back. At home, little Wukong was taking care of 3 children, and upon seeing Wukong's return, she smiled faintly before setting down a towel and preparing tea in the living room. Son Bulla, now over a year old, had already mastered the art of floating and often levitated around the house, causing Wukong to worry that she would struggle to learn to walk later. Daddy. Oi Bulla, did you miss me?" "Daddy's back," Wukong exclaimed as he scooped up his floating daughter, instinctively making a silly face. Bulla giggled in his arms, inadvertently kicking Wukong in the face. "Goodness, I'm glad it's me. An ordinary person would probably be fractured by that kick." Caring for scion infants is truly a challenge. Wukong felt a pang of sympathy for little Wukong, who must have been working hard looking after the children at home. With that thought, he affectionately ruffled little Wukong's hair. Her face flushed, and she tilted her head in confusion. "Darling, you've worked hard these days." "It's nothing. It's all for you, dear master," she replied, snuggling into Wukong's embrace. "Wait a minute, I don't think I've ever done anything to her." Lost in a moment of bliss, Wukong felt a sense of unreality. Suddenly, Bulma emerged from the bedroom, and upon witnessing the scene, she slowly approached to join the embrace. "Darling, I want in too," the young girlfriend pouted, leaning her head in, seeking Wukong's affection. To be continued, Chapter 23, Training on King Kai's planet after spending a few days at home. Goku set forth towards the Divine Temple once more. Upon returning, he was greeted again by Mr. Bobo. Without uttering a word, they immediately engaged in battle. Despite possessing a significant advantage in combat power, the plump little fellow managed to withstand a few blows at first. However, Goku, utilizing his unique skills, swiftly turned the tide of the fight, leaving Bobo battered and bruised. It was evident that during the era of Majin Buu, Bobo could train alongside Gotenks. Yet Goku had long since gauged Bobo's strength to be around 1,000. A thorough beating would suffice. With a series of relentless kicks, the small black figure collapsed, rolling on the ground while howling in distress. Enough. A venerable voice resonated within the temple. The god, bearing a resemblance to the Demon King Piccolo, emerged slowly from the sanctum. "Since you have defeated the Demon King, I shall honor our agreement. Produce the Dragon Balls. I will replenish the power of the dragon." Upon hearing this, Goku nodded and approached the deity. He retrieved the Dragon Balls from his inventory. Over the past 3 years, Goku had successfully gathered them, eagerly awaiting this moment. However, the 7 Dragon Balls had transformed into ordinary stones, having lost their divine essence. It seems the power of the dragon was depleted during the last wish granted. "What wish did you make?" The god gazed at Goku with a solemn expression, his eyes seemingly piercing through to his soul. "I'm afraid I cannot divulge that information." "Is that so?" The god nodded, placing his hand upon the Dragon Balls, then bellowing. An invisible divine force enveloped the 7 orbs, and in the next moment, a radiant golden light emanated from their surfaces, restoring them to their former glory. "Since you have vanquished the Demon King, you have indeed saved the world. I shall grant you a significant gift." The god cast a glance at Goku before calling out to the heavens, "Arise, Shenron." Thunder resounded as a mighty bolt of lightning shot up from above the 7 Dragon Balls. Emerald scales emerged from the brilliance, and the colossal dragon coiled majestically in the sky, exuding an immense aura of power, slowly looking down upon them. "State your wish," Shenron spoke, showing no deference even to his creator standing below. Goku shouted, "Shenron, lift the time limit on my system upgrades." This had been his foremost concern over the past 3 years. Without the system, he dared not indulge recklessly. After a lengthy silence, Shenron finally replied, "I comprehend your wish. Let us proceed." With that, the dragon's eyes glowed red, and the sound of wish fulfillment echoed around them. In the next instant, Shenron's form began to wither. "What?" The god gasped in astonishment, seemingly unprepared for such an outcome. Goku felt a surge of divine energy re-enter his body, merging once again with the system in his mind. Soon, he noticed the silhouette of the system interface's girl becoming increasingly vivid. "Oh wow. It feels like I've awoken from a long slumber. Finally, I can stretch my limbs." A voice emerged beside Goku, and upon looking up, he beheld a silver-haired girl clad in a white robe standing before him. Her head bore horns, and her long, serpentine tail undulated gracefully. Silver locks were styled into twin ponytails, and her pristine white robe billowed around her. Her small face was pure and innocent, even carrying a hint of baby fat. Goku was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly as he stammered, "Who are you?" The horned girl responded with a curious tone, "Master, don't you remember me? I've been taking care of you all along." Before Goku could react, the dragon's weakened voice echoed from above, "Your wish has been granted. We shall meet again." At this, the horned girl smiled and waved, "Oh, you've worked hard this time too." With a whoosh, as Shenron dissipated, the 7 Dragon Balls soared into the sky, bursting forth in a brilliant 7-pointed star. The god stared blankly at Goku, his body trembling involuntarily. "What's wrong?" Goku asked, bewildered. "Why? Do you possess the aura of a superior deity?" "Me?" Goku nodded, and the god prostrated himself, pressing his forehead to the ground. "I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please do not hold it against me." Witnessing this, Goku grew increasingly puzzled. He pointed at the horned girl beside him and asked, "Can't you see her?" "What?" The goddess' expression turned blank. Meanwhile, the horned girl chuckled, leaning closer to Goku's ear, "Master, I am the manifestation of the system. I exist solely for you. Others cannot perceive me." "Ah, I see." Goku nodded, taking a moment to observe the girl closely before calming himself. He reached out to touch her. The horned girl complied, leaning her head closer. Yet Goku found he could not feel her. "I can't touch her," but it seems I can control her at will. In the next instant, with a mere thought, the girl vanished, her form reappearing within his mind. Hey, master, what are you doing? Let me out to play. The girl protested, sounding quite displeased, as if she were trapped in a temporal spirit realm. Ignoring her, Goku focused on adjusting the system's status. This was his first experience wielding such functionality. Yet it felt like a personal power. The system was undeniably his. Indeed, Goku sensed an unusual connection, as though the system were an extension of himself. He could manipulate it freely, toy with it. It seems I could even reformat it. Then, with a flick of his thought, the system interface began to shift, causing the girl's form to blur. Hey. No, I don't want to become a mere collection of data. I finally have a body. Turning back would be. Beep. Bad master. I won't play with you anymore. I'm done with you. Beep. Unable to open the page. Task attributes disabled. Inventory disabled. Beep. This system refuses to associate with you. Humph. The system chimed angrily. I was just experimenting. Goku shrugged, realizing that the system's notifications were merely that, notifications. The reins of control remained firmly in his grasp. But why? Ordinarily, the user's authority should be less than that of the system itself. Why can I manipulate it so easily? Wait, the way she refers to me is not as host but as master. In the next moment, Goku summoned his thoughts again. The manifestation of the system reappeared. Humph. The horned girl pouted, still seemingly upset. Yet this made Goku realize that her existence, though tangible, was ultimately insubstantial. He chose to ignore her and turned his attention back to the god. Lord God, I have a humble request. I hope you can take me to the underworld. I wish to pay a visit to King Kai. I dare not presume to accept such an honor. However, you must understand, I am merely the deity overseeing Earth. Matters of the underworld are beyond my jurisdiction. The path to King Kai's planet must be traversed by you personally. That's fine. Just escort me to the underworld. Goku waved dismissively, indicating that the god need not be so formal. Very well, I apologize for the inconvenience. As he spoke, the deity placed his hand upon Goku's shoulder, and the latter observed his form gradually dissipating. So this is the coordinate of the netherworld? With his mastery of instant transmission, Goku swiftly discerned the method of traversing to the afterlife. He gazed upon the region filled with yellow clouds, momentarily lost in contemplation. From the highest heavens to the deepest hells, I never imagined I would one day find myself here. Goku murmured before soaring into the sky. The dragon-horned girl was taken aback. Her form involuntarily swept along, though she remained indignant. Hold on. We must first report to King Yima. The deity called out to Goku, but his plea went unheeded. Goku continued his flight into the distance without so much as a backward glance. Soon, he discovered the seemingly endless serpent road in the rear courtyard of King Yima's palace. Goku set foot upon the path, recalling the anime's narrative, particularly the segment involving the serpent beauty seeking a husband. Well, perhaps I shall return to investigate at a later juncture. A smile played upon Goku's lips as he focused his intent between his brows, traversing the vast expanse of Serpent Road in his mind's eye, locking onto King Kai's aura. Found it. In an instant, his form vanished, reappearing on a diminutive planet, barely a few hundred cubic meters in size. Goku was taken aback, feeling a sudden heaviness as he slowly stepped onto the planet's grassy surface. An ape-like creature observed Goku, scratching its head before scurrying back to a circular dwelling reminiscent of Patrick Star's abode. Ah, what is it? Bubbles. You say someone has arrived? I shall investigate. Presently, King Kai emerged, clad in a black top, his figure portly, with two cockroach-like antennae protruding from his head. Yo, greetings, King Kai? I am Goku. Goku raised a hand in greeting, while the dragon-horned girl chimed in. I am Sista. The little dragon introduced herself, seemingly revealing her name, though King Kai remained oblivious. Oh, greetings. To what do I owe this unexpected visit? King Kai inquired, his hands clasped behind his back, feigning profound wisdom. Haha, I have a request. Hoping that King Kai will impart his knowledge to me. Upon hearing this, a glint flashed across the lenses of King Kai's sunglasses, and he chuckled. Acquiring my tutelage is no simple feat, unless you can recount a joke that elicits a hearty laugh from me. A joke? Hee, you can tell jokes, and I will teach you my moves. Let me ponder. Goku lowered his head, caressing his chin, before clenching his fists and exclaiming. The blanket has been blown away. Eh? In an instant, King Kai seemed struck by lightning, his body trembling as he clutched his stomach, collapsing to the ground in fits of laughter, just as in the original narrative. Thus, Goku's training on King Kai's planet commenced. 7 days later, Goku, clad in gravity-enhancing attire, sprinted along the orbital path of King Kai's planet, spurred on by the little dragon's cheers. He had briefly returned home to inform his wives of his sojourn before dedicating himself to training on King Kai's planet. Master, the system will no longer issue daily quests. Instead, I will be the one to supervise your timely training. The little dragon chirped, fluttering alongside Goku, waving her flag in encouragement. Initially, Goku felt somewhat vexed, reminiscent of his children at home. However, he gradually acclimated, considering that she was, after all, his system. With the system's functions largely restored, this form was unexpectedly convenient. Furthermore, the system's upgrade brought about changes in the evaluation of character attributes. ID, Scumbag Rota Assessment Level, LV2. Note, this rating is based solely on the current world. To elevate the world level, you must advance the plot. Current world, Level 2. Age, 21. Combat power, 111,800 C. Stamina, 98 Ki. 13 attributes, Strength, C. Defense, C. Key Capacity, C. Agility, D. Additional attributes, Perception, E. Charisma, F. Skills, 1. Scumbag Combat Style, Advanced, 2. Flight, Advanced, 3. Instant Transmission, 4. Kamehameha, 5. Turtle School Key Manipulation, Advanced, Talents, 1. Near-Death Enhancement, 2. Rational Grade A Permissions, Evil Modification. Combat power has increased, not much, but useful. Goku nodded. Incidentally, the store function had returned, as had the lottery function. However, the lottery required the little dragon to expend divine power, and the items traded in the store had been replaced with Dragon Balls produced by her. As for how the Dragon Balls are produced, Master, I am famished. After a while, the little dragon emerged, clamoring for food. Goku promptly produced 2 junior business, watching as the little dragon voraciously devoured them before his eyes. In a mere 7 days, the Kai family's rice, oil, and salt had been consumed by the system's materialized Dragon Girl. Ding! The system is satiated and is projected to produce a Dragon Ball in 7 days. Subsequently, 1 Dragon Ball will be produced every 6 months. Goku sighed before instructing, Alas, Sista, draw a lottery for me. Yes, master. Having eaten her fill, the little dragon began to expend her divine power, her tail rotating like a lottery wheel. Ding! A purple light flashed, revealing an ability enhancement card. Another ability enhancement card. Goku glanced at his inventory, noting that he had drawn purple items for 3 or 4 days now, which brought him a modicum of solace. Immediately, he upgraded the Scumbag Combat Style to its apex. Ding ding! Name, Scumbag Combat Style, Max, Category, Skill Function, Combat Evaluation, a compilation of numerous martial arts, such as Key Blade, Afterimage Technique, Ball-Busting Kick, Crane Pecking Technique, Twin Dragons Play with Pearls, etc., enabling the user to swiftly determine the optimal solution in combat. As the saying goes, mastering 100 techniques allows one to break 10,000 laws. The more proficient one becomes in this style, the more adept one is at discerning the opponent's vulnerabilities. Once unleashed, it is exceedingly insidious and venomous. Even when facing multiple opponents stronger than oneself, one can retreat unscathed. Indeed, upon elevating the Scumbag Combat Style to its pinnacle, Goku's other miscellaneous martial arts were integrated into it. This allowed him to swiftly strike and cripple opponents, even those several times stronger than himself. Much like Mr. Popo, Goku was able to spar with him on equal footing with a mere combat power of 300. After surpassing 10,000, he could simply overpower him, regardless of the opponent's sophisticated techniques. Just do it. Speaking of which, Mr. Popo's injuries have yet to heal, have they? Goku surmised that he would visit him again another day. To be continued. Chapter 24. Elevating the Happiness Index in the second month of training on King Kai's planet. Goku sat quietly on the grass, his formless aura gradually drawing energy towards him. King Kai, with his hands clasped behind his back, watched his proud disciple with evident satisfaction. Here it comes, Goku exclaimed, gathering the collected energy into the palm of his hand. Is this the spirit bomb? Yet it feels somewhat different, observing the surging energy in his palm. He contemplated, as Goku, under the suggestion of the little dragon, had activated the evil modification permission while launching the spirit bomb. Consequently, he quickly discerned a change in his skills. Name, Evil Spirit Bomb Category, Skill Function, Unrestricted absorption of the world's energy, transforming it into a highly destructive energy entity. Evaluation, even the god of destruction would be impressed. Why do I feel like you've been training incorrectly, Goku? King Kai sensed the spirit energy of the small asteroid still being absorbed by the spirit bomb, causing the grass and flowers to wither. Moreover, both Babris, the monkey, and his servant Gearlig appeared to lack vitality. Goku, quickly throw the spirit bomb. Right? Goku immediately hurled the spirit bomb, and to his surprise, he found he could control its direction, locking onto his target at will. Boom. The explosion erupted outside King Kai's planet like a nuclear blast, instantly shattering the ground and uprooting trees. The powerful shockwave obliterated King Kai's dwelling, causing even the small asteroid to shift its orbit. After a considerable time, everyone regained their senses and slowly rose from the devastation. King Kai stood up, gazing at the place he had called home for many years, and then broke down in tears. Goku scratched his head and chuckled. Sorry about that, King Kai. Get back to your place. After being sent back by King Kai, Goku returned home. Having successfully learned the King Kai Fist and Spirit Bomb, his wives, Lan Chi, Bulma, and Xiao Wu, began preparing a sumptuous feast to celebrate the conclusion of his training. The culinary offerings in the Dragon Ball world were plentiful and remarkably delicious. Goku devoured a dinosaur leg, feeling as though his stomach was an endless abyss. No matter how much he ate, he could only feel 8/10 full. The remaining 2/10 never seemed to satisfy. Lan Chi was delighted, as her husband seemed pleased with her cooking, though it appeared that they had run out of plates. Dear, it seems your appetite has increased since returning from training. Is everything all right? Bulma remarked, stroking her chin, seemingly concerned about Goku's health. I think it should be fine. Goku glanced at the dragon horn girl beside him, who was also indulging herself voraciously. Suddenly, the sound of a child wailing echoed from the room, followed by Xiao Wu hurriedly calming the baby. Bulma sighed and stood up. Binge eating is not a good habit. With that, she returned to the bedroom with the child. After dinner, Goku began to realize the importance of spending quality time with his family, planning to remain at home for the foreseeable future. Days passed, and as he drew cards more frequently, he gradually elevated his skills to the max stage. However, he was puzzled as the ratings for the growth attributes of perception and charisma remained unchanged. After consulting with Zasita, also known as the Little Dragon, he learned that these two growth attributes were not subject to the world-level assessment, making their advancement exceedingly challenging, even with the use of ability enhancement cards. Goku could only raise them to level D, and further use was rendered impossible. In the days that followed, he discovered that there were surplus ability enhancement cards, and his joy knew no bounds when he realized his wives could use them too. Who would he wish for their family to live long and healthy lives? Thus, in the subsequent days, he focused on improving the health of his family members. Bulma's combat power was merely 7, a result of Goku previously teaching her some energy control techniques. Xiao Wu had a combat power of 4, while Lan Chi was slightly stronger, boasting a terrifying power level of 12. After applying the ability enhancement cards to them, their physical prowess experienced exponential growth, enriching their marital life and elevating their happiness index. However, Goku felt that the days of joy were becoming too abundant, and he planned to live for only 500 years in this world, not intending to disturb the mortal realm for too long. Perhaps this is my only conscience. By the way, the World Martial Arts Tournament, which used to occur every 5 years, was now held every 3 years. This year marked its occurrence, with the champion being Tien Shinhan, the proud disciple of Master Roshi. Rumor had it that Krillin was disabled by this young man during the match, which greatly displeased Goku. After all, Krillin was like a son to him. Due to the timing of the tournament, Goku was still training on King Kai's planet, perfectly missing the event. However, that wouldn't prevent him from exacting revenge. One day, while Tien Shinhan was training in his dojo, he suddenly sensed another presence outside. Who goes there? With a third eye and clad in a turtle school martial arts gi, Tien shouted, unaware that someone had been standing there for quite some time. In the next instant, gah! With a resounding crash, Tien's face contorted as he was sent flying by a tremendous force, smashing through the roof. This is a harsh punishment for your ruthless actions, Goku sneered, contemplating. That kick just now was executed with less than 10% of my strength. I hope I didn't kill him. After pondering, Goku decided to visit Kame's house to check on the injured Krillin, now 15 years old. Krillin's body had yet to mature, still resembling a small bald child. He was wrapped in bandages, resting on the sofa while watching television. By the way, since the 500,000 Zenny prize from 3 years ago had not been fully consumed by Goku, they had hired a bunny girl to take care of the two of them this year. Goku presented Krillin with 2 Senzu beans, advising him to be more cautious in the future. If you can't win, you can forfeit. Why fight to the last breath? Thank you, Goku, but I still can't stand losing, Krillin chuckled, scratching his bald head, displaying a carefree demeanor. Incidentally, Master Roshi had been cooped up in his room since Goku's departure, occasionally emitting sounds akin to Oni-chan. Krillin had no idea what he was up to. That seems to be the gal games Goku brings for the old man every year. It appears he has become addicted. Honestly, I should have never brought him those things. Goku sighed, having advised both Master Roshi and Krillin, but the old turtle was not one to listen. With no other choice, after training with Krillin for 2 days to fully develop the energy blade, Goku returned home. At home, his 3 children were particularly rambunctious, especially his eldest daughter, Sun Bra, the child of Im and Bulma. This little girl was exceptionally gifted. At just over a year old, she had already mastered the instant transmission technique. She was also very close to Goku. Her 2 younger sisters were still in their cribs, with Sun Lan named after Goku and Lan Chi, while Sun Ai was named by Xiaowu, perhaps in the hope that the child's mother wished for her to receive careful love in the future. When at home, his wives often went out shopping together, and if Goku didn't want to join, he would stay home to look after the children. He sighed, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by caring for 3 daughters, especially considering that the original story included 2 sons, which left him feeling quite troubled. I'm sorry, Gohan, for not allowing you to be the eldest. In these years, he had sought Chi-Chi, but it seemed she had moved away from Fire Mountain, and to this day, he had no idea of her whereabouts. Having calmed his 3 daughters, Wukong then reclined on the sofa and succumbed to a deep slumber, surrendering to the whims of fate. Chapter 25. Reunion with Chi-Chi. Time flies, and 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. This year has been tumultuous, with the resurgence of the newly awakened Demon King Piccolo wreaking havoc across the eastern seas. In the same year, the greatest martial arts tournament was once again held, attracting heroes from all corners to deliberate on how to uphold justice and confront the Demon King. Meanwhile, Goku remained engrossed in his training. Indeed, after 3 years of temporal evolution, the gravity chamber at his home had undergone a significant upgrade to version 2.0. Under the intense pressure of 200 times Earth's gravity, Goku, utilizing the magical beans, gradually adapted to the explosive surge in power that accompanied the brink of death. ID, Scoundrel Rote level, LV2. Note, current power exceeds assessment range. Please upgrade the system. Age, 24. Combat power, 3, 12 to 3. 10 million SSS, Stamina, 100 Chi, 95 Attributes, Strength, SSS Defense, SSS Chi Capacity, SSS Agility, SSS Additional Attributes, Perception, D Charm, D Luck, J newly added. Skills, 1. Scoundrel Combat Style, Max, 2. Void Dance, Max, 3. Instant Transmission, 4. Kamehameha, 5. Kame Sennin Chi Manipulation, Max, 6. King Kai's Fist, Max, 7. Spirit Bomb. Talents, 1. Near-Death Enhancement, 2. Rational Great Ape Permissions, Evil Modification. Hehe, Master, today's training metrics are complete. Well done, well done. Dragon Girl Kizuna clapped her hands beside Goku, evidently pleased with her master's progress. Goku emerged from the training room, his body scorched and charred, as he accepted the magical bean offered by the little dragon and consumed it. In an instant, the charred remnants of his skin began to flake away, revealing fresh flesh beneath. Today was the last time. Indeed, the near-death enhancement had begun to reach its limits. Goku exhaled deeply, realizing that the relentless trials he endured in the gravity chamber, with King Kai's Fist and Kamehameha at over 20 times the usual gravity, had subjected his body to extreme duress, further honing his willpower. Numerous times, he had relied on the magical beans to push through. At one point, his combat power soared to a terrifying 60 million, causing tremors throughout the continent. Earthquakes and tsunamis erupted, leading people to mistakenly believe that Piccolo was behind the chaos, while Lord Ko was left terrified and hastily fortifying the planet overnight. It is worth mentioning that the dragon had not rested for the past 3 years. Each time it merely regained a certain level of energy, Goku would summon it again. He had even extended his own lifespan through wishes, and in a stroke of fortune, he enhanced his attributes to include a lucky value, granting himself a stroke of luck in the lottery. Unfortunately, the Earth's deities were rather inept. Had a Namekian been summoned instead, perhaps the dragon could have granted multiple wishes at once. Goku glanced at his inventory, noticing 2 recent red items he had drawn. Name, Dragon Goddess Treasure Technique Category, Skill Function, Combat, Magic Evaluation, the supreme martial arts secret created by Dragon God Surama. Mastering this technique grants unparalleled offensive capabilities, possessing the power to both annihilate and create worlds. Beep. This skill requires the master to comprehend the essence of the divine before it can be learned. Name, Modified Patera Earrings Category, Artifact Function. The earrings consist of a principal and a subordinate earring. The wearer of the principal earring will absorb everything from the subordinate earring's wearer, thereby achieving a multiplied ultimate evolution in combat power. Evaluation. The Patera earrings from an unknown time and space, modified by Kizida, exhibit effects surpassing mere fusion, serving as the ultimate technique for the master to dominate the universe. Note: the greater the personality disparity and the closer the strengths of the individuals, the more pronounced the absorption effect will be. Vegeta, you must train diligently. Goku murmured, reclining in a comfortable chair, gazing into the cosmic depths above. Soon, the greatest martial arts tournament commenced once more. Goku drove a camper van, setting up camp outside the venue with his wives. Before long, Krillin and Master Roshi arrived. Hey, it's big brother Goku. Really, you lucky guy. Bringing your wives and children along, Krillin greeted, filled with envy. Goku's children laughed joyfully upon spotting Krillin, eagerly reaching to pat his bald head. Master Roshi had taken on 2 female disciples over the years, both of whom had previously worked as bunny girls on Turtle Island. Though they had not formed a romantic bond with Krillin, now clad in cartoonish attire, Master Roshi was busy capturing photos of female contestants dressed in martial arts uniforms, his gaze lingering on their youthful forms with a lewd grin. To everyone's astonishment, the legendary Demon King Piccolo also made an appearance at the tournament, causing an uproar among the audience. Goku was not surprised. He had sensed Piccolo's presence upon his arrival, surmising that the demon was likely seeking trouble with him. Well, considering he is the avenger of Piccolo's father, it was to be expected. Soon, the first round of elimination began, and both Goku and Krillin easily triumphed over their opponents, advancing smoothly. As they exited the venue, Goku noticed Tien and Kaiatsu with Master Shun. He observed them for a moment, sensing something, and quickly turned around. Huh. Goku froze for a moment, instinctively grasping the hand of a young girl. How could this be? The girl was taken aback and instinctively withdrew her hand. The moment he touched her, the warmth and softness reminded him of his 3 wives. Goku assessed the girl before him, who was dressed in a blue martial arts uniform, her long black hair tied in a low ponytail. She appeared to be around 18, with a fair complexion akin to a blossoming lotus, both beautiful and dignified. She seemed poised to remind him of something, raising her hand to tap his shoulder, yet was caught off guard by his grip. You are? Goku asked instinctively. You really don't remember me. My father was right. You are indeed a fickle-hearted rogue. The girl gazed at Goku, her lips pursed and her brows furrowed in mock reproach, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It was evident she had feelings for him. Now this is perplexing for Goku, under normal circumstances. He should not have forgotten such a beautiful girl. Could it be? How disappointing. The girl exclaimed, scolding him before hastily wiping her eyes and running away. Shortly after, Goku received a notification from the little dragon in his mind. Master, Chi-Chi's affection has decreased. Current affection level, 35. Evaluation, she still loves you. To be continued. Chapter 26. Let us all marry Wukong. Dear brother, how is it that you are so effortlessly adored by young ladies? It is infuriating. I envy you immensely. I wish to learn your ways. Could you impart some wisdom upon me? Witnessing Chi-Chi depart in tears, Krillin suddenly confronted Wukong, expressing his sorrow. When you encounter Android 18, you will indeed be the one everyone envies. Wukong scratched his head, then shared a few charming strategies that girls tend to appreciate. Krillin promptly jotted them down in his little notebook. Soon, a new round of auditions commenced, during which Wukong effortlessly dispatched his opponents with casual strikes, leaving the audience in awe. In contrast, Piccolo instilled a sense of dread. His formidable reputation made most challengers opt for forfeiture rather than face him. Nevertheless, Krillin persevered and gradually began to be regarded as a dark horse. Before long, the first day of auditions concluded, and Wukong and his companions successfully advanced to the top 8. Returning to their outdoor campsite, Bulma and the others were grilling, while the 3 daughters frolicked about in playful chaos. Master Roshi had seemingly wandered off, so Wukong and Krillin enjoyed a hearty meal at their camp, thereafter engaging in playful antics with the children. Speaking of which, Krillin also possessed muscles akin to his father's. Who, then, was stronger, his father or Uncle Krillin? Suddenly, the youngest child, Son AI, posed the question. Is that even a question? Of course, it's Dad who is the strongest. He is invincible, Sun Lan, mid-bite, confidently declared, prompting Wukong to scoop her up and plant a kiss on her cheek. Hearing this, Krillin chuckled heartily while scratching his head. Indeed, your father is undeniably more formidable. Even Master Roshi has proclaimed Wukong to be his strongest disciple ever. Haha. However, dear brother Wukong, after such a long absence, I have held a request deep within my heart. On the beach beneath the night sky, with the campfire crackling before them, Krillin turned to Wukong. What is it? Wukong, engaged in play with his daughter, kindly inquired. I wish to engage you in a serious duel, Krillin said, bowing slightly. This left Wukong somewhat perplexed, but tomorrow is the competition. We may very well face each other then. Challenging now seems. Does Big Brother not know who his opponent will be? I forgot to check the top 8 announcement. Wukong laughed sheepishly, causing Krillin to nearly stumble. He promptly revealed that his first opponent was none other than the Demon King Piccolo, leading him to believe his chances of victory were slim. Eager to gauge the difference between them, Krillin confidently clenched his fists and declared, no matter what, let us duel, brother. I have grown significantly stronger over these years. Upon hearing this, Wukong felt a surge of excitement. He reciprocated with a clenched fist. Oh, then let us proceed. Nearby, Bulma held the youngest, Son AI, and asked with a hint of concern, is this wise? Wukong, should you not go easy on him? Ha. I know my limits, Wukong replied with a smile. No. Please, I implore you to engage me earnestly, Krillin insisted, balling his fists. Then, the eldest sister, Sun Bra, tugged at Krillin's sleeve, her large blue eyes sparkling as she playfully warned. Be careful, Uncle Krillin, lest my father delivers you a severe blow. Before long, at the water's edge, Wukong and Krillin assumed their stances. As the waves crashed rhythmically, Krillin surged with energy, shouting as he struck first. With a resounding punch, Wukong easily deflected it. The gentle impact reminiscent of a soft breeze. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Krillin unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, employing hooks, elbow strikes, knee thrusts, and side kicks with unyielding determination, pushing himself to the limits. Despite this, Wukong effortlessly parried each attack, finding the onslaught to be rather gentle. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong countered with a punch that sent Krillin flying. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wukong swiftly teleported to Krillin's side, catching him mid-air. Upon seeing Krillin, Wukong was taken aback. There lay Krillin, frothing at the mouth, unconscious. After a moment's contemplation, Wukong sighed and promptly administered a Senzu beam to Krillin. What could he do? After all, Krillin was like a half-son to him. The following day, the quarterfinals commenced. Wukong recognized nearly all the participants. Tenshinhan faced off against Tao Pai Pai, Krillin was set to battle against Piccolo, and Tenshinhan's sidekick, Jiaozi, was matched against an older gentleman. Wukong tilted his head, pondering, could that be the Supreme Kai? Yet, inexplicably, this world's Tao Pai Pai had also transformed into an android. Could this be a consequence of the convergence of timelines? Only. Wukong mused, observing the 3 wives, each cradling their children, joyfully cheering for him. Meanwhile, on the tournament stage, there stood a strikingly beautiful woman, Chi-Chi, who could rival his wives in allure. Duong, the resonant sound of a gong reverberated throughout, accompanied by the persistent drumming of the staff. Unlike the auditions, the formal martial arts arena was set outdoors, surrounded by a throng of spectators. A beautiful girl clad in blue martial arts attire fixed her gaze upon Wukong, her eyes filled with a mix of yearning and defiance. Wukong leapt onto the stage, but upon catching Chi-Chi's eye, he found himself momentarily flustered. I knew it. Below, Bulma stomped her foot, hugging her daughter tightly, letting out a huff of frustration, her cheeks puffed adorably. Meanwhile, Lan Chi chuckled beside her. It feels as though Miss Bulma has reverted to her 6 years ago self. Really? Bulma's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. Little Wu, noticing something, appeared troubled as well. My dear is always attracting female attention. It seems our family may soon expand. I certainly won't be so easily agreeable. Will you? Bulma inquired, her tone laced with discontent, as the other 2 wives fell into a contemplative silence. Oh dear, Mama Bulma is quite intimidating. Sun Lan buried her head in Lan Chi's embrace, her large eyes shimmering with tears. She seemed to have inherited Lan Chi's gentle nature, resulting in a somewhat timid disposition. Oh, I'm sorry, little Lan. Did I frighten you? Bulma rushed to apologize, quickly taking Sun Lan into her arms, soothing her for a while. Indeed. We had previously agreed upon it. We all understand our feelings for Wukong and how they differ from others. Thus, should Wukong bring home any mysterious women, I would oppose it, Lan Shi stated after a moment of thought. Yes, I feel the same. Even if it means going against our master's wishes, Little Wu began, her face suddenly blooming with a hint of springtime warmth. As Bulma gazed at the girl on stage, she felt an unsettling familiarity and instinctively asked, but what if the girl on stage is not just some random woman my dear is flirting with? At this, the three wives fell silent once more. Chi-Chi, you still remember me? On the tournament stage, Wukong felt a twinge of anxiety under Chi-Chi's unwavering gaze and awkwardly inquired. I'm not interested in such trivialities. Should I defeat you, you must accompany me. How does that sound? Chi-Chi assumed a fighting stance, her eyes resolute with determination. Wait, it's supposed to be that I must defeat you to marry you? Something akin to a martial arts proposal. Overwhelmed, Goku noticed Chi-Chi was fixated not on him, but on three women with children in the audience behind him. Soon, the martial arts tournament's MC approached and announced the rules. After a moment, the MC, noticing the odd tension between the pair, simply bellowed, "Begin." Instantly, Chi-Chi launched a sweeping leg attack at Goku, who nonchalantly caught her limb, halting it effortlessly. What? Chi-Chi exclaimed, astonished. She disengaged, only to find her shoe now in Goku's possession. A dainty foot, Goku remarked, tossing the shoe back, causing Chi-Chi to blush crimson. In the stands, the three women seemed to recall a shared memory, also blushing. To underestimate me so, Chi-Chi thought, tears welling up as she launched a series of attacks. Snake Fist. After image strike, Xingyi Quan, a flurry of diverse techniques. Goku deftly evaded each blow. How about this? Chi-Chi cried, unleashing a ki blast. Goku mused. She has indeed grown stronger. He deflected the energy sphere, and with a gust of wind from his fist, sent Chi-Chi flying. Eep, she cried, before Goku caught her. Chi-Chi, do you still love me? Goku asked, as they gently descended to the center of the arena. Chi-Chi blinked, bewildered. What are you saying all of a sudden? Our match isn't over. Chi-Chi, 6 years ago, didn't we make a promise? You remembered? Is that why you asked? That's right. I said if you still loved me when you grew up, we'd get married. But you already have a wife and children. Why? Chi-Chi burst into tears, eliciting a wave of censure toward Goku from the audience. So, do you still love me? Chi-Chi's sobs ceased. I do. But what can I do? She said, despondently. Goku tenderly lifted her chin. In the audience, Bulma shot to her feet, excited. Then, let's all get married together, Goku declared softly. You'll really marry me? Chi-Chi stammered. Of course, but there are others. Chi-Chi was dazed, assuming Goku meant wedding guests. Yes, I accept, Mr. Goku. Let's get married. Chi-Chi embraced Goku, kissing his cheek. Then, Goku waved to the audience. All right, Bulma, launch, bring the kids. Let's hop on the flying Nimbus and arrange the wedding. Yes. The three women echoed, exchanging glances before leaping onto the arena floor with their children. Krillin and Master Roshi were dumbfounded, unaware that Goku had enhanced the women's strength over the years using special items. Moreover, they had discovered that such training was rejuvenating. So they frequented the gravity chamber. It was rumored that their power might even surpass Piccolo's. I knew it would come to this, Bulma sighed, but brightened at the thought of her dream wedding photos. It's a pleasure to meet you, Chi-Chi, Launch said, smiling. Chi-Chi blushed and bowed shyly. The pleasure is all mine. Indeed, Miss Chi-Chi clearly loves our husband dearly. I look forward to our future together, Mai added with a curtsy. The children swarmed Chi-Chi, curious. Will you be our new mommy? You're so cool, fighting daddy. Yay, I want her to be our new mommy. Sunbra even jumped into Chi-Chi's arms, who looked helplessly at Goku. Goku chuckled and summoned the flying Nimbus, which expanded to envelop them all before soaring into the sky. Goku, you still owe us an explanation. Bulma called out, as the other women turned to him expectantly. Just as Goku began to explain, an irate voice interrupted. Hold it, Goku. Will you simply abscond after murdering my father, King Piccolo? It was Piccolo, appearing sturdy despite being only 3 years old. He stood with his arms crossed, his white robes billowing in the wind. Of course, you're free to leave, Piccolo said coldly, but your family. Insolent, Goku retorted, swatting at Piccolo. The impact sent Piccolo crashing to the ground, his limbs contorted. Oops, I scared the kids. But Piccolo, if he wants to fight me now, He needs decades more training. Goku muttered, intending to spare him, but Piccolo had sought his own demise. To be continued. Chapter 27. Gohan's Genesis. Piccolo, the ultimate antagonist of the first Dragon Ball saga, was humbled by a single blow from Goku, leaving him severely incapacitated. In the martial arts tournament, Krillin advanced to the next round by default. Inconceivable. Just how formidable has he become? Piccolo muttered, blood trickling from his lips as he struggled to rise from the crater. A weathered voice echoed from the edge of the pit. Who can fathom the extent of Goku's power? He has long surpassed every Earthling, myself included, a slender middle-aged man with spectacles murmured. His gaze fixed on the distant Nimbus cloud, his wizened eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. Extend your hand, he instructed. Piccolo, gasping for breath, hesitantly reached out. Instantly, an unseen force surged through him, rapidly mending his injuries. What? Who are you? Piccolo exclaimed. The middle-aged man offered a wry smile, and the spectral image of Kami emerged from his form before he collapsed. Piccolo, relinquish your obsessions and simply be yourself, Kami's departing voice echoed. Piccolo scoffed, dusting himself off. That meddling old fool. The martial arts tournament concluded, with Krillin unexpectedly emerging as the victor. As Master Roshi explained, Krillin had cleverly exploited his arithmetic skills against Kaiatsu and then faced a formidable Tien Shinhan, who perhaps underestimated him. Krillin narrowly prevailed in a grueling battle, using the solar flare and spirit bomb to sever Tien Shinhan's arm and secure his victory. Meanwhile, Goku was preparing for his wedding, posing for photos with his family amidst a lavish banquet on Mount Pozu. Guests included Ox King, Master Roshi, Krillin, the Briefs, King Kai, and various neighbors and relatives. Even Master Shin arrived with Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu, seemingly intending to cause trouble, but Goku discreetly deterred them. Launch, Bulma, Mai, and a bewildered Chi-Chi, adorned in wedding gowns, stood beside Goku, while his future daughters, Bulla, Pan, and Bra, frolicked around their parents. Though unconventional, thank you, Goku, for a wonderful marriage, Bulma remarked. Thank you, my beloved husband, Mai added. Very well, I suppose you've kept your promise, Launch conceded. Don't worry, darling. I might not have accepted this before, but now, I find it surprisingly agreeable, Chi-Chi admitted. Goku blushed, realizing that such a wedding required a certain boldness. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather to celebrate the union of these. The tournament announcer, now officiating the wedding, stammered, overwhelmed by the unprecedented occasion. The wedding concluded, and the family settled on Mount Pozu for a time before considering a grand villa in West City. Chi-Chi initially felt uneasy about the expanded family, but soon found harmony. Each member had their own rhythm, creating a warm and welcoming atmosphere. She had envisioned herself as a supportive housewife, but her skills were hardly needed, as robots and Mai handled most household chores. One day, while caring for the children, Chi-Chi realized the source of her unease. She had no child of her own. She confided in Bulma and the others, who were sympathetic. When Goku returned from training, he sensed something amiss. The children were at the Brief's home, and Launch was preparing a restorative turtle soup. Soon, he and Chi-Chi found themselves in bed, where he subdued her affections. This wasn't their first encounter, but Chi-Chi's passion was unusually intense. For the next month, Goku was confined to the house, reviewing lessons with his wives. Launch taught language, Bulma taught mathematics, Mai taught etiquette, and Chi-Chi taught physical education, followed by frequent examinations. Just wait until I become a Super Saiyan, Goku thought. I'll settle the score with you temptresses. 2 months later, Goku noticed he had lost a pound. Indeed, the body may tire, but passion never wanes, he mused. He sought respite on the Nimbus cloud, fishing by the beach, finding that relaxation aided his training. Then, sensing an opportunity, he took Chi-Chi on a honeymoon, followed by Bulma, Mai, and Launch one by one, restoring harmony to the family. Soon after, Chi-Chi became pregnant. This must be Gohan, Goku exclaimed at the hospital, elated. Our family will grow. Naming the child before birth? It could be a girl. Chi-Chi teased. It's definitely a boy. Goku, are you favoring boys over girls? The other wives questioned, their gazes causing Goku to backtrack. No, I favor girls, he stammered, fearing the children would be sent back to their grandparents. To be continued. Chapter 28. The Super Saiyan plan. A year later, Chi-Chi successfully gave birth to a son for the Sun family. During this year, nothing particularly noteworthy occurred. Little Gohan, in his initial months, became the apple of several mothers' eyes, perhaps due to his striking resemblance to his father. Lan Chi even stepped down from her position at work to take a sabbatical. devoting her time to caring for the child alongside Xiao Wu and the others. Meanwhile, Bulma had been persistently nagging Goku, seemingly intent on bringing Trunks into the world. Oh, no, that was impossible for her. However, Goku had no intention of having more children at the moment, should things continue down this path. He would inevitably become a mere stallion. Regardless, even a time traveler must maintain some semblance of self. Thus, he decided to head directly to King Kai's planet to commence his training. Yes, at this juncture, he felt he was on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan. With only a few catalysts needed to trigger the change. ID, Scoundrel Rod Assessment Level, LV2. Note, current power level exceeds system evaluation. Age, 25. Combat power, 3, 800. 000, SSS, Stamina, 100 Energy, 100 Attributes, Strength, SSS Defense, SSS Energy Capacity, SSS Agility, SSS Additional Attributes, Perception, D Charisma, D Luck. JH Skills, 1. Scoundrel Tactics, Max, 2. Air Dance, Max, 3. Instant Transmission, 4. Kamehameha, 5. Kame Sennin Energy Manipulation, Max, 6. King Kai Fist, Max, 7. Spirit Bomb. Talents, 1. Near-Death Enhancement, 2. Rational Grade A Permissions, Evil Modification. Should I sacrifice Krillin and then resurrect him with the Dragon Balls? Lying on the grass of King Kai's planet, Goku inquired of his little dragon companion, Zista. The system's embodiment of Zista stroked her chin and shook her head. I don't think that's feasible, my lord. Your current favorability towards Krillin is rather indifferent. Even if he were truly killed by Frieza, I suspect you would remain quite calm about it. Please don't liken me to a scoundrel. Goku replied with a chuckle. How about you, my lord? Resume your training. Perhaps King Kai could take you to the Grand Kai for a match. Who knows? The near-death enhancement might yield some results. Indeed, with 4 years remaining before Raditz' arrival, it would be prudent to prepare. Goku nodded in agreement and swiftly sprang to his feet. Reflecting on his journey thus far, he realized he had faced little resistance, leaving him with a sense of solitude. At present, Goku felt that the near-death enhancement had reached its limit, despite his relentless training. Any increase in combat power had noticeably waned. He had attempted to transform into a Super Saiyan during this time, yet mere anger was insufficient. Even pushing the King Kai Fist to its utmost, yielding a terrifying power level of 80 million proved ineffective. However, there was one occasion when he successfully achieved the form of a pseudo-Super Saiyan, but that transformation only lasted 5 minutes and left him hoarse. Was it truly a lack of combat experience on my part? Goku pondered, yet on Earth, no one remained as a worthy opponent. Incidentally, his little dragon companion had been accumulating divine energy, planning to upgrade the system, but that would likely take several years. Currently, the dragon had ceased providing divine energy for the system, and after using the enhancement system twice on Earth, the Supreme Kai had taken the dragon back to the sacred realm for recuperation. The good news was, once Zista gathered 7 Dragon Balls every 6 months, they could also grant wishes, albeit with similar restrictions as the dragon. After contemplating this functionality, Goku resolved to exchange Zista's Dragon Balls for items. Previously, he had traded for the modified Patera earrings, which he intended to use against Vegeta. Now, he had set his sights on another item, which required 15 Dragon Balls to acquire, the modified Time Ring. Goku murmured, recognizing it as the artifact used by the Supreme Kai for time travel. Though he was unsure of the effects post-modification, yet, he had a premonition that, in light of potential future threats, possessing a time ring was imperative. Soon, just a few days later, Goku heeded Zista's advice and, in exchange for 10 corny jokes, persuaded the North Kai. Together, they ventured to the heart of the afterlife, heading towards Grand Kai's planet. This realm was vast, immeasurably larger than North Kai's planet. The Grand Kai's residence resembled a colossal palace, grander than one could imagine. Goku longed to duel formidable opponents from various universes. However, the afterlife was a world of the deceased, where only those with official titles could engage. Most inhabitants bore halos atop their heads, meaning he could only spar with fallen warriors. Haha, so that's how it is. Young man, it seems you have grand aspirations. The Grand Kai remarked, noting that it had been a while since a martial arts tournament had been held in the afterlife. Following the North Kai's suggestion, he gladly agreed, even jesting with Goku. He then issued an order, and the landscape transformed dramatically, revealing an arena reminiscent of ancient Roman Colosseums, set to host the Underworld Martial Arts Tournament in 3 days' time. Though the name sounded peculiar, Goku contentedly mused about the upcoming event. Just as he was about to leave Grand Kai's planet, he suddenly spotted a strangely dressed alien man clad in white, tall and muscular, with sharp, deep-set eyes. He was unmistakably a formidable opponent. Ah, an unwise fellow. Living beings should refrain from meddling in the affairs of the dead. They may not even realize how they met their demise, the man remarked. If Goku had to guess, this was the first guardian of West Kai, Roboku. What a considerate young man, reminding others of the risks involved. Thank you for the warning, Goku replied, before returning to King Kai's planet with the North Kai. Upon returning, Goku grew somewhat contemplative. What troubles you, Goku? Is it the pressure from encountering that individual? The North Kai chuckled. The young man, typically so self-assured, had finally met someone who challenged him, a rare occurrence indeed. Speaking of which, the other Kais must also be aware of our proposal. In the coming days, Goku, you must train diligently. No, Grand Kai. With that person around, I must swiftly master the transformation into Super Saiyan. Goku clenched his fists, yearning to achieve Super Saiyan 3 at once, seeking a semblance of security. Thus, he resolved to master the Super Saiyan transformation within the next 3 days. Oh, by the way, the Time Spirit Room in the Sacred Realm is still in use. Goku suddenly exclaimed, nearly forgetting about it. With that thought in mind, he immediately departed from King Kai's planet. To be continued. Chapter 29, Feeling Anger. After bidding farewell to the Supreme Kai and others, Goku swiftly returned to Earth, arriving at the Sacred Temple. Upon his arrival, Bobo entered a state of vigilance. Without hesitation, Goku began to spar with Bobo. Surprisingly, Bobo managed to endure 20 rounds against Goku's attacks. However, he ultimately fell to Goku's impeccable hit rate. Can you master the ultimate instinct? Goku inquired, his expression darkening. Though Bobo had grown stronger over the years, the little dragon had informed him that Bobo's battle power was merely in the thousands. Goku, however, did not take advantage of this and fought with commensurate strength. What kind of unavoidable skill is that? Bobo, having been sent flying, rose with a grave expression, staring intently at Goku. Hey, son Goku, what brings you here? Suddenly, from the center of the temple, a Namekian clad in a white cloak barked, swiftly appearing before Goku. Oh, isn't this Piccolo? What is this? Have you and the Supreme Kai become such good friends? Goku asked, somewhat surprised, having noticed that Piccolo's power had increased to around 500. Ah, it's been a year, and you've only gotten this much stronger? Enough chatter. Today, I shall avenge the humiliation you bestowed upon me last year. Prepare to meet your end, son Goku. With that, Piccolo unfurled his embroidered robe and charged towards Goku. A smile crept onto Goku's lips as he readied himself for the encounter. A resounding bang echoed through the temple, a stark contrast to the calmness during his battle with Bobo as Piccolo unleashed his fury, his white aura reaching its zenith. Ding ding. Master. The opponent's battle power is rising. 500, 580, 1000. Master. Piccolo's battle power has indeed surpassed 1000. This exceeds Radit's power level upon his arrival. I understand, Sista. Please remain quiet for a moment. Allow me to savor the thrill of battle. Yes, Master. Facing Piccolo felt akin to contending with a mere child of 5 or 6. Even with Goku suppressing his energy to the lowest degree, he found no need to defend himself, given his D-grade perception. Damn it. Why? Why can't I land a hit? Piccolo was driven to madness, utilizing the unique stretching ability of his Namekian arms to attack Goku like Luffy. The temple floor cracked, dust billowing into the air. Magic flash, he shouted, raising his palms above his head to unleash a blinding energy blast. Another explosive sound erupted as a deep crater formed at the temple's center, the searing heat melting the ground and releasing thick smoke. With a swift movement, Goku teleported behind Piccolo. His clothing was slightly soiled, but nothing more. What? Piccolo turned in a panic, only to be met with Goku's elbow strike. Bang. Ah. Piccolo howled in agony, staggering backward. I thought you were formidable. But it seems you merely tickle me. You can't even scorch my clothing. Goku remarked indifferently, following up with a kick that sent Piccolo flying. Before he could hit the ground, Goku teleported again and kicked him upwards into the sky. Bang, 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 bang. Back and forth. Piccolo was battered like a ball by Goku. Then, the Supreme Kai finally emerged from within the temple. Please, Supreme Kai, spare Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Goku relented, and Piccolo lay on the ground, bruised and gasping for breath like a beaten dog. Ahaha. My apologies, Supreme Kai, for causing you to witness such a spectacle. I always seem to engage in brawls whenever I visit. Goku scratched his head, wearing an innocent smile. Cough, cough. I beg you to show mercy. What commands do you have, my lord? I shall obey. Ah, If that's the case, I would like to borrow the time chamber here. How did you know there is a time chamber here? Haha, that is not for you to know. My apologies for the intrusion, Supreme Kai. I shall proceed. With that, Goku boldly walked towards the inner sanctum of the temple. Wait, allow me to guide you, the Supreme Kai offered. Oh, please do. As they descended the dim staircase, Goku casually conversed with the Supreme Kai about his participation in the martial arts tournament at the Grand Kai's place. After a brief exchange, Goku finally beheld the vast, white expanse of nothingness. An indescribable feeling of nausea filled him as he recalled the 8 years he had been imprisoned, and a profound fear began to brew within his heart. Wait, Supreme Kai, I hope you refrain from doing anything foolish in my presence, otherwise I may consider becoming the deity of this realm as well. Cough. My lord, you jest. I am not your enemy. I am aware of your ability to escape from here. Please rest assured. As long as you understand, that will suffice. You may leave now. My lord. Time flows differently here. 1 year within this realm equals 1 day outside. Be advised that the air is thin and stifling, lacking the vastness of Earth. Temperatures can range from -40 degrees Celsius to 50 degrees Celsius, and gravity is 10 times that of Earth. Should I prepare ample provisions for you? No need. I have brought my own. You may leave. Understood. The Supreme Kai slowly retreated. Hold on. The Supreme Kai turned back, only to meet Goku's cold, indifferent gaze. As the authority of alteration activated, Goku firmly grasped the Supreme Kai's head. The angel convulsed momentarily before his eyes took on a dark hue. Goku distinctly felt a slight drain of his divine power, but the Supreme Kai's soul was swiftly transforming into his puppet. Without further ado, Goku communicated his intentions through thought alone. At your command. A hint of dazed obedience flickered in the Supreme Kai's eyes as he hunched away, slowly departing. With this, Goku felt unburdened and steadily stepped into the unique space of the time chamber. Upon entering this realm, Goku, ever cautious, first employed instantaneous movement to sense his surroundings. Finding no issues, he finally set his mind at ease. Thereafter, he began to delve into the transformation process. He first consumed a senzu bean and then sat down cross-legged. An hour later, as he sensed his energy reach its lowest ebb and every cell returned to tranquility, Goku gradually rose. I recall from the original narrative that Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan out of rage following Krillin's death. Thus, what I need to do now is to harness that anger. Goku began to reflect, realizing that since arriving in this world, aside from the sorrow of Gohan's passing, there had been little to invoke his anger. Indeed, his journey had been remarkably smooth, yet in his past life, it had been a different tale. After entering society, he had been deceived by relatives into business ventures, accumulating debts of hundreds of thousands, and had to struggle in sales just to survive. Living a life devoid of humanity or dignity. Fortunately, he later became involved with a female superior, but she was already committed, and their relationship was merely a fleeting dalliance. He had thought that once he cleared his bank debts, he could enjoy a mundane existence, only to accidentally fall off a cliff while traveling in Taishan and find himself transported here. If he were to speak of hatred, he certainly felt it. Hatred for his own cowardice, for his own foolishness. Hatred for that version of himself, weak and ineffectual. Chapter 30, Super Saiyan How Infuriating. Goku gritted his teeth, recalling the grievances and unresolved matters of his past life, including the memories of his grandfather and parents. Having traversed to this place, perhaps he could never return. Those regrets. Damn it. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed within the pristine white confines of the Time Spirit House. As dark clouds began to gather in the once clear sky, Goku's energy surged rapidly. 2,280,000, 360,000, 480,000. The little dragon's counting resonated in Goku's ears, her expression shifting from shock to excitement. Master, you have such momentum this time. Perhaps you really can transform successfully. You've broken through 6 million in battle power. Goku remained silent, instead choosing to immerse himself further in his fury. Feeling it was insufficient, far from enough. As his S cells boiled within him, his muscles swelled, and a powerful aura erupted, as if his body were undergoing a harsh transformation. 8 million battle power. The little dragon exclaimed, and at that moment, Goku let out a mighty roar. Kaioken. For times. A resounding blast erupted. Goku's entire aura transformed to a deep crimson, his shirt tore apart, and his battle power soared to over 30 million. No. This is still far from enough. Goku appeared to retain some rationality, gradually increasing the Kaioken multiplier from 4 times to 8, from 8 to 20 times. His hair gradually turned golden, and amidst his frenzied shouts, his battle power skyrocketed to a terrifying 320 million. Yes, with the enhancement of Kaioken. He had entered the state of a pseudo-super saiyan, yet just as quickly, his aura began to wane. Is it still not enough? Goku suddenly collapsed, his energy dissipating. The side effects of Kaioken began to spread through his body, although this skill had been systematically improved. The piercing pain still compelled him to groan. Blood seeped from his pores, and he began to experience the enhanced effects of a near-death state. However, this effect was gradually diminishing. Just as he was about to consume a senzu bean and try again, Goku suddenly gazed into the vast whiteness of this ethereal space. He had been trapped in such a place for a full 8 years. Upon this realization, the veins on Goku's forehead bulged. Now that he thought about it, the various grievances of his previous life were trivial. He was certainly not a man who could be crushed by mere debts or the pressures of life. Yet, the solitude and the confinement of his freedom ignited an indescribable rage within him. Why should he abide by the system's rules? To undertake those damn tasks? Why should he be trapped in this wretched place? Why? The world was a cage for the body a cage for the mind, and the mind a cage for the soul. Goku muttered this phrase as intense resentment and fury coursed through every inch of his flesh and blood. Every single cell. As golden flames began to spread across his skin, he bellowed. A golden beam shot skyward. Hot. Goku's black hair stood on end, completely transforming to gold. Thus, the Super Saiyan was instantaneously forged. As the light faded, he stood resolutely in place, observing his surging golden aura. He then turned to the little dragon and inquired, "System, what is my current battle power?" Let me check." The little dragon, momentarily stunned by Goku's appearance, quickly reported, "Master, your current battle power is 250 million. Huh, am I really that strong?" Goku chuckled, placing his hands on his waist as he called out to the distance. Came. Ha. A majestic azure energy enveloped in golden aura surged forth with Goku's shout. Boom. Like a cascading waterfall. The luminous flames surged towards the endless expanse of the pure white world. Goku watched as the Super Kamehameha wave flew into the distance, its explosive power radiating outward, casting a brilliant light upon his face. With his golden hair billowing, Goku casually tousled it, admitting to himself that he was still unaccustomed to this new look. Perhaps he would be scolded by Chi-Chi when he returned. She might say he had turned into a delinquent and would lead the children astray. But still, it was rather amusing. He had not anticipated feeling such rage within this space. Goku nodded in satisfaction. In the following days, he continued to switch back and forth between transformations, gradually acclimating to it. Master, it's time for a meal. Whenever Goku was deeply engrossed in training, the little dragon would exert her divine energy to conjure a plethora of meals. Even though there were still uneaten items in his inventory, she always craved something extravagant. After indulging in a hearty feast, he took a bath. Upon exiting, he noticed he was still in Super Saiyan form and decided to cancel it. Just as he was about to enjoy a good night's sleep, Goku suddenly recalled the training methods from the original during the Cell Saga. The principle was to maintain the Super Saiyan state at all times, regardless of the circumstances. Hey, little dragon. Please supervise me from now on and remind me to stay in Super Saiyan form. Of course, at your service, Master, the little dragon cheerfully promised. Thus, for the next month, Goku maintained his Super Saiyan state. He even refrained from studying Vegeta's muscular form, focusing instead on eating, drinking, and playfully teasing the little dragon. Time flew by, and Goku had spent enough time in this realm. He decided to use instant transmission to return. Upon his return, Piccolo was still severely injured. For him, Goku had only been gone for half an hour. Hey, Piccolo, long time no see. Huh? Your injuries haven't healed yet? Humph. Piccolo grunted, ignoring the Supreme Kai's admonitions, and walked out of the temple. Goku stroked his chin, pondering whether he should employ a modification on Piccolo. After all, his household was filled with women, and if he sought revenge, he was rather uneasy. After all, Piccolo was the notorious Demon King. With this thought, Goku shot off towards Piccolo. Sunday. Goku, what do you intend to do? Piccolo exclaimed, clearly sensing the overwhelming energy emanating from Goku, who had only been gone for half an hour. Prepare to perish, Piccolo. In Super Saiyan form, Goku instantly closed the distance and apprehended him. Master. Since Piccolo is a vital character from the Z era, eliminating him here may attract the attention of the Time Patrol. I advise converting Piccolo's affinity towards you instead. However, this will consume a considerable amount of divine energy, so please use it judiciously. Oh right, I almost forgot. Killing him would likely mean the end of Dragon Balls. With this in mind, Goku casually asked. Oh, can you gauge his affinity for me? Beep. Yes, master. Piccolo's current affinity, -50, evaluation. He views you as the murderer of his father, a target he must eliminate in this lifetime. Very well. I'll heed your advice this time, little dragon. Goku smirked slightly, grasping Piccolo's head, and activated his powers, initiating the modification. Modification. Ah. Piccolo's agonized screams echoed. And Bubbles trembled upon hearing them, gradually realizing that the Supreme Kai's gaze was rather unsettling. To be continued, following Piccolo's alteration of his amiability. Goku experienced a peculiar sense of unease, perhaps triggered by the excessive friendliness. Ding. Piccolo's affection has undergone a reversal. Current affection level, 50. Assessment. You share a bond as close as brothers. What is the meaning of this? Piccolo inquired, pushing away Goku's hand, his eyes reflecting bewilderment. Piccolo? Are you indeed Piccolo? Goku questioned, surprise evident in his tone. Old son, what madness has seized you? Piccolo retorted, arms crossed. A blend of perplexity and irritation in his expression. Listen, Piccolo, am I not the progeny slayer? Why do you not seek retribution? If you desire a confrontation, state it directly. Why resort to provocation? Piccolo growled, teeth gritted, before launching an attack on Goku. After exchanging a few blows, Goku swiftly retreated. A smile playing on his lips as he addressed Piccolo. Apologies, Piccolo. We shall spar again another time. I must return home. With that, Goku initiated instant transmission, instantaneously arriving at the opulent mansion in West City. Wait, old son, damn it. I have yet to unleash my new technique upon you. Piccolo lamented. His index finger pointed at his brow, poised to unleash the special beam cannon. Upon re-entering his abode, he was greeted by the sight of Chi-Chi cradling a wailing Gohan, attempting to soothe him. Ah, Goku-san. Why have you dyed your hair? Chi-Chi exclaimed, taken aback, as she approached Goku, scrutinizing him. Hiki, what do you think? Has your husband become more handsome? Handsome, yes, but such antics are unbecoming, Goku. You will set a poor example for the children. As a father, one must be a role model. Chi-Chi admonished her husband, as was her wont. Goku promptly reverted to his natural state and inquired about the whereabouts of the others. The children are at kindergarten, Bulma and Launch are at the company. And Maya's airing laundry on the balcony. Chi-Chi informed him. Upon learning that he might be away training for some time, Chi-Chi expressed her concern, honestly. How powerful must you become before you are satisfied? Ah, there are many formidable beings in this world. If I do not grow stronger, who will safeguard Earth? Why must you engage in such endeavors? Why can't someone else do it? Why can't you remain at home with us? Chi-Chi. With great power comes great responsibility. I apologize if I have caused you loneliness. Goku gently embraced Chi-Chi, and a moment of intimacy ensued. After a while, a slight stir emanated from the side. It was Mai, still clad in her maid attire. Forgive me. I may have intruded at an inopportune moment. Nay, your timing is impeccable. Goku promptly drew both his wives close, unveiling the true might of Super Saiyan for the first time. After spending 2 days at home, ensuring the contentment of his household, the wives were thoroughly pleased with Goku's conduct, and their happiness quotient reached a zenith once more. The 4 wives granted him permission to continue his training, whereupon Goku returned to King Kai's planet, showcasing his Super Saiyan form. Oh, is this the legendary Super Saiyan? Indeed, King Kai. Now, even against Piccin, I am capable of holding my own. Upon hearing this, King Kai removed his sunglasses, wiped them, and scrutinized Goku. I see. Goku. If you emerge victorious at the Grand Kai's martial arts tournament, you may glean earth-shattering martial techniques from him. Are there techniques more potent than the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb? Goku's interest piqued. Ahem. Suffice it to say that they are no less impressive than those two. For the techniques I have conceived are unparalleled. After conversing with King Kai, a messenger from Grand Kai arrived, announcing the imminent commencement of the Otherworld tournament and instructing all participants to prepare. Goku promptly employed instant transmission, transporting King Kai to Grand Kai's planet. And they proceeded directly to the tournament venue. The venue was a colossal arena, with spectators filling the stands, comprised of bizarre creatures and various deities. The host of the martial arts tournament was an alien species with a mushroom-shaped head, clad in a suit and tie, exuding formality. His voice amplified the atmosphere. Esteemed guests, apologies for the prolonged wait. Now, let us invite the tournament's organizer, Grand Kai, to say a few words. From the main seat atop the arena, Grand Kai, sporting square-rimmed sunglasses, grinned, "Greetings, everyone. It has been quite some time since we last held a martial arts tournament. I hope that both the participants and the supporters will enthusiastically engage and enjoy today's event. Yay! The audience roared, as if vying for Grand Kai's attention. Subsequently, the host announced the competition rules. Rules such as no killing, ceasing attacks upon surrender, and prohibitions against groin strikes or eye gouging. Any violation of these rules would be deemed a foul. Victory conditions included defeating the opponent or forcing them out of the ring. Incidentally, since all the combatants here are deceased, being killed again would result in the complete annihilation of their souls, forever vanishing from existence. As he was not the first to compete, Goku remained on the sidelines to observe the matches, and what he witnessed was astonishing. These individuals with halos possessed power levels averaging around 700, 000 to 800, 000. Some, resembling deities, exhibited power levels exceeding tens of millions without even moving. Goku felt that he would need to employ the Kaioken to prevail against such opponents. Sista, assess Piken's power level. From beneath the martial arts stage, Goku gazed at Piken and silently addressed the system. Ding. Report to Master, Piken's power level exceeds the system's evaluation capabilities. Sista is unable to ascertain it. That is indeed rather troublesome. Goku pondered his strategy, intrigued by Grand Kai's martial arts techniques. After a round of matches concluded, Goku's turn arrived. His opponent was a tall, blond man named Alabu, clad in white linen garments, with explosive muscles, standing at a height of 2.5 meters. Son Goku, is it? Very well, let me witness your strength. Do not disappoint me, Alabu proclaimed, his flowing golden hair reminding Goku of Thor. Oh, then brace yourself. Goku swiftly launched an attack, and their fists collided instantaneously. Bang! The two engaged in intense combat, and Goku encountered, for the first time, an opponent who could match him in his base form. Kaioken. Goku roared, his body enveloped in crimson flames, his power level escalating to tens of millions. Bang! He kicked Alabu into the air, his body tracing a graceful arc in the sky, wreathed in crimson flames. Aya! Goku bellowed, delivering a headbutt that sent Alabu crashing to the ground. Ugh! The opponent cried out in agony, plummeting onto the martial arts stage. Boom! Dust billowed, but Goku remained vigilant, adhering to the principle that smoke conceals no injury, and initiated the prince's assault in midair. Rumble! A barrage of machine gun-like blows rained down upon the earth, creating a series of deep craters. Goku activated the Kaioken once more and descended, only to find Alabu still standing. Goku was momentarily stunned, realizing that Alabu's eyes were vacant, devoid of consciousness. The referee, after a moment of astonishment, exclaimed, "Contestant Alabu, out of bounds. The victor is Son Goku." Chapter 32, Rib Rice vs. Wukong. After winning the match, Wukong returned to the resting area to watch the ongoing battles. The performance of Rib Rice was astonishing, with a single strike. He sent an opponent of comparable strength to Wukong tumbling off the stage. The West King laughed heartily, mocking the North King, suggesting that the lack of contestants from their side was due to the presence of a mere ordinary human. It seems that peculiar beings are more favored in the underworld. Wukong murmured to himself, too indifferent to engage with these mundane beings. Soon, Wukong's second opponent entered the arena. This creature resembled a caterpillar, and Wukong couldn't recall its name, merely finding it repulsive. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Kamehameha wave, sending the creature flying. After a few rounds of combat, a dramatic moment unfolded. In the finals, Wukong faced Rib Rice. As they stepped onto the combat stage, the audience erupted in thunderous cheers. For both fighters were immensely powerful, and their opponents had fallen without contest. However, overall, Rib Rice appeared to have the upper hand. The kings below placed their bets, with the North King clutching his ticket and shouting to Wukong, "Wukong, you must not lose." "Oh, rest assured, Lord King," Wukong replied, waving cheerfully while Rib Rice remained silent, his gaze icy and piercing. Rib Rice, we meet again." Wukong began to make small talk. "You possess some skill," Rib Rice acknowledged with a nod, seemingly conceding to Wukong's strength. But then, with a shift in tone, Rib Rice sneered, "But encountering me is your greatest misfortune. I specifically target arrogant geniuses like you." With that, he launched a fierce attack, attempting to defeat Wukong in a single blow. Bang! Rib Rice's kick hit the stone steps of the arena as Wukong deftly dodged. With a cold smirk, Wukong retaliated with a powerful punch. Boom! Wukong quickly crossed his arms for defense, but was instantly sent flying. So formidable. It felt as though he had been struck by a train, his body skidding back several hundred meters before he finally stabilized at the edge of the arena. He immediately executed the multiple afterimage fist, his figure darting around the arena like a phantom, but Rib Rice easily matched his speed. Seemingly unfazed by the afterimages, he merely needed time. Yet, this was precisely where Wukong's strategy came into play. Swish. Wukong vanished, soaring into the sky. His form radiant beneath the sun. "Solar Fist!" he exclaimed, and in an instant, the entire arena was engulfed in blinding light. Gasps erupted from the audience, momentarily blinded. Rib Rice was similarly affected, his vision impaired by the intense brilliance. In that moment, he received a heavy punch to the abdomen, followed by blows to his head and cheek. Bang! Rib Rice crashed to the ground, quickly rising to kick at Wukong. Wukong grunted, tumbling several times across the ground. Damn, that hurts. Before he could rise, Rib Rice was upon him, delivering a heavy punch to his abdomen. Ugh! The air was knocked from Wukong's lungs, and he gasped as he took another brutal hit to the side of his face. Bang! 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 Continuous strikes sent Wukong flying, his head spinning, unable to react. Bang! Another blow sent Wukong soaring into the sky. Rib Rice laughed coldly. It's over. He mimicked the movements of the Jinyu force, raising his hands as heat surged around him. Lightning wave. In an instant, searing flames erupted into the air. Wukong snapped back to reality and immediately activated instant transmission. Before Rib Rice could react, Wukong appeared before him, delivering a fierce strike with the technique of the two dragons playing with pearls. Rib Rice's eyes widened in horror as he was bombarded by a relentless flurry of punches. Aura, aura, aura! Wukong shouted, his fists exploding against Rib Rice's body. Rib Rice roared, attempting to counterattack. But Wukong, empowered by his ability-enhancing card, deftly evaded and retaliated. Rib Rice's fist grazed Wukong's cheek, blood bursting forth, while Wukong's right fist landed squarely on Rib Rice's face. Bang! Rib Rice's face contorted in pain. Wukong unleashed a combination of the universal shock palm with his left and the wolf fang fist with his right, attacking with a harmonious blend of strength. Rib Rice staggered back, the universal shock palm's paralyzing effect preventing him from retaliating. Damn, if only I could cheat. That scoundrel would have been defeated long ago. Wukong began to feel the pressure mounting as he sensed Rib Rice's power escalating, the scorching flames igniting his clothing. Oh! Rib Rice bellowed, the intense heat forcing Wukong to stumble backward. Ugh! Gritting his teeth, Wukong steadied himself and roared, transforming into Super Saiyan. Aya! The golden aura erupted, gradually tinged with crimson. Indeed, in his Super Saiyan form, he unleashed the King Kai Fist. Super King Kai Fist. Wukong's voice boomed, the energy of both fighters peaking at the arena. They collided fiercely. Boom! A mushroom cloud erupted above the arena as Wukong's elbow sent Rib Rice hurtling away. Yet, moments later, Rib Rice retaliated, surging back to clash with Wukong. Boom! The two exchanged blows, shattering pieces of the arena. The audience roared, enthralled by the thrilling contest. Boom! Another resounding crash sent a figure flying, shattering a small asteroid in the sky. It was Rib Rice. Wukong's prowess was astounding. He had actually knocked him away. The announcer exclaimed excitedly, caught in the fervor of the moment. There was no denying that Wukong's skills were exceedingly intricate, with a small disparity in power. Rib Rice had no advantage. Swish! The multiple afterimage fist created an astonishing number of afterimages, and Rib Rice barely registered a flash before receiving an elbow to the head. Ugh! Rib Rice cried out, hurtling back to the arena, seizing the opportunity as Wukong approached. He recklessly charged with his head. Bang! Ugh! X2 both cried out in agony, Wukong rubbing his head, tears of pain welling up. You scoundrel! Wukong gritted his teeth and retaliated with another headbutt. Boom! Rib Rice slammed into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Wukong canceled the King Kai Fist. Hovering in the air, watching Rib Rice intently. Seeing no movement, he placed his palms on his hips and softly intoned. Came, a surge of fiery energy dispersed the dust, shooting directly toward Wukong above. Haim! Wukong remained unhurried, observing the scorching flames approach, initially intending to use instant transmission but reconsidering. Let us go with the Kamehameha. Boom! The Kamehameha erupted into a brilliant blue rainbow, colliding with the searing flames. What? Has he lost his mind? Wukong could not help but curse, feeling the pressure of the clash for the first time. Had he known, he would have resorted to more underhanded tactics instead of engaging in a beam struggle. However, returning to the matter at hand, which man can truly resist the temptation to engage with others? Gritting his teeth, Wukong raised his aura to its zenith and unleashed a furious roar. In the next moment, the power of the Kamehameha surged forth, shattering the blazing shockwave of lightning with overwhelming force, racing toward the rib rice with unstoppable momentum. Ugh! Athe! The rib rice cried out, its form enveloped in brilliant light. Boom! A brilliant azure beam illuminated the Colosseum. Had it not been for the protection of the gods, this strike would have likely obliterated numerous souls. The great king of the world slumped in his seat, shaken by such a display even at his advanced age, his heart nearly unable to bear the shock. The rib rice stood dazed, smoke rising from its body. In that fleeting moment, it had feared for its life, grateful that Wukong had spared it, refraining from unleashing the full force of the Kamehameha upon it. You are truly remarkable. This is the first time I have unleashed my full power. Wukong remarked as he gently descended from the sky, his admiration sincere. To be continued. Chapter 33. The ever-watchful patrol. How infuriating. I have lost. With a thud, rib rice fell to the ground. The entire Colosseum was engulfed in silence as the host walked dazedly towards rib rice, observing him for a moment. He then raised his right hand high, proclaiming, I hereby announce that the champion of this year's Underworld Martial Arts Tournament is contestant Sun Wukong. Oh! A thunderous cheer erupted from the audience. The Grand Kai laughed heartily. Splendid. Truly splendid. As for the prize of this grand tournament, I shall bestow my supreme martial arts upon contestant Wukong. Subsequently, Wukong and the North Kai ventured to the grandest palace on Grand Kai's planet. The Grand Kai, ever playful, proposed another racing competition. Within the palace, a unique cosmic space existed, and upon hearing of yet another contest, Wukong felt a twinge of skepticism, as the promised martial arts instruction was nowhere to be mentioned. What is going on, Great Kai? Wasn't it said that I could receive your guidance? Hush. Do not act rashly before the Great Kai. Let him have his way for now. At the dining table, upon hearing Wukong's discontent, the North Kai broke into a cold sweat and quickly cautioned him in a hushed tone. TCH, if that is the case, I might as well return home. Gonna. Great Kai, Wukong declared, pointing his finger to his forehead, ready to initiate instant transmission. Wait, Wukong. Please, I implore you, do not leave just yet. This is quite troublesome. I have no interest in racing competitions. Observing the North Kai's flustered demeanor, Wukong scratched his head in exasperation. As it turned out, Wukong was ultimately persuaded to remain by the Grand Kai. After all, the weight of obligation was undeniable. Wukong and Rib Rice participated in the underworld racing competition, and afterwards, seizing the Grand Kai's jovial mood, he quickly attempted to ingratiate himself. Great Kai, may I inquire what martial arts you plan to teach me? Ah, that? You're right. Since I promised you, I must fulfill it. In that case, I shall impart to you the magic of rapid travel. Huh, I have no need for such a thing, as I have already mastered instant transmission. Upon hearing this, the Grand Kai was momentarily taken aback before suggesting, then perhaps you should remain here for training. When I have the time, I shall teach you martial arts. What? Wukong's eyes widened in surprise, and suddenly recalling something, he hurriedly asked, I wish to learn the method of survival in the universe. Might you impart that to me, Great Kai? That should be no issue. I sense you possess quite a formidable power. I shall grant you this method. Soon, Wukong received what he desired. Name, Tayutana method. Category, skill function, allows the slow absorption of rare cosmic factors to sustain oneself. Evaluation, a spell only gods may wield. Possessing this, even amidst the vast universe, you will always have a joyous home. Fantastic. This is precisely what I wanted. Wukong exclaimed with delight. Upon reaching the level of Starburst, he worried about inadvertently destroying Earth during a skirmish. If Earth were lost, his survival would be jeopardized. Of course, he could use the Dragon Balls to attain the ability to survive in space, yet that would be a tremendous waste. The Earth's dragon had been overused, and the female dragon produced a single Dragon Ball every 6 months. Gathering 7 would take at least 1.5 years, which was far too long to wait. Moreover, since he had switched to the modified Patera earrings a year ago, he had no Dragon Balls left. System items, not obtainable through wishes. Having acquired what he sought, Wukong expressed his desire to train there. The Grand Kai generously provided him with accommodations. Now, I shall focus on my training here. Patiently awaiting the arrival of my dear brother on Earth, Wukong felt a profound sense of peace, everything unfolding as planned. In the days that followed, apart from staying at home on Earth, he ventured daily to Grand Kai's planet to engage in combat practice. His primary aim was to refine his skills, discuss techniques, and enhance his combat experience. However, despite the Grand Kai's initial promise to guide him, he often feigned inconvenience, leading Wukong to cease his inquiries over time. Thus, time passed until one fateful day. A matter of concern arose for Wukong. Greetings. I apologize for the interruption. I am a temporal no. I am a government-appointed public opinion investigator. May I ask who you are? Oh, it appears to be the madam. We have prepared many gifts for this visit. May I kindly request that you fill out a household survey? In a western city, outside Wukong's standalone villa, a casually dressed girl resembling a later character named Xiaofeng handed a form to a maid named Xiaomao. Along with the form, she presented some children's school supplies and a box of snacks. I see. Then please come in for a cup of tea, Mississippi. Unbeknownst to her, Xiaomao felt a peculiar sense of familiarity upon seeing the girl. Without a trace of wariness, she accepted the form and slightly bowed to let the girl enter their home. Ah, thank you. The girl politely bowed and began to survey the opulent residence. Wukong had previously instructed Bulma to fortify the city as a precaution against beings with overwhelming power that could threaten his family. Thus, as soon as the detection system in his residence activated, Wukong returned from Grand Kai's planet, witnessing the unfolding scene. If I am not mistaken, that girl just now must be from the ever-watchful patrol, right? Wukong's heart grew heavy as he employed the Turtle School's key control technique to mask his presence. Gradually soaring back home, he then positioned himself at the corridor's corner, listening to the conversation in the living room. Hey, is Mr. Wukong really like that? Married? Was your wedding held simultaneously for 5 people? How absurd. Truly disappointing. Hearing such outlandish remarks from the lady, the girl stood up in surprise, unable to refrain from expressing her disdain. Upon hearing this, Xiaomao's previously pleasant demeanor instantly soured. She calmly replied to the girl, "Please retract what you just said." Huh? I am sorry. I didn't mean to. The girl quickly bowed at a 90-degree angle, feeling inexplicably intimidated by this ordinary earthling. My husband treats us exceedingly well. Outsiders envy and even resent him, spawning unnecessary rumors. Yet, he continues to protect us diligently. He is my hero, and living in this home, I am truly happy. I believe that is enough. Xiaomao spoke earnestly, which Wukong heard from behind the wall, his heart swelling with emotion. Frankly, there had been much speculation at the beginning, but Wukong was adept at navigating the internet. He established numerous online support teams and hacker groups. If anyone threatened his family or spread inappropriate remarks, Wukong could even reach through the internet to deliver a spirit bomb. Do not praise me so. I am merely a quietly devoted family man. Is that so? After completing the form, the girl, presumably from the Temporal Patrol, appeared somewhat dazed as she slowly exited the house. To be continued. Chapter 34. Trunks. Who could that little girl be? Why do I feel such a sense of familiarity towards her? Goku pondered as he observed the girl drifting away, before he slowly followed her. Chista. Why has the patrol squad appeared in this universe? Is there a problem? Upon hearing the question, the young dragon girl promptly materialized in Goku's line of sight. 2 years had passed, and her dragon had regained its strength, now possessing an elevated level of discernment. Perhaps, this universe is indeed the main universe. But with the arrival of the Master, a new branch has emerged, drawing the attention of the patrol squad. Chista mused, stroking her chin, seemingly vexed by the situation. Soon, Goku stealthily trailed the girl to a deserted rooftop of a skyscraper, where he encountered a familiar Dragon Ball character, Trunks. What? Shiwu has actually become Mr. Goku's wife? In a park half a kilometer from Goku's home, Trunks, clad in a coat, slumped on a bench, as if burdened by a nightmarish experience. His heart in turmoil, utterly drained of energy. It seems Ms. Shiwu is expecting a child named Sun AI, the girl observed, intrigued by Trunks' reaction. Yet she refrained from laughing out loud. You must love her. A loud bang erupted as Trunks slammed his hand down on the bench's armrest, rising abruptly to compose himself. And what of this world as Mr. Goku? Are there others? Who are they? Is it Aunt Chi-Chi? He inquired slowly. Well, apart from your great-great-great-grandmother. There's also Lan Shi and Bulma, the girl replied. Why, you can't be serious. Even my mother. Trunks' expression twisted as if he had just ingested a dead fly, and he sharply shook his head. No, not. This cannot continue. My father may never cross paths with my mother again. This divergence in the timeline could have dire consequences. What is wrong with that? Not asked, puzzled. If this continues, I may never exist. Mr. Goku would perish from heart disease, and Earth would face early destruction due to the androids. Can we just ignore it? Hearing the girl's words, Trunks shook his head helplessly. I cannot bear to witness such events unfold. While I could accept the destruction of this world, if the God of Time's predictions hold true, The occurrences in this universe may significantly impact the main universe. Should the fabric of space-time unravel, not only the main universe, but even my own universe and the time nest could be embroiled in turmoil. It could be. Upon hearing this, the girl, resembling Xiao Feng, calmly contemplated before suggesting, in that case, let us return to observe the next temporal node and see what transpires in this universe. Perhaps we will uncover some clues. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. I too wish to hear the thoughts of the god of time. Trunks nodded in agreement. They then unfurled an ancient scroll, transforming into a cascade of light before vanishing from the spot. From a distance, Goku silently observed the unfolding events, his hearing having been honed beyond that of ordinary beings, allowing him to fully comprehend Trunks and Not's conversation. So, such a thing does exist? Goku closed his eyes, beginning to contemplate, deciding to lay low for the time being, following the original storyline until Vegeta arrived. Beep. Master, there are others present. Suddenly, the reminder from the little dragon echoed in Goku's mind, prompting him to instinctively glance nearby. The space warped, and a voice resonated. Interesting, truly interesting. Son Goku, I did not expect you to achieve such heights during this time frame. It's quite surprising. In response, Goku turned coldly, witnessing a figure woven from dark and violet hues amidst the void's fluctuations. The voice, laced with mockery, spoke slowly. Son Goku. No, who might you be? Goku chuckled softly, feigning ignorance. I am Son Goku. And you? Ah, we shall meet again, but not just yet. As the voice began to fade, Goku remained contemplative. In the time nest, surrounded by the fantastical confines of clocks, a towering ancient tree stood tall. Golden owls circled above, conversing with those gathered below. I see now. I truly understand, remarked Krinoa, the god of time, after hearing Trunks' report. With her short brown hair and clad in purple divine attire, her golden patera earrings signified her status, though her petite form resembled that of a delicate young girl. Indeed, the world line has shifted, which explains the anomaly in the scroll. It seems the revelations from my dreams were accurate. I apologize, Trunks. I must take some time to contemplate this matter before providing you with a response. Krinoa shook her head, her expression turning serious as she regarded Trunks and Not. We must not delay any further. Let us return to the Great Hall to examine the scrolls. If I am not mistaken, we will need to embark on the task of mending the timeline once again. With that, they proceeded without hesitation toward the hall where the time scrolls were stored. Soon, they opened the unfurled scrolls and beheld a scene unfold. In the year 761 of the Age of Heroes. Haha, two fools. Ignoring my advice. You truly seek your own demise. Enough chatter. Where have you hidden Gohan? Hey. To struggle this much as a duo, how pathetic. Piccolo, how are you holding up? I'm fine. Though I've lost an arm, I can still fight. Huh, stop resisting. Your time is almost up. Ugh, what? Yamcha, are you truly going to kill your only biological brother? You scoundrel, weren't you just trying to kill me? And no, I never intended to kill you. I never thought of such a thing. Kakarot, old son, act now. Shut up. I have no brother like you. Die. Kamehameha. Ugh. X2 swish. The scroll closed, and the group fell into silence, staring at Piccolo and Raditz, now skewered like kebabs. Why has it turned out like this? The god of time wailed, her hair in disarray. ID, scoundrel Kakarot assessment level, LV23 age, 27 combat power, 10 million, 500 million, S, stamina, 100 ki, 100 attributes, strength, a defense, S key capacity, S agility, A additional attributes, perception, D charm, D luck, F skills, 1. Scoundrel tactics, max, 2. Air dance, max, 3. Instant transmission, 4. Kamehameha, 5. Turtle school, chi manipulation, max. Taiyu breath method, 6. Kaioken, max, 7. Spirit bomb. Talent, 1. Near-death enhancement, Super Saiyan 2. Rational great ape. Authority, evil modification. End of Dragon Ball Arc. Chapter 35. The Rise of Generation Z. For years have passed since the conclusion of the Underworld Martial Arts Tournament. This year, Gohan is 4 years old. Perhaps due to the indulgence of his mother and sisters at home, his character has become somewhat feeble, with a penchant for studying. What could a scion possibly study? Given his son's potential, it would be no challenge for him to face off against Jiren in the future. Why, Dad? Why do you have to take me out for special training? I'm sorry, Gohan. Please forgive my methods of education. Your mother and sisters are away on vacation. Even if you want to call for help, it's futile. Just give up. On this day, Goku dragged his son out of the house. leaping onto the flying nimbus and soaring into the sky. They traversed mountains and parted mists. Soon, he discovered Piccolo's training cave and swiftly descended to its entrance. Yo, Piccolo. For now, this child will be under your care. I'll come back to pick him up on the weekend. Cheers. Goku waved cheerfully, leaving his reluctant son with Piccolo before heading home for a holiday with his wives. You treat me like a babysitter. Piccolo fumed, humiliated by the situation, and promptly tossed Gohan outside. However, as night fell and he heard the child's muffled cries, he silently ventured out to fetch him some food. Another tranquil day unfolded. On the vast grasslands, numerous creatures resembling ostriches but with chicken-like heads roamed. A farmer, donning a straw hat, was tidying up the pasture when a whistling sound erupted from the horizon. He looked up to witness something that appeared to be a meteor, or perhaps a spaceship, plummeting, tracing a graceful arc across the sky. Is that a UFO? The farmer gasped, hastily mounting his jeep to chase after the falling, unidentified object. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed in the distance, prompting the jeep to accelerate. Upon reaching the site, the farmer discovered a massive crater. No, it's not a meteor, he exclaimed, his face pale, as he quickly grabbed a firearm to investigate. He was left dumbfounded upon seeing a tall extraterrestrial man emerging from the fallen circular spacecraft. With long hair cascading to his waist, the imposing figure wore a specially designed combat suit adorned with unknown scanning devices. He spoke coolly. How can there still be life on this planet? Kakarot, don't come any closer, the farmer shouted, aiming his gun at the stranger, only to have the man's device emit a series of beeps. Humph, a power level of only 5? Pathetic. The man sneered. He was none other than Raditz, Goku's brother, working under Frieza. Bang. The farmer fired, but Raditz effortlessly caught the bullet and sent it back. Ah! The farmer screamed as his head exploded. Such a weak species. After disposing of the insignificant threat, Raditz detected an even greater power level, his eyes widening in shock. What? A power level of 1300? Is it Kakarot? Why does such a being exist on this planet? Cold sweat trickled down Raditz's forehead as he intended to report this to his comrades, but at that moment, an inexplicable force surged within him, enveloping him in an aura of malevolence, and his mind began to twist into arrogance. Wait, what is this feeling? Raditz clenched his fist as his scanner relayed his own power level. What? How could this be? After a brief moment of astonishment, his expression darkened. Humph. As expected, I am the strongest. Why concern myself with their opinions now? He abandoned the idea of contacting his comrades and activated his flight technique, heading towards the source of the extraordinary power. Meanwhile, on a deserted island in the Pacific, Goku had established a private resort. Currently, he was lounging in a chair with Bulma, sipping coconut juice, while several wives and daughters played beach volleyball in their bikinis nearby. Ding. Master, did you just sense that? Raditz has arrived, right? Yes, Master. He is currently heading towards Piccolo. I'm keeping an eye on him. Everything is proceeding as planned. Ah, by the way, it seems he has inexplicably grown stronger. What is his current power level? Please hold on, Master. I will retrieve that information for you. Soon. Goku received a status report. ID. Raditz assessment level. LV2 power level. 1500-4800 E. Indeed, he has grown stronger, Goku murmured instinctively. Bulma tilted her head in confusion. Though she wore a revealing swimsuit, she noticed her husband's gaze was entirely elsewhere, prompting her to pout playfully and say, Darling, the weekend is nearly upon us. Shouldn't you go pick up little Gohan? Goku's attention remained fixated on Launch's voluptuous figure, and he only then realized, feeling somewhat embarrassed, ah, yes. That is true. I should go fetch him soon. Wait, darling, huh? Bulma, her eyes sparkling mischievously, hooked her ankle around her husband as she lowered the parasol to shield them from view. Since they haven't noticed us yet, let us take this opportunity to help me apply some sunscreen quickly. During the beach volleyball match, their 9-year-old daughter, Bra, spotted the scene and shouted, Ah, Mommy Launch. Daddy is about to get all lovey-dovey with my mommy. Huh? What? Launch was taken aback, and in the moment she turned her head, Bra executed a stunning spike. Smack. The volleyball crashed like a cannonball onto the opposing side, raising a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Ugh. My sister has outdone me again, the second daughter. Lon lamented with a glum expression. Yay. Bra cheered, jumping up joyfully before high-fiving her youngest sister, Ai. Honestly, they're always targeting mommy. My sister has such a wicked heart. Lon pouted, suddenly feeling that volleyball had lost its charm. No worries. Let us watch Mommy Chi-Chi. We'll get our turn back. Dressed elegantly, Chi-Chi patted her daughter's head, feeling blissful at this moment of play and relaxation by the sea with her daughters. Mommy Chi-Chi, is it okay? My mommy and Mommy Mai are currently looking for Daddy Lon, blinked her innocent eyes, pointing at Mai and Launch, who were slowly making their way over. Chi-Chi's expression turned to one of confusion. Going over? Why would they do that? Didn't they ask everyone to come play volleyball together? Chi-Chi murmured, her face soon flushing as she could not help but yell towards them in embarrassment. Hey, what are you all doing? The children are still here watching. With that, Chi-Chi hurried after them. Chapter 36. The Big Brother on the Other Side, in the mountainous region of eastern the continent. A resounding wail echoed through the surroundings. A man, clutching the weeping Gohan in his right hand, looked down at the fallen Piccolo with a cold smirk. Heh, so this is Kakarot's child? What a feeble creature. Why, you bastard? Piccolo seethed, attempting to rise but finding his body as immobile as if weighed down by lead, blood spilling from his mouth. Tell Kakarot to find me in the eastern plains. I am his elder brother, Raditz. With that, the man soared into the sky, tracing an arc through the air. Why? How could a mere human defeat me? Piccolo gritted his teeth, struggling in vain. In the next moment, a figure clad in the turtle school martial arts uniform appeared abruptly. Ah, Piccolo, my apologies. I hurried over after changing my clothes. Sorry to keep you waiting. Seeing Goku's carefree demeanor, with kiss marks from some unknown woman still visible on his face, Piccolo was momentarily stunned. He then shouted, You fool! How can you still be enjoying yourself when your son has been taken? Is there a father like you in this world? At his words, Goku feigned a tightening in his chest and rushed to ask, Where's Gohan? TCH, he's been taken by a man who claims to be your brother. And now he's asking to see you. What? Wait, that guy is very strong. You can't handle him alone. Moreover, he said he would take you away and sell the earth to others. That scoundrel. In that case, let's join forces, Piccolo. Goku extended his hand, helping Piccolo to his feet and offering him a senzu bean. With a grunt, Piccolo consumed the bean and immediately pursued the direction Raditz had flown off to. Honestly, he's more anxious than I am as a father, Goku thought with a smile as he watched Piccolo's retreating figure, while also keeping an eye on his surroundings. Chishta, have you discovered anything? He inquired of the system. Ding. Master, I have located the source of that mysterious power. It appears to be emanating from the demon realm. The patrol team has now appeared near Raditz. Got it, Goku nodded, then summoned his Nimbus cloud, quickly catching up to Piccolo. Demon realm? Is it the same one mentioned in the Majin Buu saga? Goku fell into contemplation, also feeling a pang of worry for Gohan. After all, he was his son. Meanwhile, within the Time Nest's Grand Hall, the Kaioshin of Time, Kranoa, regarded the newly arrived patroller, saying, So, patroller, I entrust this task to you. The rookie patroller, a scion dressed in sportswear with deep blue hair, nodded. I believe you will achieve great things in the near future. Kranoa reflected, then gently added, Please stay safe. May your martial prowess flourish. Whoosh. The Kaioshin slowly faded from view, enveloped by a pure white light, and in the next instant, the patroller found himself in the universe where Goku resided. In the year 761, the patroller swiftly concealed himself behind a large rock, soon witnessing Raditz arriving from a distance. Landing beside a spaceship. This mission was primarily for reconnaissance, not to assist Mr. Goku. Please wait here, and only reveal yourself when the time is right. Trunks' voice echoed in his earpiece, and the patroller nodded, suppressing his energy to hide. Oh, have they arrived so soon? On the vast plains, Raditz sat atop a shattered boulder, munching on some unknown wild fruit, when he spotted two figures descending rapidly from the sky. Kakarot, it truly is you. You resemble your father remarkably. Huh, have you lost yourself among women? Raditz sauntered over, revealing a look of disdain upon seeing his brother's appearance. My joy, brother. You wouldn't understand, Goku mused internally, though outwardly he angrily wiped away the kiss marks left by Bulma and others. Who exactly are you? Heh. In terms of bloodline, I would be considered your elder brother. I have come to take you away. Cut the nonsense. Where have you hidden Gohan? Hidden? Huh. Your son is sleeping aboard my spaceship, and I intend to take him as well, for he carries the blood of the Scion race. The Scion race? Piccolo murmured. Oh. Kakarot, we are both Scions, and this is the best proof. Raditz chuckled, flicking his tail. Ah, Piccolo looked astonished at Goku, clearly noticing the same appendage wrapped around his waist. I am not Kakarot. I am Earthling son Goku. At his words, Raditz impatiently dug in his ears and continued. You truly disappoint me. Kakarot, do not say I did not give you a chance. If I were you, I would abandon everything here, destroy human civilization, and leave with me. Huh? Nonsense. Join you? To work for Frieza? Goku scoffed internally, asserting that he would not even regard Frieza, let alone bow down to him. Impossible. I will not go with you. Go back to where you came from. Oh? So you refuse to join us, and you choose to stand against your brother? Goku spread his hands. I have no brother. At this, Raditz burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You refuse my advice and choose your own demise. Enough with the chatter. It was a mistake to let you negotiate. It seems we must join forces to deal with him. With a cold snort, Piccolo slowly removed his hat and cloak, throwing them heavily to the ground. Indeed, at this point, there is no other option. Goku nodded, also shedding his weighted training uniform. How many Senzu beans do you have left? Not many, but I'll give you one more. Goku tossed a Senzu bean to Piccolo, then swiftly launched into action. TCH. Don't get yourself killed. Your life belongs to me. Piccolo adopted an exaggerated expression as both launched themselves toward Raditz. Very well, Kakarot. I no longer require you as a hindrance. With that, Raditz's forehead bulged with veins, an aura of malevolence surrounding him. You, a disgrace to the Saiyans. I shall eliminate you now. Raditz's towering figure suddenly struck out, his fist raging toward Goku and Piccolo's chests. Chapter 37, Demise of the Patrolman Ugg. A devastating blow to the abdomen caused both Piccolo and Goku to recoil in agony. The Namekian's power level is 1300, and Kakarot's is only 1400. I wouldn't have dared to face them both simultaneously before. But now, Raditz flashed a sardonic grin before darting in front of them, delivering a swift kick to each. Bang! Goku and Piccolo were sent hurtling backward, but they instantly regained their footing and unleashed a flurry of blows upon Raditz. Clang! 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 The air crackled with the explosive sounds of colliding fists as Raditz effortlessly parried their attacks, one-on-one. But then, a piercing sound. Piccolo's right arm was severed by Raditz, eliciting a howl of anguish. He was then seized by the head and hurled into Goku. Ack! The two cried out, their faces contorted in pain. Raditz immediately unleashed ki blasts, sending them flying before gathering energy once more to create another volley of attacks. Damn it! Goku gritted his teeth, gazing at Raditz in the sky, his expression radiating invincibility. Here it comes. Piccolo, nearby, yelled out in agony as he began to evade the incoming assault. In the next instant, Raditz launched two colossal hand cannons, forcing Piccolo and Goku to desperately dodge. However, they were grazed by the ki blasts, the aftershock sending them spiraling away. Boom. Ugh. The earth trembled as the cataclysmic shockwaves scattered soil, rocks, and vegetation. Two craters, each the size of a football field, appeared in the landscape. Goku and Piccolo were left battered and bruised, their clothes torn. Haha. You two working together can barely manage this? How pathetic. Raditz cackled from above, his body engulfed in a dark purple aura. Piccolo, are you all right? I'm fine. I may have lost an arm, but I can still fight. The two struggled to communicate amidst the rubble, but Raditz's arrogant laughter echoed once more. Stop struggling. Your end is nigh. Upon hearing this, Piccolo, still prone on the ground, laboriously rose to his feet, panting heavily as he addressed Goku. Son Goku. It seems I have no choice but to resort to that technique. Could it be the special beam cannon? But will it even work? If we manage to defeat him, you're next. All right, we'll see about that. Let's defeat him first. With a fierce roar, Goku amplified his ki and charged toward Raditz. You'd better hold out, Piccolo muttered, extending his fingers and focusing them at his forehead. Meanwhile, the sounds of intense combat reverberated like explosions. Bang, bang, bang. It was a one-sided beatdown, with Goku feigning near death, occasionally attempting a counterattack only to be met with a blow to the temple by his older brother. He was then slammed headfirst into the ground. Boom. Another crater was formed as Goku coughed up blood, a ruse to deceive his foe. Damn it. Why is he so fast? This isn't enough time. Piccolo's brow was furrowed with sweat as he struggled to maintain the special beam cannon's energy buildup. But then, a series of beeps emanated from Raditz's scouter, causing him to shift his gaze toward Piccolo's location. WH what? 2,800. 3,000. How is your power level increasing so rapidly? Raditz's eyes widened in astonishment before his expression turned sinister. Could it be that you're concentrating all your ki into your fingertips? How is that even possible? You can manipulate your power levels at will. Enraged, the older brother launched an assault on Piccolo. Boom. A ki blast struck Piccolo, sending him spiraling backward in agony. Raditz planted his foot on Piccolo's face, sneering, "How intriguing. I'm becoming increasingly fascinated by this planet. Piccolo, take this Senza bean and restrain him. I'll unleash the special beam cannon." A booming voice echoed from behind, as Goku, battered and bruised, stood up, his fingers poised at his forehead, his ki converging at his fingertips. What? Raditz was dumbfounded, never imagining that his simple-minded sibling would also be capable of such a technique. Were all Earthlings capable of this? Hey, so, you learned it after seeing it that day? The calm response echoed from behind Raditz. It was Piccolo. The Namekian's arm began to elongate, seizing Raditz's tail. Raditz emitted a muffled, indignant groan as his body went limp. Moreover, having consumed the Senza bean, Piccolo's other arm regenerated, allowing him to ensnare Raditz's body. You bastard. The older brother struggled, but the Namekian's grip was inescapable. He couldn't help but exclaim, "You fool. Do you want to die with me? Kakarote's attack will obliterate us both." Huh? You think your divisive tactics will work? He entrusted his son to me. Piccolo scoffed before yelling at Goku, "Hurry, son. Do it now." What? Ugh. Stop it, Kakarote. Are you going to kill your only brother? Raditz roared, his dark energy surging, causing Piccolo's arms to bleed as they threatened to tear apart. Damn you. Weren't you just trying to kill me? Goku retorted, his fingers fully charged. No. I didn't mean it. I never intended to kill you, Kakarote. Silence. I don't have a brother like you. Hurry up and die. Goku bellowed as he prepared to unleash his attack, but time seemed to momentarily freeze. Now, Trunks' voice echoed from a newly arrived figure, a blue-haired scion clad in a tracksuit. It was a time patroller. So he's here. Goku's lips curled into a gradual smirk. Stop. If Piccolo dies, the Dragon Balls will. The patroller shouted, but his words were drowned out by Goku's even greater roar. There's another accomplice. Instantly, Goku exploded with power, his terrifying battle power causing Raditz's scouter to combust. What? Raditz and Piccolo were stunned as Goku pointed his fingers at the time patroller, coldly screaming, "Special beam cannon." What? The patroller was taken aback as a powerful beam, enveloped in an aura, swiftly approached. He barely had time to raise his arms in defense before. Sizzle. The intense beam pierced his arms, then his head, and finally, his entire upper body melted away. Thump. The patroller's torso slumped to the ground, a grotesque blend of blood and gore, as a prolonged silence descended. How could this happen? In the time nest, Supreme Kai of Time Kranoa frantically slammed her desk as Trunks stood dumbfounded. He then watched as the scene before him blurred, and even the scroll of eternity lost some of its power. Chapter 38. Farewell, Raditz. How? How could this be? Trunks trembled, disbelief etched in his eyes. The prodigious talent he had nurtured had been slain, a situation he had never encountered before. Wait. If the patroller was killed by someone else, it would be one thing, but it was evident that Mr. Goku would not act in such a manner. Could it be that Mr. Goku himself has succumbed to malevolence? Trunks, what do you think? Konoha interrupted Trunks' thoughts. Although the sacrifice of her valuable team member saddened her deeply, she quickly regained her composure. After all, she was the Supreme Kai. The time scroll had lost its control over the year 761, and her power had diminished significantly. I suspect that Goku from this universe has encountered issues. For the next time-space patrol, I shall take matters into my own hands. Indeed, that seems prudent. However, it would be wise to bring that Goku along. If he is truly compromised, we may discover the source of the problem. Besides, he has murdered members of our patrol team, and his crime shall be judged by the gods. Konoha closed her eyes and slowly departed from the Hall of Time. Upon hearing this, Trunks wore a serious expression, bowing his head in respect. He then began to prepare for the tasks required during the Scion arrival arc. Meanwhile, in the void, an enigmatic force seemed to distort space itself, converging upon Goku. What is that? I don't know, Raditz instinctively replied. And Piccolo unconsciously echoed him, completely forgetting that they were adversaries at that moment. The two were oblivious to a little dragoness, eagerly absorbing this power, which would surely have left them in astonishment. Master, I have absorbed the time power of the scroll. I shall now convert it into a skill for you. The silver-haired dragon-horned girl proclaimed, and then, Congratulations, Master. You have acquired the golden skill, Time Flash. Name, Time Flash category, skill function, control the pause of time for 0.1 seconds within a specific area. Evaluation, the signature technique of the universe assassin hit, which once plunged Vegeta into despair. How about that, Master? Isn't it splendid? Praise me, Chishta. So, that is the technique. Quite useful indeed. Goku nodded with a smile, then cast a calm gaze toward Raditz. Brother, surrender. I offer you a chance for reform. Huh, Kakarot. Do you think I would believe your nonsense? Do you still have the strength to kill me? Raditz scoffed, suddenly delivering an elbow strike that knocked Piccolo unconscious, before swiftly launching himself at Goku. Fool, are you content to be a lifelong servant of Frieza? Incorrigible wretch. At that moment, Goku ceased to feign restraint and delivered 2 swift slaps to Raditz. Smack, smack. With a few teeth flying from his older brother's mouth, Raditz collapsed to the ground, dazed. Oh, the whiny Raditz, had it not been for my consideration of others, would you even dare to challenge me? Goku deftly confiscated Raditz's scouter, subsequently delivering a kick that shattered Raditz's jaw before stepping on his head, forcing him to eat dirt. Ugh, ugh, ah. Raditz's aura surged once more, his combat power evidently escalating. Ah, master, I was right. His power indeed bears the essence of the demon realm. Chishta's cheerful laughter resonated. Yes, I am aware. Bang. Goku unleashed a kick, performing the Crane School's egg breaker kick. Raditz fell silent, convulsing in pain before losing consciousness. As for Goku, he paid no mind to this so-called brother of his. With Piccolo also in a state of unconsciousness, there was no one around to notice his predicament. He promptly pressed the button on his scouter, but alas, the device was broken. Panic set in as Goku suddenly contemplated what would happen if he could not contact Vegeta and the latter lost interest in Earth. After all, the matter of the Dragon Balls had not been disclosed, thus he began to ponder intently. Beep, beep, beep. After some fiddling, the scouter emitted a sound, prompting Goku to respond with a puzzled hum. A familiar, cold voice soon followed from the device. Kakarot, you certainly have some skill, managing to take down Raditz. Upon hearing this, Goku nearly exclaimed, Vegeta, in response, but he quickly fell silent, coldly inquiring, who are you? I am Vegeta, like you, a scion. However, I am the prince among scions, and you shall refer to me as your highness. What do you want? Heh, I acknowledge your strength, and after that, joining us would not be a problem. But before that, I wish to ask you a question. A question? Indeed. From your battle, I observed that your planet harbors Namekians. Is it possible that your newfound power derives from those orbs they produce? At these words, Goku couldn't help but laugh, feigning astonishment. Wow, what? How did you know? Heh, fool, you are truly a product of that worthless family of Raditz. Prepare yourself for my visit in a year, Kakarot. Vegeta chuckled and abruptly ended the communication, or rather, the scouter connection. Goku scratched his chin, then affixed the device to his face. Heh, foolish earthlings. Prepare to submit to the Scion's dominion. Striking a pose, he declared, when suddenly a small figure timidly inquired, Otosan? It was Gohan. Somehow, he had emerged from Raditz's spaceship. Hey, Gohan. How are you? Are you well? Goku's heart ached as he embraced his son, inspecting him thoroughly. Father, can you take me home? I miss Mom. Little Gohan began to cry, clutching Goku's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. That's all right. That's all right. Don't cry, Gohan. Crying isn't something a man should do. He patted his son's back, employing a simple spell to lull him into slumber. Over the years, abundant divine energy had allowed Goku to learn some magic, proving quite convenient. I'm sorry, Gohan. Please wait for me. Goku gently placed his son beside a caretaker before commencing the task of handling the bodies of the time patrollers, healing potions as well as the patroller's license, and some capsules. Alas, they were all damaged. How impoverished. Goku took the license, destroyed the remnants, and approached Raditz. Should I leave him be, or end his life? After a moment of contemplation, he softly uttered, Farewell, Raditz. Crack. The sound of shattering bone echoed in the air. Chapter 39. Super Saiyan 4. Raditz's spaceship appeared to have been damaged by Gohan. Goku discovered that it could not be stored in his item pouch, so he resorted to using a capsule to temporarily contain it. After settling the affairs of the two, he returned to the beach on his private island with his son, leaving Piccolo to continue his slumber for the time being. Where have you taken the child these past few days? His clothes are torn in several places. Chi-Chi expressed her concern as she glanced at the sleeping Gohan, then turned to her husband with a hint of irritation. Of course, he has been training. We Scions must exercise daily. Though Goku acknowledged the differences among Scions, he pondered what such a young child could possibly train in. Our Gohan is not the type to enjoy fighting, right? That's not necessarily true. Our child is a born warrior. Only irresponsible parents would disregard their child's wishes and unilaterally decide their future. Indeed, Goku managed a wry smile. Chi-Chi huffed in dissatisfaction and walked into the house to change her shoes. Suddenly, recalling something, she asked Goku at the entrance. I heard from Bulma that you just dealt with some aliens. You weren't hurt, were you? I'm fine. Your husband is the strongest, Goku replied confidently. Chi-Chi, with a hint of annoyance, retorted. Then, if you were so strong, our Gohan doesn't he need to train, does he? Ah, please, Chi-Chi. If Gohan goes to school. However, the only response he received was the sound of the door clicking shut. Chi-Chi cradled the child and headed back inside to rest. Goku scratched his head, recalling that before their marriage, Chi-Chi's enthusiasm rivaled that of the golden-haired launch. Yet he understood that her displeasure stemmed solely from their son's education. If Gohan doesn't study, even Jiren would weep. In the future, if I'm not on Earth, I must leave behind a capable warrior. Welcome back. Little Wu emerged from the living room, retrieving shoes for Goku. Yes, I'm back. Goku smiled and quietly put on the shoes. Ah, Daddy. Little AI exclaimed, rushing into Goku's embrace. Wah. Sister is bullying me. Bullying me. The little girl whimpered in Goku's arms. Little AI, you mustn't be so willful, Goku admonished gently. He turned to Little Wu, noticing her serious expression as she reprimanded their daughter. Isn't that a bit too strict? He couldn't help but comment. No, we must not spoil her. His wife replied earnestly. Although she allowed Goku to have his way in other matters, she took charge of their children's upbringing. Goku found it hard to argue against her. Thus, little AI only cried louder in Goku's embrace. What's going on? Why all the noise? Ah, darling, welcome back, Bulma chimed in, wrapping herself in a towel as if she had just emerged from a bath. Goku smiled helplessly and pointed towards their eldest daughter's room. Bulma immediately grasped the situation and approached the door, knocking insistently. Hey brah, did you take your sister's things again? Honestly, if you keep misbehaving, I'll have to cut your allowance next month. The household was lively, yet at times it felt serene. While having many children brought a host of worries, most of the time they were cared for by the mothers, resulting in an overall sense of happiness. Goku sat atop the roof, inspecting the spoils of the day. His power detector was malfunctioning, and he had sent it to Bulma for repairs. Then there were the matters concerning the time patrol. He had been preoccupied with this issue, fearing that if he encountered them again, he might find himself in a fierce battle. The shortcomings of Super Saiyan 3 remained unresolved. Perhaps a change in training focus was necessary. Over the past 4 years of the Underworld Martial Arts Tournament, his training had never ceased. Goku had only recently learned to transform into Super Saiyan 3, a feat far more challenging than anticipated. Luckily, the Grand Kaishin's planet offered numerous methods to develop one's potential, and through relentless battles and efforts, he had barely managed to achieve this transformation. ID, Scoundrel Rot Rating, Level 3, Note, Current Power exceeds Evaluation Limit. Age, 29 Battle Power, 75 million, 30 billion SSS, Stamina, 100 Ki, 100 Attributes, Strength, SSS Defense, SSS Ki Capacity, SSS Agility, SSS Additional Attributes. Perception, C Charm, C Luck, E Skills, 1. Scoundrel Combat Style, Max 2. Void Dance, Max 3. Instant Transmission 4. Kamehameha 5. Taiyu Breath Method, Max 6. Kaioken, Max 7. Spirit Bomb 8. Dragon Fist, New, 9. Flash Time Technique, New, Talents, 1. Super Saiyan 3 2. Rational Great Ape. Permissions, Evil Modification. Items, 1. Modified Patera Earrings 2. Rui Bang, etc. Goku was puzzled as to why his battle power had been increasing rapidly during training. Ever since mastering full power Super Saiyan, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 had not consumed much time. On that day, almost no one in the underworld could stand against him. Goku's exploits began to gain recognition, and he gradually earned the title of the galaxy's foremost warrior. It was during this time that he had the opportunity to meet the legendary Kaishin. The Kaishin of this era, though somewhat dignified, was ultimately a good-hearted individual. From him, Goku learned some divine training concepts, which allowed him to grasp certain magical techniques from the Dragon God art. Although it was merely superficial knowledge, he surprisingly learned the instant kill technique, Dragon Fist, from it. Thus, Goku finally felt a sense of relaxation. He had gained the strength of the latter part of Z right from the beginning, something he could take pride in. However, Super Saiyan 3 still seemed insufficient. Moreover, its energy consumption was too great, and the problem of energy leakage remained unresolved. While he could use Senzu Beans to compensate, he was reluctant to fight in such a manner. Currently, Vegeta was too weak. Absorbing him with the Patera earrings would only result in a loss for Goku. Indeed, Goku paused momentarily and then softly mused. Should I transform into Super Saiyan 4? 1 month later, Goku began to embark on cosmic travels, challenging various harsh environments across numerous planets. Although he only acquired the means to conceal his tail after learning magic, the tail was essential in channeling the Scion's potential. This was precisely why Goku had chosen to retain it until this moment, to fully unleash his potential and transform into Super Saiyan 4. At long last on this day, upon the surface of a dormant dead planet, a massive golden great ape roared incessantly, causing the very mountains and earth to tremble. Gradually, the blood-red eyes of the great ape regained their rationality and began to regress. It was Goku. His colossal form started to shrink, muscles bulging with strength, red fur appearing, and long black hair cascading down to his waist, becoming both mysterious and powerful. Boom. The surface of the Death Star seemed unable to withstand such an overwhelming presence any longer, beginning to fracture. Athe, Wukong stood atop the rocky terrain, roaring with fury, his jet black hair tinged with a deep crimson hue, while the aura surrounding him radiated an unimaginable terror akin to that of a star. His power continued to escalate, for Wukong was eager to discover the extent of his current capabilities. All right, Master. I can no longer gauge your combat strength. The delicate voice of the little dragon echoed persistently in his mind, prompting Wukong to come to a halt. How formidable. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan 4? At last, I possess some grounds for arrogance. He clenched his fist, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of surrealism. Following his inaugural transformation into a Super Saiyan 4, Goku reverted to his base form after a mere 10 minutes. This wasn't due to any leakage of power, but rather because it was his 8th attempt that day, leaving him physically and mentally drained. Designation: Super Saiyan 4 category. Innate ability function: harnesses the full might of the great ape, possessing combat prowess that defies conventional measurement. Initially estimated to be over 4,000 times that of his base form. Assessment: Mistress Sister refrains from commenting, as Master's power is so overwhelming that it induces dizziness. After consuming a Senzu bean, Goku endeavored to transform into Super Saiyan 4 once more. However, it remained a formidable challenge, and despite straining his vocal cords, he could only maintain Super Saiyan 3. Is it not possible? Even with the Senzu bean, have I reached my mental limit? Goku mused, his expression animated. Although he had succeeded once, he remained captivated by that state. Simultaneously, he noticed a substantial augmentation in his base form, estimating that his current power had increased exponentially, far surpassing his strength upon initially attaining Super Saiyan. Time to return home, Goku contemplated. With a swift motion, he teleported back to his residence on Earth. Welcome back. Oh, where have you been all these days? In the opulent villa nestled in West City's heart, Launch, in her blonde-haired state, was engaged in yoga. Upon Goku's arrival, she handed her husband a towel and inquired curiously, "Have you been training at that Kai's place again? You're covered in grime." Grime? I don't perceive it as such. Goku feigned ignorance, attempting to smear his dusty hand on Launch's face. Oh, you. I implore you to bathe immediately. Hey, stop it. I told you not to touch me. Fine, just go take a bath. After playfully bantering with his wife and entering the bathing room, Goku beamed contentedly at Launch's feigned reluctance to assist in scrubbing his back. By the way, Launch, why have you recently taken up yoga? Bulma suggested it could help regulate my temper. Little Launch seems to dislike her fiery mother, but I adore it. I know, but, wait. The children are still at home. Such events transpired, and Goku was uncertain when he had tumbled into bed or when he and Launch had drifted off to sleep. He only recalled being lectured by his 3 other wives upon awakening. Subsequently, Goku pledged to remain at home for a while, assuming responsibility for ferrying the children to and from school. Gohan, now 4, nearing 5, was attending kindergarten. As for the other 3 children in elementary school, the eldest daughter, Bra, was 9, the second daughter, Launch, was 8, and the youngest, Ai, was 7. Each day, as Goku collected his children, he attracted envious glances from other parents, primarily because his daughters would embrace him tightly. Regarding the children's martial arts aptitude, Goku sensed that Bra possessed the greatest potential. Remarkably, his eldest daughter, at just 9 years old, boasted a power level exceeding 10,000, despite Goku recalling her birth power level to be around 11. Had he not imparted the Turtle School's key control technique to the children, enabling them to manage their power, their home would likely be plagued with daily mishaps. However, Bra had expressed her aspiration to become a martial artist in the future. Goku murmured to himself before ushering the children into the car. Incidentally, acquiring a driver's license was at Chi-Chi's behest, as there were many appealing car models available. Goku also harbored an interest in cars, leading Bulma to gift him a vehicle on every holiday. Yay, we're home. We're back. Mommies, we're back. Upon arriving home, Goku finally sighed in relief. Would you like something to eat? Goku inquired, opening the refrigerator and addressing his offspring. I desire cake, father. Bra exclaimed, while the other children, engrossed in watching the doctor slump anime in the living room, paid little attention. Strangely, despite being scions, only he and Bra possessed voracious appetites, while the others were surprisingly easy to feed. Goku watched with the children for a while, then noticed my cleaning and proceeded to tease his wife. Tranquil days passed by, and at times, Goku felt he was becoming too complacent. He would visit King Kai's planet for a brief period, only to be expelled for transforming into Super Saiyan. Subsequently, he would seek out sparring partners on Grand Kai's planet. Of course, Super Saiyan 4 remained his trump card, and Goku would only attempt the transformation in areas beyond the observation of deities. While it was uncertain whether the Supreme Kai could detect him, Goku and Sista could utilize the system's power to conceal his presence. Here, darling, the scouter has been repaired. One day, Bulma emerged from the laboratory, brandishing the scouter. Really? That's fantastic, haha. Goku joyously lifted his wife and spun her around, deeming the device a valuable collectible and a means to inquire about Vegeta's arrival on Earth. Bulma giggled and pointed the scouter at Goku's cheek. Beep 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 Darling's power level is only around 10. Are you deliberately suppressing your aura? Bulma grumbled, playfully poking Goku's waist, and quipped, quickly elevate your aura so I can calibrate the device. It might explode, you know? I don't believe it. I've used the finest materials available. You must have faith in the power of science. Bulma huffed and confidently stared at Goku. Is that so? Then, I'll elevate it just a tad. With that, Goku closed his eyes and cautiously, gradually amplified his aura. Beep 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 the scouter emitted a wail. And Bulma cried out in alarm. Eek. 3,000, 8,000, 100,000. Okay, I'm done. I know I was wrong. Bulma's voice reverberated throughout the Capsule Corporation headquarters, and then an earthquake shook West City. With a pop, the scouter emitted smoke, and Bulma collapsed to the ground, tearfully gazing at her husband, nearly having wet herself in fright. Chapter 41, Training on King Kai's Planet. Goodness, what a mess this place has become. After a flurry of commotion, cracks have appeared on the walls of Capsule Corporation. Bulma, rubbing her aching temples, leans against the wall in frustration. Now sporting a short hairstyle reminiscent of her days on Namek, she is 27 years old, yet thanks to Goku's provided gadgets, she maintains a youthful vitality. By the way, Bulma's power level is around 200. Goku intends to travel to Namek to learn techniques for unlocking potential, so that his family can grow stronger and possess the means to protect themselves. Speaking of which, my dear, how is that alien spaceship coming along? Noticing his girlfriend's irritation, Goku quickly changes the subject. Oh, that. Dad is quite interested in such things, so all the research results are with him. But why do you ask? Kiki, I was thinking, if we manage to develop a spaceship, shall we go to space for our honeymoon? Just the two of us upon hearing this. Bulma's face lights up with joy as she hugs and kisses Goku, exclaiming, haha, really? That's wonderful. I'll go check with Dad about the research results right away. Came house. Hey, Goku, it's been a while. Master Roshi, still leering at Ariska magazine, greets him while complaining that Goku hasn't brought any beautiful women along. Long time no see, Grandpa. Are you still in good health? Goku smiles as he sets down a gift, this year's latest Gao game. Where's Krillin? He is out on a date with his new girlfriend. What is up? Oh, I see. Goku scratches his head. His purpose for visiting is to recruit Krillin for training at the Heavenly Temple, accompanied by Tien and Kairatsu. Unfortunately, Yamcha couldn't make it as he was defeated earlier. And Oolong too. After considerable effort, Goku finally manages to lure Krillin out. They arrive at the temple, where Piccolo and the others have been waiting. Mr. Popo is busy serving tea while the Supreme Kai leans on his cane, listening attentively. Goku informs everyone about the impending invasion of the Scions in less than a year, and silence falls over the group. Why are we only hearing about this now? Piccolo can't help but ask. Haha, I got a bit distracted with family matters, but we still have a year, right? Son Goku, you fool. Are the Scions truly that terrifying? Don't be naive. If you still harbor any hope, Earth will be doomed. If we summon the dragon and make a wish, can't we stop the Scion invasion? That's impossible. The dragon cannot oppose powers that exceed its own. I actually look forward to a proper match with him. Kaiatsu too. Alright then, I will take you to train under King Kai. Discuss amongst yourselves who will go and who will stay, Goku declared, believing that those patrolling the area wouldn't anticipate this move. After conferring, everyone agrees to head to North Kai's place for training. Before they leave, Krillin tries to call his girlfriend, only to receive news of their breakup. Seeing Krillin's sorrowful expression, Goku instinctively pats him on the shoulder to console him. It's all right. Who needs a woman when you can train? Please, Goku, I don't want to hear you say that. Damn it, I will become stronger. Tears of frustration stream down Krillin's face as he resolutely stands up. All right, without further ado, let us depart. Goku places his fingers to his forehead, and Tien, Piccolo, and Kaiatsu place their hands on his shoulders. With a whoosh, they vanish from their spot, reappearing on King Kai's planet. Upon arrival, the group is immediately overwhelmed by the tenfold gravity. What is happening? My body feels so heavy. Krillin struggles to rise, while the weakest, Kaiatsu, remains collapsed on the ground. Goku, however, appears unfazed as he strides towards King Kai's residence. The current King Kai's planet is several times larger than before, adorned with hills, rivers, and artificial lakes, all prizes won from Goku's martial arts wagers on the Grand Kai's planet. Is he not home? The door is opened by the monkey Barbarous, and just as Goku wonders, he hears North Kai's voice. Oh, isn't this Goku? What brings you here again? North Kai, having just completed a circuit of the planet in his small car, greets Goku with a broad smile. You can train here in your normal state. But transforming into a Super Saiyan is off the table. This place is precious real estate, after all. This time it's not just me, King Kai. These are my friends, and I hope they can train here as well. Goku gestures to Piccolo and the others, who, except for Piccolo, all rise and bow respectfully to North Kai. Please take care of us. X4 hearing this, North Kai beams. One joke per person. And I'll grant you permission to train here. After arranging accommodations for everyone, Goku returns home and begins guiding his children as training. With 5 Saiyans in the mix, he realizes he must utilize their collective power. The children are brought to the gravity chamber, and Goku starts instructing them one by one. Soon, he discovers that his eldest daughter, Bra, possesses the greatest talent, adapting to the tenfold gravity in just a few days. Alright, that concludes today's training. Bra, please stay behind for a moment. I'm starving. That's fantastic. See you later, Sis Bra pouts, while Lon and AI, exhausted, exit the gravity chamber, with Gohan eagerly following, bringing water for his sisters. Little Gohan is still too young, so Goku allows him to train lightly. Unsure if this would awaken his potential, thus he refrains from pushing him too hard. By the way, the members of the Sun family have all learned the Kamehameha technique by now. Is it really that exhausting? Goku observes the panting children and finds it quite challenging. He had merely asked them to do some exercises. What's wrong, Dad? Bra looks at her father curiously. Goku nods and continues, Bra, you are the eldest in the family and currently the one with the most combat talent. Today, I have an important ability to teach you, that is. With that, Goku unleashes a magnificent aura, causing his hair to stand on end and gradually transform into a golden hue. This is what I previously mentioned, the Super Saiyan. Goku strikes a pose, his gaze sharp. However, upon witnessing this transformation, Bra stands with her hands on her hips, appearing utterly unfazed. Oh, so that's it. I can transform too. Upon hearing this, Goku is initially incredulous, then utterly dumbfounded. He watches as Bra releases her own golden aura, incredulously exclaiming, Haha. So this state makes everything feel so light. Is this what being a Super Saiyan is like? Bra hops around excitedly, her legs moving so swiftly that they leave behind after images. Goku, feeling helpless, finally understands the sentiment of old Kai watching his own son transform into a Super Saiyan so effortlessly. Chapter 42. A world where only Gohan is injured. Bra, when did you transform into this form? Goku inquired, gazing at his daughter with her golden hair, standing upright. Last year. Because little AI broke my things. I was so sad. After crying, I turned into a Super Saiyan, Bra replied innocently, her eyes blinking as she looked at Goku, seemingly hoping her father would take her shopping. Besides you, does anyone else know about this? Well, Mommy Chi-Chi knows, little Gohan knows. Little Lon and little AI know too, and now Daddy knows. Upon hearing this, Goku could imagine Chi-Chi instructing son Lon to keep it a secret, likely citing something about not becoming a delinquent. Goku chuckled wryly, can others transform as well? Little Lon can, and little AI should be able to soon. Little Lon can too. Goku was taken aback, never expecting the usually airhead little darling, akin to Lan Chi, would also be capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. And just like Mommy Lan Chi, she said that sneezing can make her transform. Go call her over. Goku's expression turned serious. He felt it was time to assume a father's authority. Okay. Bra cheerfully raised her hand, maintaining her Super Saiyan state, and swiftly brought Sun Lan back. Daddy wants to see me transform into a golden-haired version too? So you all can transform? Sun Lan looked between Goku and Bra, and then, mimicking her mother, casually sneezed, transforming into a Super Saiyan with a flare of golden energy. Goku was left astonished and promptly called all the children over. Soon, with the encouragement of her sisters, little AI successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan as well, leaving only Gohan standing there in bewilderment. Initially, Goku thought Gohan wouldn't be able to do it, but Bra must have said something that made little AI cry, causing her to break down and transform into a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Gohan stood there, shouting for a long time without any sign of transformation. Then, he became frustrated and began to cry loudly. Wah wah wah. Calm down, Gohan. Normally, it takes a long time to train to become a Super Saiyan. Your sisters are just exceptions. Goku patted Gohan's back and laughed as he stepped out of the gravity chamber. Seeing this, Chi-Chi rushed over. What happened? Did he get hurt? No. He might just be a bit emotionally impacted. Goku smiled and pointed to the three daughters peeking out beside him. Chi-Chi was left speechless, then playfully punched Goku's arm, scolding, honestly, are you trying to raise the children to be delinquents? Time flew, and soon a year had passed. Goku brought Piccolo and the others back from King Kai's planet 2 months early. They all now possessed considerable combat strength. Goku bid farewell to everyone, saying he would return to Earth after some time. If the Saiyans arrived, they could simply call him using the communicator Bulma had left behind. With time on his hands, he aimed to explore the universe, adapting his transformations in extreme environments. Then, foolish aliens, summon your strongest warrior to face me, or I shall destroy your planet. Above a planet with a certain level of civilization, Goku donned the battle suit that Bulma had crafted for him, complete with a battle power detector on his cheek. His expression reminiscent of the theatrical version of DeLacy. Hey, is no one going to respond to me? If you don't show up soon, I will obliterate this planet. Goku shouted, growing increasingly bored. Soon after, several airships intercepted him, unleashing a barrage of missiles and lasers that surrounded him. He chuckled lightly, evading them, and with a swift series of attacks, he shattered their defenses, sending the ships crashing down. Boom. Goku gazed at the circular airships and buildings, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Could this be Frisia's fleet? What a coincidence. I keep teleporting through space, and here I am at the lair of the big boss. Damn it, do they not realize this is Frisia's fleet? How audacious. What? How dare they? I think I've seen him before. He's that Scion from planet Vegeta over 20 years ago. A multitude of warriors clad in battle suits poured out from the ships, numerous and relentless. Die, scum. You dared to offend Lord Frisia. I will have your head. A frog-like alien emerged from the wreckage of one of the destroyed ships, charging at Goku with considerable power. Heh. Goku sneered, swiftly slapping the alien, causing it to explode upon impact. This display frightened many who were considering attacking him. What? He took one hit and launch a ranged attack. Don't approach him. What is his battle power? Why hasn't anyone reported back yet? The crowd was taken aback, hastily sending energy blasts his way. But Goku unleashed his power, causing all their battle power detectors to explode one after another, while a powerful shockwave rebounded the energy blasts back at them. Wah! The crowd screamed in terror, either exploding or plummeting to the ground. Amidst the white energy, Goku coldly regarded the throngs. One hand already charged with a ki blast, aimed at the largest building below. Are you not coming? If you don't hurry, your headquarters will be obliterated. Stop. Stop him. Don't panic. Lord Dodoria will be here soon. Yes. Die, Scion. The soldiers shouted as they charged at Goku. However, Goku seemed to be playing, unleashing a series of kicks that rendered them powerless, leaving them clutching their bodies in agony. Even when surrounded, the Frisia soldiers found themselves dispersed in an instant. Goku began to relish the thrill of the slaughter, though he felt slightly unsatisfied. These were mere soldiers with battle powers not exceeding 1,000, with just a few techniques. He effortlessly defeated hundreds. How strong can such beings truly exist? It's over, Commander. We are retreating. Don't let them escape. Get someone to summon the Jinyu force. The alien in charge of the operation yelled in frustration, but his expression changed dramatically the next moment. He was struck by Goku's ki blast, disintegrating him on the spot. At that moment, a hoarse voice echoed, Honestly, a bunch of useless fools. You can't even handle a monkey? Ah, it's Lord Dodoria. The newcomer was a corpulent, pink-skinned, spherical alien, Frisia's personal attendant, Dodoria. He glared at Goku, demanding, "Who are you? Why are you attacking our Frisia camp?" "To uphold justice," Goku said casually while grasping an alien, his fierce gaze causing Dodoria to tremble. Gradually, Dodoria's words grew stiff and shaky. Could you please stop? I see you're quite the talent. I believe Lord Frisia will surely value you highly." Upon hearing this, Goku tossed aside the alien with a cold smile. I thought Frisia subordinates might possess some backbone, but it seems they are merely a bunch of cowards. Dodoria's face twisted in response to Goku's words. Although the words exchanged were incomprehensible, it was evident that he was engulfed in fury. You wretch. Go perish." With a fierce eruption of deep violet energy, Doria slowly released a dazzling beam of light from his palm. However, Goku merely chuckled softly and, with a casual kick, redirected the energy blast towards the tallest structure on the earth below. Chapter 43. The Ginyu Force. What? My ultimate strike was thwarted so easily. Dodoria was utterly stunned, unable to fathom that there could be a being as formidable as Frisia, as he beheld the scene of utter devastation. His plump visage began to tremble, fear coursing through his entire being. Wait, I surrender." Before he could finish his plea, the scion before him vanished in a flash and delivered a punch that pierced through his chest. Blood gushed from Dodoria's mouth as he was subsequently kicked to the ground, losing consciousness immediately. Oh, have they arrived? After dispatching Dodoria, Goku lifted his gaze to the sky, where 4 shooting stars streaked across, slowly descending onto the surface of the planet. Thud! The sound of combat boots striking the ground resonated, akin to rubber scraping against the earth. It appeared that Dodoria was beyond saving. A man with white hair and red skin observed the distant battle. Soon, 4 silhouettes emerged from the spherical spacecraft beside him. Hey, guys, what is the battle power of that scion? If he is formidable, I wouldn't mind acquiring another body. Beep, beep, beep. The battle power detector emitted a wail, and the Special Forces member named Guys exclaimed, What? 90,000 battle power. Captain Ginyu. I see. In that case, let us all engage together and return to report to Lord Frisia promptly. The leader, the horned alien Captain Ginyu, raised his right fist and commanded the others, who responded with a unified shout. Yes. X4 excellent, Ginyu Force. Let us set forth. In the next moment, the 5 of them coalesced into a single entity, soaring through the air like a radiant rainbow towards Goku's position. Heh. Goku chuckled softly, recalling their comical antics. Now would be the perfect time to eliminate them, lest Goten learn their moves and embarrass himself in front of others. The first to arrive before Goku was a muscular man with a pineapple-shaped head, striking a flower bud-like pose. Wahey! Jiao! Rickum! Next came a tall, deep blue alien resembling a tortoise. Ikikikik. Barda. Following him was. Guys. Oh. Gudu. Lastly, a purple horned man, only his back visible, bent down to peek at Goku from below, then shouted, Ginyu. We are the Ginyu Force. X5 Goku couldn't help but curl his toes in irritation, while it had been amusing in his youth. Being subjected to such ridicule now felt profoundly insulting. Sigh, watching this every day. Frisia truly has it tough. Die, you scum. The despicable Rot shouted, unleashing a hand cannon towards the lead Ginyu, as he was the only potential threat. If he were to swap bodies, it would spell disaster. Wah! Ginyu wailed as his body was obliterated. The tremendous shockwave erupted like a nuclear bomb, causing the other team members to scream and flee in panic. How powerful! The team members were filled with dread. The last to fall behind, Rikuum, shouted in despair, WH. What is happening, guys? Didn't you say he only had a battle power of 90,000? How could? Ugh. Hearing this, Guys turned around, only to see Rikuum cleaved by the opponent's energy blade. He immediately screamed in terror, Don't kill me. I still have value. I can provide you with information. Yet, the response he received was 4 glimmering blades of light. Ugh. Is that so? Goku chuckled as he severed Rikuum's limbs. He then pursued the others. Damn Scion. Die already. The 4-eyed, frog-like alien screamed madly, presumably calling for Gudu. The creature frantically unleashed countless energy blasts at Goku, but soon realized that none of them could reach him, only to have Gudu's head smashed flat by a single punch from Goku. Ugh. Following that was Barda, howling as his voice echoed. Damn it. Barda, rumored to possess the universe's fastest speed, was now racing towards the landing site of the ship. Unfortunately, he was already awaited by someone. "You're quite fast." Goku leaned against the spacecraft, relaxed. Ha ha ha. Upon witnessing this, Barda hastily slammed on the brakes, instantly transforming into a streak of light, fleeing into the distance. Swish. Goku instantly reappeared before him, executing a swift kick that sent Barda crashing into a deep pit, his body contorting grotesquely. "Wait. Ugh. I surrender. I surrender. I am willing to obey your every command," he pleaded, tears streaming down his face, but all he received in return was Goku's merciless mockery. "Sorry, too late." Boom. The energy blast descended, and Barda screamed, instantly vanishing into oblivion. "It is done." Goku let out a sigh of relief, pausing momentarily to contemplate. Since the Ginyu Force had been completely obliterated, he might as well seek out Frieza. He promptly returned to Guise, who still clung to life. Goku kicked him lightly, inquiring with ill intent, "Hey, share your battle power detector data with me. I require information." Cough cough. "You're finished. Lord Frieza will arrive momentarily. Just wait here to die." Guy spat blood at Goku, but was repelled by the aura emanating from him. Nevertheless, upon hearing this, Goku felt at ease. He paid no mind to Guy's venomous glare. Having nothing better to do, he decided to sit down and chat. "I see. Did you just contact him?" "Haha. With Lord Frieza's fleet speed, they should arrive in about 10 minutes. You scoundrel, have killed our Ginyu Force members, and now you can't escape." Haha cough. Ha ha. Guys cackled maniacally, blood frothing from the corners of his mouth as he continued to spew it at Goku. Then, Goku kicked his jaw off. "How slow, Frieza." Goku gazed at the sky, where remnants of battle and burning spacecraft littered the landscape. He had refrained from exterminating those who had participated in the conflict. Upon witnessing the swift defeat of the Ginyu Force, those remaining began to flee in terror. Goku had even spotted spacecraft silently departing the planet. Speaking of which, engaging in real estate might be quite lucrative. There are numerous planets in this world, and abundant resources to exploit. Should I consider living like a king? Goku leaned back on the grass, gazing up at the sky. Soon, he noticed a fiery sun slowly descending. Is that a planet-destroying missile? Goku's pupils dilated slightly, for he understood that Frieza had arrived at this moment. The incandescent energy seared across the firmament, casting a destructive hue upon the entire sky. "Frieza, desist. I shall safeguard this planet," Goku proclaimed, his aura erupting as he ascended into the heavens like a radiant comet. He shattered the planet-destroying projectile, akin to a falling star, then pierced the atmosphere, beholding Frieza's colossal warship above the stratosphere. In the distance, a dense swarm of warships emerged, led by a white-headed alien with pointed horns, seated within a vehicle. Reminiscent of Ginyu, his countenance was grave, for it was the galactic overlord, the destroyer's proxy, and the cosmic real estate magnate, Lord Frieza. "Scion, another Scion. You truly are an unforeseen anomaly," he remarked. "Frieza, you recognize me, I presume?" Goku inquired, standing defiantly before the Legion, a smile gracing his features. Upon hearing this, Frieza's pupils contracted, but soon, a mirthful glint ignited within his crimson eyes. "Oh ho ho ho. Could it be that you are the Scion who emerged during the cataclysm of planet Vegeta? Have you come to meet your demise today as well?" "You are mistaken. That was my father," Goku responded, arms crossed, unfazed by the thousands of soldiers before him. "Heh. I comprehend. You seek retribution then? It remains to be seen. I ponder whether collaboration or immediate disposal would be the more prudent course, or..." Goku mused. Yet Frieza was incensed by this arrogance. He shattered the controls of his vehicle, fury and indignation warring within his gaze. "Damn you. You wretched simians. I eradicated you once. Yet you proliferate like fleas. It is evident that my resolve to exterminate you all was justified. Perhaps you were simply afraid?" Goku retorted with disdain. "Insolent cur. Minions, engage." As if sensing their lord's wrath, the soldiers promptly obeyed, swarming towards Goku. "Soldiers, attack. Eliminate that Scion. Is that so? Are you prepared to face obliteration?" Goku declared with unwavering confidence. Then, with a thunderous roar, his power surged exponentially, causing the combat scanners to detonate one by one. "How can this be?" Frieza exclaimed. Startled, he gritted his teeth and crushed the scanner affixed to his visage. "Delay him. I shall dispatch this ape in my ultimate form," Frieza roared, unleashing his energy. "Yes, sir." The Frieza Force soldiers surged forward, encircling Goku, who steeled his gaze and braced himself for another siege. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of soldiers were instantly obliterated by Goku's might, instilling terror in the ranks. They retreated, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts, which proved futile against Goku. Deflecting harmlessly against Frisia's warship. "Restrain him," someone cried, and the throng converged upon Goku like a swarm of hornets. Swish. A blade of energy sliced through the void. A resplendent arc of light. Soldiers plummeted from the sky like discarded refuse, while others activated particle cannons, unleashing a torrent upon Goku. Evading the assault. Goku turned to behold Frisia charging towards him, fully transformed. So soon? Goku mused, surprised, anticipating a drawn-out transformation sequence. "Yaowa!" Frisia shrieked, enveloped in an energy cocoon, hurtling towards Goku. Swish. Employing the afterimage technique, Goku sidestepped the attack and beckoned the Overlord with a taunting gesture. "Could it be? Are you the legendary Super Saiyan?" Frisia bellowed, his fist imbued with a dense, violet energy, descending upon Goku. Boom. The cataclysmic shockwave dispersed the surrounding fodder, pulverizing those in close proximity. "Legendary? No, I am merely a Super Saiyan," Goku nonchalantly replied, catching the blow with his foot, much to Frisia's astonishment. Before retaliating with a devastating kick. Bang! The strike twisted Frisia's head, eliciting a furious shriek from the Overlord, veins throbbing. "You fiend! How dare you?" Crack! Riding his head, he unleashed a barrage of death beams upon Goku. Hey! Goku smirked, employing the afterimage technique to evade the assault. His enhanced perception allowing him to dominate the Overlord. Bang! A mighty blow landed upon Frisia's abdomen, causing blood to gush from his maw. Goku then proceeded to pummel Frisia's face, shattering the crystalline orbs upon his head, contorting his visage. He attempted to retaliate, but his limbs were twisted by Goku's relentless assault. "Ugh! Yaowa!" Frisia shrieked, radiating destructive energy, attempting to self-destruct. But he faltered, as Goku delivered a final elbow strike, sending him hurtling into his own warship. How dare you?" Frisia groaned, struggling to rise, only to be kicked deeper into the vessel by Goku, who seized his tail with a grin. "Not yet, Frisia." Swish. Employing the twin dragon shot, Goku plucked out Frisia's eyes. "This is for the murder of my parents," Goku uttered coldly, tearing them away. Then, splurch. The tail was severed, eliciting a wail from Frisia as he was hurled deeper into the ship's interior. Swish. The air within the chamber began to escape, causing panic as many were sucked into the void. The crew was aghast, watching Goku with despair. "Shields. Activate the shields." An order was issued, and the air pressure stabilized. Goku surveyed the scene, noting the energy shield enveloping the warship. "From this day forth, I am your leader. Frisia is retired. Do you understand?" Goku declared casually. The alien crew nodded in unison, cowed into submission. Yet, Goku sensed a presence targeting him. Pew! A beam grazed Goku's attire, but he evaded it. His senses heightened. The diminutive alien, brandishing a ring, was petrified, his body trembling. Chief Sorbet, faced with Goku's piercing gaze. The crew was speechless. Sorbet, the would-be assassin, was paralyzed with fear. "You dare betray Lord Frisia? King Cold will not forgive you. Save me! Save me!" No one responded as Goku approached and twisted his head off. He then seized the ring, unleashing a barrage of beams upon Frisia. Ugh! Phew! Close call, Goku. Unnerved, inspected the ring's attributes. Name: Ring of Super Blue Shame type. Item function: launches a sneak laser attack when the enemy is off guard, with a high probability of success. Evaluation: Master, why do you need this thing? It's not in line with Saiyan taste, is it? Mind your own business. Goku mentally retorted to Sha as he ordered the overseers to begin reorganizing Frisia's forces. How dare you? If he could exert his full strength, he would undoubtedly not be my adversary. Frisia emitted a faint sound. Yet Goku was able to hear it. Oh, is that so? Unfortunately, you shall not have that opportunity. No, please don't kill me. I beg you, do not take my life. Upon hearing this, Goku smiled. I shall await your resurrection. Frisia perished. Chapter 45, Wukong. Please come back. The Z warriors, having returned from King Kai's planet, currently engaged in training amidst a desolate rocky landscape on Earth. A sudden surge of energy caught Krillin's attention, causing him to wear a shocked expression as he sensed an immensely powerful presence approaching from beyond the Earth. Have the Saiyans finally arrived? It seems the time has come. In the distance, Piccolo, who had been in a meditative state, abruptly rose to his feet. By the way, Gohan, who was nearly 7, is currently by his side, learning. Are they strong? Gohan tilted his head, feeling that this energy was still weaker than that of his 3 older sisters at home. Hey, Piccolo, are you going alone? Shouldn't we wait for Yukong? Humph, after so long of training, are you afraid? Piccolo's words struck a chord. Perhaps they could resolve the situation without Yukong's intervention. Yes, I agree. The warriors communicated, deciding to pursue the direction of the two energy signatures descending. On the other side of the Earth, two spherical unidentified flying objects traced elegant arcs through the sky before crashing deep into the heart of a city. Boom. A massive crater appeared in the urban roadway, shocking the surrounding crowd, who paused to witness the spectacle. The two spherical crafts emitted steam, clearly not meteoric debris. Someone is coming out. A middle-aged man with glasses shouted, pointing toward the hatch of one of the spheres. A suspicious figure emerged, a man of slightly shorter stature adorned in battle attire, with a chiseled face and fiery black hair standing upright, exuding an air of arrogance. Is this Earth? It looks rather decent. Vegeta smirked. Soon, another imposing figure stepped out behind him, a robust man also clad in combat gear, wearing a smile. Nappa cast a mocking grin at the onlookers. Ha ha, it's time to show these Na'vi Earthlings a thing or two. Oh, don't go too far. If Earth is ruined, we'll be the ones at a loss, Vegeta replied helplessly. In the next moment, Nappa raised a finger, unleashing a ferocious aura. Stop right there. A figure appeared. It was Krillin, who, at that moment, was flying in with Piccolo and Tien Shinhan. Beep, beep, beep. The power level detector emitted sounds, and Vegeta's group changed expressions. What? 1,500. 1,800. And one at 6,700. Nappa, it's about to get serious. I see. Damn it. Kakarot isn't among them. He must be even stronger, right? I'll deal with that Namekian. You handle the rest. Understood. With their brief exchange concluded, Vegeta and Nappa surged forward to confront the approaching warriors. Bang. A fierce clash ensued. Vegeta faced Piccolo while Nappa battled Krillin and Tien Shinhan. Gohan watched from a distance. Worry etched on his face as he turned to Din. Do you think Uncle Piccolo and the others will be all right? Yes. They'll definitely be fine. Little Gohan. Don't worry. Din confidently reassured him. Meanwhile, in the depths of the cosmos, Wukong sat within Frisia's spacecraft, which had been modified due to its initial inadequacy. Before him stood King Cold, battered and twisted, resembling a mere shadow of his former self. Is it true? Have you disclosed all the necessary permissions to me? Yes. I have over 100 coordinates of habitable planets under my name. I truly cannot offer any more assets. King Cold exclaimed, agony evident in his voice, only to be met with Wukong's cold smile as he shot through Cold's abdomen with a laser ring. Ugh! King Cold howled in pain, eliciting Wukong's derisive laughter. Don't think for a moment that I'm unaware of your ulterior motives. Speak. Frisia has a cousin, if I recall correctly, named Cooler, right? Where is he now? What? King Cold was taken aback, angrily glancing at his subordinates. I'm not aiming for total annihilation. I'm merely curious about Cooler. Frankly, we have a project on Earth concerning androids, and I believe Cooler would be an ideal participant. Cooler has been roaming the West Galaxy recently. We have not been in contact for a long time, so I genuinely do not know his whereabouts. Aha. Listening to King Cold's sycophantic laughter, Wukong irritably waved his hand. Then contact him swiftly. Ugh, forget it, this is a waste of time. Transformation. He gestured, activating his abilities, causing King Cold's consciousness to freeze, responding mechanically to Wukong's inquiries. It turned out that this old fool had long known about his son's demise, and had begun plotting against him. It seemed Cooler had anticipated this as well. After familiarizing himself with the information he sought, Wukong commanded his subordinates to reorganize King Cold's personnel. Subsequently, the spaceship began its interstellar jump, swiftly arriving at Cooler's fleet. Soon, a great battle was imminent. Utilizing his superior technology, Cooler gained the upper hand, leaving Wukong's fleet in disarray. As the bombardment intensified, Wukong's subordinates began to panic, largely due to the presence of their incompetent allies and the absence of Wukong's established forces. Despite the size of their fleet, they were at a disadvantage. But it mattered not. Kamehameha. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, Wukong bellowed from the deck of his ship, the brilliant light he gathered shining like a star. Boom. The universe was flooded with blinding light as Wukong unleashed a massive Kamehameha that obliterated everything in its path. Boom. Boom. Cooler's fleet erupted like fireworks across the cosmos, yet Wukong did not pause. He transformed into a streak of light and sped forward. He sensed Cooler was attempting to escape. Though his previous strike had decimated the fleet, Cooler had not been vanquished. Damn Scion. I will fight you. realizing he had been discovered. Cooler transformed into his final form and engaged Wukong in battle. However, in his normal state, Wukong toyed with Frieza and King Cold. It was clear Cooler stood no chance. In his Super Saiyan form, Wukong executed a dual strike, followed by a swift kick that sent Cooler hurtling into a damaged ship. Soon enduring a barrage of attacks from Wukong's princely style, countless energy blasts rained down upon him, leaving him battered and on the brink of collapse. Wukong chuckled lightly, then used the Maphoba technique to seal Cooler within a container, temporarily placing him in his inventory. Next, it was off to Namek. A smirk graced Wukong's lips as he sat upon Frieza's throne, a green-skinned beauty named Zarbon serving him tea and refreshments. His subordinates revered him as a deity. Bowing in worship, Wukong had a plan to have the Red Ribbon Army manufacture metallic coolers to counter those incessant patrols. Such combat power surpasses that of nurturing allies or cultivating individuals. Afterward, it was time to locate the creator of the androids and that individual responsible for Majin Buu's creation. Anyone could be transformed into his formidable strength. The ambition within began to surge, and Wukong suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Living for 500 years seemed insufficient. At least a millennium would be required to truly indulge in life. Indeed, that shall be the course of action. Just as he pondered his plans while swirling his wine glass, the specially designed communicator nestled in his embrace unexpectedly chimed. Subsequently, a somber and indistinct voice of Clint emerged. Wukong, you must return swiftly. To be continued. Chapter 46. What have you done to my brother? The Earth lay in ruins. The Z fighters engaged in a fierce battle against Vegeta and his allies, resulting in numerous casualties. Perhaps due to their focus on the two formidable Scions, the Z fighters failed to notice the arrival of the cultivators. The cultivators united to capture Gohan, and shortly thereafter, Chaozu was killed by their self-destruct capabilities. Tian Shinhan, driven mad by Chaozu's demise, launched a frenzied attack on Nappa. Now, with his arms severed, he lay unconscious on the ground. Although Krillin exerted all his strength to inflict damage on Nappa, Vegeta proved too powerful. Even together, they were no match for him. Then, Piccolo. Krillin cried out in despair, helplessly pounding his fist against the earth. He witnessed the once dominant Demon King perish at the hands of Vegeta's Gallic Gun while trying to save Gohan. Regret consumed him as he lamented why he hadn't trained harder, ultimately leading to this futile outcome. Goku, please come back. He shouted into the specialized communicator, but there was no response on the other end. Meanwhile, Vegeta seethed with anger. How could a mere Namekian injure him? Was the strongest Kakarot truly? Impossible. I am the prince of the Scion race, a genius among geniuses. How could I be surpassed by a low-class warrior? Vegeta clenched his teeth, humiliation boiling within him, yearning to unleash it. I'm sorry, Vegeta. Nappa, sprawled on the ground, reached out to Vegeta, his right arm injured by Krillin's attack, clearly on the verge of death. TCH, Nappa, you worthless fool. Don't say that, Nappa. Vegeta grasped Nappa's hand, a wicked smile spreading across his face. You are no longer of any value to me. Your continued existence is merely a hindrance. Nappa, horrified, began to sweat profusely. Krillin gasped, unable to fathom that Vegeta would turn on his own comrade. Vegeta, what are you doing? Die for me, Nappa. Vegeta. Nappa's massive body was hurled away by Vegeta, and then struck with tremendous force, exploding in the sky. Boom. Nappa was dead. Vegeta showed no remorse, turning his cold gaze toward Krillin. Next is you, bald one. Krillin, trembling in fear, fell helplessly to his knees. Gohan, where are you? It's time to come home for dinner. Suddenly, a bright voice rang out, belonging to a blue-haired girl carrying a backpack, seemingly just returning from school. Krillin looked over, astonished to find she bore a striking resemblance to Bulma. What? So my brother is really here? Son Bra sensed Gohan's energy and muttered. Is that Bra? Krillin asked, his mind hazy. Yes, Uncle Krillin, the girl replied with a smile. Glancing around before her expression shifted to one of shock. Eh? Dead? Dead people? What happened? Weren't you all training? Perhaps due to the divine enhancements to Earth, Bra had sensed the battle energy from school but hadn't taken it seriously. Quick, run. While I still have some strength left to hold him off. Krillin struggled to speak, charging toward Vegeta. Could that girl be Kakarot's daughter? Vegeta glanced at Son Bra, a feeling of inexplicable displeasure surging within him. Stop it, Vegeta. Krillin shouted, but Vegeta disregarded him, shoving Krillin aside and grinning wickedly as he lunged for Bra. In an instant, Bra was enveloped in a golden aura. Realizing the danger, she glared furiously at Vegeta. What have you done to my brother? Nanny. Vegeta was momentarily stunned, realizing the girl's power far exceeded his own. With a swift motion, Bra's afterimage appeared before Vegeta, delivering a powerful kick. Heavenly Crane Kick. Bang. Vegeta was struck in the groin, his eyes bulging. He spun through the air, crashing into several buildings. Krillin stood agape speechless. Meanwhile, Bra let out a sigh of relief as she rushed to her uncle. Uncle Krillin, where's my brother? How is he? Son Bra asked anxiously, her eyes filled with concern. Yes, over there. Krillin pointed to the corner where the unconscious boy lay, rescued by Piccolo from the cultivators, who had taken a Gallic gun blast for him. Poor Gohan. Bra thought, cradling her brother in her arms, ready to take him home. Wait, Bra. The enemy is still. Krillin began, but then heard Bra declare. I'll leave the rest to Dad. What? At this, Krillin slowly turned around, witnessing an imposing figure. It was Goku. Krillin's face lit up with a smile, his eyes brimming with tears of joy, but soon he cried out in anguish. Brother Goku. Piccolo and Chaozu were killed by the Saiyans. Piccolo is dead. And the Dragon Balls too. I'm sorry, Krillin. I'm late. Here, take this. Goku had just teleported in, having donned the King Kai's fighting uniform to make a grand entrance. He tossed a bag of Senza beans to Krillin, who hurriedly rushed to Tian Shinhan, feeding him one before consuming one himself. Boom. In the distance, Vegeta erupted from the rubble, trembling, saliva dripping from his mouth. His steps exaggerated as boundless rage filled his eyes. Damn it. I can't believe I was defeated by a little girl, and she's mine. With this thought, Vegeta found it hard to articulate, an unprecedented sense of humiliation causing veins to bulge on his forehead. Then he spotted the handsome man in the martial arts uniform. Surely, that was Kakarot, who had been absent until now. You scoundrel. Vegeta gritted his teeth as he searched for the full moon, intent on transforming to obliterate this accursed planet. He soared into the sky, piercing through the atmosphere, gazing at the full moon emerging in the cosmos. It was a full moon with over 1,700 Frieza Force waves. Thud thud. Powerful heartbeats echoed from his chest as hair began to sprout across his body, his form growing larger, straining against his fighting uniform. Oh, so he's transforming into a great ape? Below, Goku stood upright, intrigued by Vegeta's transformation. Chapter 47. Watch closely, Vegeta. A one-time demonstration. The Time Nest's Grand Hall bore witness to an anomaly. How can this be? Pranoa, the Supreme Kai of Time, exclaimed, slamming her hands on the table. The future is obscured, a first, and the historical deviations are far too significant. Trunks, observing the live feed, was lost in thought. Vegeta, leaning against a wall, interjected impatiently. Why so much pondering? Just bring Kakarot here for questioning, isn't it? Not quite, father. Observe this, Trunks countered, pointing to a paused frame on the time scroll. A ring adorned Goku's right middle finger. What's your point? Vegeta questioned, clad in a dark battle suit with Whis' insignia. Don't you recall, father? During Frieza's resurrection, Goku was caught off guard by a laser pistol, much like this ring. If I'm not mistaken, this Goku has already vanquished Frieza. Are you suggesting this Kakarot might foresee the future? Vegeta inquired, surprised. It's not conclusive yet, but he may already be aware of our presence. Regardless, father, I implore you to proceed with caution, Trunks earnestly requested. Vegeta, seemingly recalling the Cell games, simply scoffed. I understand. Then let's not delay. We must prepare. Trunks declared as the time scroll before them glowed once more. Age 761, the earth trembled violently as a colossal ape descended, its savage aura permeating the city. Kakarot, you finally arrived. But alas, I've had a change of heart. Perish with your wife, daughter, and this planet. Great Ape Vegeta roared, confident in his newfound power. However, a swift kick shattered his chest armor, eliciting a gush of blood. Rah! Goku bellowed, amplifying the force of his kick. Vegeta wailed, crashing through buildings, his body convulsing on the ground. Pathetic, Vegeta, Goku remarked, conjuring a circular energy blade. Arg! Kakarot, what do you intend to do? Vegeta snarled, his face contorted in rage. Isn't it obvious? Goku smirked, launching the Destructo Disc. Damn you. The energy blade spiraled towards the giant ape, who retaliated with a massive energy blast. Shriek. What? Vegeta exclaimed as the energy beam split in two, the Destructo Disc slicing around him, severing his tail at the base. My tail. He lamented, his voice a mix of indignation and humiliation. Your tail is of little use, Goku stated from above, then paused, scratching his head. Is it time? Very well, he muttered, turning to Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta. Wouldn't you like to witness a true transformation? Vegeta, kneeling on the ground, glared at Goku, his eyes filled with animosity. Watch closely, Vegeta. This is a one-time demonstration. Goku assumed a stance of explosive potential, his energy erupting in golden light. HAAA. He roared, his black hair standing on end, transforming into a golden mane. His eyes sharpened, a golden aura enveloping him, darkening the sky and summoning thunder. This is Super Saiyan, the golden-haired Goku declared calmly. What? The legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta murmured, rising shakily. Pride surged through him, fueling his rage. Impossible. Super Saiyan. I refuse to accept it. I am the strongest in the universe. I am the true Super Saiyan. Vegeta lunged at Goku, only to collapse, suffocated by his overwhelming power. Hold your horses. Goku chided, amplifying his energy once more. Hey, go, day. Vegeta gaped, the sheer power making him feel insignificant. How can this be? Is there a power beyond Super Saiyan? Goku's aura intensified. Crackling with lightning, his golden hair becoming finer and more defined. This is a Super Saiyan among Super Saiyans, or Super Saiyan 2, Goku announced, noticing Vegeta's descent into despair. And then, the ultimate. Goku strained, his energy surging again, his hair lengthening and lightning coursing around him. There's more. Vegeta was dumbfounded. A nightmare unfolding before him. Hi-Aowa. Krillin, Bulma, and Gohan watched in awe as Goku's roar echoed. How much stronger will that guy get? Krillin wondered, leading his companions away. Thunder reverberated, the continent trembling. Uaoa. A blinding golden light enveloped the ruined city, accompanied by a primal roar. As the light dissipated, a towering figure with golden hair reaching his waist stood in the center. This is my current ultimate form, Super Saiyan 3. Goku proclaimed, clenching his fist. The energy leakage of this form seemed to be resolved after mastering Super Saiyan 4. Well, Vegeta, what do you think of my transformation? Super Saiyan 3 Goku asked with a cocky grin, but Vegeta remained silent, trembling and speechless. He was consumed by despair, unable to believe the existence of such power. It's futile. Kakarot is the legendary Super Saiyan. I can never defeat him. Hey, say something. Goku grabbed Vegeta's collar, switching between Super Saiyan 2 and 3 repeatedly, but Vegeta remained unresponsive. Goku hurled him into a nearby building, eliciting only a whimper before he fell silent. TCH, how boring. Goku grumbled, retrieving a jar from his inventory and using the evil containment wave to seal Vegeta inside. At this moment, well done, Kakarot. To achieve such greatness at this time. How audacious to humiliate me in this very period. This voice bears a striking resemblance to Vegeta's. Indeed, it must be his own. Goku turned to look and beheld radiance blossoming in the sky as two figures descended slowly. Vegeta and Trunks. Goku furrowed his brow, confirming his suspicions. This time, the Time Patrol had finally dispatched their frontline forces. To be continued, Chapter 48, The Arrival of Ultra Blue Vegeta. Is that truly Super Saiyan 3? Trunks was taken aback, realizing that the opponent's strength surpassed his own. Trunks? Is there another Vegeta from a different timeline? How did you end up here? Goku slowly turned around, his piercing gaze revealing no surprise. Indeed, this Goku recognized us. Trunks, with a serious expression, gradually gripped the sword at his back and solemnly stated, Mr. Goku, we suspect that you have maliciously altered history and intentionally endangered the lives of Time Patrol officers. We kindly request that you accompany us. Oh? Altering history with malicious intent and interfering with other parallel timelines. Aren't those your usual antics, Trunks? Goku chuckled coldly at him, causing Trunks to clench his teeth in frustration. How hypocritical. In truth, they were merely a bunch of meddling deities interfering with other timelines. I must insist. Do not hinder me. I refuse. Furthermore, do not insult the Lord of Time. Trunks drew his sword, golden energy erupting around him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Ah, the God of Time. Such a being truly exists. Goku laughed, just as he had anticipated. This was troublesome. However, he glanced at Vegeta beside Trunks, who was undoubtedly the ideal candidate for the Patera earrings. Furthermore, at this time, he must have absorbed divine energy. Humph. Why waste time talking to him? Let's begin, Kakarot. The alternate timelines Vegeta instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan and launched a kick towards Goku. Boom. The ground crumbled under the immense force, but Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form firmly caught the blow. Ha! Trunks swung his sword down, and Goku countered with a Keyblade, clashing fiercely. Clang. The ground sank again as Super Saiyan Vegeta coldly kicked Goku back. Trunks, stand down. Vegeta stopped Trunks, signaling that he would handle this battle. But father, silence. No matter which Kakarot it is, only I can defeat him. With that, Vegeta roared, releasing a crackling aura of lightning, and swiftly struck Goku with a punch. Sigh. Trunks sighed. His father always acted stubbornly at critical moments. Had he known, he wouldn't have brought him along. Bang. The sound of fists and feet colliding echoed continuously as Vegeta kicked Goku backward, following up with a flurry of royal combat techniques. Boom. Flames shot into the sky, igniting the earth and leaving it scorched. Goku's clothing was torn, leaving him in disarray. Amidst the swirling dust, Vegeta reappeared at Goku's side, launching a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. What's wrong, Kakarot? Is this the extent of Super Saiyan 3? Vegeta's fists intertwined, beginning to suppress Goku. His fighting spirit surged. It must be said that he was formidable at this time, but still too inexperienced. Goku sneered, activating the universal shockwave, seizing Vegeta's fist. Zing! The immense voltage paralyzed Vegeta's body, and seizing the moment, Goku unleashed the twin dragons, fiercely striking at Vegeta's eyes. Ah, my eyes! Vegeta howled in agony, only to be sent flying by Goku's kick, which was followed by several energy blasts. Boom, boom. Father, Trunks rushed in, witnessing Vegeta being bombarded by Goku's energy blasts, his fury igniting. Damn it! Trunks swung his sword down. However, Goku had anticipated him and activated instant transmission. Whoosh! He appeared beside Trunks, delivering an elbow strike, then snatched the sword, aiming it at Trunks' head. Don't underestimate me. Trunks bellowed, unleashing energy from within, creating a devastating shockwave that pushed Goku back. Goku stumbled, his palm slightly scorched, but he had already stored Trunks' sword in his inventory. Hey, then I shall deal with you first, Goku declared, sweeping his hand to unleash a Keyblade. The aura of Super Saiyan 3 surged dramatically. Whoosh! In the next moment, Goku's Keyblade pierced through Trunks' body, unleashing a torrent of energy waves that shot towards Trunks. Ugh! Trunks was sent flying, but was caught by the approaching Vegeta. Trunks, how infuriating! The other Vegeta fed Trunks a Senzu bean, then turned his gaze towards Goku in the sky. Hey, you're not Kakarot, are you? Vegeta closed his eyes, yet he sensed Goku's presence. Technically, I shouldn't be able to understand what you're saying. However, allow me to clarify. Vegeta, I am not the one you think I am. I am simply myself, the Goku of this world, without a doubt. Goku spread his hands in introduction. You're not Zamasu, are you? Oh, no. Why do you think that? Silence. Vegeta fell silent, and gradually, his aura began to dissipate, a deep blue energy enveloping him from his feet up. The entire earth seemed to fall silent, the tremors of the ground resonating like a divine melody. This is the Super Saiyan with the power of Super Saiyan God. Vegeta opened his eyes, gazing at Goku as if seeking vengeance for his counterpart in this world. His once golden hair transformed into a deep blue, and his aura followed suit. Strangely, Goku could no longer sense Vegeta's energy. Prepare to die, you worthless Kakarot! Vegeta roared, transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged at Goku, delivering a powerful punch. Whoosh! The force of his punch created a massive hole in a building, yet it did not land on Goku. Humph! Goku chuckled lightly, evading the strike, then retaliated with a heavy punch to Vegeta's abdomen. What? Ugh! Vegeta grunted, gritting his teeth as he retaliated with another punch. Whoosh! The fierce impact grazed Goku's golden hair. Before he could land a hit, Goku unleashed another heavy punch to Vegeta's face. What's wrong, Vegeta? Is this what Super Saiyan God is capable of? Goku scoffed, then unleashed a powerful kick. Whoosh, bang, boom. Vegeta was sent flying, followed by Goku's instant transmission that launched him into the air, culminating in a devastating head, but that drove him into a deep pit. How? How could this be? Amidst the swirling dust, Vegeta was incredulous. Though the damage was minimal, the humiliation was profound, and he began to connect the dots. Soon, Goku unleashed a highly destructive energy blast towards him, and Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins as he swatted it away. He loudly questioned, could it be? Have you learned instant transmission? Who knows? Goku smirked, then launched another energy blast. Boom. The colossal energy instantly engulfed an entire city, and amidst the scorching flames, Vegeta swiftly dodged, carrying Trunks to safety. Damn it, that Kakarot is utterly despicable. Vegeta gritted his teeth. He had sustained some minor injuries, but it was hardly significant. Saiyans only grow stronger with battle. Whoosh! The figure of Super Saiyan 3 Goku once again materialized before Vegeta, teasingly inquiring, "What's the matter? Vegeta? Are you planning to flee?" You wretched fool. Vegeta instantly cast aside Trunks and charged forward once more. Chapter 49. The Eruption of the Dragon Fist. Who else but me? Swish. Once again, Vegeta found himself striking nothing but air, having anticipated Goku's appearance. He launched a direct kick. What? Ugh. Goku was momentarily taken aback as he was forcefully struck in the chest, sending him soaring backwards. Boom. The earth cracked beneath them. This super blue strike made Goku experience the sensation of being hit for the first time. Typically, he inflicted harm upon himself to exploit glitches. But now he was genuinely injured by another. An indescribable thrill surged within him at that moment. Baiyu! A ki blast hurtled towards him. And Goku instantly regained his focus, swatting it aside with a decisive motion. The ground trembled behind him, seemingly conjuring a mushroom cloud. Remarkable. Goku smirked. Only to be met by an even larger ki blast rushing toward him. Oh la la la. Vegeta roared, relentlessly firing ki blasts from both hands. This was his famed Prince's technique. The barrage was akin to a Gatling gun unleashing intercontinental missiles, scattering clouds and causing the ground to erupt into molten lava, revealing crater after crater. Father, stop. At this rate, the earth won't be able to withstand it. Trunks, just regaining consciousness, shouted from below. As tremors intensified and magma began to surge from the depths. Vegeta abruptly halted, sweat beading on his brow. It wasn't merely Trunks' play that stayed his hand. Through the smoke, he caught sight of a formidable figure. At the heart of the magma, a long, powerful tail thrashed. The figure seemed to grow more imposing as he slowly tore away the remnants of his tattered battle attire. Deep crimson fur emerged from his body. His long, dark hair cascaded down to his collarbone, and his fierce crimson eyes radiated a mysterious yet overwhelming aura. It was Goku, transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta could hardly believe his eyes. He had thought that, even if his opponent relied on instant transmission, he could break through the 0.1 second time limit by boosting his own energy. But now, it seemed, such a powerful aura. You bastard. How dare you conceal such a transformation from me? Is this what you call Super Saiyan 4? What do you think? Isn't it far more impressive than any Super Saiyan god? Super Saiyan 4 Goku crossed his arms and grinned, striking a cool pose. At this, Vegeta's fury ignited. Clenching his fist, he bellowed, "Shut up. I care nothing for your Super Saiyan 4. In this world, you are utterly insignificant. Prepare to be trampled beneath my feet." Boom. The blue aura surged, gradually deepening to a dark hue. Vegeta's spirit soared, his muscles bulging slightly as he charged forward to collide with Goku. Another thunderous clash echoed as Goku was sent crashing against the rocky wall. Vegeta pressed Goku's head down, delivering 5 or 6 heavy punches to his abdomen. Then, as the mountainside began to crumble, he seized Goku and hurled him violently toward the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta's fist rained down relentlessly on Goku, his throat, head, lower body. Every vital area known to be lethal was targeted. Yet Goku merely shut his eyes, silently enduring the onslaught, only letting out muffled grunts, never retaliating. Finally, Vegeta's rage boiled over. Like a vengeful spirit, he formed his fingers into a claw and aimed for Goku's closed eyes. Nanny. Bastard. Vegeta cried out in pain as Goku opened his mouth wide and clamped down on his hand. Bang. Goku was kicked back once more. And an infuriated Vegeta cradled his injured hand momentarily before pointing both hands at Goku. Why won't you fight back? Apologies, Vegeta. Perhaps I am simply too powerful. Your strikes feel akin to mere tickles. Goku tilted his neck, exuding confidence in his resilience, though in truth, 2 of his ribs had been broken. You think me a fool? Prepare yourself. Ultimate Flash, Vegeta shouted. A brilliant golden light radiating from his palm as a devastating wave of energy surged forth. Goku neither dodged nor evaded, instead unleashing his own fury. Curling up in a defensive posture with his arms shielding his body. Swish boom. The violent explosion created a shockwave that sent Trunks staggering backward, intensifying the tremors around them. Truly, you're the Super Saiyan god. I never anticipated that with this body, I too would suffer injuries. The destructive energies intertwined, and amidst the smoke, Goku finally emerged, wiping the bruise from his mouth and revealing a smile. This guy? Has he been bluffing all along? Vegeta slowly closed his eyes, the blue aura surrounding him deepening once more, his hair seemingly growing longer. He descended onto a barren peak. I will defeat you here. Be prepared, Kakarot. Vegeta smirked, pointing his thumb at himself. You cannot defeat me, Vegeta. Goku smiled back, also landing and assuming a battle stance. This scene bore a striking resemblance to their final confrontation during the Scion invasion arc. In the distance, Trunks watched, utterly enthralled. Whoosh, bang. The two collided once more like meteors, their fierce exchanges warping the very fabric of space, tearing the void itself. 10 times. Kamehameha. Ultimate flash impact. Boom. Another surge of energy erupted. The entire Earth trembled, as if the tectonic plates were about to shift. Goku. What on earth are you doing? If this continues, the Earth will be destroyed. The voice of King Kai echoed in Goku's mind. It was likely that he and the system had concealed the Earth with divine power, preventing any prying eyes from detecting their situation. However, had their commotion begun to affect the afterlife? Bang, 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 bang. Goku and Vegeta continued their battle, and after kicking Vegeta away, Goku shouted toward the sky, "Apologies, King Kai, it won't be long now." He turned his fierce gaze toward Vegeta, fist clenched tightly, "Just 5 seconds. I will end this fight." What nonsense. Vegeta, still on the sidelines, was enraged, charging forward in an instant. Then, just as Goku finished speaking, time froze. Swish. Goku's afterimages multiplied as he activated instant transmission again, though the effect was less than optimal. For Vegeta in his deep blue state seemed to transcend the limits of time. However, he was faster than Goku. The Twin Dragons dance activated, covering the 5-meter distance. Goku, utilizing the bizarre effects of his skill, struck at Vegeta's eyes. Ugh. Vegeta howled in agony, his fist narrowly missing Goku's cheek. 1 second. Blood gushed forth as Goku silently counted. Then he seized Vegeta's head and slammed it down into the ground. Boom. Dust erupted as Vegeta let out a muffled groan. Crashing violently into the earth, blood and tears streaming from his eyes. 3 seconds. Goku's gaze sharpened as he raised his fist, shouting, "Dragon Fist, ah!" Accompanied by his roar, a dragon's roar seemed to resonate from his fist, crashing down toward Vegeta's abdomen. Exactly 5 seconds. Roar. A golden giant dragon surged from the earth, swirling its golden tail around the heavens before crashing down with ferocity. Boom. Yuawa. Vegeta let out a mournful cry, and the entire earth was turned upside down. A golden surge of energy flooded the world, causing magma to erupt like a volcano. The intense shockwave sent Trunks, in his Super Saiyan form, soaring through the air, his face contorted in despair as he shouted, "Father." Chapter 50. The maliciously altered Patera earrings father. Trunks cried out in despair, yet he found himself unable to assist, as merely withstanding the current shockwave drained every ounce of his strength. Moments later, through the thick smoke of the explosion, a figure emerged. Goku approached Trunks and spoke softly. "You won't die just yet." It is worth mentioning that he had already stored the sealed Vegeta from another world in his inventory, and his mood was quite buoyant. TCH. Trunks stood up defiantly, ready to continue the fight. "Ah, you really make me want to laugh." Goku, unable to bear it any longer, kicked Trunks away with a resounding thud. Ugh. Trunks clutched his chest, the single blow reverting him from Super Saiyan back to his base form. Despite knowing he was outmatched, he still fought on. Such was the folly known as passion. Chista. Goku activated his malicious alteration permission, attempting to siphon the power of time from Trunks. But in the next moment, "Stop it." A cheerful female voice echoed through the air. A beam of light descended from above, resembling a mythical rainbow bridge. It was Kranoa, the supreme Kai of time, accompanied by the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis. "Interesting. I didn't expect you to have other transformations besides Super Saiyan God," Beerus remarked, his lean yet robust form clad in attire reminiscent of Greek mythology. "Little one, don't you think it would be a shame to eliminate such a being so easily? Make sure to leave me a live one," Kranoa huffed, clearly having expended considerable effort to bring Beerus here. "Damn it," Goku muttered under his breath, preparing to execute instant transmission. "Don't move." The oppressive aura of the god of destruction enveloped the area, freezing Goku in place. Beerus raised his hand, his gaze piercing as he fixated on Goku. "I have you locked on now. If you dare to use that ability against my warning, I assure you, you will vanish in an instant." "Ho ho ho, Lord Beerus. You actually want to fight him, don't you?" Whis interjected with a sudden chuckle. "Well, to be honest, I would rather take a nap," Beerus replied nonchalantly. "Let's just destroy this Goku outright." He yawned, much to Kranoa's displeasure. "Wait a moment. When did I ever say I wanted him dead? Don't mistake me for one of you destruction gods. Just bring him back for questioning. Understand?" "Ugh. I know. All the Kaishins are so tedious." Was suddenly paused, realizing Goku had completely vanished. Reset time now," Beerus shouted in exasperation. And so, time reverted back to 3 minutes prior. "Don't move." It's truly embarrassing to let you slip away the first time. You won't get another chance. Beerus was now serious. Perhaps having been reduced to a comedic character after facing gods. Lord Beerus, please take this seriously. If you fail again, Vegeta might end up who knows where. Bulma certainly won't welcome us for dinner once that happens. Alright, I got it, Whis. So shut it. But that brat's fate is of no concern to me. I'm only focused on the reward. Listen well, little one. Once this job is done. Before he could finish, Beerus sensed a slight movement from Goku. Did I not tell you to stay still? He said coldly, unleashing his destructive powers. In an instant, Goku felt a force of annihilation threatening to obliterate him completely. Damn. The space is locked. I can't use instant transmission. Gritting his teeth, Goku unleashed the full power of Super Saiyan 4, successfully isolating the destructive force. Ho ho ho, splendid. Lord Beerus, once you're gone, I shall invite this Goku to become the next god of destruction, Whis teased, gazing at Goku. Please allow me to refuse. I would much prefer Miss Bados to choose me, Goku thought to himself. Humph. Let him survive as long as I do before making such claims, Beerus grunted, his expression turning serious as he focused on Goku. Listen, if you wish to live, surrender immediately, or you will truly perish. Goku continued to resist Beerus' destructive authority, contemplating his options, ultimately arriving at a decision that contradicted his own wishes. Chista, exchange a Dragon Ball for the Time Chamber experience, quickly. Right. How could I not think of that? Just wait a moment, Master. In the next instant, the Time Chamber experience card activated. Goku's figure vanished from the spot, leaving Beerus and the others dumbfounded. Wait, what happened, Whis? Well, it seems Mr. Goku has created a special space in a very short time. Unfortunately, we seem unable to locate him now. Whis mused, lowering his head in thought. Inside the Time Chamber, Master, the system has perfected this feature, and you can now exit at any time, Chista explained in a tone filled with eagerness. Home. Goku gazed at the place he had inhabited for 8 years, his emotions tumultuous. But time was of the essence to prevent the deities outside from finding a way in. He consumed a Senzu bean and retrieved the Patera earrings he had obtained 5 years prior, along with the jar used to seal Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. Name: maliciously altered Patera earrings. Category: divine artifact. Function: the earrings comprise a main earring and a secondary earring. The main earring will consume everything from the wearer of the secondary earring, thus achieving an ultimate evolution of multiplied combat power. Evaluation: the earrings of Vegito from an unknown timeline, after Chista's malicious alteration, exhibit effects surpassing mere fusion, serving as an ultimate technique for the Master to dominate the entire universe. Note: the greater the difference in personality and the closer the power levels, the more pronounced the enhancement effect of the absorption. Goku sat on the ground, lost in contemplation. Although the system description suggested such, he was reluctant to be deceived once more. The description does not indicate fusion or merging. It employs the term absorb. Does it imply that I would absorb Vegeta and gain all his attributes? He pondered, primarily concerned about the possibility of merging and becoming Vegito. After all, there were many people back home. However, it was likely there wouldn't be an issue. Chista, come out for a moment. What is it, Master? The small dragon appeared before Goku, looking perplexed. I'll say this first. If you cause any trouble this time, even if it means mutual destruction, I will eliminate you as a threat. You understand, right? Goku's gaze turned serious as he looked at her. Eh? Chista's eyes widened, tears welling up. Yet this time, she refrained from throwing a tantrum, simply nodding quietly. Yes, I understand. Chapter 51. Evolution. Very well. I shall now allow you to be digitized for a period. Goku channeled his divine power, and the system materialized, merging seamlessly with his being, effectively sealing away the consciousness of the other party. Let us begin. First, Goku retrieved the earrings, discerning their significance, and donned the primary earring on his right ear. Subsequently, he administered half a Senzu bean to the incapacitated Vegeta, and while his foe remained unconscious, he affixed the secondary earring upon him. In the next moment, Vegeta suddenly regained consciousness, thrashing violently and emitting anguished cries. A bizarre crimson thread of energy emanated from his being, causing Goku to feel a surge of alarm. And he struck Vegeta down with a powerful punch. Following this, Vegeta's form began to dissolve, his flesh melting away as if being refined into elixir. Kakarot. Vegeta's voice trembled as he reached out a hand toward Goku, but ultimately succumbed and fell. Then, the malevolent Patera earring gradually ascended, carrying the power that Vegeta had transformed into, morphing into a deep blue humanoid silhouette that surged toward Goku. In an instant, An overwhelming force surged within him, and Goku felt as if every cell in his body was undergoing a metamorphosis. Vegeta's power acted as a catalyst, inducing an extraordinarily unique transformation. He was evolving. Indeed, he could distinctly sense this phenomenon. The next moment, he heard the system's prompt. Ding. Detected that the host's body is on the verge of evolution. 2 evolution modes are available for selection. 1. Gogeta Evolution Mode. Description: an evolution mode geared towards the application of skills. Choosing this mode will not only yield geometric increases in attributes but also provide comprehensive enhancements to skills previously employed, granting unparalleled insight into combat techniques, making one the true strongest in the dimensions. 2. Vegeto Evolution Mode. Description: an evolution mode focused on attribute enhancement, transforming all power into attribute amplification. Even the god of destruction would find it difficult to withstand your might. A veritable statistical monstrosity, capable of overcoming all methods. The true invincible warrior of the universe. Humph. Did I not say I would not allow you to interfere? Goku was aware that this was merely the system providing guidance for him to navigate this phase, yet he remained dissatisfied. He did not wish for every aspect of his existence to unfold according to the system's design, for that would render it utterly mundane. Malicious modification. He clenched his fingers, invoking his authority to alter the system, and thus the 2 evolution modes began to transform, gradually coalescing into a singular option. 1. Ultimate Evolution. Description: only children make choices, adults take it all. Yes, this is precisely what I desire. Goku's expression twisted with madness as he sensed his divine energy being voraciously consumed. And then darkness enveloped him. In the haze, he, as an observer, witnessed Vegeta's past. Goku saw that Vegeta had been a prodigy from a young age, garnering universal acclaim. Subsequently, desiring to escape the constraints of royalty, he plundered numerous planets, engaging in deeds of murder and theft. However, upon his arrival on Earth, he was defeated by an alternate version of Goku, only to be slain by Frieza thereafter. Upon resurrection, he returned to Earth, where he encountered another world's Bulma. Time passed, and eventually he awakened. As Goku rose, he immediately sensed something amiss with his body. His innate perception had always been formidable, yet now he discerned subtle changes. I seem to have grown taller. Goku furrowed his brow and stood upright. His physique appeared slightly slimmer, no, perhaps more refined. Though his muscle definition was more balanced and fluid, it lacked a certain explosive impact. He conjured a mirror through magic and began to scrutinize his appearance. His face remained the same, yet he seemed younger. The mature, handsome visage now bore a hint of youthful innocence. What could be the cause? Moreover, his hairstyle had transformed. The once crab-like hair now stood upright, reminiscent of his Super Saiyan form, albeit in black. Isn't this Vegeto? Goku frowned as he gazed at his reflection, scratching the 2 prominent bangs on his forehead and letting out a resigned sigh. He then opened his attributes panel. ID: Scoundrel Kakarot Rating Level, LV3. Note: current battle power exceeds assessment limits. The system is temporarily unable to evaluate. Age: 30 battle power. Off the charts. Initial assessment indicates base power exceeds trillions. Stamina: 100 ki. 100 attributes. Strength. Defense. Ki capacity. Agility. Additional attributes: Perception, CB Charm, CA Luck, E Skills. 1. Scoundrel Combat Style Divine Scoundrel Combat Style 2. Instant Transmission 3. Universal Breathing Technique Divine Chi Technique 4. King Kai Fist, Max, 5. Dragon Fist, Max, Talents, 1. Super Saiyan 3 Super Saiyan 4. 2. Rational Great Ape. 3. New, Super Saiyan God Blue. The Scoundrel Combat Style had once again upgraded, and Goku perused the description. He discovered that this skill set encompassed all offensive techniques save for the Dragon Fist, and he felt as though his combat skills had ascended to a new echelon. Furthermore, the Scoundrel Combat Style seemed capable of fusing various skills together for combined use, whether they belonged to Vegeta or himself. This imparted a sensation akin to becoming a fusion entity, yet it was tinged with surprise. So, this is how it is, the Divine Chi, the fusion. Ha ha ha. Goku boomed with laughter, clenching his fist to gauge his newfound strength. If one were to illustrate the magnitude of his enhancement, it could be likened to the current Goku effortlessly overpowering his former self when he had transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Let it be known. Super Saiyan 3 is a staggering 400-fold increase. It is time to confront Beerus. Goku's lips curled into a smile as he purchased Vegeto's attire from the system store, and, after changing into the new clothes, he pointed his finger to his forehead and instantaneously teleported away. since the time chamber had been acquired with Dragon Balls in his youth. It was no longer a mere experience card, but had transformed into an item stored in his inventory. Emerging from within, Goku found that Beerus and the others had already departed. What is happening? He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly connected the dots concerning Bulma and the others' safety. Just then, he noticed his communicator ringing. Inside a standalone villa in West City, the god of destruction Beerus, Whis, and the supreme Kai Kranoa were seated in the living room, sipping tea, while I served a platter of delectable pastries. My dear, are these individuals your friends? They have come specifically to find you today. Bulma spoke on the phone at the entrance, exhibiting a casual demeanor. Completely unguarded against the recent visitors, the voice on the other end responded, "They are all very important friends of mine. Please entertain them while at home. I will be back shortly." "I understand, rest assured." Bulma nodded, then walked into the living room. "Indeed, your husband owes quite a bit, you know. Hence, we have come to collect the debt." Kranoa chewed on a piece of cake, her expression rather displeased. Meanwhile, both Beerus and Whis continued to indulge in their food, oblivious to the surroundings. Mike, too, remained silent, yet the news elicited a hint of concern from her. "How much are we talking about?" she inquired. "It's not a matter of money, it's—" Kranoa, having wiped the cream from her mouth, suddenly paused mid-sentence. As Ryukong suddenly appeared before the three individuals, a chilling smile lingered at the corners of his lips. Chapter 52. The Wrathful Destroyer. My wife's culinary skills are quite impressive, aren't they? Goku remarked, his gaze icy as he looked at the three individuals before him. "Ah, darling, have you undergone a new transformation?" Bulma and Xiaowu exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with admiration at Goku's appearance, momentarily entranced. "I see. Your sudden arrival gives you the audacity to act so arrogantly," Beerus noted, observing the Patera earrings on Goku. He set down his plate, slowly rising, and aimed his hand at Goku. "To think you managed to evade me twice. You truly do not regard the destroyer with any seriousness. Bulma, please take the family outside for a moment. I have matters to discuss with these friends," Goku stated, his tone serious. Bulma hesitated, then nodded in agreement. Understood. She exchanged a glance with Xiao Wu, and together they exited the house. At that moment, the children were at school, Chi-Chi had gone grocery shopping, and Launch was at her job at the catering company, leaving only Bulma and Xiao Wu in the house. However, to their astonishment, as soon as the two ladies stepped outside, the entire building vanished without a trace. Bulma quickly dialed her husband, but the call was met with a signal block. Meanwhile, on the Kaioshin realm, Goku's opulent mansion came crashing down, startling Beerus and the others. "What happened? What's going on?" Kranoa exclaimed, glancing at Goku, who had a hand resting on her shoulder, realizing she was likely in peril. With a swift kick, Beerus sent a wave of energy that split the house in two, but Goku effortlessly dodged the attack. "What's this?" Beerus paused, then observed Goku teleporting alongside the Kaioshin of time. "We're in grave trouble, Lord Beerus. It appears we have arrived in the Kaioshin realm," Whis murmured, surveying the surroundings, which only added to Beerus' anxiety. "Ugh, this isn't even our Kaioshin. We can deal with that later. We must save the little one first." Suddenly, a figure burst in, a servant of the Kaioshin, Jabiter. "Nanny, Lord Beerus, how did you end up here?" I was down there." With a loud crash, the Kaioshin Shin emerged from the ground, bewildered by the sudden appearance of a building atop him. Lord Beerus." Shin was taken aback, only to see the destroyer ignoring him as he followed his servant, shooting upwards like a beam of light. On the other side, "Speak. Why are you targeting me so relentlessly?" Goku sat grimly in the captain's chair of the Frisia spaceship, while the soldiers below stared in disbelief. Before him knelt a girl resembling the Kaioshin, her expression one of utter humiliation. With a sharp crack, a stinging sensation erupted from behind, causing Kranoa to whimper as tears streamed down her face. "How dare you treat me this way?" she shouted, attempting to bite at Goku, who remained unyielding despite the blows. In his mind, Goku unconsciously compared her to his wife. The Kaioshin girl was far too petite, akin to a small dragon. She sobbed quietly on Goku's knee, but he showed no mercy, adhering to his belief in gender equality until she begged for mercy, uttering phrases like, "Please, I was wrong." Witnessing this scene, seasoned subordinates trembled with fear. After all, this was the legendary Kaioshin. "Quickly vacate the area. Do not disturb the king while he disciplines the lady." "Yes." The crew hastily sealed the doors, retreating from the main chamber. "Hey, are you not going to speak?" Goku frowned, noticing the girl had fallen silent, merely crying. Fueled by resentment for nearly endangering his family and himself at Beerus' hands, Goku had no intention of letting her off easily. Ugh, you scoundrel. Perverted little lowly enthusiast. I shall never divulge anything. Kuranoa retorted, unexpectedly exhibiting fierce defiance. Do you truly believe I lack the courage to eliminate you? Goku grasped her collar, lifting her effortlessly. In his mind, he queried the system. Sista, why am I unable to activate the corruption permissions against her? Beep. Master, our current permission level is insufficient. The Kaishin of time governs all parallel universes and timelines. Her divine power far exceeds ours. Just as I suspected. Goku mused. An insidious smile creeping across his face as he gazed at Kuranoa, his eyes gleaming with malevolence. Jie. I wonder how the beautiful Kaishin will taste. Eh? What? What do you intend to do? Huh? Once I tire of you, I have thousands of soldiers at my command. I sincerely hope you remain stubborn. I wish to see how long you can endure. An hour? 2 hours? Or will you find enjoyment in the process? Kuranoa's face turned pale with terror, her legs trembling uncontrollably. What do you plan to do? At the very least, be gentle the first time? Seeing her reaction, nearly frightened into submission, Goku felt exasperated. His intentions were far from malicious, particularly with Beerus still pursuing him. Hey, Goku, where have you hidden the little one? Suddenly, Beerus' voice echoed from the outside, and Goku realized that several of his fleets had been obliterated in an instant. My lord. It's bad. Lord Beerus is here. Quickly surrender. One of his subordinates reported, causing Goku to feel a headache coming on. In any case, Kuranoa could not be killed just yet. Besides the ever-watchful patrol, another force had set its sights on him. Though the specifics were unclear, Goku was certain they were adversarial. He needed to maintain the balance between the two. Goku sealed Kuranoa within a jar, then, with a swift motion, appeared before Beerus. Let us negotiate, Lord Beerus. Goku stated directly, I shall return her to you, provided you vacate my universe. Otherwise, he held up a small jar, which emitted the sound of Kuranoa's voice. Lord Beerus, please save me. Ugh, did we fall for a trick? Whis, how much longer can we linger here? Well, Whis began to assess with his staff. It appears Goku has somehow siphoned the temporal energy of this realm. We can only remain for about an hour. An hour? That should suffice. Beerus grinned maliciously, his gaze fixed on Goku, the murderous intent swelling in his eyes. Should the little one perish, we can simply appoint another Kaishin. It seems you are unaware of the dire consequences of provoking a destroyer. To be continued. Chapter 53, Breaking the Limits. Why has it come to this? Please, release me. I can simply take them back. Kuranoa pleaded frantically, trapped within her container and bouncing restlessly. However, the god of destruction would not heed her cries. In an instant, Beerus lunged towards Goku, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Help! Kuranoa screamed, but then, whoosh, utilizing instant transmission. Goku evaded the strike and promptly stored Kuranoa in his item pouch. TCH, what a nuisance. It seems I must take this more seriously, Beerus remarked with a cold smirk, his form darting towards Goku like a wraith. Goku activated instant transmission once more, only to find Beerus's figure pixelated, enveloping him from all angles. There was no escape. Cough. Struck hard in the abdomen, Goku felt as though his chest had been smashed by a planet, leaving a brilliant trail of light across the cosmos. He briefly lost consciousness, only to awaken feeling himself being grasped, hurtling through an unfathomable distance before crashing violently onto a planet. My bones are broken. The intense heat akin to a star explosion brought Goku back to reality. He instantly transformed into Super Saiyan, breaking free from Beerus's grip. Oh, you possess quite a bit of strength. That form shouldn't be Super Saiyan God, Beerus said, astonished as he observed Goku, now radiating golden energy. Humph. Goku spat blood, pointing his thumb at himself and boldly declaring, I will bring you down soon. With a fierce shout, enveloped in golden light, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Unlike before, having absorbed Vegeta, Goku's hair turned red, reminiscent of his GT Super Saiyan 4 form. What an astonishing aura. Gazing at the Saiyan below, radiating a peculiar glow, Beerus's expression shifted to one of surprise, quickly replaced by an intense battle lust as he charged at Goku. What? With a resounding crash, Beerus was sent flying, clutching his nose, tears nearly spilling from the pain. The god of destruction was immediately filled with rage, not even recalling what had just transpired. My apologies, Lord Beerus. Did I strike too quickly for you to see? Perhaps I should slow down for you to observe more closely? In his Super Saiyan 4 state, Goku arrogantly posed for an elbow strike. You've angered me, boy. Beerus's deep voice rumbled, and a wave of destructive energy erupted around him. Boom. The earth trembled. The god of destruction unleashed his potent pressure towards Goku's fierce assault. Boom, boom, boom. His purple fists descended with ferocity, like comets crashing down. The planet was instantly riddled with craters. Goku was astonished. Merely defending had already pushed him to his limits. Not to mention while utilizing instant transmission. Didn't they say Super Saiyan God possessed only 60% of Beerus's strength? I now feel I could obliterate Super Blue Vegeta with a mere finger. As the sense of danger intensified, Goku ignited with fury, roaring as he retaliated against Beerus in kind. Annihilation kick. He unleashed the Dragon Fist, but the god of destruction merely grunted, disdainfully throwing a punch at Goku. Is this all you can do, mortal? Beerus's fist smashed down, obliterating a mountain. Amidst the thick smoke, Goku blocked with a single foot, his right hand radiating light as he looked down with authority. Have you ever seen a god bleed? Whoosh. Energy blades cleaved through the earth, instantly splitting the planet in two. Boom. The star explosion illuminated the cosmos, causing Whis to frown at the spectacle. Thousands of Friesia's soldiers activated their shields, panicking as they braced for falling debris, fearing their new leader had been defeated again. How could this be? A green-skinned girl named Zilai could hardly fathom it, having harbored some admiration for the overwhelmingly powerful Scion, even fantasizing about becoming the universe's empress. Yet soon after, she caught sight of an incredibly dazzling light. No way. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the planet's explosion. TCH, what a waste of my time. I shall finish you off with this. Beerus grimaced, wiping the blood from his face, feeling utterly humiliated for struggling against his opponent for so long. He was injured. But the god of destruction was furious now, intent on annihilating this foe at all costs, even if it meant destroying this universe. For it was not his seventh universe. In the next moment, a temperature hotter than the star explosion gathered in Beerus's hand, a terrifying energy radiating forth, forming a super-destructive bomb capable of obliterating the galaxy. What? Goku felt a weight in his heart, gazing at the energy sphere shimmering like a star, slowly descending towards him. Even with his enhanced body, he doubted he could withstand the full force of such a destructive orb. His instincts screamed danger. Yet at that moment, he yearned for a challenge. It had been ages since he encountered such an exhilarating opponent. Goku's face lit with madness as he assumed a stance, channeling divine energy within him, shouting, "Limit! Breakthrough!" With a thunderous roar, Goku's aura surged once more, merging divine energy with Super Saiyan 4, transforming his once golden flames into a deep crimson, granting him a geometric boost in power. Unimaginable strength coursed through him as the searing destructive bomb descended, yet the light surrounding Goku equaled, if not surpassed, that of his adversary. Beerus's expression grew serious as he witnessed Goku's palms come together, mimicking Vegeta's Big Bang attack, though with a distinct twist. He bellowed 100 times. Super large Kamehameha. Bring it on. Whoosh boom. The two forces collided violently, creating a cataclysmic clash. Invisible shockwaves rippled outward, causing the entire universe to tremble. Aha. This is the battle I have longed for. You, finally transformed into Super Saiyan God. Beerus's excitement was palpable as he raised his hand, gathering another energy sphere. You want to dance too? Goku couldn't help but scoff internally. But he gritted his teeth against the mounting pressure as the second destructive bomb descended upon him. No, this isn't even my full power, he murmured. And in the next instant, Goku unleashed the Kaioken. Kaioken, 10 times. In an instant, his energy wave transformed into a radiant beam, shattering the two sun-like destructive bombs effortlessly, directing all the released energy squarely towards Beerus. Chapter 54. Death. Aarg. A blinding white light, akin to a cosmic genesis, erupted outwards as Beerus's agonized scream reverberated across the cosmos. The mere sound induced auditory trauma in Friesia's legion, some even hemorrhaging and collapsing. It seems we've reached an impasse. At this rate, Universe 7 may very well face annihilation. Whis sighed, then brandished his staff, commencing the restoration of order within the ravaged universe. Whoosh. A figure materialized beside Whis. Oh, my. Forgive the intrusion, Whis said with a slight bow. The figure was his doppelganger, another Whis. Well, now, this is quite unexpected, the other Whis remarked, eyes widening in surprise. Huff. Huff. Goku, still postured from discharging the ki blast, was thankful his body's resilience endured the tenfold Kaioken recoil. He remained vigilant, consuming a Senzu bean. Beerus stood motionless, wreathed in dark smoke, his countenance a complex tableau of emotions, most notably profound rage. I concede, you're a remarkable mortal, Beerus murmured, an arcane, dark purple aura emanating from him. He commended Goku. To push me to this extent is proof enough that you rival the power of a destroyer god. Likewise, Lord Beerus. Even I might have been grievously wounded by that last strike. I'm amazed you withstood it, Goku responded calmly, masking his apprehension. Although he couldn't sense Beerus's energy, his intuition warned him of the god's augmented power. Is that a destroyer god's technique? Autonomous Ultra Instinct? Humph. Let's see who has the last laugh. Beerus grinned malevolently, cracking his knuckles before launching a sudden assault. Kaioken. Goku roared, the Super Saiyan 4 limit breaker state augmented by Kaioken, transforming him into a comet that collided with Beerus. Your stamina has recovered? Beerus noticed at once, before receiving a brutal punch to the face. Bang! The feline destroyer god spun, crashing through several planetary fragments. This was inconsequential, as the destroyer god instantly teleported before Goku, delivering a devastating punch. Whoosh! Goku evaded, executing a backflip that connected with Beerus's jaw. Bang! Ugh! Beerus groaned, unleashing a furious counterattack, but Goku vanished. Looking for me. Goku's voice boomed from behind. Beerus turned to receive an elbow to the face, followed by a kick that sent him flying. Goku conjured 5 ki blasts, launching them towards the airborne Beerus. Explosions reverberated through space, yet Beerus remained unscathed. He's grown stronger again. Goku's heart sank. He had Senzu beans, so he wasn't afraid of a battle of attrition. But he worried Beerus's power had no limit. As the smoke cleared, Beerus stared at Goku in silence, an overwhelming force of destruction radiating from him. The destroyer god was consumed by rage, ferocity, and terror, yearning to unleash his destructive urges. Arg! Beerus bellowed, unleashing a surge of destructive energy. Even Goku, at a distance, felt his skin crawl. Whoosh! The destroyer god moved at unthinkable speeds. Goku pushed his time skip to its limits but couldn't pinpoint Beerus's attack. Too many afterimages. Goku gritted his teeth, utilizing his ki and divine power to create multiple clones, then employing multiform to counter the assault. However, the clones were instantly dispelled. Beerus located him, delivering a punch to the face. Bang! Goku's consciousness flickered, followed by a devastating blow to the abdomen. Ugh! Goku tasted blood as Beerus broke through his defenses. The destroyer god's onslaught continued relentlessly. Bang! 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 Goku was pummeled by the destroyer god. Yet his composite body miraculously endured. Ordinarily, such destructive force would have annihilated dozens of planets. Time to end this. Beerus drove an elbow, shattering Goku's ribs, then grabbed his hair, unleashing a flurry of kicks. Arg! Goku's aura exploded, pushing timeskip to new heights, combining it with multiform. He delivered a powerful kick to Beerus's groin. Ugh! Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief, then charged at Goku with unbridled fury. Ha! Goku roared, launching an enhanced Big Bang attack with his left hand, while charging his ultimate technique with the right. Beerus swatted away the ki blast, then kicked Goku in the abdomen. Ugh! Not yet, Son Goku. The destroyer god roared, his fist raining down like meteors, each blow cracking Goku's defenses. Splurt. Blood splattered. Crack. Bones fractured. Yet he fought on, even managing to seize Beerus's hand, wrenching it open in defiance. Oh! Beerus finally realized what was happening. He saw Goku's other hand, realizing he was charging something. Hey, you can't escape now, Lord Beerus. Goku, battered and broken, firmly gripped his foe. He had defeated Vegeta with this final strike. Release me, destroyer god Beerus. Sensing danger, struggled to break free. He had no desire to endure Goku's attack. Dragon Fist. Goku roared, his fist transforming into a golden dragon that crashed into Beerus's face. Arg! Swoosh boom. Beerus's head caved in, his body sent spiraling by the golden dragon. Goku reverted to his base form, his gaze eerily tranquil. No, lifeless. He was dead, the instant the dragon fist was unleashed. Beerus's destructive power, amplified by autonomous ultra instinct, had detonated within him, obliterating his body. A brilliant golden light spread through the cosmos, transforming into a golden ocean alongside the dragon's roar. TCH. Whis. I was careless. Get me back for treatment. Beerus, smoking and bleeding, clutched his head in agony. He calmed himself, retracting autonomous ultra instinct. Yes, Lord Beerus. You've earned your rest. The angel Whis said placidly, nodding to his counterpart before whisking Beerus away. Then, we shall take our leave. Very well, safe travels. The other Whis smiled, watching them depart before turning towards Goku's floating, shattered corpse, lost in thought. Chapter 55, Resurrected. Alert. Detecting the host vital signs have ceased. Hey, Master, can you hear me? Ah, you can. It seems your soul hasn't been entirely obliterated. Alert. Do you wish to expend 7 Dragon Balls for a chance at resurrection? Acknowledged. Initiating bodily reconstruction. Please wait. Huh? Wait. It seems it's no longer necessary. Within Frisia's spaceship, the figure within the incubation pod stirred, shattering the transparent glass in an instant. Bursting forth, I nearly perished. Wringing out his drenched hair, Goku gazed at his robust musculature, as if it had been meticulously restored, appearing even more flawless. Fortunately, he and Sista had foreseen such an eventuality and had prepared accordingly. The Dragon Balls spawned by the little dragon, rather, created by her, could be used in any order, requiring only 7 to fulfill a wish. Aside from the initial one produced during the first upgrade, the little dragon generated one every half year thereafter. Over the years, they had exchanged them for Patera earrings, expending 15, and had used one to acquire the hyperbolic time chamber. Now, resurrection had consumed another 7. Furthermore, Sista's Dragon Balls possessed no resurrection limitations, which emboldened him to contend with the gods of destruction. At that moment, Goku was enveloped in a cloud of heat. He vaguely sensed his physical condition, discovering that his physique had become even more formidable. Is the near-death enhancement still in effect? And who brought me back here? Goku mused inwardly. Had his dragon fist against Beerus not been a desperate gambit, leaving him with no energy to defend, he wouldn't have been instantly defeated by the god of destruction. Engaging with such a monster requires utmost caution. However, the divine techniques were truly extraordinary. In theory, his combat power should have been on par with the god of destruction, yet the latter seemed impervious, as if their health bar was locked. But he possessed divine techniques as well. Goku accessed his inventory. The vial containing Kranoa remained intact. However, his gaze was drawn to the skill book titled Dragon God's Esoteric Art. Wait, why haven't the Dragon Balls been consumed? Didn't I just resurrect through a wish? He suddenly noticed this peculiarity and began questioning the system. Master, it wasn't I who resurrected you this time, but that angel. Moreover, they seem to sense Sista's presence. I must remain hidden. An angel? Is it Whis? Weren't he and Beerus supposed to have returned? No. It must be this universe's Whis. Goku recalled the battle with Beerus, having noticed the angel at that time. But why would they save me? Goku pondered for a moment before dismissing it. He couldn't fathom why the angel would rescue him. They must have employed that divine technique that can rewind time by 3 minutes. He shook his head, ceasing to dwell on such trivial matters, and resumed studying the Dragon God's Esoteric Art skill. This was originally a red skill that required mastery of divine energy to learn. However, due to the scarcity of science and his lack of connection to justice, he lacked the confidence to become a Super Saiyan God. Initially, he had intended to cultivate divine power within himself to master divine energy and learn this skill. However, after absorbing Vegeta, it seemed unnecessary. Alert. Consuming divine power to learn the Dragon God's Esoteric Art. Please wait. Alert. Dragon God's Esoteric Art learned successfully. Name, Dragon God's Esoteric Art category. Skill function, combat, magic description, the supreme martial art created by the Dragon God Zalama. Mastering this art grants unparalleled combat prowess, possessing both world-destroying and world-creating capabilities. In an instant, Goku felt an overwhelming dizziness, as if countless steel needles were piercing his mind. He beheld a vague, towering silhouette, who seemed to have noticed him as well. The two locked eyes, but the vision quickly vanished, followed by a deluge of knowledge flooding his mind. It encompassed the method of creating Dragon Balls, Namekian power, dragons, magic, a chaotic amalgamation of information poured in. Fortunately, Goku possessed remarkable adaptability and quickly acclimated. I see. If only I had learned this skill before facing Beerus. The outcome of a rematch would be uncertain. However, the circumstances had caused Goku to subconsciously forget about it. He discovered that, under the influence of divine energy, his normal state could shield him from ordinary perception. He casually raised his hand, accompanied by the resounding roar of a dragon, with the faint image of a dragon's head roaring in his palm. The destructive power he wielded was no less than that of a god of destruction. So powerful. Goku was astonished. Such a casual gesture had replicated the effect of the Dragon Fist. If he were to master this skill, would every strike become a Dragon Fist? However, the consumption would be considerable. What? Lord Frisia, you're unharmed? To withstand such an attack, and a mechanical voice, filled with the excitement of a subordinate, emanated. Goku glanced over, and the surrounding surveillance devices instantly shattered, triggering alarms throughout the ship. So it's true. as the angel said. Excellent. I knew it. As long as Lord Frisia lives, we still have hope. Ugh, seriously, so many devices are broken. Are you trying to kill us all, boss? Chilai, how dare you speak to Lord Frisia like that? Lord Frisia, the angel is still waiting for you in the main bridge. Please, if you would. Goku immediately understood. He retrieved a set of black martial arts attire from his inventory, changed into it, and slowly walked out. Mr. Goku, I'm glad you're unharmed. Is your body all right? As the doors to the main bridge opened, Goku discovered that Mr. Whis was seated at a guest table, enjoying the spaceship's delicacies. They appeared to be high-class pastries that only King Cold could savor. Thank you, Mr. Whis. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving assistance. If you ever have the time, please visit Earth. I would be honored to offer you Earth's most delectable cuisine as a token of my gratitude. Please don't refuse. Goku bowed courteously. It was wise to feign weakness before an opponent he couldn't defeat. Moreover, even if a battle were to erupt, he could at least depart with dignity. Oh ho ho ho, you're too kind. By the way, would you be interested in becoming a god of destruction in the future? Given Lord Beerus's condition, he might not last for more than a few 100 million years. Haha, you jest. How could a mortal live for so long? As he spoke, Goku glanced at the surrounding subordinates, who tactfully excused themselves. He struggled to decipher the angel's intentions and couldn't comprehend why they had saved him. Whis picked up a knife and fork, chuckled. I am certain Mr. Goku is destined to surpass all gods of destruction. So, you saved me to become the next god of destruction? Not entirely, Mr. Goku. Rest assured, I am not your enemy. As angels, we do not interfere in mortal affairs. It's just that you are special, therefore, special individuals deserve special treatment. With that, Whis stuffed another morsel into his mouth, closing his eyes in satisfaction. Okay, here's the refined version of your text, focusing on enhanced vocabulary and a more sophisticated writing style. Chapter 56. Whis's request. So, Mr. Goku, are there any particular inquiries you wish to make? Well, I remain somewhat preoccupied with the matter of you rescuing me. Indeed, it is as I suspected. Such a circumstance would understandably incite unease. Allow me, then, to articulate my entreaty. Whis paused, then rose gracefully, offering Goku a slight bow. I implore you not to extend the animosity born from your recent tribulations to the deities of this realm. Upon hearing this, Goku feigned ignorance, though his inner self was now on high alert. Revenge, you say? I wouldn't go so far as to embark on a fanatical hunt across the cosmos for retribution. However, if the pursuit of power necessitates such actions, then perishing on that path would be a worthwhile endeavor. Whis-san, your words are perplexing. Firstly, such an act is far from my intentions. Secondly, my current capabilities are hardly a match for a god of destruction. That is not entirely accurate. If my deductions are correct, your initial purpose in visiting the sacred world of the Kais was to resolve the matter of the Supreme Kai, was it not? Seeing Goku remain taciturn, Whis continued, however, you also discerned that Beerus-sama of the alternate timeline and the Supreme Kai Shin of this timeline do not share a symbiotic affinity. Thus, even the assassination of Shin would not pose a threat to Beerus-sama. Your intention, then, was to seize the Supreme Kai of Time as a bargaining chip. Alas, the enraged Beerus-sama disregarded even the bonds of camaraderie and allowed matters to escalate to this point. It seems the other me will be burdened with this predicament. Whis chuckled, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone, while Goku looked on, perplexed. So, merely refraining from harming the deities of this world is sufficient? Oh. But this is merely a request, coupled with a word of caution. The ultimate decision rests with you. And, if it is within your capacity, I would be most grateful if you could return Kranoa-sama to the time nest. She is deceased. She was caught in the crossfire during my battle with Beerus. Is that so? A regrettable outcome indeed. However, the time nest appears to be unaffected. Logically, the demise of the Supreme Kai of Time should have precipitated some form of consequence. Whis raised his staff, initiating an observation of various timelines. Goku, realizing the futility of concealment, simply retrieved Kranoa from his inventory. Very well, she is here. You have bested me. With a poof, the Supreme Kai of Time materialized, fixing Goku with an indignant glare. You just wait. I shall repay you twofold for what you did to me. The young woman, cheeks puffed out, launched into a tirade. Goku made a dismissive gesture, causing her to flinch. Soon, Kranoa was enveloped in light and vanished. Now, with the matters at hand concluded, I shall take my leave. With that, Whis straightened his towering form and rose to his feet. Whis-san, might I, at some point, Seek your tutelage in matters of training? Seeing his departure, Goku inquired, a touch of audacity in his tone, and produced an array of terrestrial delicacies as an offering. Ahem. Your generosity is appreciated. However, it is unfortunate that Beerus-sama remains in a state of hibernation, potentially for decades to come. Disturbing him could reignite your conflict, and the universe might not survive another such clash. Whis mused, then, as if struck by inspiration, produced a marker and inscribed a sigil upon Goku's person. Instead, I suggest you journey to Universe 6 and seek out my sister Vados. She is more than capable of guiding you. Is she as skilled as you, Whis-san? Within the angelic lineage, she is among the most formidable. I am, naturally, no match for her. Whis explained with a smile, and Goku nodded in understanding. Then, I bid you farewell. Thank you for your hospitality. I shall endeavor to visit Earth in the future. Oh, safe travels. Goku waved as Whis departed via the Rainbow Bridge, finally exhaling in relief. He had been unable to gauge Whis' true power, but he had a vague understanding of the God of Destruction's limits. Facing the angel had left him feeling deeply uncertain. Someone summoned the green skin wench to massage the king's shoulders. Goku commanded his subordinates and resumed his place on the flagship's throne, indulging in a feast. Subsequently, Goku issued orders to his subordinates to proceed to Namek, Piccolo's homeworld. This was a strategic move. Since the integration of Frisia's army, Goku had conceived a multitude of ideas. He instructed his underlings to negotiate contracts with the Namekians, initially offering economic aid, resource exchange, and fostering trust. Subsequently, they would encourage the Namekians to take out loans and introduce predatory lending practices, gradually draining their wealth. Furthermore, Goku planned to extend this business model across the universe, becoming a warlord and a tycoon, firmly grasping the reins of the entire universe's economy. The mere thought filled him with a sense of wicked glee. Goku returned to Earth, where he explained the recent events to his wives and assisted in resolving the housing situation. He then traveled to the city where he had battled the great ape Vegeta and discovered that Piccolo's corpse had been removed. Upon investigation, he found that the Red Ribbon Army was responsible. Goku promptly eliminated a portion of their forces, reclaimed Piccolo's body, and made a trip to the afterlife. Afterward, he sought out Krillin and the others. Came House Gohan, Bulla, Krillin, and others awaited Goku's return. Tien Shinhan, having recently reattached his limbs, was grieving Kaiatsu's demise. Piccolo is gone, which means Kami is also. Master Roshi trailed off, feeling his age. He felt he could no longer keep pace with these young warriors. In his twilight years, he could only immerse himself in the world of visual novels and live out his days in bliss. Actually, Earth is not the only place in the universe with Dragon Balls. Wherever Namekians exist, Dragon Balls may also be found. Upon hearing this, Tien Shinhan abruptly stood up. Goku, are you saying that? Kaiatsu and the others can still be saved? Well, something like that. I have retrieved Piccolo's body, and he will continue his training with King Kai. As for Kaiatsu, his body was obliterated, so only his soul has gone to the afterlife. No. I would be content as long as he can be resurrected. Tien Shinhan was so moved by this revelation that he knelt before Goku, pleading incessantly. This caused Goku some consternation. Were Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu that close? Goku wondered, before noticing his young son Gohan approaching. Papa, Piccolo Ajisen. He sacrificed himself to save me. Gohan said, his small fist clenched, his tearful eyes glistening. Don't worry, Gohan. I will ensure they are resurrected. Goku patted Gohan's head and gave him a thumbs up. Chapter 57. Android 18. In the ensuing days, Goku returned to his quotidian routine, primarily acclimating to the Super Saiyan Blue transformation. He observed that while this form consumed an exorbitant amount of energy, the augmentation in combat prowess was exceptionally significant. Designation: Super Saiyan Blue. Category: Innate talent. Description: a transformation into a blue-haired Super Saiyan achieved through the synergistic interplay between divine energy and the power of a Super Saiyan. It comprehensively surpasses the Super Saiyan God form in both agility and strength, existing on an entirely different plane. Assessment: vulnerable to laser weaponry when relaxed. Goku felt a modicum of relief, surmising that his victory over Vegeta via the Dragon Fist was largely attributable to fortuitous circumstances and the glitch-like hard control aspect of his technique. Had it not been for these factors, he might have been the first to succumb. Regrettably, his encounter with Beerus felt like a missed opportunity. In retrospect, Goku mused that had he devoured a Senzu bean and tenaciously confronted the God of Destruction, he might have prevailed. His impetuousness stemmed from a desire to obliterate the deity's visage with the Dragon Fist. Consequently, he resolved to acclimate himself to this form. aspiring to integrate it with Super Saiyan 4 and potentially unlock a novel transformation. He commenced emulating his training during the Super Saiyan full power period, perpetually maintaining the Super Saiyan blue state. Fortunately, his current physique rivaled that of a fused entity. Previously, his energy reserves would have been depleted within 2 hours of assuming the Super Saiyan blue form. Now, he could sustain it indefinitely with relative ease. Goku occasionally worried that Chi-Chi might reproach him for his hair dyeing, fearing it would set a deleterious example for their children. However, Chi-Chi had been unusually affectionate lately, making no mention of his hair and even hinting at expanding their family. In fact, all the women in his life seemed to have become remarkably compliant, catering to his every whim. Launch had resumed preparing tonics. Mai's maid attire had become even more alluring, and Bulma had procured Goku's preferred bunny suit. Goku pondered whether this was attributable to his elevated charm attribute. He also noticed that his children had become particularly attached to him, which he attributed to his prolonged absence during his cosmic conquests. He decided to spend more time at home, indulging in the company of his wives. In this era of his life, Goku found himself largely relieved of domestic responsibilities. He dedicated his time to instructing his children in martial arts, escorting them to and from school, training, and spending time with his wives. Overall, he felt somewhat idle and believed that he should venture out more. He recalled the Red Ribbon Army's retrieval of Piccolo's corpse and surmised that Dr. Gero, the mastermind behind the androids, was already constructing Android 18. Goku contemplated that since he had ample free time, he might as well seek out some activity. He maintained his Super Saiyan blue form and commenced a global investigation of Red Ribbon Army strongholds. He infiltrated their ranks, starting as a common mercenary and gradually ascending through the ranks, ultimately discovering 48 laboratories scattered across the globe. Goku clicked his tongue, expressing his annoyance at the sheer number of facilities. Although he could scour these laboratories in a single day, he had to pick up his children from school in the afternoon. He decided to proceed methodically over the next few days. The following morning, Goku escorted Gohan and Bulla to school early. He then resumed his global quest to locate Dr. Gero. Fortunately, he discovered him at the 7th laboratory, where he was immediately assailed by earlier generation androids. Androids 2 through 7. Stop him, Dr. Gero bellowed, recognizing Goku and ordering the prototype androids to impede him while he absconded with his research data via aircraft. Goku grinned, dismissing the androids as mere toys. With a swift series of movements, he dismantled them. Dr. Gero's eyes widened in disbelief, his hands trembling as he appeared to be on the verge of death. Goku showed no mercy, seizing Gero's head and incinerating it. Subsequently, Dr. Gero knelt before Goku, presenting his experimental findings. He mentioned that the perpetual energy androids, androids 17 and 18, were still in the experimental phase and would require another 15 years to complete. Goku deemed 15 years too long and stipulated that they be completed within 5 years. He instructed Gero to modify himself if he became too old, but emphasized the importance of preserving the androids' personalities and allowing them to retain a semblance of humanity. Gero assented, and Goku examined the incubation chambers, inquiring about the models within. Gero explained that androids 13 through 15 were the most promising candidates, specifically designed to eliminate. He stammered, realizing his mistake. Goku pressed him, and Gero groveled, promising to rectify the programming. Goku continued to observe the androids, eventually locating the figure of Lazuli. He perused the experimental reports, which detailed the female subject within the incubation chamber. Goku deduced that this was Android 18, the future wife of Krillin. He scrutinized her, marveling at her physique. Android 18 was submerged in a green liquid, obscuring her features to the casual observer. However, Goku's keen eyesight allowed him to discern every detail. Okay. Here is the refined version of the text you provided. Chapter 58, Guiding Cultivation. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Gero, having just returned from his tasks, hastily approached and prostrated himself. I am deeply sorry, Master. This old servant deserves to die. I have now set the artificial human's initial programming to serve you. I implore you, Master, to be magnanimous and spare this old servant's life. This old man speaks like a eunuch. Has my evil alteration authority malfunctioned? Goku responded to the kneeling Gero with a cold sneer. Humph, I'll let you off this time. Also, if you encounter technical issues, I can help you contact my father-in-law. Dr. Brief. Ah, right, here. Goku tossed Frisia's and Cooler's tails onto the ground. Seemingly preserved in his inventory, these tails were still remarkably fresh and wriggling. These are alien tails. Take them and study them. You need these materials to create Cell, right? Artificial humans require these materials, don't they? Yes, Master. I'll proceed with Cell as originally planned, whether to destroy the world or to kill me. Do whatever you want. Ah, but that is absolutely unacceptable. Enough nonsense. Just do as I say. Eh? Eh? Forgive me, Gohan. I still want to unlock your potential. After Goku finished giving instructions, he left the old man to his work. After carefully assessing Android 18's appearance with Krillin, Goku prepared to leave. However, before departing, he recalled a culture tank at the far end of the lab. Through the green liquid, Goku noticed that the artificial human inside was a brunette girl with quite a beautiful face, much like the woman in the photo next to Dr. Gero's computer monitor. Is that his former flame? The old geezer wants to clone his wife and have a second spring in his old age? Goku chuckled to himself and instantly teleported back home. Unbeknownst to him, as Goku departed, a dark energy began to surge in that spot, seeping into the brunette girl within the culture tank. Honey, dinner's ready. Okay. Bulma's voice came from the kitchen, while Goku was in the living room, playing video games with Gohan and his 3 daughters. It was a fighting game. The rules were simple. Each person had 1 life, and the loser was replaced. As expected, except for AI, Goku utterly dominated the children. Because AI seemed to lack talent for video games and was often teased by her sisters, she became somewhat self-conscious. So, when it was her turn, Goku deliberately lost, much to the dissatisfaction of the other children, especially Bra, who, after being cornered and defeated by Goku's combo, angrily transformed into a Super Saiyan and broke the controller. Bra, how many times have I told you? That limited edition controller was very precious. Humph. The eldest daughter kicked Goku and sulked off to the dinner table. Humph. Big sister just throws tantrums, unlike me. I only care about daddy. Little AI too. Little AI cares about daddy too. Gohan glanced at his older sister, who was glaring at him from the dinner table, and timidly hugged Goku. And me too. The trend of only caring about daddy started by Lon made Goku feel a bit embarrassed. He wondered where these kids had learned it from. Short videos? Alright. You little rascals, go eat. Goku dragged the children to the dinner table and sat down slowly. Honey, this is what you need to eat for the next few days. Launch, wearing an apron, handed Goku a bowl of nourishing soup. She's really good at Cantonese cuisine. I even suspect her hometown is the soup-making province. Goku took a small sip. It tasted excellent. However, he was slightly concerned about what animal organs Launch had used to make it. And mine too. Chi-Chi happily presented a special grilled meat dish she had made. She didn't seem to have any ulterior motives, just a simple desire to make something delicious for her husband. It's really delicious, Chi-Chi. Goku stuffed his mouth full. Chi-Chi's cooking was always good, and it felt like his favorite flavor. Ah, I'm sorry, dear. I don't think I made anything special for you today. I'm sorry. My served rice to the children, her hands constantly moving. But her eyes were filled with guilt, and her head was lowered. It's okay. I always enjoy the dishes you make. My. Goku stroked the maid's head. He was telling the truth. When no one else prepared meals, he and Chi-Chi would do it. Sometimes, Goku felt that Mai was working too hard and even considered hiring a nanny, but the wives collectively refused. Hey honey, come closer. Bulma boldly put a piece of sushi in her mouth and offered it to Goku, immediately drawing protests from the other wives. Ah, I made that. Bulma is so cunning. Kids, you can't look over here. Honey, I want one too. The children were already used to seeing such scenes at home, especially Gohan. Whenever this happened, he would quietly eat his meal alone and then put his dishes in the sink. And by the way, I bet none of you have ever tasted our husband's cooking. Seemingly emboldened by a bit of wine in the evening, Bulma's face flushed with pride. X3 the other wives swarmed Bulma, constantly asking what had happened. Goku sensed danger and immediately fled from the women and grabbed Gohan, who was about to head to the living room. Gohan, let's take a bath together. Huh? Oh, the bathhouse was large, decorated like an outdoor hot spring. Goku lay back in the tub, while Gohan washed himself before jumping in. Goku tilted his head back, enjoying the warmth of the water. He couldn't help but lament why he hadn't bought a bathtub in his previous life, since soaking in a bath was such a blissful experience. Why worry about the water bill? Father. What is it, Gohan? The youngest son moved closer, his eyes filled with determination. Goku knew that Gohan usually called him daddy like his sisters, but he would use the term father when something important was on his mind. I know why you sent me to train with Piccolo before. Oh? Tell me about it. Actually, I'm a Namekian, right? Goku covered his face. He couldn't believe his son was using that joke on him. He gently tapped Gohan's head and scolded him with a smile. Scions have tails. Your Uncle Piccolo doesn't have a tail. Tail. Gohan was puzzled. Goku explained it to him, and the boy's comprehension skills were strong. He quickly understood. Afterward, Goku used his divine power to restore Gohan's sealed tail. You're asking why Daddy sealed your tail? Well, if we Scions accidentally see the moon when we're young, our bodies will turn into very large apes. Daddy's grandfather was trampled to death by a giant ape. Whoa, how scary. Gohan said timidly, but after hesitating for a moment, his eyes became firm again. Father, please take me to train afterward. Like last time with Uncle Krillin and the others, training in the wilderness. Eh? Why do you suddenly want to train? I still want to become a Super Saiyan like my sisters. I want to prevent what happened before from happening again. Gohan mentioned the sacrifice of Piccolo, which greatly pleased Goku, and he readily agreed. It's certainly possible, but it will be arduous. That's fine. I will strive diligently. Chapter 59, Unleashing Potential. A month later. Mount Pausa Kamehameha. Gohan roared, his entire being erupting with energy. He raised his hands, launching a cerulean beam toward Goku. Yet, the instant it left his grasp, the beam dissipated before it could reach its intended target. What? Gohan exclaimed in disbelief. He had braced himself for the possibility of obliterating Mount Pausa with that attack. But his father had done nothing, and his Kamehameha had simply vanished. Gohan gazed at his father below, noticing he seemed lost in contemplation. Gohan, perhaps. I should pit you against adversaries more befitting your abilities. With that, Goku conjured a canister from his inventory. From within emerged a figure, Vegeta, from this very world, his tail severed by Goku himself. Upon seeing him, Gohan's teeth clenched. The memory of Piccolo's demise at this man's hands flooding his mind. An uncontrollable rage surged through him. You fiend. I will never forgive you. Gohan bellowed, launching himself at Vegeta, landing a pair of blows. Yet, upon seeing Goku, Vegeta brushed Gohan aside with a dismissive gesture and shot skyward like a meteor. As the clouds parted in his wake, he believed he had gained sufficient distance, only to find a figure blocking his path. Where do you think you're going? Goku inquired, materializing beside Vegeta. The Saiyan Prince was rendered speechless, his body trembling uncontrollably. Damn you. Vegeta roared, desperately retreating. He had been released by Goku in recent days, but always found himself ensnared by his captor. In a desperate maneuver, he thrust his hands backward, adopting a tiger claw stance. Gallic gun. Perish. A violet beam hurtled toward Goku, who remained unmoved, observing the display with detached interest. Nowhere to run. Gohan, fueled by his fury, had caught up, but in the next instant, swish. The violet beam of the Gallic gun abruptly veered, arcing toward Gohan. Kakarot. I may not be able to kill you, but I'll take your brat with me. Vegeta cackled maniacally, his eyes bloodshot, consumed by madness. However, he had underestimated the offspring of Kakarot, for Gohan casually deflected the Gallic gun, an attack of at least 20,000 power level, with a single kick. Bang. Boom. Impossible. Vegeta was utterly stunned as Kakarot's son roared at him. Repay the lives you've taken. Swish. Gohan vanished, reappearing behind Vegeta to deliver a crushing headbutt to the back of his skull. Vegeta cried out in agony, plummeting to the earth, impacting with earth-shattering force. Ugh. How could I be defeated by a mere child? I am Prince Vegeta. Vegeta struggled to his feet, his gaze drawn to Gohan, hovering serenely in the sky. A flicker of trepidation crossed his face. It's futile. He's the son of a Super Saiyan. I've already. What's wrong, Vegeta? Ready to concede? Goku's voice echoed from behind Vegeta, and the proud prince finally lowered his head in defeat. Enough with the platitudes. Just do it. Goku blinked, a hint of respect flickering in his eyes. He turned his gaze to Gohan in the distance, inquiring. He is the one who murdered Piccolo. I leave his fate in your hands. What is your judgment? Goku watched his son, awaiting his response. Gohan wrestled with his inner turmoil. He yearned to obliterate Vegeta. Yet seeing him defenseless, he felt a wave of despair wash over him, slumping to the ground. I'm sorry, father. I cannot strike down one who is incapable of resistance. I see. Goku murmured. Then, with a radiant palm, he targeted the sweat-drenched Vegeta. But for me, for the Vegeta before us, this is commonplace. Boom. Vegeta was instantly reduced to ash, the cataclysmic explosion carving a serpentine chasm into the landscape, cleaving the very clouds. As the dust settled, Goku addressed Gohan. That is all for today. The path ahead is yours to contemplate. Will you become a martial artist, a scholar, or perhaps both? Discern what suits you, what you truly desire. With those words, Goku executed instant transmission, disappearing from the scene. Planet Namek Frisia's warship, or rather, Goku's warship, was undergoing a radical transformation. The Namekians toiled as laborers, their compensation being resources from other planets, assistance in constructing dwellings, and the introduction of advanced technology. Goku found Frisia's original design aesthetically displeasing, aspiring to transform it into a gargantuan warship akin to Thanos' vessel, capable of housing tens of thousands of warriors. Several technological luminaries remained aboard the warship, and Goku often facilitated academic exchanges between them and Dr. Briefs on Earth, fostering further advancements in spacefaring technology. Subsequently, Goku met with the Great Elder of Namek, the planet's supreme leader, an obese, wizened figure confined to a reclining chair, his movements labored. Upon Goku's arrival, the Great Elder promptly declared his willingness to submit, pleading only for the survival of his people. Goku's expression remained unchanged, but his heart grew cold. He had not anticipated the Great Elder discerning his true intentions so readily. This one must not be permitted to live. However, he still required the Namekian Dragon Balls, so he could not yet eliminate him. Yet, he possessed methods to control him. "Forgive me, Great Elder." Goku raised his hand, placing it upon the Great Elder's head, and promptly subjugated him. Ugh. Thus, Goku, controlling the Great Elder, also gleaned insight into the mystical power he used to unlock the latent potential of his people. Name, Potential Unleashed Category, Skill Function, Augmentation Description. By expending divine power, one can enhance their intrinsic potential. Should potential be insufficient, it must be accumulated through rigorous training. Naturally, individual aptitude also plays a role. So, Potential Unleash is indeed linked to divine power. Goku, observing the addition of the Potential Unleash skill to his repertoire, first experimented on himself. Nothing. Shall I try again? Eek. Master, what are you doing? Ah, not there. Sista's moan echoed in his mind. After expending nearly a third of his divine power, Goku detected a mere 0.02 increase in his strength. Is it because I'm too powerful? Goku mused. Perhaps this skill would be more effective on Chi-Chi and the others. Thereafter, the collaboration between his space-faring fleet and the Namekians flourished, quickly earning the locals' trust. He soon acquired the Dragon Balls necessary to summon the Namekian dragon, Purunga. Babidi Bababa, Purunga Papalaba. The young Namekian, Din, raised his hands, reciting the incantation to summon the dragon. Goku and his entourage watched in anticipation as a bolt of lightning struck the 7 colossal Dragon Balls, bathed in resplendent light. The 7 Namekian Dragon Balls, each the size of a basketball, emanated a divine aura. From within their radiant depths emerged Purunga, a colossal dragon whose form dwarfed even that of Earth's Shinron, while bearing the familiar dragon's head and verdant scales. Purunga's physique more closely resembled a muscular genie from the tales of Aladdin. Speak your desires. Purunga's crimson eyes surveyed the assembly, his pronouncements delivered in the tongue of Namek. The Namekians present turned their gazes toward Goku, who was engaged in a silent dialogue with his system. Sista, do not disappoint me this time. Duly noted, Master. With a renewed resolve, Goku lifted his gaze to Purunga and declared in a resounding voice, "Revive Piccolo." The audience was taken aback, never imagining that this band of cosmic warlords would utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect a comrade. They perceived their leader as a benevolent figure. Din, deeply moved, nodded to Goku and translated his wish to Purunga. A simple matter indeed. Purunga intoned, his eyes glowing with an ethereal red light. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, Piccolo, in the midst of his training, felt a sudden disquiet. He realized that the halo above his head had vanished. Am I resurrected? That's Scion. Piccolo scoffed, bid farewell to King Kai, and embarked on his journey back to Earth via Snake Way. This wish has been granted. State your second desire, Purunga proclaimed imperiously, a hint of impatience in his tone. Goku smiled, his gaze fixed upon the dragon. Enhance my fleet. His second wish was fulfilled instantaneously. The colossal spaceship underwent a miraculous transformation, eliciting cheers of jubilation from both the Namekians and Goku's subordinates. Sir, you have one wish remaining, Din said. Goku's smile remained unwavering as he addressed the dragon once more. Upgrade my system. Upgrade the system? Din was at a loss for words, which perplexed Goku. Master, use the evil modification command after you speak, and Purunga will understand. Sista's words echoed in his mind, enlightening him. It seems there are many aspects of my authority yet to be explored. Goku mused, invoking his authority and reiterating his desire to upgrade the system. Very well. Let us see, Purunga conceded, his eyes glowing red once more. The surrounding Namekians gasped, for they had clearly heard the leader of the cosmic fleet speak in their native tongue. In an instant, the sound of a wish being granted reverberated throughout the area. Goku felt an overwhelming surge of divine power coursing through his veins. He sensed a profound shift within himself, akin to the transformation into a Super Saiyan God. Is this God Ki? Goku observed the subtle changes in his being, astonished by the sensation of ascending to a higher plane of existence. ID, Scumbag Roto Rating, Max Age, 30 Current Power Level, God Tier, 611, S. Note: based on Beerus being 10 and Super Saiyan God being 6, Stamina, 100 Ki, 100 Attributes, Strength, a Defense, S Ki Capacity, SS Agility, A Additional Attributes, Perception, B Charm, A Luck, E Skills, 1. God Level Scumbag Tactics, Beginner, 2. Instant Transmission, 3. Godly Ki Manipulation, Advanced, 4. Kaioken, Max, 5. Dragon God Arts, 6. Potential Unleashed, New. Talents, 1. Super Saiyan 4-2. Rational Grade 8-3. Super Saiyan God Blue, Authorities, 1. Evil Modification, 2. Scumbag's Wish, New. Oh, Scumbag's Wish? A new authority? Well done, Sista, hee. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Sista has also changed a lot. Would you like to see? Later. The people below seemed to be getting restless. A smile crept across Goku's lips as he communicated with the system. Suddenly, cries of alarm arose from the crowd. It was not Goku who was the cause, but Porunga. The dragon's once vibrant green body had become withered, gradually turning ashen. Porunga groaned, collapsing powerlessly. Your wishes have been fulfilled. These were his final words before succumbing to oblivion. How could this be? Porunga. Den stared in disbelief at the scene before him. He watched as the once golden Dragon Balls turned gray, then crumbled into dust. Tears welled in his eyes as he turned to Goku, his voice filled with rage. What have you done? His words ignited the crowd, and the Namekians erupted in outrage. I knew those cosmic invaders were up to no good. The Dragon Balls are destroyed. What about the Elder? Damn it. Get them. Observing the unrest below, Goku issued a terse command to his subordinates. Take action. His expression was impassive. With Porunga gone, these people were of no further use. He also needed to confirm the Elder's demise, lest the old man create new Dragon Balls and introduce unforeseen complications. After using the evil modification on the young Namekian Den, Goku used the evil containment wave to seal him away in his inventory. He then used instant transmission to reach the Elder. Is he dead? Within the Elder's tent, he gazed upon the corpulent Namekian, whose eyes were rolled back and tongue protruded. He appeared to have passed on. Goku raised his hand and fired a ki blast, intending to obliterate the body, but a Namekian darted out from beside the Elder's corpse, shielding it with his own body. Stop! The young Namekian cried. But the ki blast pierced through him, instantly vaporizing his upper body. Goku surveyed the alien blood splattered on the ground, feeling nothing but a slight distaste. He ascended into the sky and dropped a planet buster bomb upon the land. Soon, magma erupted from beneath the surface of Namek, and the planet entered its final countdown. Goku's subordinates boarded the spaceship, while Goku remained aloft, watching the spectacular display. Is this why Frieza enjoyed watching starbursts? I think I understand now. Goku gazed upon the crumbling Namek, a fleeting pang of guilt washing over him. On the warship, Chi pressed her face against the transparent glass, using her scouter to observe the figure watching the fireworks in space. This is the true Cosmic Emperor. Frieza is just a small fry compared to him, the young woman thought, her face flushed with excitement. Chapter 61. The Fusion Technique Cell. What should I do next? Wukong pondered while reclining in the depths of the cosmos. He then examined the latest ability he had acquired. Name: Scum's Desire Category. Ability Function: replace one of the opponent's random abilities with one of your own for approximately 1 minute. Description: the Scum's Desire is characterized by greed, lust, arrogance, and jealousy, relentlessly striving for possession at any cost, devoid of conscience and ethical considerations, ultimately for one's own gain, with no turning back. This ability is rather ironic, isn't it, Kizuna? Wukong inquired mischievously of the system. Eh? What is the master saying? I do not comprehend. Head come forth, did you not claim that your transformation was significant? All right, Kizuna agreed, and then she radiated light before Wukong. Oh, you have manifested a physical form now? Wukong inquired, stroking his chin. Indeed, now others can see Kizuna too, the silver-haired maiden replied with a smile. Though she previously appeared as a young girl, she now seemed to be maturing into a more voluptuous figure. After absorbing Porunga, Kizuna had grown taller and developed considerably, transitioning from a juvenile to a more mature appearance. By the way, her attire seemed to change at will. and she was now clad in the divine robes akin to those of Weiss. "How do I look, master? Do you find me alluring?" Kizita flirted with Wukong, seemingly aware of his disinterest in vices such as smoking and drinking, yet possessing a relentless appetite for allure. "No, it only feels more troublesome." Wukong waved his hand and subsequently retracted the system. Afterward, Wukong instructed his subordinates to continue developing interstellar trade before returning to Earth. Piccolo had been revived, as had the Kaioshin. He also arranged for the Dragon Balls to resurrect Kaiatsu and the civilians who perished during Vegeta's invasion of Earth. Wukong entrusted Dandy to Piccolo, advising him to study under the Kaioshin in the Sacred Land. He then visited Dr. Gero to inspect the progress of the android's development. Everything seemed normal. No, perhaps too normal. It appeared that all matters progressed as he had anticipated, which made Wukong feel uneasy. He initially intended to visit the Angel Vados in Universe 6 and recruit some Scion warriors from there. However, that would have to wait. Wukong was concerned that the forces he had encountered in the demon realm might reappear on Earth, so he needed to maintain some defenses. Earth must first establish its own combat strength. Thus, he felt it essential to train Gohan to master the Super Saiyan form. "All right, Gohan, Bra, Lon, and AI. Let us begin training." At Baozi Mountain, Wukong stood with his arms crossed, observing the 4 children. His eldest daughter, Bra, was now 10 years old, while Lon and AI were 9, and Gohan had just turned 7. Among them, Bra possessed the greatest power, boasting a battle strength of 800,000 in her normal state, and reaching 5 million as a Super Saiyan. Wukong suspected she had been training secretly. If she hadn't kicked Vegeta to the ground last time, one could say the prince was merely extraordinarily lucky. Upon returning from Namek, Wukong had also learned the ability to unlock potential, which he immediately applied to his wives and children. Their battle strength surged to several thousand, causing them to feel somewhat unaccustomed. Wukong encouraged them to train appropriately, ensuring they could lead a happier life together in the future. As for the children, after unlocking their potential, Sun Bra had a battle power of 2 million. Sun Lon had 370,000. Sun AI had 350,000, and Gohan reached 900,000. However, all 3 sisters could transform into Super Saiyans, while Gohan, despite surpassing his 2 sisters in his normal state, remained the weakest among them. This fact left Gohan somewhat discontent. "Father, please train me more rigorously." Gohan clenched his fists and earnestly implored Wukong. "Ah, that is assured. However, before we proceed, Piccolo," Wukong called out to the distant, aloof figure atop the mountain, gesturing for him to approach. "TCH. Piccolo huffed, then swiftly appeared before Wukong, with everyone gathered. Wukong raised a finger on each hand and began explaining to the children, "Today, I will teach you a secret technique from the Metamorans that I learned in the underworld, the fusion technique." What exactly is fusion? Observe carefully. It is a dance that allows 2 individuals to merge into one, achieving a power greater than the sum of their parts. He patiently elaborated, demonstrating alongside Piccolo. "Fusion. Huh." The odd movements elicited various reactions from the 4 children. Haha. Oh, wow, what is wrong?" Wukong scratched his head, while Piccolo shyly retreated to the side. Bra pouted. "How lame, Dad, to strike such a pose. I don't want to do that." The young girl crossed her arms, displaying a reluctant expression, and at 10 years old, she bore the semblance of a budding young lady. Meanwhile, Gohan gazed on with curiosity, seemingly eager to emulate the movements of his father and Uncle Piccolo, intending to create his own unique style later. Sun AI and Sun Lon merely giggled, finding fusion quite amusing. Ultimately, only Sun Lon and Sun AI managed to complete the fusion, while Gohan chased after Piccolo to practice the movements, and Sun Bra kicked stones by a nearby stream. "How about it, Dad? I feel exceptionally powerful now." "Yes, indeed. All right, you can transform into a Super Saiyan now," Wukong said to the little girl with long black hair and light blue locks, who wore a special Metamoran vest. The fusion of Sun Lon and Sun AI, temporarily named AI Lon. Boom! AI Lon exclaimed, her body erupting with golden energy, her golden hair rising and becoming sharp. She had transformed into a Super Saiyan. What? Such an astonishing aura. Observing the flickering golden form ahead, Piccolo couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Even Gohan's mouth fell agape. "So strong, she has completely surpassed my eldest sister." Gohan was astonished in his mind. No one his age could rival his elder sister, who was an invincible presence. Even his father had expressed such sentiments. Yet now, the other 2 sisters had easily caught up to their goal, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Let us have a match, sister, the fused AI Lon confidently suggested, while Bra, striking a cool pose with her hands in her pockets, glanced over. All right, little sister. But if you cry after I defeat you, do not tell our mothers. In an instant, Bra transformed into a Super Saiyan, and the sisters began to spar. Should I intervene? Wukong internally wrestled with himself, as he genuinely did not wish to witness his children fighting each other. Chapter 62. The visit from Whis. With a thunderous crack, the ground split apart, the violent shockwave forcing even the distant Bic to shield his eyes. Goku calmly observed as his daughters engaged in a fierce struggle, the battle enduring for dozens of rounds. Ultimately, the combined force of Aelin triumphed overwhelmingly, marking the first time she brought their eldest sister, Bra, to tears. How despicable! Using a fusion. Dad, come help me. Bra cried, her face stained with tears as she rushed into Goku's embrace. After a comforting moment, the eldest daughter finally managed to regain her composure, while Aelin, from a distance, puffed her cheeks and murmured about how sly her sister was, only to revert back to her separate self shortly thereafter. What Goku did not anticipate was Bra's sudden desire to transform into a Super Saiyan Blue, which left him somewhat perplexed. It wasn't that he couldn't facilitate this transformation. It was simply that the Saiyans on Earth seemed insufficient in numbers. Perhaps he should have kept Vegeta around for this purpose instead of letting him go. So it's the Super Saiyan Blue, is it? Leave it to me, Goku said, feeling a twinge of relief as he ruffled his daughter's hair, ultimately agreeing to her request. It was likely due to the prolonged period he had maintained the Super Saiyan Blue form at home that Bra had developed such a keen interest in it. Following this, he took Gohan and Bra to the hyperbolic time chamber, intending first to teach Gohan how to transform into a Super Saiyan before allowing Bra to experience the divine energy and familiarize herself with the transformation into a Super Saiyan God. As for Sun Lon and Sun AI, they expressed their desire to return home to rest. Subsequently, Goku spent nearly half a year in the time chamber with the two younger ones. On this day, Gohan clenched his fists, roaring with fury as his hair began to stand on end, a faint golden glow emanating from him. Go for it, Gohan, Sun Bra cheered from a distance, supporting her brother fervently. Goku watched this scene with satisfaction. In just half a year, Gohan's combat power had surged from 900,000 to around 3,000,000, and now he was on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan. In the next moment, a brilliant light erupted, with a whoosh amidst the golden aura. Gohan's hair cascaded down to his waist, his posture firming as he finally stabilized and successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. I did it, father, Gohan exclaimed excitedly, quickly rushing to Goku's side to showcase his achievement. Well done, Goku replied, ruffling his son's hair, though internally he mused. Shouldn't he perhaps get a haircut? No, don't get too cocky, Gohan. You must fully adapt to the Super Saiyan form. For instance, maintaining this state for about a month. Bra poked her brother's forehead. Having spent the past 6 months absorbing divine energy under Goku's guidance, and thus not participating in the training sessions between father and son. In essence, it was merely a different approach to training. Surprisingly, Goku discovered that his eldest daughter possessed remarkable talent. The system's assessment revealed that she had a baseline combat power exceeding 8 million, and while he was uncertain of her progress in absorbing divine energy, he was confident that she had not slacked off in her training during these 6 months. In any case, I can now leave Earth for a while without worry. Upon exiting the time chamber, only half a day had elapsed in the outside world. Yet Goku felt a bit fatigued. After returning home with the two children and taking a bath, he soon went upstairs to rest. Time flew by swiftly, and soon 2 months had passed. Goku received word that his cosmic fleet had completely assimilated all planetary resources under King Cold and Frisia's command, beginning to manipulate capital and control the resources of each planet. Meanwhile, it seemed that Dr. Gero, with Bulma's assistance, had made significant breakthroughs in the android project, believing that completing the permanent energy androids would be feasible within 5 years. Today, Whis unexpectedly visited Earth, drawn by the mention of exquisite cuisine from Goku. Oh ho ho, Mr. Goku, it has been quite some time. You seem to have grown significantly stronger. Whis emerged gracefully from the Rainbow Bridge, warmly greeting Goku. Long time no see, Mr. Whis. Welcome, Goku nodded and opened the door for him. What's this? A friend of yours has arrived? Bulma exclaimed as she strolled down the hallway, pointing at Whis in surprise. Shoo, Mr. Whis is a very important guest. Goku gently placed a finger on Bulma's lips. Speaking softly, let us host a feast at the estate later, inviting all our old friends. Okay, I understand, Bulma replied, a bit shy, thinking how playful her husband was even after all these years together. She marveled at how Goku still maintained the charm of a model couple. Witnessing this exchange, Whis sincerely praised them. He had come to Earth secretly, drawn by the delightful flavors of the food Goku had sent him previously. Haha, not at all, Goku chuckled, leading Whis into the living room and introducing his children. Oh, this truly is, Whis remarked as he laid eyes on Bra and her siblings, instinctively commenting to Goku, you have a remarkably gifted child among you. Really? You can tell already? Goku thought in surprise, aware that Gohan had exceptional talent. Being the strongest individual during the Z era, and later achieving a beast transformation, directly ascending to T0 level. Goku pondered how profound the insights of these angels were. Before long, Xiaowu brought out cakes and snacks, and Whis was instantly enchanted, enjoying the treats wholeheartedly. Noticing that Xiaowu appeared somewhat restrained due to the presence of a guest, Goku intended to invite her to join them. No. Not yet, dear. I still need to assist with the preparations, she declined, citing her responsibilities for the party as an excuse. Goodness, she is ignoring her husband's request. She has no idea how her night will end. My apologies for the sudden visit. I hope I have not caused you any inconvenience. Given this, let me offer you a small token of my appreciation, Whis said, raising his staff to conjure a device resembling a communicator. Should you require anything, feel free to reach out to me, as long as it is within the capabilities of an angel, such as traveling to other universes. Whis smiled as he handed the device to Goku. Why do I get the feeling that you were eager to send me over to Bardos? Goku mused internally, and so the two engaged in a light conversation, with Goku earnestly seeking insights regarding combat and training. Whis's responses were casual, yet insightful, providing key principles about combat and the cultivation of divine energy. The essence of his advice was to separate the body from the mind, allowing each part of oneself to instinctively sense surrounding dangers, rather than relying on the brain to think before acting. However, Goku believed he had already mastered this level of understanding. Afterwards, he encouraged his children to keep Whis company while he went to assist with the food preparations. Chapter 63, Beerus, a culinary soiree hosted at home, welcomed a multitude of guests, with nearly everyone who was meant to attend present, save for a few departed souls. The estate was adorned in a festive manner, suffused with aromas that tantalized the senses. The Briefs couple and the Ox King mingled among the throngs. Laughter and cheer resounding throughout the space. The dining tables were laden with an array of meticulously prepared dishes, overwhelming the senses and igniting appetites. Goku, resting by the poolside, observed the jubilant company around him, yet within, he felt an unusual tranquility. Mr. Whis appeared to possess an agreeable demeanor, seamlessly integrating into the gathering before long. Piccolo and Tien exchanged insights on martial arts, while Krillin seemed to have found a new romantic interest. Master Roshi, as per usual, was drawn to flirt with the temporary waitstaff, conscious of the formidable power levels of Bulma and her companions. Goku reclined on a lounge chair, contemplating a call for his family to gather at home to discuss future plans. Shortly thereafter, Bulma and several other ladies returned home with their children. I will be training with Mr. Whis for a while and may be away from home, Goku stated calmly. The collective reaction was unanimous, and the ladies quickly granted their understanding. Darling, remember to take me on a honeymoon when you return. Yes, I will be waiting for you at home. Humph. Considering your past assistance with the children, I'll let you off this time. Well then, let us prepare some bento boxes. You can eat while training later. The ladies chattered away, offering Goku a flurry of reminders, yet he noticed the children appeared despondent. Daddy, when will you come back? Daddy, please don't go training. Seeing the forlorn expressions of his children, Goku shook his head gently, reassuring them. Your father has a long journey ahead. If you wish to catch up, you must train diligently. After uttering this, Goten and Trunks burst into tears, while Gohan looked utterly dejected, and Bra sat silently, pouting. Anyway, you'll find a new mommy, right? Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi and the others were unable to remain composed, prompting Goku to soothe them for a while until calm was restored. This little troublemaker. Subsequently, Goku seized the opportunity to swat Bra-s behind playfully, yet he spent the remainder of the evening in the company of his family until the festivities concluded. Today, I indulged in so many delectable dishes. Oh dear, if Lord Beerus finds out, he might obliterate half the galaxy, Whis remarked, carrying a multitude of culinary delights within his staff, only to realize that all eyes were upon him. Clearing his throat, he said, Ahem, my apologies. Thank you for the hospitality. He then gazed at Goku from a distance. So, Mr. Goku, are you prepared? Goku nodded in response. Mr. Whis, please take me to Universe 6. Very well. Please grasp my shoulder and do not let go. In 10 minutes, we shall arrive at the realm of the Destroyer God, where Lord Kampa resides. Understood. With that, Goku waved goodbye to his wife and children, resting his hand upon Whis' shoulder. A radiant light akin to a rainbow erupted into the sky, enveloping the two, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. In the realm of the Destroyer God of Universe 6, Beerus sat before a table, observing the myriad amusing events transpiring across the cosmos. As the servant and mentor to Lord Kampa, the Destroyer God, she also served as his overseer. Generally, the relationship between an angel and a Destroyer God follows this paradigm. At times, the Destroyer God struggles to control their powers, occasionally resulting in a sneeze that could annihilate a planet, thus necessitating the Angel's intervention to prevent cosmic imbalance. Before long, her staff emitted a buzzing notification. Sister, long time no see, how have you been? Whis? Beerus blinked her beautiful eyes in surprise, asking, what brings you here all of a sudden? I have brought you some delicacies and would like to introduce someone to you. Whis smiled, gesturing towards Goku, who waved at Beerus. Hello, beautiful. A human? Ah, yes, but not just any ordinary human. So, he is quite formidable? Indeed. That is the pot-era earrings of the Supreme Kai? To be honest, a few months ago, this fellow nearly defeated Lord Beerus. Oh my, that is indeed remarkable. Beerus' eyes widened. Then she pondered for a moment before continuing. So, is he your chosen new Destroyer God? Not quite. In any case, we are on our way to Universe 6 to pay you and Lord Kampa a visit with gifts. How suspicious. Beerus frowned slightly, then casually remarked, you may come. But do try not to disturb Lord Kampa's rest. Certainly, we apologize for the intrusion. On the other side. Whis smiled as he deactivated the holographic image on his staff, then turned to Goku, murmuring, it seems Lord Kampa is indeed resting. We must be cautious. Rest assured. I will be careful. Haha, Mr. Goku seems rather unafraid of the Destroyer God. Whis leisurely replied, and Goku soon felt the speed of their spatial travel intensify. As if they were traversing through moments in time. Whoosh. Goku felt himself entering an unknown realm, where the air was rich with oxygen and carried a sweet scent. He looked up to behold a divine tree, larger than any planet, rooted in a vast plain of azure grass. This place boasted forests, plains, mountains, and lakes, rendering it an extraordinarily picturesque locale. Over here, a female angel called out to Goku and Whis. Beerus was a tall, exceptionally beautiful woman, and like Whis, possessed blue skin, a characteristic of the angelic race. Not warranting further commentary. Huh? Goku noticed the angel inspecting him and nodded lightly in response. They entered the palace at the base of the divine tree, where Beerus invited Goku and her brother to take a seat, before leisurely inquiring, so, what brings you here, Whis? And who is this scion? In response to his sister's query, Whis remained composed, simply regarding Goku and saying, this is Mr. Goku. As for the reason, I kindly ask you to wait a moment. Mr. Goku, please take that out. No problem. Goku retrieved 3 buckets of instant noodles, and the 2 angels watched as he added seasonings, meat slices, and vegetables, followed by pouring boiling water into the containers. Initially, Beerus appeared somewhat puzzled, but upon catching a whiff of the delicious aroma wafting through the air, her expression shifted to realization. I see, you intend to win me over with food? First and foremost, this is no ordinary cuisine, Whis chuckled, eagerly cradling the steaming noodles. Mr. Whis, you must wait a moment. We need to let it sit for 3 minutes before it can be consumed, Goku advised from the side. Is that so? How remiss of me. Whis acknowledged, gently setting the noodles aside. 3 minutes later, delicious. Truly exquisite. Whis exclaimed, caressing his cheek with a look of utter satisfaction. Bardoss, remaining reticent, merely savored her repast, betraying no outward emotion. Sister, how do you find the flavor? Indeed, quite delightful. The angelic maiden responded, her words slightly muffled by the morsel she had yet to fully swallow. It would seem, both sister and brother possess a predilection for gustatory pleasures. Goku mused inwardly. Chapter 64, Following Training. How do you refer to this food? Bardoss inquired, cradling the meal as a faint smile graced her lips while gazing at Goku. It's called instant noodles. It's quite a common food in our daily lives, Goku replied, indulging in a bowl himself. Instant noodles, you say? How enviable it is to have such ordinary sustenance. Bardoss remarked with admiration, and even Whis nodded in agreement. However, the angelic lady seemed to have many questions to pursue, her eyes sparkling as she continued. if you would be so kind. May I ask which planet you hail from? Goku hesitated, unsure of how to respond. It's a blue planet located in the North Galaxy called Earth. Whis elucidated. Is that so? Bardoss acknowledged, then proceeded to search with her staff. Soon, she sighed helplessly. What a pity. It appears that due to war, this planet was destroyed by humanity many decades ago. Ah, how unfortunate. But isn't this quite fitting? Whis suddenly chuckled. Just then, a violent explosion seemed to erupt from the divine tree above the palace, enveloping the area in a dense aura of destruction. Ah, it seems we've attracted some attention with that aroma, Bardoss lamented. Before long, the once lavish palace began to tremble. Goku looked up, sensing that something was about to descend upon them. How delicious. Bardoss, what delectable treat have you brought back? Why didn't you call for me, you rascal? A large, purple, hairless cat came crashing down from the roof, dressed in attire reminiscent of Greek mythology, much like Beerus. In an instant, the creature realized that the source of the delightful scent was the soup in Goku's hands. With excitement, it snatched the bowl and began gulping it down voraciously. So good. Absolutely divine. Is there more? Is there more? Bardoss, you glutton. You finished the soup. How infuriating. Hey, mortal. Quickly tell me what this is. Why does this world possess such exquisite food? It's far more delectable than the eggs of the dong-dong bird. The hefty cat pointed at Goku, who was likely the god of destruction from Universe 6, Kampa. This is instant noodles, Lord Kampa, Whis replied with a smile. Instant noodles? Ah, I see. Well then, it's decided. From this day forth, you shall be my personal chef, Kampa declared. Gay. Goku felt a surge of surprise, turning his head toward Whis. Hee, as a trade, this gentleman may also present his own requests, Bardoss reminded with a grin. Indeed. Working under a god of destruction. I assure you, you shall not be neglected. Speak. What is your desire? Kampa proclaimed, arms crossed in a rather imposing manner. Then I wish to train here alongside you. Dear angel, Goku stated calmly, unperturbed by the notion of sharing his provisions. After all, he and the little dragon could conjure a plethora of food using divine energy. Oh, such a request is certainly feasible. Kampa scrutinized Goku for a moment, then nodded approvingly, yet his expression turned ominous. However, should your cooking prove unsatisfactory, be wary of my wrath. With a chuckle, Bardoss' attendant burst into laughter beside him. Hee. Oh, Bardoss, don't undermine me at crucial moments. So, Lord Kampa has consented. I take it. Whis interjected with a smile, slowly rising to his feet. He then turned to Goku. Mr. Goku, you may commence your training here. If you wish to return, merely activate your communication device. All right then, let it be so. Goku nodded in agreement, only to see Kampa approach. Hey, do you have any more delicious food? Hand it over. I want to sample everything. Thus, days passed. Whis returned to Universe 7. While Goku began his training under Bardoss' guidance. Thud, 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 thud. The gentle breeze stirred the fragrant grass, carrying sweet aromas as Kampa lazily enjoyed his meal by the lakeside. Occasionally glancing at the two sparring in the center of the lake, he pondered. That lad possesses quite the skill. Should I challenge him to a duel? Kampa murmured, continuing to indulge in a jar of honey Goku had carelessly brought along. Meanwhile, at the lake center. Excellent. Yes, just like that. Let me see how long you can maintain this offensive, Bardoss commanded, deftly swatting away energy blasts as if shooing away flies. She gracefully dodged Goku's numerous punches, leaving him astonished that he hadn't even grazed a hair on her head. Is this the might of the Ultra Instinct? Goku marveled, experiencing his first clash with an angel. Though it was customary, even employing his instant transmission, he found no advantage. Truly, there are greater beings beyond comprehension. Goku erupted into a Super Saiyan state, launching a more ferocious assault upon Bardoss. Swish, 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 swish. Even as Goku's movements became mere afterimages, he still failed to land a single hit on Bardoss. Yet the energy radiating from him caused the very earth to tremble. In the distance, Kappa appeared somewhat taken aback, finally grasping the formidable nature of the Saiyans. Be careful. Suddenly, Bardoss' gaze sharpened. With a swift turn of her exquisite form, she instantaneously appeared behind Goku, raising her hand to deliver a strike. Bang! The tranquil lake erupted into towering waves, yet this angelic lady blinked in bewilderment. She noticed that her palm had been firmly grasped in Goku's hand, astonished that he managed to withstand her first ambush. After all, even gods of destruction found it difficult to evade an angel's attack. But soon, Bardoss recognized Goku's confident smile and realized, So it was a combination of instant transmission and a preemptive read of my movement? Quite impressive. Bardos smiled subtly. Reflecting on why he could contend with the god of destruction, it seemed her brother had not misled her. Sensing Goku's large hand lingering on her fingers, the angel let out a light huff, adopting a masterly demeanor. Such noteworthy combat experience. Is it Wisu has been instructing you? In response, Goku shook his head. Meeting Bardos' gaze with sincerity. I trained for the longest period under the Grand Kai of Universe 7, where I battled martial arts masters from across various universes, honing my skills. To be continued. Chapter 65. You seem quite close. Oi, young lad, what manner of race are you? How is it that you possess such formidable energy? On the shore, Kappa gritted his teeth and rose to his feet, gazing at Goku with astonishment. In this vast universe, it is not uncommon to encounter beings even more powerful than the gods of destruction, is it not? With a smirk, Goku regarded the god of destruction, Kappa, with a hint of provocation. Oh my. Vados cast a sultry glance at Goku before silently stepping back. Humph, young one. It seems you remain unaware of the terror that the gods of destruction embody. If that is the case, allow me to enlighten you. With that, Kappa's form began to levitate, radiating an overwhelming aura as he charged towards Goku. Boom. Goku raised his hand to block, only to be pushed back several dozen meters by Kappa's devastating punch. Oh, you do possess some skill, Kappa stated impassively, watching as Goku unleashed a powerful shout. His golden aura erupting like flames, crackling with electric energy. This is Super Saiyan 2, Goku declared, his expression growing ever more confident. I see. It appears you have indeed grown stronger, Kappa murmured, observing Goku's transformation, only to be struck by a powerful punch from Goku. Boom. Hiki. Goku taunted, his smile radiant. Ah, you insolent brat. Kappa's wrath ignited, his energy swirling with a destructive force. He clutched his face, still reeling from the painful blow. For so long, only Vados had dared to strike him, and today, he would ensure this impertinent fool paid a dear price. Come on. Goku assumed a fighting stance, his demeanor turning serious. Swish. Bang bang bang. The air was filled with afterimages as they collided, sending enormous waves crashing into the lake and causing the earth to tremble and crack. Vados observed quietly, then waved her staff to contain the area, shielding the outside world from the chaos. Boom. Goku was blasted apart by a destructive energy blast, and he glared at Kappa, whose teeth were clenched in anger, indicating the fight was becoming serious. How about this move? Kappa raised a finger and unleashed a radiant purple ring of energy towards Goku. However, Goku caught it with both hands and, with a swift backflip, sent it hurtling back. Boom, bang. The thick clouds of destruction dissipated, and a vein pulsed on Kappa's forehead as he bellowed, summoning countless energy spheres that rained down upon Goku. What? Goku exclaimed in surprise, quickly deploying his prince's technique. Boom, boom, boom. As the explosions erupted, he soon realized this tactic was ineffective, and he had no choice but to unleash his rage and transform into Super Saiyan 3. Hiya! A massive surge of energy radiated from Goku, the residual force from his transformation dispersing the surrounding destructive energy blasts, causing them to erupt. This is Super Saiyan 3. His golden hair cascaded down to his waist, with two bangs fluttering in the wind as Goku confidently struck a pose. Since devouring Vegeta, this was his first time assuming this form. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar change within his S cells, prompting him to ponder. What is happening? Is this the legendary transformation of the Super Saiyan? As Goku contemplated, Kappa grew impatient, grinding his teeth and shouting, Hey, kid, show me all your transformations. I will knock you down. Well, Kappa, I believe Super Saiyan 3 is sufficient. Goku retorted, hands on his hips, provocatively beckoning Kappa. Ugh, hiya. Kappa unleashed his full power, his body enveloped in a radiant purple light as he charged at Goku. Dragon God Technique. Goku murmured, summoning the divine skill of the Dragon God, Samamil. In an instant, a golden dragon phantom enveloped him. Swish. As the deep purple light approached, Goku shouted, Dragon Tail. In a flash, he executed a powerful kick. The golden dragon swung its tail fiercely, striking at the oncoming Kappa. Boom. The intense destructive force erupted, and Vados' domain crumbled. After a long moment, as the dust settled, only Kappa remained standing, while Goku had been sent flying, crashing hard to the ground. Hiss. Truly formidable. No wonder he is a god of destruction. Goku groaned, clutching his chest as he reverted to his normal state. From a distance, Kappa glared at Goku in anger, but soon his expression softened as he calmly remarked, Remember to prepare a sumptuous feast for the afternoon, or I shall not forgive you." With that, he turned and departed without another word. However, Vados seemed to notice that Kampa's palm was trembling slightly, indicating he had sustained an injury from their exchange. Following this, Goku, in keeping with his promise, suggested to Vados that they venture out to gather high-quality ingredients, which swiftly earned the approval of the food-loving Kampa. "So, where does Mr. Goku wish to venture this time? I heard from Mr. Whis that there are scions in the 6th universe. Perhaps there will be delightful delicacies to discover there." Upon hearing this, Vados nodded slightly and spoke gently. "I see. The flavors of one's homeland are irreplaceable. Is that what you mean, Mr. Goku?" "That is roughly the sentiment." Goku chuckled awkwardly, primarily wishing to explore the area. He wondered if he could recruit the scions to strengthen his fleet. The scions of the 6th universe reside on the planet Salad, which is 420 trillion light-years away from our current location. It will take about 3 minutes to get there. Vados informed him while instructing Goku to hold onto her shoulder. "All right, I appreciate your assistance." In the next moment, the fabric of space began to warp, and Goku could distinctly feel them leaping through dimensions, enveloped in pure white light. "Mr. Goku, may I ask you a question?" After a brief pause, bathed in the radiant glow akin to a rainbow bridge, Vados inquired. "Of course, Miss Vados, please proceed. How do you find life here? Are you interested in becoming a god of destruction?" "Well," Goku stroked his chin, pondering carefully, then replied candidly, "The position of a god of destruction is no longer my pursuit." As expected, to utter such words suggests you have not wielded your full strength previously. If you had, you would not be able to continue learning by Miss Vados' side. Hehe. You certainly have a way with words. However, if you truly possess the capability to defeat Lord Kampa, it would not be amiss to test yourself. Why is that? I have no intention of opposing you. Goku questioned suspiciously, wondering why a servant would incite others to slay their master. Haha. Are you concerned that I might aid Lord Kampa in dealing with you? Rest assured, we angels do not interfere in such trivial matters. Very well. Let me pose a hypothetical. If I were to indeed eliminate Lord Kampa, what would happen to you, Miss Vados? In that case, I would lose my angelic duties until the emergence of the next god of destruction. During that time, I would likely train Mr. Goku to become the next god of destruction for the 6th universe. Then, can I not suspect that Miss Vados is subtly encouraging me to do so? Hehe, indeed, Mr. Goku is more cautious than I anticipated. However, please rest assured. As she spoke, the enchanting gaze of Beerus fixed intently on Goku. Angels cannot partake in the struggles of good and evil, nor may they wield their celestial powers in combat. Should this principle of neutrality be breached, the angel would instantly vanish. This is, indeed, the sole method of extinguishing an angel's existence. This unfolding narrative increasingly strikes a discordant note within me. Evoking the dubious intrigue of a beguiling woman plotting against her spouse, Goku's thoughts meandered aimlessly until he heard the angelic maiden calling his name. "Mr. Goku." Clearing her throat, she continued, "My mind is made up. Let us not dwell on this matter further." On the planet Chitara, a pristine luminescence cascaded to the ground, reminiscent of the mythical rainbow bridge, as two figures emerged from the radiant veil. "We have arrived," Beerus remarked, guiding Goku from the shimmering portal. "Is this truly the Scion planet of the 6th universe?" Goku surveyed his surroundings for a moment before addressing Beerus. "Miss Beerus, I wish to explore a bit. What say you?" "Ah? Is this an invitation for a date?" Beerus teased, her cheeks flushing with a coy smile. "Should you wish it so, I shall accompany you at a distance." With that, Goku ceased his banter and, harnessing his energy, soared into the sky. The sky above Chitara was a pale green, a hue Goku found unappealing, as it carried an air of peculiarity. He traversed bizarrely shaped mountains, heading towards a settlement that appeared inhabited, soon discovering a town where the Scions resided. Much akin to the homes of Namekians, the architecture resembled turtle shells, indicating a rather primitive standard of living and civilization. Most Scions donned linen shirts and leather armor, yet it seemed they had embraced some aspects of external civilizations. Before long, Goku was intercepted by several Scions, who appeared to be guards, dressed in specialized combat attire and equipped with advanced weaponry. They differed markedly from the Scions of the 7th universe, being shorter and more slender, lacking significant muscle mass. "Halt! We are warriors of the Cosmic Peacekeeping Force under Frost's command. Please present your identification." "Me?" Goku pointed to himself, glancing at their laser guns, which stirred a sense of caution within him, yet also a touch of amusement. "I was once the king of this planet, here merely to procure some provisions." "The king of Salad Star? Fool. That was thousands of years ago. Seize him and return him to the local division for processing, commanded the Elder Scion, instructing his subordinates to take action. Humph, Goku scoffed, summoning his power, sending several of them flying with ease. What? How formidable. The group was taken aback, collapsing in a state of shock. Can't we converse civilly, you ruffians? Goku glared at them, and with a mere gaze, a potent pressure forced them to the ground, moaning in despair. He then descended to seize one of them for questioning, who, trembling, pointed towards their tribal town before Goku cast him aside. With a swift motion, Goku ascended above the local city, keenly sensing his surroundings. Fewer than 1,000? And most possess mediocre strength, the strongest barely exceeding 10,000. He sighed, pondering how this planet's gravitational conditions birth such weak warriors. Just then, Beerus appeared beside him. What troubles you? Nothing, merely that this Scion planet diverges significantly from my expectations. With that, Goku continued his aerial exploration, searching numerous tribes, yet failing to find the diminutive Scions, Gabe, and Caulifla. Could it be that Mr. Goku is seeking exceptionally powerful Scions? Suddenly, Beerus inquired. To which Goku candidly responded, Indeed, I can sense it. The legendary Super Scions exist here. Is that so? Beerus began to examine her crystalline staff, and soon, a vision of a young girl materialized within the orb. Mr. Goku, come and see. Is this her? Goku leaned closer, only to find a young girl still in a growth pod, rendering him momentarily speechless. I arrived too early, it seems. It appears I must wait another decade or so. Beerus chuckled. For reasons unknown, when she was beside Kampa, she often wore a stern expression and would occasionally seize the opportunity to tease him. In Goku's presence, however, she emanated a distinctly different aura. Is this merely an illusion? Goku pondered. Since Gabe and her companions were still children at this time, he felt no need to linger. He exchanged local specialties at the marketplace and, after dispatching a few seemingly edible beasts, prepared to depart from the star system. Are we leaving so soon? Beerus inquired. Goku nodded, placing a hand on her shoulder. Yes, Miss Beerus. Please hold on tightly. Rest assured. Beerus lowered her eyes to Goku, ready to activate her staff's power. But as she saw him point his finger to his forehead, he initiated instant transmission. Beerus gasped, her instincts allowing her to react appropriately. In an instant, she found herself returned to the realm of the destroyer. Hey, what are you two up to? You seem quite cozy. On the blue plains, Kampa, who had been resting, erupted into a furious outburst upon witnessing the scene. Before him, Beerus had her arms wrapped around Goku's neck, cradled in his embrace, their closeness undeniably intimate. Bardoss was gently placed down by a silent Goku, who then faced the approaching Kampa with remarkable composure. Where's the food I requested? Kampa casted a dark look at Bardoss, only to notice her gaze fixed on Goku. Hey, boy, hurry up and get me some delicious food. I'm starving. Don't waste time, or I'll destroy you right now. He roared, his aura radiating menace and threatening to explode. Goku scratched his head and sighed. Indeed, why should I live so miserably when I'm already like this, being subservient to others? With this thought, he turned to Bardoss and asked again, Miss Bardoss, you won't interfere, will you? Oh my, of course not, Bardoss responded with a smile. Then added, but if Lord Kappa asks for help, I won't abandon him. Is that so? Then I won't let you succeed. Goku chuckled softly, and in an instant, he brutally kicked Kampa in the abdomen. Ugh. Kampa stuck out his tongue, not expecting this human to be so reckless. Goku roared, exerting force with his foot, sending the god of destruction's body flying like a cannonball. With a deafening crash, the large feline slammed into a pile of earth. Simultaneously, Goku activated his newly acquired ability against Kampa, Scumbag's Wish. Unlike Evil Change, this ability swaps one of your own abilities for a random one from your opponent for about a minute. You dare treat me like this? You're dead meat. Purple flames erupted, scattering the dust as Kampa roared, unleashing a terrifying aura. However, he clearly sensed that something important was missing. Oh? Bardoss looked puzzled, then saw a restrained aura emanating from Goku, followed by an explosion of azure light. Kampa, you're especially fortunate to die by my new form. Azure flames engulfed Goku like a raging blaze, turning his hair and pupils azure as well. In the next moment, the flames subsided, reaching the optimal state of Super Saiyan Blue. Fool, saying such things to a god of destruction is suicidal. Kampa sneered, then raised his palm at Goku and growled, Destruction. With a hum, an invisible ripple spread through the air. Goku felt a slight burning sensation in the space around him, but it quickly vanished. leaving an impact akin to being struck by cotton. What? God of Destruction Kampa was shocked, staring at his hands in disbelief. How? How could this be? How could this be? Bardos, what have you done to me with this boy? He couldn't help but cast a suspicious gaze at Bardos, who responded with an expressionless tone, Oh my? Lord Kampa, you know that we angels cannot do such things. Otherwise, how could I appear before you like this? You. Kampa gnashed his teeth in hatred, but soon saw Goku standing in front of Bardos. Hey, fat cat. Should I teach you how to use the powers of a god of destruction? Goku smirked, feeling that he had lost his sense of taste. In exchange, he had gained the signature technique of the god of destruction, the power of destruction. He immediately raised his hand at Kampa and shouted, Destruction! Instantly, an invisible wave enveloped Kampa. Dense purple light scorched his skin, causing him to wail incessantly. Looks like this ability is quite useful. Ugh, ah. You won't get away with this, do you hear me? Kampa's aura became even more terrifying. Even with the power of destruction converted by Goku, his strength hadn't diminished much. In fact, he seemed even more formidable because he was enraged. The power of destruction eroded his surface without much effect because he was destruction itself. Faced with Kampa's transformation, Goku assumed a fighting stance, channeling the Dragon God's treasure technique, intending to quickly end the battle within this minute. Whoosh! The two clashed instantly, but it only took a moment for the situation to become clear. Boom, 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 boom. As massive craters appeared, Kampa was completely overwhelmed by Goku. The latter's fists moved like shooting stars, and with flash time and the Dragon God's treasure technique, Kampa couldn't defend himself at all. Goku's attacks grew more ferocious, and Kampa sustained numerous injuries. Even some of his teeth were shattered. Hey, a god of destruction, what a joke, Goku thought to himself, easily dodging Kampa's fierce punches, then slamming a headbutt that sent him crashing to the ground. In the next moment, he raised his hands above his head, and the azure light eclipsed the sky of the god of destruction's realm. Kampa collapsed below, soon noticing numerous beams of light forming a rapid rain of lasers. Which was Vegeto's skill, Stardust Breaker. Aya, ugh, ah. Kampa's wails echoed through the realm as most of the land was instantly destroyed. Before the wave of attacks ended, Goku raised his palm, and a massive golden energy blade shot out instantly. Whoosh! The energy blade cut through the dust, pierced through the rock, and struck Kampa's body. Uft! The energy blade broke through his defenses, piercing into the god of destruction's flesh, but was stopped by an unknown force. Halting in the middle. It seems you can really kill me. All right, I get it. Stop fighting. I'll listen to you from now on. Kampa, pinned to the ground, grasped the energy blade, blood dripping from his mouth, his tone forced and ambiguous. His aura churned, struggling to resist. Heh! Goku suddenly laughed. Before encountering Beerus, he had always thought that gods of destruction were unimaginably terrifying. Now, he didn't expect them to be so pathetic. Is this the demeanor of a strong person? He sneered, the light sword in his hand growing sharper. When faced with an opponent you can't beat, your servility is exposed. A waste controlled by appetite. A scumbag who has become accustomed to doing whatever you want after becoming a god of destruction. Have you ever thought that you would be casually trampled underfoot today? Damn it. Damn it. What do you know? You're just a kid whose age isn't even a fraction of mine. How can you casually judge the trillions of years of boredom? Kampa yelled frantically, but the light sword suppressing him couldn't be destroyed. So an even more violent aura began to emanate. Rumble. The entire god of destruction's realm began to tremble, and large swathes of the foundation instantly collapsed and disintegrated. One by one, the planets surrounding the divine tree exploded, creating a scene of destruction. I am the god of destruction, the strongest being in this universe. Kampa roared. Goku's eyes narrowed as he swung the energy blade, tearing open the earth, then directly lifting him up. However, he realized that Kampa was nowhere to be seen at the end. Goku snorted and suddenly swung his sword back. Instantly, the divine tree of this realm was split in two. TCH. Seeing this, Kampa gritted his teeth, wiped the blood from his cheek, and roared as he attacked with a burst of purple light. The latter had long been prepared. Wukong activated the Dragon God technique, accompanied by a resounding roar of a dragon, executing a powerful tail swipe that struck Xiangpa with tremendous force. Ugh! Xiangpa was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape as he spewed forth a mixture of gastric fluid and blood, his form careening into the distance. I thought you were holding back some grand move. Let us see what you have, the abilities that belong to a god of destruction. Wukong crossed his arms, assuming an exceedingly relaxed posture in midair, fixated on Xiangpa. But how infuriating. Xiangpa immediately glanced towards the distant angelic attendant, and Miss Beerus, appearing to understand, nodded and flew over. As it seemed that Beerus intended to assist Xiangpa in fleeing, Wukong was visibly displeased. He instantly teleported to Xiangpa's side and grasped his shoulder. What? What are you doing? Xiangpa exclaimed in shock. Hey, you'll find out soon enough. Whoosh. The two vanished from the spot, with Wukong transporting Xiangpa to the realm of the time chamber. This shall be your grave. Prepare to meet your demise, Xiangpa. With that, Wukong unceremoniously cast him to the ground. Injured and seething, Xiangpa grit his teeth, perplexed by the strength of this mortal before him. Realizing that his opponent had evidently retained a significant portion of his power. TCH. In an instant, the destructive energy emanating from Xiangpa surged. He suddenly became aware that his strength had returned at this moment. Hiki. Ha 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 ha. You were finished. Damn human. The rotund cat's expression transformed, brimming with confidence as he unleashed a ferocious assault upon Wukong. Humph. Wukong, however, remained eerily calm, having rehearsed this very scenario countless times in his mind. The bitter defeat against the god of destruction, Beerus, weighed heavily on him. He promptly consumed a Senzu bean. Then he shouted, King Kai Fist. Maximum multiplier. Whoosh. The space trembled, a deep crimson aura enveloping a vibrant blue light, as Wukong stood firm against Xiangpa's fierce strike, allowing the punch to collide directly with his face. Boom. The violent shockwave caused the entire time chamber to quake, fissures appearing around them, as if the very fabric of reality was about to unravel. Yet, Xiangpa was left in a daze. He involuntarily retreated, discovering that his punch could not even budge Wukong, whose head merely tilted slightly despite the force capable of obliterating dozens, if not hundreds, of planets. Wukong slowly turned his head back, then pointed his finger towards the gash in Xiangpa's chest. Dimensional force. Open the heavens. Yua. A thunderous explosion erupted from the god of destruction's chest as Xiangpa clutched his abdomen, trembling as he knelt down. But this was not the end. Wukong seized Xiangpa's ear and delivered another brutal punch. Bang. Xiangpa staggered back a step. But this time he regained his footing and retaliated with a powerful punch of his own. Whoosh. Wukong evaded, delivering an uppercut imbued with dragon energy that dislocated Xiangpa's jaw. Ugh. Xiangpa fell silent, seemingly entering a mysterious state. A sinister smile flickered across his face. Despite his numerous injuries, the power of the god of destruction appeared to intensify. Intriguing. Sensing the god of destruction's frenzy, Wukong narrowed his eyes, his fists infused with dragon energy, relentlessly striking at Xiangpa's form. Bang, 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 bang. The body of the god of destruction was torn asunder, a potent wave of destructive energy igniting into blazing flames. Whoosh. Dual dragons clawed at Xiangpa's eyes, while the devastating kicks shattered his lower body. Xiangpa continued to be mercilessly pummeled, his form becoming increasingly battered. Soon, one of his arms was forcefully severed by Wukong. Yet the explosive destructive energy surged forth, threatening to incinerate everything in its path, wreaking havoc on Wukong's body. Moreover, with only the will to fight remaining, Xiangpa grew even more terrifying, as if he had seized upon a weakness in Wukong, lunging forward with ferocity. Wukong, gritting his teeth against the burning destructive force, executed a swift side kick that sent Xiangpa flying, followed by a massive explosion that obliterated his form. Boom. A mushroom cloud rose in the distance, and the space around them became increasingly chaotic. Cough. Damn it. The transformation. Seizing the opportunity while Xiangpa was engulfed in flames, Wukong activated his abilities, swiftly dissipating the destructive fire that engulfed him. Whoosh. Xiangpa suddenly charged at him, his visage twisted with rage, his surface charred, his body twisted in erratic shapes. Yet he remained absurdly powerful. Bang. Wukong was knocked back, primarily concerned about the destructive force. However, he soon devised a countermeasure. In the next moment, the aura of the King Kai Fist dissipated, replaced by a protective barrier enveloping his entire being. A technique developed by the fusion of Goku and Vegeta to combat the absorption of Majin Buu. Instantly, he flickered and collided with Xiangpa once more. Boom, 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 boom. Wukong unleashed a barrage of punches upon Xiangpa, who appeared to be a puppet controlled by the destructive force, fighting back with reckless abandon. The barrier was breached as Xiangpa's feeble hand grasped Wukong's shoulder, attempting to rend him apart. Wukong roared, and in that moment, he sent the god of destruction soaring once more. Following this, Wukong spread his arms wide, adopting the stance for the final flash. Then unleashed a Kamehameha wave that obliterated the time chamber, transporting him to another dimension. Roar. Xiangpa howled, his skull glowing red from the destructive energy. Yet he still lunged through the energy wave, hell-bent on annihilating Wukong. Come on. Wukong bellowed, completing the Kamehameha wave with a backflip, seamlessly transitioning into the Dragon Fist. Roar. A colossal golden dragon materialized as Wukong unleashed the true dragon technique to its utmost potential, delivering the most powerful strike upon Xiangpa, shattering the dimensional barrier once more. Xiangpa's body was obliterated, the overwhelming destructive force instantaneously annihilating everything. Wukong immediately utilized instant transmission to vacate the area, appearing above the realm of the gods of destruction, gently descending before Beerus. What an extraordinary battle! I never anticipated the emergence of a Godslayer in Universe 6. Beerus regarded Wukong with a calm demeanor, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. Wukong too observed the angelic figure, noting the radiance around her neck had vanished, along with the staff she once wielded. Chapter 67, capturing her heart through her stomach. Godslayer? Wukong inquired, gazing at Beerus with a perplexed expression. Has such an existence ever appeared before? Upon hearing this, Beerus nodded subtly. Indeed. But that was in a far more ancient era. However, Mr. Wukong is not a deity, yet possesses strength surpassing that of a destroyer god. One could say he is the foremost individual throughout history. Is that so? Wukong felt a tinge of embarrassment from the praise, yet it was not without merit, as his transformed base stats had indeed outstripped those of a destroyer god. So, what does Mr. Wukong wish to do next? Remain here to continue training to become a supplementary destroyer god, or accompany me to the realm of deities for angelic training? Well, Wukong stroked his chin, then promptly bowed. Please allow me to become a destroyer god. Thus commenced Wukong's trial to become a destroyer god in this realm. A few days later, within the palace of the destroyer god, Beerus guided Wukong around the surroundings that had been ravaged, beginning the gradual process of restoration. For the past 2 days, Wukong had been by Ms. Beerus's side, partaking in the restoration efforts of the destroyer god realm. During this time, since the angel had lost her angelic functions, the reorganization of this realm had proven quite troublesome. Fortunately, Wukong's divine power provided some assistance, and he often prepared delectable dishes, significantly hastening the progress of the repairs. The once aesthetically pleasing residence, tailored to the taste of Kampa, had been entirely transformed to reflect Beerus's preferences. Following closely behind her, Wukong absorbed Ms. Beerus's insights on the authority of the destroyer gods. When angels engage in combat, they typically act without hesitation, maintaining an inner tranquility and shedding unnecessary emotions, relying solely on their physical instincts to secure victory. In stark contrast, destroyer gods often draw motivation from exuberance and overwhelming emotions, becoming stronger at their whim. Is this self-actualization? Wukong pondered, deeply inspired by Beerus's words. He turned his attention to attempting to master a new transformation. Self-actualization? Haha, what a fitting term. However, he noted that such a training method could lead one to become enamored with a destructive role and inclination, growing more bloodthirsty and ruthless than ever before. But individuals like Lord Kampa are considered the good children among destroyer gods. I truly apologize for killing him, Wukong mumbled internally, just as he noticed Ms. Beerus glancing back at him. What is it? The restoration of the divine tree is nearly complete. I must report the situation here to the Grand Minister. My apologies, but I must take my leave. Wukong nodded in acknowledgement as he watched Beerus's figure flicker and vanish from sight. With time on his hands, he decided to engage in activities he enjoyed, such as summoning the little dragon for some playful teasing, cooking up a feast, or familiarizing himself with the destructive power he had recently grasped. The permission of the wretched will allow Wukong to convert Kampa's destructive energy, which he had controlled for about a minute, granting him insight into the nature of this power. Name: destruction, basic, category, authority function, annihilate all with destructive energy. Description: a signature skill of the destroyer gods. Destruction is one of their divine techniques. As Wukong gradually mastered this authority, he realized he could only convert the emitted aura into destructive energy. He did not intrinsically possess such power. Perhaps the method of self-motivation through emotion, as Beerus mentioned, was the key to mastering destructive energy perfectly. With these thoughts in mind, Wukong began to meditate, seeking to integrate the destructive power within himself and to control it through fluctuations in his emotions, perhaps due to having absorbed Vegeta's essence. He found a complementary aspect within his nature for this endeavor. Whether in talent or insight, His current body seemed to possess boundless potential. Thus, Wukong quickly entered a state of concentration. Moreover, meditation was a practice he had mastered long ago during his Super Saiyan phase. As for self-actualization, there was no immediate need to force it. Perhaps he would inquire about it with Beerus later. Meanwhile, is that so? I never expected a mortal to reach this stage. Does this mean the candidate for the Destroyer God of Universe 6 has been determined? Yes, Father. It appears he possesses exceptional talent. It won't be long before he masters the powers of a Destroyer God. Within Beerus's residence, the angel addressed the holographic image of a youthful angel, who was none other than the Grand Minister, the caretaker of all angels and the father of them all. That is acceptable. However, things have turned out this way. I trust you have subtly encouraged that individual? In that case, you are fully responsible for the subsequent matters regarding Universe 6. The Kaioshin and Destroyer God must be rearranged. As for your failure to fall into slumber after losing your functions, I shall overlook that. Thank you, Father. Beerus bowed respectfully, and the Grand Minister nodded gently before terminating the communication. Though Beerus had lost her angelic functions, resulting in a reduction of conveniences, she felt an unprecedented sense of ease. This reminded her of her time as an apprentice angel. Such a delightful aroma. Is that stew? The rich scent of meat wafted from afar, and the angel caught a whiff, realizing her new disciple was likely preparing something delicious once again. With a flash, she appeared beside Wukong. This campsite was near a lake, and Wukong seemed particularly fond of outdoor camping. Thus he had pitched a tent there. Throughout this time, Beerus had been dining alongside Wukong, and after tasting the culinary delights of Earth, she found it difficult to muster any interest in the cuisine of other planets. Although angels do not require sustenance, one must seek enjoyment in their long lives to avoid monotony. Noticing Wukong meditating, Beerus refrained from interrupting. Out of curiosity, she lifted the steaming pot lid and sampled the stew's flavor with a spoon. The blend of spices and rich meat flavor danced on her palate, and she thoroughly enjoyed it, even absent-mindedly caressing her cheek, revealing an expression of indulgence reminiscent of her brother. How is it? Does it suit your taste? Suddenly, Wukong stirred from his meditation and inquired from a distance. Oh, this is unexpectedly delightful cuisine. Beerus replied with a smile, nodding appreciatively before modestly setting down the soup spoon. What's wrong? Noticing Wukong's peculiar expression, Beerus asked curiously. Oh, it's just that I feel Ms. Beerus has changed. Hee. Changed in what way? She leaned closer to Wukong, asking inquisitively. I can't quite articulate it. Perhaps it's your aura? Wukong speculated as he gazed at the angel's lovely face. To be continued, Chapter 68. Is it really empty? Is that so? What kind of change do you think it will be? Bardoss gazed at Goku, her enchanting eyes shimmering with a myriad of emotions. Being with Mr. Goku always felt incredibly relaxing and pleasant. Moreover, one could constantly savor exquisite delicacies, which seemed to be the kind of happiness that ordinary people often yearn for. Is this a confession? Or is she trying to seduce me? Goku, however, did not mind if something were to happen with this angelic maiden, but would it truly be acceptable? If that were the case, would I, the Supreme Kai, inadvertently become my own father-in-law? And would Whis become my brother-in-law? Sister, can you gauge Bardoss' feelings towards me? After a flurry of chaotic thoughts, Goku subconsciously inquired of the system, soon receiving a response from the little dragon. Ding. Master, Bardoss' affection level towards you is 20. Evaluation. She has already developed feelings for you. How delightful. Oh? Is that so? Why didn't you inform me sooner? Ding. But you didn't ask, did you? Initially, it was not permissible to probe into others' feelings, but for some reason it is now. Besides, Master, you already have so many wives at home. Are you not satisfied? What a surprise, Goku pondered, perplexed by the little one's sudden outburst. Since when did my affairs warrant your interference? After chatting with Bardoss for a while, Goku momentarily set aside his cultivation. As the meal was nearly prepared, he stood up to arrange dinner for the evening. He retrieved the tableware from his inventory, followed by an assortment of delectable dishes. A few days prior, Bardoss could assist with magic, but now, having lost her angelic abilities, she had to rely on manual labor. Yet, even so, it seemed like a particularly novel experience for this angelic lady. The flavors were astonishing. The culinary style of Earth was indeed extraordinary, as the tastes favored by Lord Kampa were often difficult to swallow. After finishing the meal, Bardoss left no sauce behind on her plate, indicating that her purpose for dining was not merely to satiate hunger but to indulge in the flavors. Then Bardoss looked at Goku, who was still devouring his food, her azure eyes glinting with a hint of allure. Is there anything you would like me to do in return, Mr. Goku? Hearing this, Goku slurped up his noodles, He was somewhat bewildered, as he simply wished to enjoy his meal. What I mean is there anything I can assist you with, Mr. Goku? In that case, let us not do any repair work tomorrow. Please teach me the Ultra Instinct technique properly. Hee, that is only natural, but is there nothing else? Upon hearing this, Goku snapped his fingers, casting a cleaning spell upon himself. He then crossed his arms, lost in thought. What is the matter? Anything is permissible? Oh, anything is indeed permissible. Even so? With that, Goku pulled her into his embrace, letting the angelic maiden rest her graceful form against his thigh. Hee. Do as you wish. Why would Ms. Bardos entertain such thoughts? Well, who knows? Perhaps it stems from curiosity, or maybe it's due to the loss of her angelic abilities. After all, Mr. Goku sometimes gazes at me in a rather lascivious manner. Bardos coyly lifted Goku's chin, her gaze growing sultry. Ahem, Goku coughed awkwardly. Oh, is that so? I am a paragon of virtue during the day, so does that imply Ms. Bardos is quite experienced? I suppose so. I just haven't personally experienced it yet. What does that mean? The statement was so vague that Goku felt utterly confused. Yet, he opted to let it lie. For further inquiry would be impolite. However, Goku soon discerned the depths of her character. Though this young lady was somewhat older, she remained rather innocent. Of course, Goku had claimed to be virtuous during the day, thus their interactions remained respectful. To put it in ancient terms, one might call it a gentle exchange of lips. Or more crudely, a kiss. But soon after, Goku regretted it. He felt as if he had fallen into a haze of amnesia, with memories of recent days flashing before him. From the dining table to the lakeside tent, from the god of destruction's throne room to the hot springs. The bathing pool, the angel's stamina surpassed his expectations, yet fortunately, he was no ordinary individual, able to withstand such intensity day and night, laying a solid foundation for the future of his permanent energy-based artificial beings. Indeed, it was impossible for it to be empty. Over time, Bardos seemed to savor the experience, her initially aloof demeanor becoming increasingly passionate. That cannot be stated so simply. She had always held a certain warmth towards Goku. Surprisingly, the system's affection ratings continuously refreshed. And over these days, the little dragon's vocal reports became increasingly monotone. Ding. Bardos affection level 1. Current 21. Evaluation. She has indeed developed feelings for you. Ding. Bardos affection level 1. Current 30. Evaluation. She has become uncontrollably enamored with you. Ding. Bardos affection level 1. Current 45. Evaluation. You are inseparable lovers. In the 11th universe, a structure reminiscent of a circus housed the throne of the god of destruction, where dim lighting illuminated the pale, slender figure. Is that so? So Kampa has perished? It seems we need to prepare some personnel to fill the void clad in the attire of a god of destruction. The bald clown muttered to himself, snapping his fingers. Shortly thereafter, an angel clad in blue appeared, her silver hair fashioned into twin ponytails. Margarita, did you summon me? Master. Instruct them to send Topo to the 6th universe to vie for the position of god of destruction. Upon hearing this, Margarita silently regarded the clown god of destruction for a moment before cautioning, Master, you should be well aware of the consequences of forming factions before proceeding with this plan. Do you not wish to reconsider? No need. With Topo's strength, securing the position of god of destruction will be more than sufficient. If necessary, we can have Jiren accompany him. Master, you know that is not my point, Margarita reiterated, which only served to irritate the clown deity further, who slammed his hands on the table and exclaimed, Enough. I understand. Just do as I ask. With that, Margarita ceased her objections and turned to leave in silence. Chapter 69. The Trial of the God of Destruction. Several months have elapsed. During this time, Whis brought several letters from his wives on Earth. As Goku read them, a sense of nostalgia washed over him, accompanied by a tinge of guilt. Thus, he resolved to devise a plan to relocate Earth. If that's the case, I shall seize the opportunity to bring Earth here, Goku mused inwardly. After bidding farewell to Whis, he began discussing the plan for Earth's relocation with Sista. It is worth noting that after the system absorbed the divine power of Barunga, it underwent upgrades in various aspects. Firstly, the Dragon Balls produced by the little dragon had increased in size, and upon gathering all 7, they could now grant 3 wishes at once. Additionally, if one wished to fulfill only a single desire, 3 Dragon Balls would suffice. Moreover, the prices of golden and red items in the system shop requiring Dragon Balls had halved. Previously, the distorted time ring that Goku could not afford now only required 7 Dragon Balls. Of course, according to the original count, Goku had amassed 10 Dragon Balls, but they had now transformed into 5 larger ones. Master, if Miss Bardos regains her divine status, it is likely that we won't need to use the Dragon Balls to relocate Earth, the system noted. In other words, all I need to do is become a god of destruction? Goku pondered, reflecting on the enchanting time spent with Miss Bardos, realizing he had indeed become somewhat lax regarding his training. Fortunately, he possessed exceptional talent and had mastered the god of destruction skill self-extremity last month, elevating his strength to a new echelon. In terms of enhancement, one could say that Goku now stood on par with any god of destruction. In fact, he would dare to challenge even the combined might of all gods of destruction. However, he decided to wait a bit longer. Goku murmured, resolving to first assist Bardos in regaining her divine role before relocating Earth. Nonetheless, to become a god of destruction requires a symbiotic bond with the Supreme Kai, which posed a considerable disadvantage for Goku. Is there a way to circumvent this requirement? Goku contemplated, searching for solutions. ID, Scoundrel Road Age, 31 Current Divine Realm, 814 SS. Note, if Beerus is rated at 10, then the Super Saiyan God is assessed at a baseline of 6, while withstands at 15. Attributes, Power, ASS Defense, SSS Energy Capacity, SS Agility, A additional attributes, Perception, BA Charm, A Luck, E Skills, 1. Godly Scoundrel Combat Technique, Intermediate, 2. Instant Transmission, 3. Godly Key Manipulation, Max, 4. Kaioken, Max, 5. Potential Unleashed Divine Techniques, 1. Self-Extremity, newly added, 2. Dragon God Treasure Technique Talents, 1. Super Saiyan 4-2. Rational Great Ape 3. Super Saiyan God, Blue, Permissions, 1. Distortion 2. Scoundrel's True Intent 3. Destruction. Haha. In the realm of the gods of destruction, Goku stood upon an expansive plane, his purple energy surging and boiling, instantly transforming into a new form. His upright hair shifted to a deep purple and lengthened considerably. Simultaneously, his eyebrows vanished, and while his muscles did not bulge excessively, they appeared remarkably formidable. Every gesture exuded an aura of annihilation. Self-extremity. Goku clenched his fist, savoring the destructive power emanating from him. At this moment, he was at a higher tier than ever before. However, this form consumed energy at a far greater rate than Super Blue, and he estimated that if engaged in prolonged battle, he could sustain it for only half a day before needing to restore his energy. Additionally, adapting to the self-extremity state was challenging, as it often left Goku feeling rather foolish, at least that was his impression. Self-extremity would render him instinct-driven, akin to a god of destruction acting solely on impulse, with a potent desire for destruction. Humph. Goku scoffed and reverted to his normal state. Let us go eat, my dear. Below, Bardos waved to Goku from a balcony of the palace, pushing a cart laden with an array of delectable dishes. Incidentally, Miss Bardos was clad in a swimsuit apron. Goku promptly returned to the palace, for in a few days, the coronation ceremony of the god of destruction would commence, where someone would come to escort him and Bardos to the Void Realm, where he would be named the god of destruction of the sixth universe in the presence of the pantheon of gods. My dear, there is something I wish to discuss with you. During dinner, Bardos suddenly appeared concerned. Perhaps it was rare for her to exhibit such an expression, which piqued Goku's curiosity. What is the matter? It is about the existence of angels being restricted. I have discussed it with my father, but unfortunately, he disagrees with us having offspring. Eh? Why bring this up all of a sudden? Of course, as lovers, we should discuss such matters. It depends on how you feel. I do not mind these issues too much, but your opinion is of greater importance. However, don't all your other wives have children? I am just worried. Pfft. Our Sun family has no throne to inherit. What need do we have for so many children? Goku chuckled, pulling Bardos into his embrace. He had no qualms about having children with his angelic wife. In fact, he felt his father-in-law was being unreasonable. What was the balance of the universe compared to the happiness of his daughter and son-in-law? If it truly matters, one day, when my strength surpasses his, I will discuss it with him then. Bardos nestled in Goku's embrace, her cheeks flushed, but soon she recalled another matter. By the way, I heard from my father that the other gods of destruction seem to have objections to the position of the god of destruction of the sixth universe. Since my dear previously ascended by defeating the former god of destruction, there has never been a case like this. So there may be a trial for the gods of destruction ahead. A trial for the gods of destruction? Goku blinked, then laughed heartily. Under angels, I am invincible. Above angels, it's a one-for-one exchange. As long as angels do not intervene, even if all the gods of destruction join forces, I shall not be intimidated. You truly lack humility. Moreover, there remains a significant distance before reaching the level of angels, my dear. Not at all. I can take you on in a one-for-one exchange right now. Before long, the two were once again entangled in playful banter. Ultimately, the outcome of their playful combat resulted in a draw, and Bardos later acknowledged that in this regard, Goku's strength was not inferior to that of the angels. Chapter 70. The arrival of Makalita on this day, Wukong was engaging in a dual flight with Bardos in the center of the lake, practicing the mastery of the ultimate freedom. Suddenly, a rainbow bridge descended from the sky, and three human figures emerged from within. "Oi, sister." It's been a while. A cheerful girl's voice echoed from afar as she stepped out from the pure white light, flanked by two tall figures cloaked in robes. Is that not Makalita? What brings you here so unexpectedly?" Bardos turned her gaze, and upon seeing her sister, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. "Well, I must say I also feel quite regretful. I intended to inform you beforehand. But it seems I forgot that you lost your angelic abilities and can no longer communicate with us," Makalita replied with a mischievous glint in her eyes. But soon her expression turned to disbelief as she pointed incredulously at Bardos' attire. How could you have changed like this? What is it?" Bardos inquired, her face reflecting confusion. Bardos, what in the world are you wearing? How scandalous." The young angel blushed deeply as she exclaimed, pointing at her sister. Though she was perplexed, she was taken aback. For Bardos was now clad in a Gothic-style strapless gown, high-heeled shoes, and a skirt with a daringly high slit that revealed her long, smooth legs, complemented by fishnet stockings. Such boldness was exceedingly daring for an angel, who was usually modestly attired. This can't be right. Sister, as an angel, if father found out about such transgressions, for some reason, witnessing Makalita's astonished expression ignited a blush on Bardos' cheeks. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Wukong, her eyes brimming with affection. This outfit was a gift from my beloved. He said it would help me focus better while practicing divine techniques. What a declaration. Wukong felt his face grow warm at her words, unable to suppress a sniffle. The trivial matters of the past few days prompted Sista in his mind to comment. Master is evolving from the scum of rot to the pervert of rot. A beloved? Makalita gazed in astonishment at the strikingly handsome man beside Bardos, her heart fluttering, then incredulously pointed at him. You mean to say that sister has already formed a bond with him? But angels are not permitted to engage in such affairs. Bardos, I have already lost my angelic abilities, Bardos patiently explained while holding on to Wukong. The angelic maiden scratched her head in frustration. Her cheeks puffed up in indignation. In any case, I shall inform father about this. Just you wait. Please, do as you wish. After all, father will surely bless our union. Ugh, this is infuriating, absolutely infuriating. For reasons unknown, the angelic maiden began to stomp her feet in anger. Wukong was not unacquainted with this feeling. It was akin to a friend being wealthier, married to a handsome husband who dotes on her, leaving one feeling off balance. Angel of the Lord, we have other purposes for our visit, do we not? The cloaked figure behind her whispered, prompting Makalita to finally regain her composure. Her twin ponytails slightly perking up. Sister, I have brought you two candidates for the role of destroyer. They are the most elite warriors in the universe. What do you think? Makalita, if that is the reason for your visit, then you are not welcome here. Bardos' expression grew increasingly cold as she regarded her sister with indifference. Though father has decreed that angels cannot interfere in mortal affairs, he did not specify that angels cannot engage in combat amongst themselves. Do you truly believe you can defeat one who has lost her angelic powers? However, Wukong shook his head at Bardos, halting her. He pointed casually at the two towering figures behind Makalita. You wish to become destroyers, do you? You. Come at me together. I have no desire to waste time. Humph. Such arrogance. The most imposing of the cloaked figures scoffed. While Makalita instinctively stepped back, her expression one of distress. It seems sister has truly changed. Trappa, seize that man. In an instant, the tall figure surged forward, emanating a potent destructive energy as it lunged at Wukong. Humph. Wukong positioned himself protectively in front of Bardos, remaining utterly still against Trappa's onslaught. With a mere shift, he vanished and reappeared behind his assailant. Huh? Ugh. The cloaked figure let out a muffled grunt as the destructive energy around him destabilized, causing even his black robe to shred apart. Before them stood a stout alien with a bushy beard, clad in a black and red combat suit. Though he appeared robust, his waist resembled that of a ball, an abstract figure of 8 feet tall, with an equally broad waist. Pregnant for months? Wukong wore a playful smile, but he soon noticed the other cloaked figure glaring at him, an overwhelming pressure washing over him, accompanied by a resounding blast. Boom. Wukong sidestepped, his bangs merely swaying slightly. Wholly unaffected. Stand down, Trappa. You are no match for him. The second cloaked figure flew in, discarding his black robe to reveal a bald head. So it's Jiren. What a shock. Wukong nearly convinced himself he would be fighting a bald hero, truly amusing himself. Jiren, the destroyer of Universe 6. Stand down, Jiren stated calmly, keeping his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to his leader's command. Umph. Trappa grunted but quietly returned to Makalita's side. Wukong's lips curled into a smirk. He was keen to test the progress of his powers over the past few days. And it seemed experience had indeed come knocking at his door. So, it's the Jinyu Force of Universe 11. Upon hearing this, Jiren Trappa, for some reason, we feel offended. Batos and Makalita were somewhat perplexed, unaware that if Whis were present, he would likely be laughing aloud. In the next moment, Jiren moved, seemingly intent on verifying Wukong's strength as he opened his eyes once more. In an instant, Wukong found himself amidst a flurry of fists, their speed so great that even his instant transmission would struggle to evade. Yet at this moment, Wukong only smiled, affirming that he was indeed facing a formidable warrior who had surpassed the destroyers. He merely wondered if Jiren could, like him, eliminate a destroyer. Whoosh. Wukong's figure vanished, but soon all present gasped in astonishment. The reason being that they noticed Wukong had somehow placed both feet on Jiren's smooth forehead, while the latter remained completely oblivious. Hee. Wukong smiled, his eyes glinting with mischief. To be continued. Chapter 71. Overwhelming with a smile. Wukong observed that at this moment, Jiren's forehead was bulging with veins, and his crimson battle attire was ablaze. An astonishing surge of energy erupted from within him, causing the temperature of the space to rise sharply. In a swift motion, Jiren seized Wukong's ankle and hurled him into a whirlwind before casting him away with great force. Wukong furrowed his brow. This bald-headed adversary in a tight suit was indeed formidable. Nevertheless, as he was flung through the air, he managed to regain control of his body. Just then, he noticed Jiren swinging a fist the size of a sandbag toward his face. In the next moment, a burst of golden light erupted. Jiren was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Wukong had evaded the blow, and before he could react, Wukong landed a powerful strike to his abdomen. Ugh! Jiren let out a muffled grunt. Yet he was not significantly affected. He was merely surprised, for throughout their duel, his opponent had kept his eyes tightly shut. Oh. What is that? Below, Topo was astonished, witnessing the previously fierce warrior erupting in a golden aura, instantly turning the tide. Wukong continued to stand atop Jiren's head, treating it as though it were a mere shoe to be wiped clean. Heh. Wukong's lips curled into a smirk, electric sparks dancing around him. However, Jiren remained unfazed by Wukong's audacity. Despite having never encountered such humiliation in his life, he felt a surge of anger rising within him. Jiren sighed inwardly, pondering, why must they provoke me? Boom. The realm of the gods of destruction began to tremble. Oh hell. Jiren roared as his aura surged dramatically, his fists glowing red like molten iron, falling like a rain of lasers. Swish. Wukong began to evade, his expression growing serious. For Jiren's aura had now surpassed that of the previous Zamasu. While it was not at the brink of death, Jiren's attributes were now sufficient to contend with Wukong's Super Saiyan 4 form during his battle against Beerus. Swish. Jiren glared upward. Instantly, countless shockwaves surged toward the realm of destruction, causing massive foundations to collapse, even displacing the floating planets surrounding them. You're seeking death. Wukong cursed, furious that this bald brute was wreaking havoc on the fragile peace he had painstakingly achieved with Beerus. In the next moment, he unlocked his ultimate form. The Dragon God techniques and instant transmission were instantly bestowed upon him. A new transformation? Jiren's expression reflected astonishment, yet he was unaware that death was drawing near. Margarita opened her mouth, about to offer a warning, but in the next instant, she was shocked to find that time had suddenly come to a standstill. Jiren's pupils dilated. He could only muster a defensive stance. But it was too late. It was a futile effort. Whoosh, bang. In an instant, Jiren trembled, his eyes rolling back in his head. Boom. A second strike. His head caved in, his eyeballs bulging out. With a third blow, Wukong's fist obliterated Jiren's head, scattering his massive eyeball, brain matter, and bone fragments everywhere. So tough. Wukong murmured, shaking his throbbing right fist. Jiren. Topo's eyes widened in horror at this moment, and he roared, the destructive energy within him surging forth explosively. Witnessing this scene, Wukong treated Jiren's headless corpse as if it were a dead dog, kicking it away before turning his gaze toward the distant Topo. No. As Topo prepared to charge at Wukong in a fit of rage, Margarita hurriedly intervened, waving her staff to create a protective barrier around them. But the next moment, swish, 100-meter-long light sword pierced through Margarita's barrier, simultaneously impaling Topo's body. Margarita instinctively dodged, only to see Topo beside her coughing up blood. Cough, cough. Oh, wow. Topo spat blood as he grasped the sword embedded within him, attempting to use his destructive energy to shatter it. Yet he suddenly realized that the destructive force within the sword was not inferior to his own, and an unfamiliar power was relentlessly eroding him. How? Is this possible? Topo gasped as he coughed up more blood, his entire being enveloped by the specter of death. Above. Wukong regarded Margarita coolly and said, "Take them back. Find someone to use the earrings to fuse and then return to me. Also, repair everything here for me." With that, Wukong flicked his finger, and the light sword cleaved Topo in two. I understand now. Margarita closed her eyes in response. Moments later, the angelic girl waved her staff, and time began to rewind, half of Topo reassembling, Jiren's head also beginning to regenerate, each returning to their state from 3 minutes prior. That was a special ability that each angel could use once a day, time reversal. Ugh, I'm so furious. I'm so furious. Angel, we came here for another purpose. Right? Upon hearing this, Margarita snapped back to reality, glancing at the subdued Topo and Jiren. Let's return first. Why? Topo clenched his fists in confusion. Jiren suddenly fell silent, as if anticipating something, and slowly turned his back. Because neither of you are a match for that being. Margarita gazed at the two, then turned to point at Wukong, who was playfully interacting with Beerus. Look at the earrings by his ear. They are Patera earrings, right? But how strange. He emits no aura of a fused being at all. Why? Is that human so powerful? Both Jiren and Topo fell silent, yet they were merely agents, required only to follow orders. Margarita fell into contemplation before looking at Wukong with a cold smile. I will remember today's events, and I will report them truthfully to Lord Vermoud. I hope you can fulfill the conditions in the trial of the God of Destruction and successfully become the God of Destruction of Universe 6. Wukong paused at her words, then turned to Beerus and asked, which universe does Vermoud belong to? He is from Universe 11, dear. The angelic maiden replied gently. So, this one is the angel of the God of Destruction from Universe 11. Wukong stroked his chin, observing the twin-tailed angelic girl. Please wait a moment, Miss Angel. It may not be appropriate for you to come and go as you please within my domain, right? Margarita was taken aback, then revealed a flirtatious smile. May I ask? My lord, what is your name? Well, I am called Sun Wukong, or, by the name of the scoundrel, Cough. Kakarot. Wukong coughed and replied. Upon hearing this, the angelic maiden burst into laughter. However, Vados, standing beside Goku, furrowed her elegant brows. Margarita. Ha. Forgive me, sister. I apologize. But it's simply too amusing. It's the first time I've ever heard someone address themselves in such a manner. Very well, from now on, I shall refer to you as Mr. Scumbag Rot. With that, Margarita cast a flirtatious glance at Goku, suddenly intrigued by this man who could be so intimate with her sister. Little minx, I'll wipe that smile off your face later. Goku stroked Vados' hair, signaling her not to be upset by such trivialities. Then, looking down at the angelic maiden, he said, Miss Margarita, let us propose a wager. If you agree to this gamble, I shall regard today's events as if they never transpired. Margarita blinked her eyes and responded with a smile. How intriguing. However, I am disinclined to accept. Upon these words, Topo and Jiren trembled. They sensed a sudden darkness emanating from the young man in black attire. He chuckled. In that case, I shall proceed to eliminate Vermoud. Do you believe I am capable, Miss Angel? Alas, I did forewarn him, but he simply would not heed my counsel. The angelic maiden lamented with a sigh, then proposed, Pray, tell me the terms of Mr. Scumbag Rot's wager. Well, Goku stroked his chin in contemplation, then declared, Let us wager on whether I can pass the Destroyer God trials. Should I emerge victorious, you shall become a servant to both Vados and myself. Margarita feigned shyness, embracing herself as she inquired, a servant? The kind who performs chores, serves tea during the day, and indulges in lascivious acts at night. Precisely that kind, Goku affirmed, openly acknowledging the proposition. Unexpectedly, Vados playfully struck him on the back. He truly is a scoundrel. Indeed, a scoundrel, Topo blurted out, with Jiren nodding in agreement. Oh, Mr. Scumbag Rot, it seems having my sister is not enough. You desire me as well? Truly, You are a scoundrel. The twin-tailed angelic maiden giggled coquettishly, then shifted her tone. Very well, I accept. However, should you fail, you shall become my servant as well. Or rather, provided you survive the Destroyer God trials. Upon hearing this, Vados lowered her head in contemplation. Goku, sensing her mood, inquired, What troubles you? Nothing. Merely, my dear, we must accelerate your training, Vados said, her expression hardening. Seeing this, Margarita said no more. She conjured a contract scroll with a wave of her staff and said, Very well, let us establish a contract. In that case, even your soul shall belong to me, Mr. Scumbag Rot. The twin-tailed angelic maiden signed her name and offered a drop of her blood. Here, Goku received the scroll, deciphering the text with his evil eye. Vados leaned closer, confirming the contract's validity with a quick glance. After a thorough review, Goku nodded and signed his name in his native script. Kaka wrote. After writing, Goku added a drop of his blood. Soon, the contract was complete. The contract is sealed. We shall take our leave. The angelic maiden bowed slightly, while Vados smiled at her sister, Margarita, when you come. Let us continue to live together as family. However, the silver-haired twin-tailed maiden simply snorted in response as she silently led Jiren and the others away, enveloped in white light. Departing the realm of the Destroyer God. Alas, my dear, we must abstain from carnal pleasures for the days to come, Vados sighed, her gaze lingering on Goku with a smile. Goku felt a chill run down his spine, mainly due to his angelic wife's overwhelming power. Time passed, and Goku's second year since arriving from Earth approached. The realm of the Destroyer God was now pockmarked and ravaged. At the epicenter of this realm, Goku, blindfolded, dodged rapidly approaching destruction orbs under the crushing weight of tens of thousands of times Earth's gravity. After half a year of training, Goku's biggest regret was mastering autonomous Ultra Instinct. Although this divine technique had virtually limitless potential and was incredibly powerful, its underlying philosophy was diametrically opposed to his own. This often led to Goku unconsciously transforming into his Ultra Instinct Sign state when being pummeled by his wife. It took him 3 months to resolve this issue. The main problem was that his teacher was his wife. Vados was usually reluctant to harm him, leading Goku to believe he could contend with her. However, after Margarita's visit, Miss Vados seemed to develop a sense of urgency, and her training became much more rigorous. The true difference in their power became apparent, leaving Goku somewhat demoralized. I can't even beat my wife. Goku never expected this day to come. Seeking solace, he tried to regain the upper hand in other areas at night, solidifying his image as a stalwart man. Abstinence is out of the question, and I refuse to use Senza beans. The result was Vados' victory. As he was already exhausted from the daytime training, Goku vowed never to mock those henpecked husbands again. Now, with a whoosh, Goku sidestepped, avoiding the rapidly approaching attack despite wearing heavy gravity attire. However, a dense barrage of destruction orbs descended like rain. He roared, continuously punching and dodging, avoiding any damage. Then, Goku calmly walked to the center of the training field, his figure flickering. Directly ahead was the angelic Miss Vados. Bang! Goku casually deflected an incoming energy blast. Even blindfolded, he exuded an indescribable aura, and an extraordinary light enveloped him like divine radiance. Vados smiled, surprised by her beloved's rapid progress. Now, she was ready to engage him seriously. Whoosh! 2 figures flashed, colliding instantly. Vados grasped Goku's fist, her touch seemingly gentle but containing profound intricacies. Then, the angelic lady aimed a palm strike at Goku's chest. But it missed. Miss Vados was taken aback, then felt warm hands embrace her from behind. How is it? Is my upper body slightly better today? Vados nodded slightly, removing Goku's blindfold. She gazed into his eyes, now devoid of divinity and filled with her image, and smiled. Your emotional control has improved. You passed today, my dear. To be continued, Chapter 73, Ascendancy of Authority. Upon hearing these words, Wukong exhaled deeply. In recent days, he had vaguely grasped the threshold of the angels and had come to understand the formidable nature of such beings. In any case, he realized that a long journey still lay ahead of him. As he cultivated the state of ultimate freedom, this sentiment became increasingly apparent. There are always greater powers beyond our own. Wukong mused. The power of the Destroyer had unveiled to him the capabilities of cataclysmic destruction. Yet the power of the angels made him acutely aware of his own insignificance, providing him with profound insights. Perhaps at this moment, only by mastering the duality of intent could I contend with the angels, but to fuse 2 entirely different divine techniques. How greedy, dear one. beside him. Bados seemed to read Wukong's thoughts and interjected. Haha, I'm merely entertaining a notion. Moreover, is it not within the realm of possibility? Wukong affectionately embraced Bados as he reflected upon the fanfiction he had seen in his previous life featuring Vegeto's dual form, honestly. The combination of purple and white hair, coupled with the absence of eyebrows, seemed rather unattractive. Name, Ultimate Freedom Category, Divine Technique Function, Combat Description, a divine skill of the angelic lineage, which even deities find challenging to master. It separates body and consciousness, allowing each part to instinctively sense surrounding dangers without the need for cerebral contemplation before action. Well then, let us take the next few days to rest. In approximately 3 months, my father will come to escort us. When the time comes for the trial of the destroyer, you must exert yourself diligently. Rest assured. After hearing Lady Bados's admonition, Wukong nodded gently. However, he had some new concepts he wished to explore. Long ago, he had considered augmenting Super Saiyan 4 with ultimate freedom or self-actualization. Yet, since discovering divine techniques, he realized these were entirely different matters. Ultimate freedom and self-actualization were, in essence, new forms of Wukong, and Bados had advised him that this represented a divine realm, a significant advancement beyond the Super Saiyan Blue. It could not be conflated with the bloodline transformations of Super Saiyan 4. The angel wished to dissuade Wukong from pursuing this impractical notion, suggesting instead that he focus on mastering a path suited to him until he reached the pinnacle. However, while such ideas seemed far-fetched to ordinary individuals, they were trivial to Wukong, for he possessed a system and the little dragon. As night fell, Miss Bados gradually succumbed to sleep, and Wukong tilted his head, pondering why angels were said to require no rest, yet his wife had developed a fondness for deep slumber lately. Bare-chested, he walked to the balcony of the bedroom. The palace of the destroyer was vast, yet Wukong preferred the feeling of being at home. A year had passed, and he wondered how Chi-Chi and the others were faring. Fortunately, he had gathered 7 Dragon Balls, allowing him to fulfill 3 wishes at once. Ding. Yes, tomorrow. We will have all 7 Dragon Balls ready. What wishes does the master wish to make? It's worth noting that the current power of Chinstar surpasses that of Palunga. Beneath the pitch-black night sky, the voice of Chinstar echoed in his mind. And Wukong smiled casually. Oh? So, our next step is to absorb the eternal dragon? Yes. When shall we go? Master, let me first become the destroyer. By then, Bados's authority will be restored, and I can conveniently collect the Dragon Balls. All right. Hearing the little dragon's laughter, Wukong could not help but smile, though a hint of coldness flickered in the depths of his eyes. The following day, after breakfast, Wukong consumed the 7 Dragon Balls from his inventory. And then Chinstar transformed into a youthful figure before him. She bore horns on her head, with flowing silver hair. Her ears were pointed like an elf's, and her beauty rivaled that of any woman Wukong had encountered, even eclipsing Bados. Ah, so this is the deity residing within you? Bados gazed at Chinstar, her curiosity evident. Speak your wish, master. Chinstar raised her right hand as if to clasp Wukong's. Wukong pondered briefly before decisively articulating his 3 wishes. The first was to render himself immune to all forms of magic, including curses, symbiotic bonds, and divination, as a safeguard against any unforeseen calamity that might befall him as the destroyer. The second was to relocate Earth to the realm of the 6th universe's destroyer. Though only a year had passed, Wukong had received letters from his wives each time was visited, expressing their deep longing for him. The third wish was to maximize his alteration authority, which he deemed immensely useful, perhaps his greatest advantage. He possessed an instinct that he could greatly expand its potential. In the next moment, a blue planet appeared above the destroyer realm, and Wukong sensed a shift within himself. An indescribable change that made him increasingly perceive magic as trivial. Following this, the alteration authority materialized. Name, alteration category, authority function. Everything that is altered will evolve according to the master's desired outcome, with the sole cost being to accept the changes brought about by its use. Description. This is the first authority obtained by the master through the conquest of Bulma, uniquely belonging to the scoundrel rod. This authority is no longer a question mark. I can finally see it. The explanation is quite simple. After reviewing the authority's description, Wukong gazed up at the earth and the sky. Should I go greet my family? He looked at Bados, who hesitated for a moment before consenting. Wait, dear, I need to change my outfit first. For some reason, the angel suddenly appeared flustered, her expression reminiscent of a girlfriend preparing to meet her partner's parents. It's all right. I'm here for you. Yukong gently grasped her hand. After a slight nod, he used magic to craft a suitable outfit for Earth's women, a process that took considerable time. Enjoying the experience of dressing his wife, he cherished such moments. And before long, the afternoon had arrived. Honestly, dressed in her new attire, Bados playfully nudged Yukong, who then laughed heartily before utilizing instant transmission. P.S. Today's update is a single chapter. I found a part-time job and could not endure the exhaustion. Apologies. Chapter 74. Homecoming Ultimately. Bados decided it was best to keep her relationship with Goku under wraps for the time being. She seemed to harbor many concerns, choosing instead to serve as his angel, descending upon Earth like a divine presence. Perhaps the year-long absence had rendered her home rather desolate. As Goku stepped outside, he was greeted by the sight of Bra, dressed in a school sailor uniform and preparing to leave. The young girl paused momentarily after changing her shoes at the entrance, then rushed into Goku's embrace, burying her head in his chest. "Daddy, I missed you so much." "Ah, is that you, Bra? You've grown," Goku observed, momentarily lost in thought. She resembles her mother more and more. After a brief moment, he affectionately patted Bra's head. His eldest daughter and youngest son had trained in the time chamber for 6 months, and both had sprouted considerably, looking quite different from their younger selves. "Kiki, Little Mai, Little Pan, Daddy's back." Bra fluttered about like a joyous butterfly, calling her siblings out. Kiki and Little Mai, who were busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen, stood frozen for a moment upon seeing Goku return, tears welling in their eyes. "My dear." Little Mai burst into tears, believing Goku might have abandoned them. Kiki, standing beside her, comforted her while wiping away her own tears, unable to stifle her sobs despite being younger than Little Mai. Goku, feeling a pang of sorrow, embraced both women, kissing each on the forehead. "Ah, Goten, Pan, you wanted to come closer, didn't you?" But at that moment, they hesitated. "What about Bulma?" Goku gently inquired, stroking the heads of his 2 wives. "Bulma has been staying at the Research Institute lately. Launch is still in bed because today is her golden-haired day." Kiki replied with a smile, before noticing something. "What? My dear, you're back today?" At the top of the stairs, Launch, with her golden hair, jumped into Goku's arms, inadvertently pushing Kiki and Little Mai aside. "Hey, you can't do that next time. Leaving your family without a word." All right. By the way, Goku, you must be hungry. Come, have a seat at the dining table. I'll prepare an extra serving." Goku nodded in agreement, always patient with his family. Just then, he noticed Kiki tugging at him. Who is that lady at the door who resembles Mr. Whis?" "My dear, she is." Little Mai sniffled, curiously eyeing the angel standing at the entrance. "Hello, ladies. I am Bados, Mr. Goku's attendant angel and a candidate for the God of Destruction." Bados bowed deeply at the door, causing Kiki and Little Mai to exchange glances in surprise. "Ah, she is truly a beautiful lady," Launch exclaimed involuntarily. "Hello, Miss Bados." Hello to you all. Whether golden-haired or blue-haired, Launch can be quite naive. After the introductions, Goku offered a wry smile, soon finding himself the target of playful teasing from his 2 wives. Well, as Mr. Whis mentioned before, angels and gods of destruction. It's all rather incomprehensible, isn't it? Suddenly, Kiki seemed to recall something, tilting her head in thought. Is Daddy going to become a god of destruction? Bra suddenly clung to Goku's arm, as if she knew something. Goku found this puzzling, considering Bra was just a little girl. As the family gathered around the dining table to enjoy breakfast, Goku learned from his wife that Mr. Whis had taken a particular interest in Bra's abilities, even asking her if she would like to become a god of destruction one day. "Oh no, I'm going to be late," Bra exclaimed, glancing at her watch before hurriedly grabbing her backpack and flying out of the window. "That child has quite a talent," Bados praised, watching Bra's departing figure. "Really? How does she compare to me?" Goku teased with a grin. "Hee, comparing yourself to the child? My dear, you're quite mischievous," Bados replied with a charming smile, only to realize she had been ensnared in Goku's playful banter. The other 3 wives eyed Bados suspiciously, while Goten and the others discreetly tidied up, preparing to leave for school. Sensing the atmosphere becoming tense, Goku sought an opportunity to excuse himself. "Goten, let Daddy take you to school." "Ah, okay," Goten replied cheerfully, while Pan and Little Mai quickly picked up their backpacks. "Miss Bados, did you find the meal to your liking?" Yes. It was quite delicious," Bados replied. "By the way, when did you and Goku first meet?" And thus began the inevitable inquiry. Although Goku was tempted to linger and observe, he reminded himself that as the focus of the situation, it was best not to partake in this particular drama. Bados looked towards him for assistance, but Goku feigned ignorance, instead scooping up the three children and preparing to teleport. Wait a moment, Kiki called out, bringing forth a lunchbox. This is for Bulma. She's been busy with research. I worry she isn't eating properly. All right, I understand. Goku accepted the lunchbox, giving Kiki a quick kiss before teleporting with the three children. Before long, he appeared on the school's playground amidst gasps from onlookers. I'll pick you up in the afternoon. Study hard. Okay. Goku waved at the children, only Goten responding loudly, while Pan and Little Mai felt a bit embarrassed, nodding shyly. Next, he decided to visit Bulma. As he flew into the air, he recalled that Bulma had spent the past year and a half developing a spaceship, hoping to perfect it so she could venture into outer space to find her husband. This ambition mirrored her aspirations during the Namek saga, albeit with the significant difference that Bulma was now a mother of a 13-year-old. Now at the Capsule Corporation research facility, Goku greeted the briefs and headed straight to Bulma's area. On a massive space platform stood a spaceship resembling an octopus. Bulma, facing the monitor, wore a battle scouter and was intently typing away, her expression void of emotion. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she turned around, her face lighting up with recognition. My dear. Bulma removed the scouter, rubbing her eyes, and upon seeing Goku clearly, her nose crinkled as she began to cry like a child, feeling wronged. What? Why did you only return now? It's been far too long. I'm sorry. Goku quickly enveloped his beloved in his embrace, soothing her gently. After a moment, the two began to share tender affection, eventually becoming lost in each other as they entered the spaceship. Chapter 75. Participating in the trials after spending a leisurely afternoon with Bulma and briefly explaining the situation regarding Bardock, Goku finally remembered to return to school to pick up the children. However, being Scions, they could simply fly home on their own. Goku shrugged and comfortably lay in the spaceship's healing chamber with Bulma, engaging in playful banter typical of a married couple. As night fell, Goku felt a sense of relief upon observing his family harmoniously interacting with Bardock. After all, during the initial years, chaotic scenes were not uncommon. Although Goku had the ability to manipulate everyone with his evil modification authority, he found such control rather uninteresting, fearing it might lead him to view this world merely as a game, ultimately resulting in his own downfall. He had always despised those who lacked humanity and moral integrity, though he reserved that disdain solely for others, never himself. 3 months later, in the 7th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, the divine tree stood in stark contrast to the 6th universe. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, was immersed in a deep slumber within a floating cradle, surrounded by countless hollow spaces resembling honeycombs, filled with various alarm clocks. At that moment, the angel Whis suddenly appeared in his chamber, silently observing his counterpart. The next instant, a cacophony of alarm clocks erupted, their sound piercing the air, with decibel levels far exceeding what a mere mortal could withstand. Yet, Lord Beerus merely turned over, burying his head deeper. It appeared that a more forceful approach was necessary. Whis pondered, raising his staff, and in an instant, the clamorous alarms released sound waves that reverberated in every corner, finally rousing the hairless feline from his slumber, who erupted into a frenzied roar. Aw! It's too loud. With a resounding boom, a surge of destructive energy erupted, and from a distant canyon, a purple beam sliced through the sky, shattering dozens of stars before gradually subsiding. Wearing a bathrobe, Beerus sported a prominent bump on his head, a result of Whis's earlier antics. Lord Beerus, please temper your morning grumpiness. We must head to the void to participate in the God of Destruction trials. Oh, is there a new God of Destruction taking office? Who could it be? I shall teach him a lesson. Beerus groaned, massaging his head and yawning deeply. It is a scion named Son Goku, who ascended after defeating Lord Kampa in the 6th universe. What? At this revelation, Beerus's eyes shot open, his expression turning serious as he murmured to himself. Could it be the Super Saiyan God I dreamed of? But we haven't even fought yet. Seeing Beerus's reaction, Whis hesitated to mention his previous encounter with the future version of Beerus, ultimately refraining from discussing it, as meddling with time was a grave taboo for deities. This time, the Grand Priest has arranged for 3 God of Destruction examiners, and you are one of them, Lord Beerus, Whis explained, steering the conversation back on track. Oh? Has the examination method changed? Humph, but in my hands, that boy will likely face dire consequences. Whis, who are the other examiner deities? They are Lord Quatella from the 4th universe and Lord Vermaud from the 11th universe. Additionally, this trial will be witnessed by all gods of destruction, with the Grand Priest personally presiding over the proceedings. Does that mean all the gods of destruction will be present? Ugh, that old rat is truly bothersome. In the past, the trials merely required us to spar with the angels, but this time it seems to have changed due to that boy's act of killing Kampa. How intriguing. Please accept my condolences, Lord Beerus. Humph, while Kampa was my brother, to be frank, his strength was rather lacking. With that, Beerus fell into a long silence before slowly rising to his feet, preparing to change his attire. Meanwhile, Goku had been living on Earth for 3 months, during which he often accompanied his family, managing familial relationships. Simultaneously, he was adapting to the transformations of Ultra Instinct through familiar methods, specifically the emotionally variate Ultra Instinct. Originally, Ultra Instinct would reveal no emotion, with consciousness solely focused on combat, while the body moved as if on autopilot, evading attacks with remarkable precision. Bardock had mentioned that if Goku could integrate Ultra Instinct into his daily life, transitioning into a natural and emotionally adaptive state, he would be one step closer to the angels in terms of mastery. However, even Bardock had not anticipated that Goku would achieve this condition in just a few days. The rest of his time was devoted to family or attempting to develop new transformations. One day, Goku once again attempted his concept, a faint red light flickering around him. Gradually, a look of realization crossed his eyes, though he soon fell back into contemplation. Dual Ultra Instinct. Is it feasible? Goku murmured, sensing something and promptly canceling the Ultra Instinct form. Suddenly, Bardock approached Goku, observing her husband sleeping on the ground. She gently spoke, "Dear, Father has sent someone to pick us up." I understand." Goku opened his eyes, greeted his family, and then departed Earth with Bardock, returning to the realm of the gods of destruction. With the proximity of Earth to the God realm, Goku could easily sense it and travel back and forth with great convenience using instant transmission. "Are you Son Goku?" A sharp voice rang out at the entrance of the God of Destruction's palace, laced with arrogance, as though the speaker regarded Goku with disdain. It was a bizarre blue creature resembling a lanky guard, who scrutinized Goku for a moment before closing his eyes and continuing, "You don't seem impressive. Let's get on with it." Goku chose to ignore the comment, while Bardock politely nodded, guiding her husband closer to the guard. "Is this one of the King's subordinates?" Goku remained silent, unable to discern the creature's strength. It was prudent to stay quiet in such a situation. The pure white light enveloped the two as they traversed the cosmos. For the first time, Goku experienced the sensation of a long journey. He lay on Bardock's lap, succumbing to slumber. "Darling, wake up. We have arrived." "TCH, is this the scion who killed Kampa? This is the kind of person who claims to want to kill me? Ridiculous." Hey, you fell asleep upon arrival?" The derisive voice echoed. As Goku awoke groggily, finding Bardock tenderly playing with his hair, prompting him to sit up slowly. "Have we arrived?" "Yes, dear." At her words, Goku stretched lazily and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in an empty arena with a circular coliseum at the center. It's completely reminiscent of the Tournament of Power. Goku stared blankly for a moment before noticing a gaunt man dressed as a clown standing not far from him, alongside the twin-tailed angel, Margarita, with whom he had previously interacted. By the way, the twin-tailed angel was still casting flirtatious glances his way, her words laced with playful teasing, seemingly treating Goku as her pet. For some reason, Bardock pinched Goku's waist, causing him to grimace in pain. "Oh, are you Mr. Wukong?" Suddenly, a gentle voice echoed behind Wukong. Turning around, he beheld none other than the leader of the angels, the Grand Minister, the steward of the Omni King. Chapter 76. The Arrival of the Omni King. Yes, it is I. May I inquire who you are? Goku feigned ignorance of the other's identity, cautiously probing. "You may refer to me as the Grand Minister. My position is rather inconsequential. I am merely a steward in the presence of Lord Omni King. Bardos. It appears you have made your choice regarding Mr. Goku's resolve." The Grand Minister, with hands clasped behind his back, gazed at Goku's daughter beside him. "Yes, father." Bardos nodded gently, her eyes closed in a posture of reverence. "Very well, let us patiently await the outcome." The Grand Minister smiled enigmatically before departing with measured steps. Swish, swish, swish. Shadows abruptly materialized in the vicinity. They were the gods of destruction and angels from various universes. The angels bore little distinction among themselves, greatly differing from humans. However, the gods of destruction exhibited diverse appearances. Some resembled grotesque extraterrestrial beings. Others took on the hue of Amazonian skin akin to an Egyptian queen. And there were those diminutive, spherical black creatures, among others resembling rats, elephants, and foxes. Yet, Goku, having previously encountered their animated representations, displayed no sign of surprise. "Oh, Is this the human who vanquished a god of destruction? Truly formidable, indeed. TCH. What a gaze. Does he not regard us highly? One cannot dismiss the fact that the visage of that human is rather appealing. It would be a pity should he perish so easily. The gods of destruction engaged in casual discourse, expressing varied sentiments towards Goku. Unsurprisingly, hostility predominated their opinions. Finally, with another swish, another figure appeared in the stands. It was Whis and Beerus. Lord Beerus, we have arrived. Yes, yes. Beerus yawned, licking his fist, but soon noticed someone gazing up at him. Hee. Goku's lips curled into a knowing smile as he observed the other. Beerus, shedding his languid demeanor, coldly returned the gaze. Speaking with indifference, did that fellow Zampa perish by your hand? Oh, yes, indeed. He was lacking in skill, as a god of destruction. Dying at the hands of a human, who could he blame? Is that so? It seems you possess considerable audacity. Beerus scoffed, and with a mere thought. An overwhelming pressure surged towards Goku. Lord Beerus. Suddenly, Whis intervened, reminding him, the Grand Minister is present. I implore you to maintain decorum. Humph. Beerus snorted softly, then silently closed his eyes, returning to stillness. It appears that everyone has gathered. Allow me to elucidate the rules of this trial for the gods of destruction. In the center of the trial arena, the Grand Minister stood with hands clasped behind him, his previously gentle visage now rendered impassive, resembling an emotionless automaton. This trial will consist of 3 rounds of duels conducted by 3 gods of destruction against the challengers. Each round will last 30 minutes, concluding when the challenger either surpasses the time limit or defeats the god of destruction, or when the god concedes. Should a challenger be slain by a god of destruction during this process, it shall be deemed a failure. Subsequently, the selected gods of destruction will engage in a final confrontation to determine the strongest among them for the position of god of destruction. Having spoken, the Grand Minister surveyed the surroundings, then narrowed his eyes with a smile. Without further ado, let the trial commence. Just then, a youthful voice echoed through the air. It seems like this will be quite interesting. Upon hearing this, the gods of destruction appeared alarmed, each displaying expressions of trepidation. Beerus widened his eyes, mouth agape in astonishment. That voice. It can't be. The gaze of the gods converged upon the center of the trial arena, where stood the bamboo stick figure that had escorted Goku and the others, alongside a blue child with a head resembling a football. Lord Omni King. The gods of destruction immediately knelt before the Omni King, while the Grand Minister descended and bowed respectfully, sincerely stating, Lord Omni King, I did not anticipate your interest. It seems I have been remiss in my considerations. No need for concern, Grand Minister. After all, everyone is gathered here. How lively. Pray tell, Grand Minister. Is there an amusing competition taking place? The football-headed child inquired curiously, seemingly unbothered by the kneeling gods of destruction. Indeed, Lord Omni King. The Grand Minister maintained his bowing posture before rising slowly. Today marks the trial for the successors of the gods of destruction, with the challengers being Goku from Universe 7 and Jiren from Universe 11. Oh, Jiren is participating as well. Upon hearing this, Goku shifted his gaze toward Universe 11, spotting a figure standing resolutely in the shadows. Jiren stood like a mountain, and Goku sensed he appeared significantly larger, his muscles more pronounced. He soon noticed that the bald extraterrestrial bore Patera earrings on his ears. They have actually fused? And with another version of himself from a different timeline. Did the Time Patrol intervene, or is it something else entirely? Goku found himself lost in thought, when suddenly the football-headed Omni King leaned in with curiosity. Oh? You are the human who vanquished Zampa? Quite impressive. But tell me, why did you slay him? The tone of the question felt akin to asking, why did you kill the stray cat near my home? Well, you see, I was coerced into cooking for Lord Zampa. If my culinary skills did not meet his standards, he would obliterate me. Thus, I had no choice but to eliminate Lord Zampa. Confronted with such an entity, Goku could only speak the truth, though he felt quite intimidated. The Omni King listened intently, nodding. So, it was an act of self-defense, was it? I see. Eek. Witnessing the silence among the cosmic dignitaries, the gods of destruction exhibited expressions of horror, contemplating the potential repercussions should the Omni King's wrath be unleashed upon them. Then, all right, I understand now. Thus, I shall spare you this time. The football-headed child displayed an innocent expression. What a terrifying little fellow. Goku felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, just as Bardos grasped his hand, drawing curious glances from several angels. Subsequently, Goku observed the Omni King merrily returning to his attendants, nonchalantly taking a seat upon the throne. Then exclaimed, Let us get started. Grand Minister, I can hardly wait. In accordance with your wishes, Lord Omni King. The Grand Minister bowed once more, then turned to address the assembly. Very well, everyone, the trial of the gods of destruction shall officially commence. For the first round, may the successor god of destruction, Jiren, take the stage. Go forth. Jiren. The clown god of destruction raised his fist in cheer, and Jiren's towering form leaped from the audience to the trial arena, resembling a creature from a pocket monster realm. I see, my dear. You must be cautious from here on out. Wardas cautioned beside him, seemingly having noticed the Pantera earrings on Jiren's ears. Chapter 77. I'll take on 12. Jiren descended into the arena, his eyes closed. Indeed, with his vastly augmented power, he held even the gods of destruction in disregard. His initial opponent was Sidra, the bearded dwarf from Universe 9, whom Goku regarded favorably as the first destroyer to commend him. He remains motionless? Sidra mused, sensing an inexplicable pressure emanating from the stationary Jiren. Very well, I shall exhibit my true capabilities. Sidra bellowed, unleashing an overwhelmingly potent destructive aura. Instantly, they collided, the ground shattering and space collapsing. Their figures intertwined in a blur, their movements discernible only to those with a divine power level of 6 or higher. Ultimately, boom, Sidra was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Jiren remained unmoved, his eyes still shut. TCH. Sidra spat out blood, slowly rising to his feet and addressing the Grand Minister. I concede. This round is his. A momentary hush fell over the arena, followed by a medley of expressions from the destroyers in the stands. How is this possible? That Jiren has defeated Sidra. TCH, such an easy defeat. An embarrassment to the gods of destruction. Those are Pantera earrings, aren't they? I see. So that human from Universe 7 utilized a similar method. Ding ding. Data analysis. Jiren's overall stats have surpassed our parameters. Danger. Danger. Listening to the gods' discourse, Goku began to assess Jiren's strength, simultaneously querying the system. Siesta. What is Jiren's combat power level? Ding ding. Responding, Master. Jiren's combat power is above the Zeta level, approximately within the divine realm, 1013. About what I expected. He seems formidable. Is this his full power? Ding ding. Yes, Master. This is the most conservative estimate. Since the system deems him so powerful, very well, I shall regard him as the equal of an angel. Goku pondered. Then observed the attribute table the system presented. ID, Jiren Divine Realm, 1013, S, Attributes, Strength S, Defense S, Speed A. Such low attributes? Goku murmured with suspicion. Wow, Jiren is amazing. He knocked down the dwarf with a single punch. The Omni King clapped his hands on his throne, soon followed by the Grand Minister's voice. Very well, the first trial is concluded. Jiren has passed the trial. Next, candidate Son Goku from Universe 7. Please proceed to the trial grounds. The Grand Minister announced, replacing Jiren and Sidra. Good luck. Vados cheered, her current demeanor more akin to a love-struck maiden than an angel, endearing to behold. Don't worry. Goku swiftly kissed Vados, unperceived by the others, then instantly teleported to the training arena. Then, under the Grand Minister's impassive gaze, he cheerfully waved. Grand Minister, I have a proposition to make. Oh? The Grand Minister responded with a murmur, but did not answer Goku's question, instead turning his gaze to the Omni King on his throne. Omni King, what are your thoughts? Let's hear it. Sounds interesting. The Omni King nodded, granting Goku permission. Omni King, I think competing one round at a time is too slow. How about this round? All the gods of destruction attack me at once. See if I can survive the onslaught within the time limit. What do you all think? He spread his hands, turned his back to the gods, then slowly raised a finger as if selecting produce at a market. You, and you. Yes, you, the clown over there. Don't avert your gaze. In short, all 11 of you, plus Jiren. Come at me all at once. Goku declared with a nonchalant tone, his orange martial arts uniform sleeves fluttering, his eyes filled with defiance and all-encompassing dominance. I will take on all 12 of you. This announcement caused even the angels to exchange glances of surprise. Even the Omni King couldn't help but applaud, his small mouth agape in a nah shape. TCH. Brat. You have a death wish. So eager to die. The yellow rat in destroyer attire sneered. He was Quatella, the god of destruction from Universe 4, and, barring unforeseen circumstances, should have been the examiner for this round. Ignorant fool. Did I misjudge him? That Kappa was killed by such a person. Beerus scoffed. Having initially held some expectations, but now regarding Goku as if he were already deceased. Oh dear, what a pity. I was hoping to have a nice chat with him if he won the only female god of destruction, murmured, filing her nails. She was Helles, the destroyer from Universe 2. Meanwhile, the Omni King was thrilled by Goku's suggestion, clapping his hands and exclaiming, so fun. So fun. Navini, Grand Minister, let's do it. Very well, since it is the Omni King's will. The Grand Minister nodded, then looked significantly at Goku. Mr. Goku, this request comes from you. If you fail and die in the trial grounds, we angels will not be responsible. Do you understand? Yep, leave it to me, Grand Minister. Goku replied, hands on his hips, with a nonchalant expression. Is it all right to let him act so recklessly, sister? From the stands, Whis asked, gazing at Vados' slender figure. It's fine, Whis. He must be aware of the consequences of his actions. If he fails, I will simply follow him. Is that so? If that's the case, I almost regret taking him to meet you, Whis said ruefully. However, Vados gave a gentle smile. It's all right. Since meeting him, I have experienced the happiest moments of my life. That's why I would do anything to be with him. Goku once told me that his journey has been too smooth, and he hasn't experienced true hardship, so that's why he made this choice. To be continued. Chapter 78, Intense Battle. The new competition rules have been established, and the next match will feature the God of Destruction candidate, Sun Wukong, facing off against 11 gods of destruction, as well as the God of Destruction candidate, Jiren. The Grand Priest, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke in a calm tone, then turned to the assembly of deities. Now, everyone, let us proceed to the trial grounds. With a swift motion, 12 figures materialized in an instant. The gods of destruction arriving at the trial arena, while Jiren stood silently at the back of the group, his eyes closed. Excellent, excellent. Hey, Wukong, if you win this trial, I shall grant you a reward, exclaimed the Omni King, his little feet swinging eagerly from the throne. What? The Omni King himself is offering a reward. The gods of destruction were taken aback, their gazes towards Wukong turning increasingly hostile. The match begins, with the Grand Priest's commanding voice. The gods of destruction took their stances, some looking down upon the human before them. Are we really going to take this kid seriously? One of us could easily take him out, grumbled the fox god of destruction, Ligil from Universe 8, now leisurely cradling his head with both hands. How dare a mere human challenge the gods? Is it overconfidence or sheer foolishness? Sneered the god of destruction from Universe 12, a sea creature-like being. Why waste words? Aren't you embarrassed? Billis huffed, taking the initiative. His entire being erupted with purple energy as he bellowed, unleash your full power. Super Saiyan God. Boom. A dense wave of destructive energy surged forth, causing even the trial arena created by the Grand Priest to tremble and shake, shocking the other gods. Is Billis really going all out right from the start? However, they were unprepared for the sight that unfolded, facing Billis' fierce assault. Wukong simply caught the attack with one hand. What? Billis gasped in disbelief, realizing that he was firmly held in place, unable to move. Suddenly, a brilliant blue aura began to radiate from Wukong's body, his hair transforming to a striking blue as he ascended to the Super Saiyan blue form. A smirk graced Wukong's lips as he disregarded the overwhelming destructive energy in front of him, delivering a powerful punch to Billis's abdomen before sending him flying with a swift backhand. How is this possible? A human has effortlessly reached the realm of the gods. The diminutive god of destruction gasped, realizing Wukong's formidable strength. No, this human has been in this domain for a long time, and I sense he has surpassed it. The elephant god of destruction, Ramses, was equally astonished. For only angels typically possess the power to confront the gods of destruction in such a manner. You're not coming at me? Then I shall make the first move. Wukong roared, his azure energy surging dramatically, enveloping the entire trial arena in radiant blue light. The gods were all taken aback by this overwhelming aura. Even Billis, who had just regained his footing, wore a serious expression. Suddenly, the clown god of destruction cried out from a distance, "It's coming!" With a swift motion, Wukong vanished from sight and reappeared before the elephant god, delivering a powerful kick. Boom! The ground fractured, dust and debris flying as the elephant was sent spiraling through the air. Don't give him a chance. Attack together, shouted the long-haired monster god of destruction, Iwan, as he used a protective shield to catch the elephant. In that moment, all the gods of destruction cast aside their pride and charged toward Wukong. Die, human. You are far too arrogant. Be destroyed. Instantly, the fox, sea monster, and clown gods unleashed their attacks. Energy blasts, ki blasts, and destructive energy converged upon Wukong. Boom. The explosion radiated like a supernova, yet as the smoke cleared, Wukong stood at the center, seemingly unfazed, casually tilting his head in disdain. I must ask, have you forgotten to eat? Is this all the strength you possess? Surely, you aren't planning to retire? Wukong mocked, brushing off the dust from his attire. As energy blasts descended upon him once more, he raised his foot, deflecting the barrage like a divine dragon swatting its tail. Boom, 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 boom. The gods of destruction hastily raised their hands to defend themselves, but soon impatience began to show on their faces. TCH, how dare you underestimate us? You are far too arrogant, young one. I do not appreciate your words. In an instant, the Egyptian female god of destruction and the elephant god charged forward, while the alien god constantly unleashed death beams from the periphery. Wukong swiftly exchanged blows with the two gods, all the while remaining vigilant against potential ambushes from behind. Thankfully, through the continuous application of dragon god techniques and time-space manipulation, he managed to maintain control of the situation. Bayu, a death ray shot forth. Seizing the moment, Wukong grabbed the Egyptian female god, positioning her in front of him. Boom. The female god nearly suffered a fatal injury as her body was almost pierced through, causing her to cry out in agony, cursing her teammates' incompetence. Bang. Wukong, channeling the dragon god techniques, delivered a crushing punch that shattered the elephant god's tusk, causing the latter to cry out in pain as he fell to his knees. However, the fox god was quick to retaliate, launching several fiery projectiles from its fox tail towards Wukong. Ha 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 ha, Wukong laughed, again using the Egyptian female god as a shield to block the flames. Must you be so rough with women? The Egyptian female god screamed, desperately activating her protective shield. Boom. The shield shattered, and the Egyptian female god suffered yet another blow. Teetering on the brink of defeat, just as Wukong prepared to finish her off, a large yellow rat suddenly emerged from the ground. Bang! Wukong was struck on the side of the face and sent flying, only to be seized from behind by the sea monster god, who firmly restrained him. Get him now! The sea monster god bellowed as 5 or 6 gods of destruction charged in, each employing various techniques to assault Wukong. Wukong roared, using the back of his head to smash the sea monster's jaw. Then, disregarding the risk of injury, he executed a shoulder throw, launching the monster away. Bang! The sea monster crashed heavily to the ground, and the gods of destruction quickly scattered before once again converging on Wukong. Bang! 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 A fierce melee erupted as several collided with Wukong, igniting another round of intense combat. Then, Billis surged forward, delivering a ferocious punch to Wukong. Damn it! Wukong turned back, his eyes blazing with fury, seizing a large yellow rat and shoving it into Billis's mouth. Mmug, what are you doing? Ketla screamed, struggling fiercely. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Billis gagged, continuously striking Wukong's body, nearly choking to death in no time. The other gods seized the opportunity to restrain Wukong, and 5 or 6 gods of destruction gathered around him, channeling destructive energy, intent on obliterating him. You are finished, Sun Wukong the clown god of destruction sneered. A mocking and disdainful expression plastered across his face. Chapter 79, The Five-Fingered Palm Sword. Hee, is that so? However, Goku responded to the god of destruction with a scornful smile, raising his hand to point his finger at his brow. Whoosh. In an instant, he activated his instant transmission. Appearing high above. Behold, gods of destruction. Goku sneered, then gathered his hands into the ultimate pose, bellowing, Ultimate Kamehameha. Ha! The gods of destruction were taken aback, immediately unleashing their own energy blasts to counter. Soon, the energies collided, threatening to shatter the entire arena. Boom! A brilliant white light erupted as the massive Kamehameha clashed with multiple energy orbs, sending violent tremors throughout the venue. Angels waved their staffs, striving to maintain the order of space. At that moment, Goku suddenly noticed Jiren in the distance, his eyes wide open, unleashing an overwhelming barrage of punches that surged towards Goku like a tidal wave. I almost forgot about this guy. Goku instantly flashed to Jiren's front and delivered a fierce kick. Bang! Jiren slightly tilted his head, a gash appearing on his face. I see. You can easily breach my defenses. It seems you have mastered specialized offensive techniques. Jiren's deep voice resonated as he retaliated with a powerful punch. Boom! The foundation of the arena was uprooted like a sandstorm, the tremendous force shaking even the hearts of the gods of destruction. Is Jiren really that terrifying? Quintella exclaimed in disbelief, while the clown god suddenly burst into triumphant laughter. Haha, he is my meticulously trained warrior. This past year, he has devoted himself to training. not to mention the Potera earrings. Humph, how delightful. Have you indeed concealed something? Beerus grumbled, his temples throbbing. Feeling the lingering taste of that rodent in his mouth, he was now particularly enraged. Ding ding. Launch the full-scale attack. Success rate is a staggering 80%. Destruction energy blasts, fire. The mechanical god of destruction from Universe 3, Monica, emitted beeping sounds, shooting tin beams that pierced through the arena towards Goku. Shrouded in smoke. Humph. Jiren glared, unleashing countless punch shadows that obliterated the beams. Ding ding. What are you doing? The mechanical god of destruction was furious, bewildered as to why this individual was obstructing him. This is my battle. Do not interfere, Jiren calmly stated, then turned to face Goku, whose expression was surprisingly serene as the smoke cleared. If you wish to engage me one-on-one, why did you launch a sneak attack earlier? Is it really necessary? Goku crossed his arms, pondering for a moment, then turned his back and proclaimed, you have two choices, either wait here obediently, or join those gods of destruction in an attempt to take me down. The choice is yours. Whoosh. In the next moment, Goku's aura erupted, charging towards the assembly of gods of destruction. Damn it. The elephant god of destruction roared, rushing forward and unleashing a flurry of punches, yet failing to even graze the hem of Goku's attire. With a resounding thud, Goku struck him in the abdomen with an elbow, then seized his trunk and forcefully hurled him towards the sea monster god of destruction. Ugh! The two of them grunted as they were sent flying. The dwarf god of destruction bellowed, summoning gravity-defying boulders to hurl at Goku, only to have him effortlessly catch them. Boom! The rocks shattered, and Beerus, the fox god of destruction, and the clown god erupted with fierce attacks, but suddenly heard Goku's thunderous shout, King Kai Fist. Maximum multiplier. In an instant, the arena flickered with red light. The super blue King Kai Fist erupted, and Goku unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, sending Beerus and the other gods flying, their bodies writhing in pain on the ground. Is this against the rules? Even the rat god of destruction, Quitella, couldn't help but comment, but soon he noticed someone gripping his head tightly from behind. Big rat, your time is up, Goku said coldly. For it was this very individual who had sneak attacked him earlier, thus he had been keeping an eye on him. Quitella screamed as Goku slammed him forcefully to the ground, preparing to unleash a devastating explosion. From the haze, Goku suddenly noticed something aiming at him. It was the mechanical god of destruction gathering destructive energy beams, about to unleash them. Whoosh! In that fleeting moment, Goku raised his hand to reveal a 100-meter sword of light. The body of the mechanical god of destruction from Universe 3 was pierced on the spot, revealing a red demon god grinning foolishly, seemingly attempting to convey a message of disturbance. Boom! The mech shattered, and the mechanical god of destruction, Mosca, conceded defeat. The first to be eliminated by Goku. Save me. The yellow rat squeaked, yet none of the gods of destruction moved to assist. You'll pay for this. Another explosion erupted, creating a deep pit in the ground, the center of the blast now filled with molten lava, while the rat god of destruction lay unconscious, his head cinched. The rat god Quitella was the second to be eliminated. Impressive. Truly magnificent, Goku. The arena fell silent as the Omni King leapt up in joy. Even the Grand Priest smiled, secretly praising his daughter, Vados, for her keen insight. At this moment, Whis, seated in the stands, inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. However, when he glanced towards his sister, he found her as calm as ever, merely observing. In contrast, the angel from Universe 11, Margarita, clenched her teeth, her heart racing at the thought of Goku winning and her becoming a slave. What's wrong, Margarita? The petite angel from Universe 10, Kusu, inquired curiously, but Margarita merely huffed, ignoring her. Feeling neglected, the little angel displayed a look of loneliness and sadness. Do not underestimate me. The sea monster god of destruction rose, opening his mouth to unleash a ki blast capable of annihilating dozens, if not hundreds, of planets, but Goku swatted it away, sending it crashing into the dwarf god of destruction behind him. What? The dwarf was taken aback, catching the ki blast and lifting it skyward. With a thunderous explosion, brilliant flames illuminated the arena. Soon, Beerus and the fox god of destruction re-engaged with Goku, who clenched his fists, his aura resonating with a dragon's roar. Each punch carrying the force of twin dragons surging forth, firmly suppressing the oncoming gods of destruction. What is the matter? Is this all the strength you possess? Goku scoffed, kicking Beerus away, while the sea monster and elephant gods joined the fray, relentlessly surrounding Goku. Hey, Hellas, why aren't you attacking? The alien god of destruction. Yarrick kept firing death beams while berating his companion. All right. Can I take a break? Perhaps I should concede. After all, this man is incredibly strong. And I find that quite appealing. The Egyptian goddess Hellas pondered seriously, much to Yarrick's annoyance. TCH. You females are utterly unreliable, especially when infatuated. Yarrick snapped. But he quickly noticed Goku had broken free from the encirclement and was charging towards him. Damn it, the alien god of destruction growled, concentrating his power into several lethal beams that could curve, shooting them at Goku. With a disdainful chuckle, Wukong unleashed a surge of energy, compelling the beams of light to follow in the wake of his tail. In an instant, he transformed into a vibrant arc of red and blue, delivering a powerful punch to the withered abdomen of his opponent. A guttural cry escaped the alien destroyer as its internal fluids erupted, only to be halted by the fiery aura enveloping Wukong's form. Yet, this strike ignited Wukong's fury. He roared and kicked, sending the alien destroyer hurtling into the rocky wall, causing a cloud of dust to billow around them. Amidst the haze, the latter swiftly noticed Wukong ascending into the sky. With an indifferent tone, he proclaimed, "Observe closely. This is how the finger energy bomb is executed." As he spoke, Wukong raised his right fist high above his head, while his left hand gathered energy, exclaiming, "Finger palm sword." With a swift motion, he unleashed the sword of energy, which surged forth with the might to swallow mountains and rivers. The blade, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, pierced through the alien destroyer's body. Bills and others watched in horror, and even the Grand Priest, serving as the referee, momentarily faltered. Fifth Universe, Iraq, eliminated. To be continued. Chapter 80. The Dark Destroyer. You are the fourth to be eliminated. Wukong raised his second finger nonchalantly, as the golden sword light transformed into a long rainbow, rushing towards the far-off Egyptian goddess of destruction. Wait, why me? The Egyptian goddess Hellas quickly reacted, summoning her bowstring and nocking an arrow to shoot at Wukong's golden sword aura. However, the sword aura shattered her arrow and advanced directly towards her. What? The Egyptian goddess was taken aback, and then, with a sharp sound, her defense was breached again, the sword aura piercing through her left shoulder, rendering her body limp on the ground. "Leave now. I do not kill women," Wukong proclaimed from above. "Fine, I understand. I concede." Hellas sighed, and then cast a resentful glance towards the direction of the human. Second Universe. Hellas, eliminated. The voice of the Grand Priest resounded again, causing the hearts of the other destroyers present to sink. Soon, the third, fourth, and fifth swords followed, each more formidable than the last. "Damn it, they're coming. Stop them. Don't give him a chance," Beerus shouted, beginning to gather destructive energy. The destroyers realized the imminent threat. The sharpness of that sword aura posed a serious danger to them, prompting them to showcase their divine abilities to resist. "Oh!" The Fox Destroyer roared, nine tails sprouting behind him, as he began launching energy blasts in an attempt to intercept the sword aura. The beastly destroyer, the sea monster, the clown, the dwarf, and the elephant erupted simultaneously, unleashing destructive waves towards the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The trial arena was once again engulfed in a series of explosions. As the waves of destructive energy dissipated, a colossal energy ball, condensed by Beerus, slowly descended towards Wukong. "You shall not escape." Upon seeing Wukong's movements, the beastly destroyer from the first universe attempted to ensnare him with a special energy shield. Hiki. Although Wukong was bound, he merely smiled at the approaching destructive orb, allowing it to envelop his body. In an instant, his diminutive figure was consumed by the blazing sun of destruction. "Destroyers," Beerus called out, and the remaining 6 destroyers instantly shifted to his side. The gods exchanged glances, and then, in unison, they raised their palms towards Wukong below. "Destruction!" The gods shouted together. Whoosh! A powerful force of destruction surged forth, transforming the once radiant destructive orb into a deep purple hue, its overwhelming power saturating everything. The entire trial arena was on the verge of collapsing, large sections of the foundation crumbling into dust, intent on obliterating Wukong completely. Good opportunity. Faced with the overwhelming destructive energy, Wukong felt an unexpected surge of joy amidst the chaos, and then declared loudly, "Then, let me show you what true power of destruction looks like." With a resounding whoosh, a monumental aura erupted. Even bound, Wukong roared, attempting to transform into a new form. "Oh!" The transformation rites activated. Wukong's eyes turned crimson as he bellowed, the azure flames morphing into a dark purple. His blue hair shifting to a gradient of deep black and purple, his physique visibly growing more robust. As the destructive energy continued to flow into his body, his long hair cascaded down, considerably longer than his previous Super Saiyan 4 form, his eyebrows remaining intact. Wukong opened his dark purple eyes. An unusual gravitational force beginning to emanate. What? Beerus and the others were stunned, beads of sweat forming on their brows. They never anticipated that this fellow still retained such power. In the distance, Jiren suddenly opened his eyes. His expression serious as he observed the center of the absorbed destructive energy, the figure radiating an aura of annihilation. Hey! Wukong roared, his clothes ripping apart, revealing the unique runes of the destroyer on his chest. The surrounding destructive energy was entirely absorbed by him. Now standing in place, he was unimaginably powerful. Oh! Wukong looks so cool now. He has become incredibly strong. Upon witnessing this scene, the Omni King jubilantly bounced up and down, while the Grand Priest muttered to himself, "It seems the competition will take a while longer." In stark contrast, the destroyers in the trial arena gaped in astonishment. The dwarf destroyer exclaimed in shock, Is that his destroyer form? How is it even possible to be this strong?" Not only that, but if I'm not mistaken, his destroyer form has incorporated the primal strength of the Saiyans. What a terrifying being. Beerus gritted his teeth. Even so, you shouldn't think he can defeat us. If it weren't for the chaos just now that bound our powers. The Fox Destroyer snorted dismissively. And someone else chimed in. Hey, Jiren, don't just stand there. Come help us. The gods began to murmur, while the Clown Destroyer urged Jiren to join the fray. Yet this bald giant remained unmoved. Damn it. Jiren's inaction made the Clown Destroyer clench his fists, his sausage-like lips gritting in frustration. When he suddenly heard Wukong's laughter below. So that's how it is. So strong. Much stronger than I initially envisioned. It truly fits perfectly. Since it's Super Saiyan 4 combined with my ultimate form, what should I name it? Wukong clenched his fists and gazed at the dark purple flames surrounding him, noting the absence of the tail and ape-like fur compared to Super Saiyan 4. A smile slowly crept upon his lips. Let us call it the Dark Destroyer, or perhaps the Super Saiyan Black God. He nodded in confirmation, then looked up, slightly bowing in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed ones, for your contribution. TCH, treating us as fools. With a whoosh, the Fox Destroyer dove down first, followed by the clown, the sea monster, the elephant, and the dwarf, as they all surrounded Wukong in a coordinated assault. A flash of sword light appeared, not from Wukong, but from the Fox Destroyer, unleashing a sword technique infused with destructive energy. Human, taste my sword. The Fox Legio shouted, raising his hand to strike Wukong, only to have it caught between Wukong's two fingers. Clang. What? The Fox Legio was astonished, while Wukong chuckled, channeling the Dragon God technique to deliver a punch that sent him spewing blood. The fox was sent flying. Wukong then noticed the clown preparing a sneak attack from a distance, so he activated his instant transmission, unleashing a massive explosive attack in his direction. Boom. In an instant, an explosion occurred, and the clown fell to the ground, but Wukong suspected he was merely feigning defeat. What? The destroyers were taken aback. That momentary eruption had heightened their vigilance. Before Wukong could deliver a finishing blow, the dwarf and the elephant quickly approached, launching a flurry of punches at Wukong. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of violent sounds erupted as the dwarf and elephant's powers surged, yet Wukong merely countered with a single leg against both. With such meager strength, how did you become destroyers? Wukong coldly smirked, then clapped his hands together. Boom. The heads of the dwarf and elephant collided instantaneously, their eyes rolling back as they let out a pained wail, only to see Wukong's fist, accompanied by the roar of a dragon, crashing towards them. The dwarf's chest was pierced by Wukong, resulting in immediate unconsciousness. Another tusk of the elephant was broken, yet it remained defiant, unleashing a sonic attack that seemed almost tangible. Universe 9's Sid era was eliminated. At the command of the Grand Priest, the dwarf's body was instantaneously transported away, while the Angel of the Destroyer employed a small-scale time reversal to mend the injuries. Hey, Jiren, what are you doing? Do you truly believe you can defeat him? The twin-tailed angel girl could hardly believe her eyes, unable to restrain herself from scolding Jiren on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Wukong gritted his teeth, resisting the sound waves as he observed the frenzied onslaught of lesser opponents. He never anticipated that even the mighty destroyers could face such disarray. In a swift motion, he glared upward, unleashing an unseen technique akin to Jiren's, sending the long-aired and sea monster destroyers flying. However, A flurry of playing cards exploded around Wukong, and then, enveloped in radiant light, Beerus descended like a comet, delivering a devastating blow to Wukong's abdomen. TCH. Is this Ultra Instinct? Wukong grunted, feeling a twinge of pain. With a resounding crash, Beerus shattered the arena into fragments, causing Wukong to stagger back several meters, where he spotted the clown god fiddling with his cards, seemingly preparing something. Is that magic? Wukong grinned. He was now immune to peculiar techniques like magic, yet he didn't wish to reveal any weaknesses. In an instant, he erupted with power. Dragon Fist. He roared, charging toward the flavor god. What? The clown god exclaimed, his voice laced with panic. Hey, you lot. Protect me. But Wukong had already left Beerus far behind as the others struggled to rise. With a resounding impact, the clown's face caved in, blood splattering everywhere. Wukong's fist, surrounded by purple lightning, conjured a divine dragon that ensnared the flavor god. The dragon roared fiercely, circling the arena in awe-inspiring loops as it gradually soared beyond the battlefield. Ah! The clown destroyer wailed, and at that moment, Jiren sprang into action. His form blazed like the sun, piercing through the roaring dragon with a thunderous crash. Jiren, along with the flavor god, plummeted from the heavens, nearly crashing through the stage. Moments later, Jiren realized that the destroyer in his arms had already lost consciousness. In the next instant, the twisted visage of the clown destroyer rolled his eyes back, collapsing in the audience seats. The twin-tailed angel, Margarita, was rendered speechless. And after a moment of hesitation, she sighed and activated the time reversal. Flavor god, after I leave, please take care of yourself, Margarita said. Her demeanor now composed as she prepared to perform a final act for the destroyer she had nurtured. As she spoke, she silently waved her scepter. The flavor god is eliminated from Universe 11. The Grand Priest's voice echoed once more, having utilized his powers to transport the flavor god away. Hee. To think that one strike could fell a destroyer. That man is truly formidable. I would love to savor the moment, the Egyptian goddess Hellas remarked, now siding with Wukong, eager to see what surprises this new destroyer could unveil. On the battlefield, Wukong scoffed, feeling a sense of unfairness. He had the opportunity to obliterate the flavor god with a single punch, but sensed an unseen force restraining him, as if fate itself forbade such an act. Presently, only Beerus, the long-haired monster, the sea monster, the elephant, and the candidate destroyer Jiren remained. Wukong surveyed them, casually adjusting his long dark hair before speaking slowly. Having reached this point, I offer you all a piece of advice. There is no need for us to engage in a life-or-death struggle, after all. If you lose too embarrassingly, it would be a blow to your pride. What did you say? The elephant Ramses snorted in anger, only to be silenced by Beerus. Hey, foolish elephant, he speaks the truth. Have you not noticed? To be honest, I do not even have complete confidence in defeating him. Beerus, what are you implying? Ramses retorted angrily. Beerus glared at Wukong, his eyes filled with rage. He is the super scion god I saw in my dreams. The one who killed Kampa and has now brought us to such disgrace. I cannot swallow this humiliation. I don't mind, in fact. This battle is rather intriguing. I never expected such strength to emerge from humanity. It truly opens my eyes, the sea monster destroyer Jean chuckled, crossing his arms as he turned to the long-haired monster destroyer Ewan from Universe 1. Hey, you too. If we've come this far, I wish to continue this battle. The long-haired monster clenched his fists, then, under the gazes of the others, turned to Jiren. Jiren, after a moment's silence, fixed his determined gaze on Wukong. I will defeat you. At this, the surrounding destroyers grew impatient, and the elephant Ramses pointed an accusatory finger at Jiren, shouting, Where were you just now? Your universe's destroyers have all been taken down by that human. If it weren't for you, would we be in this predicament? Humph. How weak the collective power is. Jiren scoffed, closing his eyes dismissively. Oh, for heaven's sake. If you want to argue, take it outside. Or else I might just destroy all of you. Beerus warned, his murderous intent surging. Beerus, you fool. Hey, enough. Let us not make fools of ourselves in front of that human over there. Jean interrupted the pointless squabble, pointing toward Wukong, who had inexplicably drawn a long sword, now swinging it with blurring speed. Not a bad sword. I wonder if Trunks' weapon can even harm a destroyer. Wukong ran the blade across his body, only to find that after much effort, it merely left a few scratches. Chapter 81. Surrender. That fellow. Does he truly intend to confront us with such a trivial toy? Beerus clenched his teeth, his silver-white aura beginning to flicker, as if he were on the verge of transforming into his god of destruction mode. You lot stay here. Allow me to meet him first. Jiren moved. his massive form instantly transforming into a red flash as he charged towards Goku. TCH, what an arrogant fool. Jean spat, as a sea monster with remarkable regenerative abilities. He had already completely healed from the wounds Goku had inflicted earlier. Goku raised his gaze, witnessing Jiren's figure hurtling towards him like a meteor. Swish. A blade of light soared into the sky, cleaving the shattered arena in two. However, the strike missed slightly, merely grazing Jiren and leaving a spray of crimson. Was that fellow responsible for this? Realizing his wrist was ensnared by an ominous force, Goku fixed his stare upon the shaggy-haired god of destruction from Universe 1. Observing the creature's fur standing on end, as if it had been threatened with death. Boom. A meteoric impact obliterated the ground where Goku stood. Yet Jiren was astonished to find that the man before him remained utterly still, effortlessly catching his attack with one hand. Destruction, Goku said calmly, and in an instant, dark purple flames enveloped Jiren, the overwhelming power of destruction beginning to erode him, causing him to struggle. Wha! Jiren roared, unleashing the full might within him to resist the encroaching force of annihilation. I'll return to deal with you later, Goku said coldly. Then with a flick of his toes, he instantly appeared before the god of destruction from Universe 1. It's over. E1 was dumbstruck, never expecting that the human before him possessed such incredible speed. Boom. Another intense explosion resonated. Dust filled the air as E1 found himself slumped on the ground. Astonished that Goku's punch had been intercepted, Jean, E1 gazed blankly at the sea monster god of destruction, noting one of its arms grotesquely distorted from Goku's blow. Its pallor alarmingly pale. Bang. A pair of massive hands surged from the ground. The elephantine Ramusi gripped Goku's ankle tightly. Hey, Shaggy One. Hurry and use your powers to restrain him, Beerus bellowed, appearing behind Goku in an instant, tightening his grip around Goku's neck. Is he attempting to choke me? Goku remained unfazed, suddenly sensing E1's spatial manipulation ability. Layers of luminous rings enveloped him. As several gods of destruction combined their powers to bind him securely, then unleashed their respective destruction permissions. Destruction. X4 the gods of destruction growled through clenched teeth. And in that moment, space began to collapse and disintegrate. Goku's surrounding purple aura seemed intent on tearing him apart, causing him to curl slightly. You're finished, Son Goku. This time, even the Grand Minister cannot save you. Do not think you can withstand this force of destruction. Die. Ueh. The Pantheon howled, unleashing their collective destruction energy, vowing to obliterate this creature capable of effortlessly overpowering gods of destruction. Hiki. Ha. Suddenly, a low, rumbling laughter erupted from Goku's throat. The nearest Beerus felt a chilling sensation creeping from his core. Why is he laughing? No, he must not laugh. He was so close, Ha. Goku's body trembled uncontrollably, desperately stifling his laughter. The gods of destruction finally realized something. They discovered that their destruction energy was swiftly flowing into Goku's being. As he began to cackle wildly, the potent destruction energy transformed him into a frenzied beast, embodying a power that even Beerus found alarming. No, this is impossible. How can you absorb so much destruction energy? Even a god of destruction would have perished long ago. You cannot achieve such a feat. Beerus roared in madness, straining to snap Goku's neck. There is nothing impossible, Lord Beerus. My secret is one you could never fathom. Ha. Goku laughed heartily, the power within him surging forth. With a resounding bang, he instantly broke free from his restraints. Not good. Stop him. Roar. The elephantine god of destruction unleashed a sonic attack from beneath. While Beerus clung tightly to Goku's neck, and the shaggy monster began gathering energy akin to a keyblade, while the sea monster's arm was severed, forcing it to unleash a blast from its mouth. Boom. A massive explosion occurred once more, but for some reason, this time the smoke was particularly dense, obscuring the situation from the audience's view. Ketla stood up in astonishment, as this large rodent from Universe 4 had been one of the first eliminated, and like the other restored gods of destruction, was now intensely focused on the unfolding events. Thick smoke enveloped the entire arena, yet soon, a series of dull thuds resonated. What had transpired? The Egyptian goddess Hellas was perplexed, yet her keen vision quickly discerned the scene within. In the arena, Goku was seen grasping Beerus's head, mercilessly smashing it against Ramusi's cranium, uttering phrases like "give me a kiss, another kiss," as he distorted the latter's features, causing its eyes to burst and its head to explode. Ah! The petite angel from Universe 10 screamed in horror, hastily covering her eyes, unable to bear witnessing the scene. Lord Zeno, please avert your gaze for a moment. The Grand Minister shielded Zeno's vision, and this time, Zeno complied, remaining silent without offering any commentary. Universe 10's Ramusi has been eliminated. The Grand Minister waved his hand, instantly transporting the elephantine god of destruction away. This startled the little angel once again. It appears you are sturdier than I expected, Lord Beerus. Goku's violet pupils fixated upon Beerus's contorted visage. His fingers clenched tightly, seemingly intent on crushing his skull entirely. I surrender. What? I said. I surrender. Upon hearing this, Goku's expression gradually darkened, an overwhelming sense of disappointment enveloping his heart, followed by an indescribable emptiness and loneliness. The strongest god of destruction is nothing more than this. He glanced into the distance. Recalling how he had impaled the shaggy creature from Universe 1 during the explosion, which was still convulsing on the ground, Goku released Beerus, then withdrew the sword embedded in Ewan, slowly approaching the sea monster Gene, raising his hand gently. I shall not strike anymore. I concede. I concede. The god of destruction from Universe 12, Gene, bowed his head in defeat, feeling a sense of frustration. Goku looked around. Now, aside from himself, there was but one other person remaining. Jiren. To be continued. Chapter 82. The complete limit state. Jiren stood still, having surprisingly dispelled the destructive energy previously unleashed upon the bald alien. The opponent was now stripped of his garments, his body radiating a formidable essence of divinity. The first universe's Ewan eliminated. The 12th universe's Jin eliminated. The 7th universe's Beerus eliminated. The Grand Priest's calm declaration swept away the remaining gods of destruction like a broom. In the distance, Jiren, having relinquished his destructive power, lifted his gaze and slowly addressed Goku. Son Goku, you are indeed powerful. Perhaps I cannot defeat you, but... He paused, adopting a fierce stance, veins bulging on his forehead as he declared, do not presume that victory will come easily. A blazing radiance, akin to that of a star, erupted from Jiren, causing the very ground to shatter and descend into the air. Goku merely observed, displaying an unusual tranquility in response to Jiren's newfound strength. Is this all you've got? Goku tilted his head, questioning, what about your god of destruction form? At this, Jiren narrowed his eyes in silence for a moment, then closed them as a potent wave of destructive energy surged forth from him. Very well, let me show you, he proclaimed. In that instant, his already formidable physique appeared even more robust, towering over Goku like a small giant. Veins pulsed, muscles swelled, and a dark purple aura enveloped him, rendering him a daunting figure. Now, this is 80% of my strength, Jiren announced, his face shifting from stoicism to a taunting smile. Is this the transformation brought about by the destructive power? How intriguing. Come, let me witness your abilities. Goku beckoned Jiren with a finger, only to discover that he had vanished. Behind me, as he turned swiftly, he found Jiren's foot poised to strike him. Boom. The impact sent Goku hurtling backward, only to see a blazing meteor racing toward him. Boom. Another earth-shattering explosion ensued as Goku's body crashed into the remnants of the arena, dust and debris billowing around him. Meanwhile, Jiren pursued him relentlessly, raining down destructive blows upon Goku's head. Boom, boom, boom. Each punch landed with ferocity, ultimately pinning Goku to the foundation of the arena. Goku, you cannot use destructive power against him. That fiend grows infinitely stronger with each blow. The audience cried out in panic, but their pleas were met with the Grand Priest's stern gaze. Suddenly, Goku noticed his angel approaching the 6th universe's stand, seemingly conversing with the angel named Bados. I see, Jiren muttered impatiently, retracting his destructive energy before raising his hand to conjure a blazing fireball, which he then hurled toward Goku's location. Son Goku, I know you're unharmed, but you may not withstand this attack. Swish. A crimson beam pierced the arena, illuminating the faces of all present with its brilliant glow. Vast portions of the ground melted away, turning to ash and magma. The gods of destruction watched in astonishment, rising from their seats, even the Omni King's mouth forming a perfect O in disbelief. How warm, the little football child exclaimed in admiration, clapping his hands. Yes. Just like that, Jiren. Just like that. The clown god of destruction, who had been gritting his teeth in frustration, suddenly noticed the ominous silence from Beerus in the distance. Indeed, losing to such a being would leave anyone discontent. After all, he is merely a mortal. The clown god seethed in resentment, but soon found himself stunned. Jiren's fiery beam began to dissipate, as if something was racing along its path toward him. Impossible. Jiren's face twisted in horror as he roared, raising his fist to strike the rapidly approaching Goku. Bang. Crack. Jiren's neck snapped as Goku's punch landed squarely, allowing him to evade Jiren's counterattack. Ouch. That burns like boiling water. But your attack is rather lackluster. Goku remarked, his body ablaze yet unharmed. TCH. Damn it. Crack. Jiren twisted his neck back into place, saliva dripping from his mouth as he appeared to have endured immense pain. Jiren launched another punch, but Goku executed a backflip to evade, countering with a kick to Jiren's chin. Bang. Ugh. Jiren clutched his jaw, stumbling back, while Goku stood calmly with arms crossed, waiting for the next move. After a moment, "Hey, are you done yet? Surely this can't be all your strength?" Goku taunted, observing Jiren's labored breathing. "If you have more tricks up your sleeve, now would be the time to reveal them. Or perhaps, my expectations were too high. Is it that you cannot meet them?" Son Goku. Son Goku. Jiren roared, unleashing a flurry of chaotic punches that caused the very space around them to collapse, dust swirling in every direction. Yet, Goku's movements were fluid and elusive, evading Jiren's strikes with ease. Humph. Goku smirked, delivering a swift elbow strike to Jiren's abdomen. Bang. Jiren fought against the urge to expel his stomach contents, raising his fist to retaliate, only to have Goku teleport behind him and deliver a crushing kick. Boom. The force sent Jiren reeling like a cannonball. In the audience, the clown god sprang to his feet, fearing Jiren might lose consciousness on the spot. Suddenly, the clouds of dust dispersed. Jiren's roar echoed across the arena as he appeared to abandon his god of destruction form, evolving into something even more formidable. Son Goku, listen closely, Jiren bellowed, his muscles contracting slightly, approaching Goku's stature. The god of destruction mode suppressed my full power. It truly is not suited for my training. Had I not wasted time mastering that form, I would not be at a disadvantage. He continued to gather energy, his aura swelling, radiating a faint red glow. Complete limit form. Achieved. Jiren regained his former composure, his demeanor no longer influenced by destructive energy. Chapter 83. If you do not wish to lose, then perish. Has the god of destruction mode actually stifled your power? It appears you are truly unfit to be a god of destruction. Why then do you participate in this trial? To defeat me and claim the title of the god of destruction of Universe 6, only to have your flavor savored? In the distance, Goku wore a puzzled expression, while Jiren, upon hearing this, felt the veins on his forehead bulge. In an instant, he appeared beside Goku, unleashing a furious punch. Enough of this noise, Jiren shouted. His eyes narrowed in anger. Boom. The earth was once again cracked deeply, causing Goku to stagger and retreat a few steps. Effective. A smile crept upon Jiren's lips as brilliant flames surged skyward, followed by a heavy punch aimed at Goku's abdomen. Boom. The explosive shockwave rippled through Goku's body, shattering nearby structures into dust. Cough, cough. Not bad. That one stung. Goku coughed lightly. Yet Jiren showed no intention of granting him a moment to breathe. His fiery punches fell like a rain of lasers, leaving deep impressions on Goku's body. That's right, Jiren. Well done. Finish him off. Do not allow him a moment's respite. Ha, kill him. Then we shall find his homeland and annihilate his family there. The gods of destruction in the audience murmured among themselves, and the god of destruction from Universe 4, Quitella, grew increasingly agitated, issuing death threats. However, Goku heard it all. He turned his gaze toward the stands, his eyes fixed on the big yellow rodent as if regarding him as a mere corpse. What are you looking at? Quitella stammered, a chill creeping down his spine, inexplicably feeling a sense of dread despite Goku's apparent suppression. I have taken note of your words. Once I become the god of destruction, I shall settle the score with each of you. Goku sneered as he began to channel the dragon god technique. In an instant, dark purple flames enveloped Goku, forming spiraling shapes of true dragons around him. He let out a low roar, unleashing a dragon fist, as two true dragons intertwined in a spiral, effortlessly shattering Jiren's punch and barreling toward him. Damn it! Jiren gritted his teeth, evading with a sudden shift, but was taken aback when the two true dragons circled in the air before diving down towards him. Oh no! Jiren howled in rage, his fiery aura swelling as he raised his hand to withstand the dragon fist's assault. Yet soon, the veins on his body bulged, and his hands, struggling to repel the attack, began to crack, as if they might break. What a pitiful sight, Jiren. Goku flashed to his side, lightly waving his hand, dispersing the power of the dragon fist. What? Jiren's face turned pale with shock. He gasped for breath. Yet his willpower kept him upright as he launched another assault against Goku. Swish. A fierce punch came crashing down, but to Goku, it felt almost weightless. After dodging, Goku retaliated with a kick, causing Jiren to groan, his lower body suffering a grievous blow that made him curl up like a lobster. Intense pain making him forget to breathe, saliva dripping from his mouth. Damn it! Damn it! Jiren erupted in a full-scale offensive, tapping into an unending reservoir of power, raining down furious punches upon Goku. Boom, 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 boom. A barrage of punches fell like a hailstorm, scorching flames engulfing everything. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Goku managed to defend against each blow. Jiren squinted, skeptical, and gathered a concentrated ball of ki, unleashing a devastating explosive attack aimed at Goku's chest. Such a dense barrage of attacks. What a pity not to practice the Ultra Instinct. Goku thought to himself, then closed his eyes, redirecting a different aura to envelop his entire being. In an instant, the trial grounds illuminated anew. Oh, the angels displayed subtle surprise, this transformation catching even them off guard. That is, on the stands. Beerus could not help but rise, a golden glint appearing in his eyes. The Ultra Instinct, he murmured, then, as though reassuring himself, added, Son Goku has even mastered this technique? It seems I shall not lose in vain. Beside him, the angel was scrutinized the scene, then candidly remarked, It appears that his grasp of the Ultra Instinct is not inferior to yours, Lord Beerus. Humph. Beerus huffed, dismissing the comment without hesitation. Humph. Goku's power surged, transforming his usual appearance, now enveloped in a faint silver light, adopting the form of Ultra Instinct. Sign. Your power has diminished. Jiren squinted, his confusion evident. Ah, indeed, perhaps my previous form was too overwhelming for you. Thus, I thought I might indulge in a bit of play. Goku remained arrogant, showing no signs of abnormal calmness in his Ultra Instinct state. TCH. I am not playing with you, Son Goku. Jiren roared anew, fiery flames erupting around him as he shot toward Goku. Goku smirked, spreading his arms wide, weaving through the gaps in the fiery projectiles, moving like a specter, leaving behind afterimages. Let us see how you deal with me now. Jiren unleashed an aura akin to the blazing sun, expanding toward Goku's location. Yet Goku did not evade. Instead, he transformed into a silver-white beam, piercing through the fiery shield. Swish. In an instant, the red flames dispersed. Jiren trembled. Horror etched on his face as terrifying punch imprints exploded across multiple points on his body. Ugh. This bald alien moaned, rolling his eyes as consciousness began to fade. Did you see my movements, Jiren? Goku remarked coolly, feeling a tinge of disappointment that despite lowering his aura, Jiren could still retaliate so fiercely. Jiren went berserk, attacking wildly, pouring forth his strength without restraint. Chaotic punches fell, Goku sidestepped, then delivered a heavy blow that sent Jiren staggering backward. You are finished, Jiren, Goku shouted, closing in to unleash a flurry of punches. Left hook, right hook, uppercut. Goku's movements appeared slow, yet each strike was infused with explosive power. The violent shockwave shattered the structures behind Jiren, distorting his features as his body quaked uncontrollably. Then, Goku single-handedly lifted Jiren, displaying him triumphantly before the gathered gods of destruction, before bringing him crashing down toward the audience. Bang! Jiren's expression slammed against the air wall at the boundary of the arena, sliding down into the shattered remnants of the ground. God of Destruction candidate, J. Wait, I am not. Just as the Grand Minister was about to announce the result, Jiren slowly rose again, though he was clearly at his limit. I have not lost. I can still. If you do not wish to lose, then perish. Goku surged forward, his gaze imbued with fierce intent, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Jiren's head. Chapter 84. The Great Destroyer. Given this feeling, Jiren felt a fleeting disorientation. As scenes from the past began to flicker before his eyes, memories of his time with the proud team of justice, moments spent training alongside the God of Destruction, and, indeed, it seems I have been struck by such a fist before. With a sudden burst, Jiren's head exploded like a watermelon dropped to the ground, juices splattering everywhere. His body slowly collapsed, still twitching, as blood gushed forth from his shattered skull. During this time, Goku skillfully pocketed the opponent's patera earrings, simultaneously creating the illusion that they had been destroyed. Finally, he let out a slow sigh of relief. Jiren, the candidate for God of Destruction, was out of the match. And the victor of this display of power was none other than the God of Destruction candidate, God of Destruction Goku. The words of the Grand Priest echoed around, and the gods fell into a profound silence. The usually composed Vados became flustered, realizing that her meticulously trained warrior had just been lost. It was a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Lord Zeno had left without anyone noticing, which alerted Goku to a sense of unease. Dear. Vados cheerfully embraced him, and Goku smiled back, feeling happier in her embrace than after defeating all the gods of destruction from the 12 universes. Say, could it be that the one named Goku is getting a bit too close to the angels? They're a couple, my Lord Beerus. Eh? Is that so? Beerus gazed at Whis in shock, as though he had just heard something utterly unbelievable. Afterward, the Grand Priest descended from the heavens, gently addressing Goku. Mr. Goku. Lord Zeno wishes to speak with you. Please come by shortly. Eh? So does that mean I am already considered a god of destruction? Goku inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. The Grand Priest nodded lightly. Strictly speaking, Mr. Goku has indeed become a god of destruction. You simply need the universe's acknowledgement and to select a Supreme Kai to establish a symbiotic relationship. In doing so, you will formally assume the title of God of Destruction. A symbiotic relationship? However, I have long since become immune to that effect. It's just a matter of finding a beautiful Supreme Kai, Goku mused. Suddenly recalling the Supreme Kai of time, Cronoa. I wonder if she has been too preoccupied to visit me lately. Grand Priest. I have a favor to ask. Oh, please, go ahead. The Grand Priest said, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor kind. Please. Grant me your daughter's hand in marriage. Goku bowed respectfully before his future father-in-law, causing the nearby angel to instinctively cover her mouth in surprise. Haha, I cannot decide such matters, Mr. Goku. You will have to put in some effort. The Grand Priest chuckled, shaking his head and sidestepping the gesture. He then turned, leaving Goku with a parting view, and proclaimed, Lord Zeno is still waiting for you in the palace. Do not forget. With a whoosh, the Grand Priest vanished from sight. Lord Zeno wishes to see me. I wonder if that is a blessing or a curse. Goku crossed his arms and began to quietly discuss with Vados. Before long, someone delivered the attire of a god of destruction to Goku. Finding a secluded spot with Vados, the two shared a tender moment. Afterward, Goku donned the Patera earrings, fastening the golden medal to his ears, and adorned his wrist with golden cuffs. Aside from the uniquely styled collar of the god of destruction, this ensemble bore a striking resemblance to the old attire of Broly. Following this, Goku accompanied Zeno's attendants to a grand hall, surrounded by a starry expanse, as if every corner of this realm was nurturing a new universe. The other gods of destruction and angels were present, but they waited outside the hall, allowing only Goku to enter. By the way, how did you end up here? Goku asked, cradling his head in his arms as he turned to the twin-tailed angel, Meruz. Meruz blushed, but remained silent, trailing closely behind Goku. I asked her to follow us. The reason being, our previous bet has taken effect. Meruz is now one of us. Vados smiled, even reaching out to caress her sister's hair. Meruz attempted to push Vados' hand away, but for some reason, a heart-shaped rune mark suddenly appeared on her neck, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. What's wrong, Meruz? Vados inquired, extending her hand toward her sister, maintaining a gracious smile. It's nothing, sister. Meruz stood up, her face flushed as she exhaled deeply. Goku observed this scene with a smile, choosing to remain silent as he walked ahead. Inside the hall, the Grand Priest stood beneath Lord Zeno's throne, and upon seeing Goku, the childlike deity leaped with excitement. Goku, you finally come. I've been waiting for you for so long. I sincerely apologize, Lord Zeno. I am late. Goku knelt on one knee, the mantle of the god of destruction draped at his side, his demeanor now one of utmost reverence. Alteration activated. In an instant, Goku utilized his alteration privileges, redefining Lord Zeno in his heart from a mere child to a respected, formidable existence, innocent yet powerful. He also extinguished any ill intentions within himself, transforming into a truly benevolent being. However, such changes did not seem to concern Lord Zeno, perhaps this being cared little for what Goku was like. All that mattered was what he desired in that moment. Hey Goku, let us play together. It's so boring in the palace. And you're so strong. You must know many interesting things, right? Lord Zeno took Goku's hand, asking curiously. Strangely enough, he felt a newfound sense of closeness to Goku. Witnessing this, the guards around Lord Zeno began to tremble involuntarily, and even the Grand Priest slightly opened his mouth, caught between words. Fun things? I know quite a lot. Goku smiled, even shaking Lord Zeno's hand playfully in the air. What is it? Ahem, Lord Zeno. Before that, shouldn't you confirm Mr. Goku's position? The Grand Priest suddenly interjected, smiling. Only then did the childlike deity realize, stroking his chin as he pondered aloud. Oh right, I remember that Goku participated in the trial for the god of destruction. But it seems his strength surpasses all the gods of destruction. So, the average god of destruction is no longer suited for Goku. As he spoke, Lord Zeno began counting on his fingers. Supreme Kai, Grand Supreme Kai God, Grand Supreme Kai God, God of Destruction. Ah, that's it. Since Goku is stronger than all the gods of destruction across the universes, let us call him the Great God of Destruction. He will execute all destruction tasks across the universes, oversee the gods of destruction, and train them. Only a warrior who conquers all the universe's gods of destruction can earn this most powerful title. Squeeze. Goku, what do you think? Isn't this position incredible? Lord Zeno raised both hands, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at Goku. I think it sounds fantastic. Goku replied with a smile. And what about you? Grand Priest? Yes, I understand. Now, I shall bestow upon Mr. Goku the title of Great God of Destruction. Upon hearing this, the High Priest, with his eyes closed, spoke as if he were invoking a certain power in that moment. However, just then, the King of All suddenly recalled something and began to laugh joyfully. Ah, Wukong, I had promised you that if you emerge victorious in the competition this year, I would present you with a gift. So tell me, Wukong, what kind of gift do you desire? Chapter 85, the trial concludes, returning to the 6th universe. Gift? Goku glanced at Bardoss and the others before turning his attention to the Grand Minister. The latter nodded gently, and Goku mustered his courage to propose, Lord Zeno, may I request your permission to form a bond with an angel? Form a bond? Zeno tilted his head in confusion, looking at the Grand Minister and then at Bardoss behind him, not quite understanding Goku's intention. That sounds good. But what kind of bond are we talking about? I want to form a bond with Goku too. Oh. At this declaration, the two attendants behind Zeno immediately widened their eyes in shock, their bodies tensing as they fixed their gaze on Goku, silently warning him to think carefully before proceeding. Is this really happening? Fortunately, Goku recognized the extraordinary strength of these two and refrained from overstepping, smiling as he said, well then, Lord Zeno, let us be friends. All right. Zeno placed his tiny hand in Goku's palm, his expression radiating innocence. You cease your nonsense. How can you be friends with Lord Zeno? Such audacity. The attendants exclaimed angrily, believing Goku was leading Zeno astray, corrupting his innocent heart. What are you saying? In an instant, Zeno turned his little head, glaring expressionlessly at the attendants. They immediately broke into a cold sweat, stammering and falling silent. Goku, I agree to your request. Let us go play together now. Zeno turned back, his face beaming with sincerity. Sure. Goku replied with a grin. Playing with a child posed no problem for him, especially since he had 4 of his own at home, well versed in what children liked and enjoyed. However, after wandering around the Grand Zeno Palace, Goku noticed the displeased expressions of the destroyers outside and suggested to Zeno that they play a game of horseback riding. Horseback riding? Zeno's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Goku, who was pointing to Beerus and the others, inviting Zeno to choose any of them as a steed. Goku named a few, and Zeno eagerly hopped on, ultimately deciding that Beerus was a good choice. Why me? Beerus gritted his teeth, mentally cursing. Yet, in the presence of Zeno, he dared not rebel and reluctantly lay down like a cat for Zeno to mount. Goku, your turn. With so many destroyers here, choose one to ride, Zeno said, laughing innocently, clutching Beerus's ears as if they were reins. The destroyers fell into panic and shame, and the one who had been secretly mocking Beerus, Quitella, suddenly lost his composure. Is this appropriate? Goku asked shyly, considering they were colleagues and respectable destroyers. Here, you can relax a bit, Goku. It's quite boring otherwise. Let us have a competition. Hurry and choose a mount, Zeno encouraged, occasionally bouncing on Beerus. Really? In that case, I want to hold back. Goku scratched his head and surveyed the destroyers, ultimately settling on the 2nd universe. Then, Hellas, you shall be my choice. Afterward, Bardoss pinched him on the waist. After frolicking with Lord Zeno, Goku and Bardoss returned to the 6th universe along with his sister-in-law, Margarita. During this time, the destroyer of the 2nd universe, Hellas, blushed with humiliation, vowing to repay the insult Goku had brought upon him manifold. Unexpectedly, after explaining the situation to the Grand Minister, Margarita was readily allowed to remain by Goku's side as his personal attendant. Please take care of my daughters, the Grand Minister said before they departed, even bowing slightly to Goku, leaving him feeling quite flattered. As for the angel beside him, she was now accompanied by attendants from Zeno's faction. But Jiren had truly met his demise, as the replacement destroyers lacked the qualifications to reverse time for the angels. Hence, his defeat at Goku's hands was final. By the way, Bardoss had now resumed her angelic duties, and she and her sister Margarita were currently soaring at light speed towards the 6th universe. The notion of being the great destroyer, presiding over all others, felt surreal to Goku as he leaned against Bardos, sharing his reflections during this period. You will gradually adapt. My dear, for now, let us return home to rest. Later, someone will take us to the core world to see if any new Kaioshins have emerged. Oh, I see. Goku yawned, admitting that after battling the destroyers from other universes and playing with Xeno for so long, he was indeed quite fatigued. Soon, the three of them landed in the destroyer realm. However, as soon as they arrived, Margarita rushed to Goku's side, tugging at his destroyer attire. Let me make this clear, you scoundrel rot. I know exactly what kind of person you are. Just because you can command me doesn't mean I am willing to serve you. Do you understand? The twin-tailed angel glared fiercely at Goku with eyes that rivaled her sister's in intensity. Beside them, Bardos wore a crescent smile, seemingly eager to see how Goku would handle her sister. Scoundrel rot, cough. Can't you just call me brother-in-law? Why use that term? Are you being Sundara? Goku asked absent-mindedly, causing Margarita to look puzzled. Huh? Sundara? It refers to someone who acts tough and proud to hide their embarrassment, a person who is contradictory. I'm not being Sundara. I'm just stating facts. Are all scions like demons, creating such malicious terms? Miss Margarita, you set the terms of our bet. So who can you blame? Goku explained with a sigh. Moreover, there is no need for you to be so stubborn. You are Bardos' sister, thus my sister-in-law. How could a brother-in-law do anything inappropriate to his sister-in-law? If you're not tired, I certainly am. Upon hearing this, Margarita turned her head. Her face flushed as she stammered. Who told you to say that you do housework during the day and at night? Those things. At the time, I was too aware of your power limits. I never said that. You brought it up yourself. Margarita muttered to herself. And Goku pretended not to hear, turning his attention back to Bardos. My dear, how about we return to Earth afterwards? We could let Chi-Chi and the others prepare some delicacies and celebrate a bit. He embraced Bardos' slender waist, whispering in her ear. You should go back first. Don't let them worry. And you? Goku asked in confusion. Bardos gazed at him with her beautiful eyes, a sultry glimmer in them. After returning from the Void Realm, Father gave me many materials, just enough to expand the Destroyer Realm, including rare materials. Our home needs renovation. In that case, I'll stay here with you. It's convenient to return together. Upon hearing this, Bardos smiled silently, subtly inching closer. You. In the distance, Margarita was still talking to herself, and when she realized, she stomped her foot in frustration. Hey, are you two done yet? The twin-tailed angel frowned, feeling a tinge of displeasure at being excluded while they displayed affectionate gestures. To be continued. Chapter 86. Urgent family meeting. After spending a night in the realm of destruction, Wukong and Bardos returned to Earth with his sister-in-law. Upon informing the family that their husbands had become the god of destruction, Bulma and the others displayed little reaction. Although they recognized the significance of the event and deemed it worthy of celebration, the ladies seemed more intrigued by Margarita's identity. Greetings, I am Margarita, the servant of the despicable Lord Rot. Hey, that term is prohibited in front of my family, Wukong reminded her with a hint of exasperation. Yes, I understand. In response, the twin-tailed girl performed a graceful bow, prompting a variety of reactions from the women. Ah, another beautiful girl, one remarked. So she is Miss Bardos' sister. Which means Miss Margarita is also our sister. Come in and have a seat. Now, dear. Let's be clear, if that girl is the sort of woman who is too casual, do not expect us to treat her the same way. The wives began to celebrate their husbands, initiating a small gathering at home. The children incessantly inquired about the appearances of aliens from other universes. Bardos then projected some battle footage of Wukong through holographic imagery, introducing him to the family with fondness. The god of destruction, truly impressive. Gohan's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Indeed, Gohan, if you are to face them, you must train diligently, Wukong replied. I think I'd rather not, Gohan murmured. Is that so? Wukong sighed. Training is essential. It not only strengthens the body, but is also beneficial for learning. Kiki poked her son's cheek playfully. Perhaps due to their affluent lifestyle, Kiki did not oppose Wukong teaching the children to train. Rather, she supported it. Before their journey to the realm of nothingness, Kiki often urged Wukong to train their children, although she also encouraged Gohan to focus on his studies, free from the struggles depicted in the original narrative. What an astonishing array of flavors! Margarita exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock as she gazed at the delicious spread on the table, her twin tails swaying vigorously. She had merely sampled Kiki's char siu. Is that so? Kiki, thank you for the compliment. I'm so glad you like it, Miss Margarita, Kiki replied, smiling brightly. her blue hair exuding a gentle elegance. Is this the kind of food you all eat regularly? The twin-tailed girl looked from the platter to the others, her eyes wide with astonishment. Our Earth has an abundance of delicacies. You'll gradually grow accustomed to it, Miss Margarita, Bulma explained cheerfully. While Wukong pondered the differences between his two angels, it seems even more extravagant than when Bardos first visited. Soon, due to the head of the family bringing back another angel, an urgent family meeting was convened at Bulma's villa in West City. The main participants included Bulma, Kiki, Lanchi, Xiaowu, and Bardos, while the audience consisted of Sun Wukong, Sun Lan, Sun Ai, and Sun Bra. The meeting lasted approximately 2 hours. Fortunately, Wukong was well aware of this and had anticipated such an occurrence, so he had already gone to visit the old turtle hermit and Krillin on Turtle Island. Incidentally, the twin-tailed angel Margarita accompanied Wukong at this moment. Perhaps weary from frequent teleportation, Wukong decided to fly using the sky dance technique, reveling in the freedom of the vast ocean amidst the clouds. By the way, didn't I ask you to return and expand the realm of destruction? Why have you suddenly come along? Was the contract we signed before false? Wukong casually inquired of Margarita during their flight. What? Do you dislike being with me that much? Margarita puffed her cheeks in surprise. Not at all. I am merely astonished that an angel would break the rules. I have not violated the contract. My priorities are simply different. I am your and my sister's servant. She instructed me to come and supervise you. Hence, I completed her task first before attending to yours. Is that so? But why would your sister want you to supervise me? The ladies of the household, along with my sister, discussed it to prevent the despicable Lord Rot from seeking out lovely girls elsewhere, which is why I was called to supervise you. As she spoke, Margarita suddenly burst into laughter. Huh, I knew it. Truly, I was not mistaken about you. You truly deserve the title of despicable Lord Rot. It seems there is a severe trust crisis at home. Oh dear, I wonder how you managed to keep them so devoted to you, despicable Lord Rot. Is it coercion? Brainwashing? Or perhaps... Oh, you really wish to know? Wukong interrupted Margarita's teasing abruptly. He halted midair, the noon sunlight casting a radiant glow upon his handsome visage. Wukong gazed intently at the twin-tailed girl until she became flustered, standing there in bewilderment. It was not that Wukong was narcissistic. Rather, he was confident. Ever since the system's charm attribute had been elevated to A, even Bardos had praised him for possessing a face that could captivate angels. Thus, Wukong's charm was undeniably devastating to the opposite sex. What are you going to do? Speak. Margarita stammered, regaining her composure as she watched Wukong approach. I am merely revealing the truth. Wukong wrapped his arm around her slender waist and tilted her chin upward with a single hand, tracing along her smooth neck. In an instant, a flush crept up her cheeks. Without warning, Margarita broke free from Wukong's embrace, retreating shyly, distancing herself from him. Pervert. Despicable. Enemy of women. The young girl chided, stomping her feet in the air. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed her face as intricate runes appeared on her neck, causing her to struggle for breath. How could this be? Impossible. How can this happen? Moments later, the twin-tailed girl's complexion turned pale as she clutched her neck, gasping in agony, her body convulsing as if pierced by 1,000 swords. Ah, no. Ugh. Witnessing her torment, Wukong let out a soft sigh. It appears the girl has invoked a curse by violating the terms of the contract. Yet, her previous address of me as despicable Lord Rot did not trigger the curse. I never expected the consequences of breaching the contract would be so severe. Even an angel cannot withstand it. Chapter 87. You wouldn't want your dear sister to know, would you? Afterwards, he led the young girl to a deserted island, allowing her to rest on the ground. The island was adorned with numerous coconut trees, and Wukong casually plucked 2 coconuts, discovering their delightful flavor, which he then offered to the girl with twin ponytails. Here, humph. Don't think this will alter my attitude towards you, Makalita exclaimed, swatting the coconut away. She touched her neck, ignoring Wukong, as the effects of the broken contract lingered, leaving the girl in agony. Indeed, I am still too compassionate. Wukong sighed and crouched down, speaking softly. Makalita, turn your head. No, don't touch me. The girl struggled, realizing that her chin was being held firmly, leading her to believe he intended to force her. However, being a slave, she found her body incapable of resisting. Gradually, she ceased her struggles, her face contorting with the brink of tears. She recalled her experiences in Universe 11, where she was not well received. Yet, as a supervisor and mentor to the god of destruction, had she ever endured such treatment? A fleeting crimson glow vanished as if it had never existed. But at this moment, Makalita distinctly sensed that the curse on her neck seemed to dissipate. Why? As she felt the pain swiftly fade, an extraordinary comfort began to emerge from her core, and soon, a rosy hue crept onto her cheeks. It seems your angelic contract is rather potent, consuming 1% of my divine power. After activating the authority of alteration, Wukong pondered while gazing at the astonished angel seated on the ground. You've realized it, haven't you? You are now solely my slave. There exists no second employer. However, to avoid detection by my dear one, I shall establish a few rules. With that, Wukong beckoned with his finger in front of Makalita. First, you are my slave, thus all your actions must align with my will. Second, you shall obey Bardas's commands, but my orders take precedence. Third, this matter must remain concealed from any third party. I assume you wouldn't want your dear sister to find out, would you? For now, that will suffice. After speaking, Wukong fixed his gaze on the girl, silently asking if she understood. Yes, master. Makalita nodded, her disbelief evident as she covered her mouth, overwhelmed with indescribable shock. No. How could I? No, it's impossible. That contract was crafted by my father, specifically designed to regulate the relationships between the universes. How could it be altered so easily? Now, return to the realm of destruction to expand your territory. Await my return to take you home. Wukong waved his hand dismissively. Although the girl was delightful, there was no comparison to the nurturing older sisters at home. As a responsible man, he felt he had utterly failed in this regard and resolved to reflect on it later that night. Very well, Lord Scoundrel. Makalita reluctantly stood, nodding her head. Just as she was about to wave her staff to return to the realm of destruction, Wukong suddenly recalled something and spoke up. Right. The curse on you remains, but I have modified the cost of breaking it. I did not inflict as much pain upon you. Yet it would be wise to refrain from breaking the contract in crowded places, lest you find yourself embarrassed. Understood. The girl huffed before vanishing in a flash of light. Afterward, Wukong arrived at Kame House. The little dwelling was quiet, but the villa built over a decade ago echoed with discordant quarrels. Marlin, I told you. Didn't you say you had severed ties with your previous boyfriend? Why are you going out with him again? Why be so stingy? Just because we broke up doesn't mean we can't be friends. Besides, they have a newly built villa that looks fabulous. Krylin, while you treat me well, you cannot restrict my freedom just because you are my boyfriend. The argument was between a blue-haired beauty clad in a revealing dress and none other than Krylin. It seems I've stumbled upon something significant. Wukong perched himself on the windowsill, enjoying the spectacle, until Master Rashi approached from a distance. If it isn't Wukong. Long time no see. Grandpa, it's been a while. Are you well? Wukong instinctively greeted him. Ugh, I've been playing too many visual novels lately. I plan to take some time to meditate and train properly. Speaking of which, Grandpa, didn't you mention that Krylin and his girlfriend broke up? Why are they together again? Well, during this year's martial arts tournament, Krylin defeated a fellow named Satan and, after winning the prize money, approached Miss Marlin to rekindle their relationship. One thing led to another, and they found themselves back together. Master Rashi shook his head helplessly. He had heard of Marlin's many prior relationships before Krylin, and he did not wish for her to be with his disciple. Krylin, let me bear this burden for you. Moments later, the old turtle hermit observed the beauty named Marlin as she approached Krylin, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Lovely feat. Everything about beauty can only lead to your downfall. Wukong internally scoffed, watching as Marlin stormed out, her bag in hand. Hey, who are you? The girl instinctively covered her lips upon seeing Wukong, momentarily struck by his presence. Wukong blinked, noticing a hint of a technological aura, but upon closer inspection, he realized the beauty bore a striking resemblance to Bulma, albeit with blue hair while Bulma's was slightly greenish. Suppressing his curiosity, Wukong turned to greet Krylin. Hey, Krylin, how have you been lately? Oh, it's my brother Wukong. Marlin, this is my senior brother, son Wukong, and this is Marlin, my. As Krylin began the introduction, Marlin abruptly interrupted. I'm just friends with Mr. Krylin. Hello, Mr. Wukong, it's a pleasure to meet you. Likewise, I am pleased to meet you. Wukong smiled, while Krylin stood awkwardly in the background. Miss Marlin, you seem tired from the earlier quarrel. Would you like me to help you relax? Master Rashi grinned lecherously as he approached, only to be swiftly elbowed to the ground by Marlin. Mr. Wukong. Please come in and have a seat while I prepare some tea for you. All right, Wukong brother. Krylin watched as his girlfriend cheerfully led Wukong into the house. then helplessly assisted Master Roshi to his feet. Master, didn't you say you wanted to meditate? How did you break your vow so quickly? Young people must know when to embrace and when to let go. I have long warned you that Marlin is not suitable for you. Master Roshi muttered, blood trickling from his nose, clearly excited by the young girl's presence. I understand, Master Roshi. I will keep an open mind. Krillin replied, helping the old man up. Upon returning indoors, he discovered Ryukong had grown comfortable with Marlin. After a prolonged silence behind them, he ultimately resolved, Marlin, I think we should break up. To be continued, Chapter 88, A Menace of Androids and a Heartbreak Drat. Is it the androids again? Marin, poised to offer Goku a sweet treat from the refrigerator, halted, incredulous. Are you dismissing me? She demanded, her countenance darkening as she glared at Krillin. How dare you cast me aside? I should be the one to end this. Krillin remained silent. Goku, chin in hand, observed the scene, while Master Roshi sat beside him. Grandpa, do they quarrel often? Goku inquired. I don't seem to bicker with my family. Indeed, Goku, you appear to avoid conflict with your kin. Heh. We have our disagreements, but we've grown accustomed to it since the children arrived. Goku chuckled, scratching his head. Marin, overhearing, swiveled her head, exclaiming, Goku, are you married? Indeed. With 4 children. How disappointing. Marin lamented, feeling her presence was futile. She made a call, seemingly summoning a wealthy acquaintance to escort her away. Goku, care to attend a birthday FTE with my friend? It promises to be delightful. Why should I? Indulge me. I'll introduce you to charming young ladies. Very well. I'd be honored to witness such a spectacle. Marin approached Goku, offering him a slice of cake. Here you are, Goku. Ah, Krillin, why the ire? Sit down. Let's discuss this amicably. As Goku and Marin engaged, Krillin, eyes brimming with tears, erupted in fury. Goku, you imbecile! He roared before storming off. Krillin, Goku, realizing he'd gone too far, was intercepted by Marin. Pay him no mind, Goku. Let's await my friend's arrival. Master Roshi quietly departed, leaving the two alone in the villa. Time passed. Goku watched the news with Marin. He felt no remorse, as the villa was built with Bulma's funds on his island. Marin was merely a dalliance. He planned to broaden Krillin's horizons, hoping it would ease his heartache. Marin, the name is familiar. Isn't that the name of Krillin and Android 18's daughter? Is this woman truly so captivating? Goku pondered. This is proving difficult. What is that key? Goku sensed several powerful energies. The television broadcast was interrupted. We interrupt this program for an urgent bulletin. A terrorist attack has occurred in a southern island city. The city is in chaos. Authorities have identified the perpetrators as remnants of the Red Ribbon Army. Their bioandroids possess immense power. Evacuate immediately. Terrorists? How dreadful. Marin cried, clutching Goku's arm as the broadcast showed androids wreaking havoc. Androids? It's been so long. Jero hasn't contacted me, and he's unleashing androids on my planet? He's asking for it. Goku recalled that models 13 to 15 were nearly complete 2 months ago. He didn't authorize Jero to attack Earth and harm civilians. Goku rose to resolve the crisis and visit Jero's lab, summoning Krillin. I don't want to talk to you. Krillin sulked on the beach. Is this woman worth such sorrow? Goku asked. You, with your many wives, wouldn't understand. I thought Marin was special, that we could be together. I proposed 101 times. Krillin wept. Goku realized Krillin was nearing 30 and of marrying age. Android 18 is still a couple of years away, but you won't have a chance with her. Goku considered the timeline. Future Trunks should have arrived, but he hasn't. Is it the Time Patrol or the Demon Realm? But Trunks' presence here would be an anomaly. Vegeta is long gone, and Bulma and I are expecting our second child. Remember Master Roshi's words? Goku said, patting Krillin's shoulder. We train not for victory or love, but for health and a meaningful life. Martial arts are about protecting the weak and punishing evildoers. Can you sense that powerful key to the south? Do you feel it? Krillin, startled, clenched his fists. I do. It's immense. Are you afraid? Is love all that remains for you? No. What should I do? Krillin asked. Eyes wide. Goku remained silent, his aura flaring. What? Krillin exclaimed as the grass and trees were uprooted. Master Roshi dropped his magazine and clung to a palm tree. Me. Me. Goku unleashed a blue beam. The beam sliced through the ocean, creating waves. Unbeknownst to them, a shirtless man was sailing towards Kame House. He saw a flash of light. What's that? Aya. The yacht exploded. It appears that Marin summoned her ex-boyfriend. Look, Krillin. This is the martial prowess we aspire to. The power to stand atop the pinnacle. Do you understand, Krillin? Goku proclaimed confidently, hands on his hips. I understand, but Krillin managed to rise from the ground, only to vanish in the next moment. He clenched his fists, disbelief evident in his eyes, while Master Roshi was left suspended from the ceiling, rendered unconscious by the recent shock. In an instant, the energy of millions from the southern city dissipated, just as Krillin, drenched in sweat, was about to speak. He heard Marin's piercing scream from the direction of the villa. What happened? Krillin rushed over, only to find Marin frantically pointing at the large television screen. No, this is terrible. The southern island city has been swiftly annihilated by terrorists. My ex-boyfriend is still there. Goku felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing this, but his expression quickly darkened as he scoffed. Damn it. Was it those androids again? No, that can't be right. Krillin retorted anxiously, staring at him in disbelief. Chapter 89. The gathering of villainous members. Time progresses slightly. In the southern island city, a brilliant blue beam struck the ground, inciting an explosion and shockwave that instantaneously obliterated buildings, roads, and reduced everything to dust, even igniting the underwater volcanoes. In that moment, several androids, numbers 13 to 16, characters seemingly from a movie, were annihilated by the shockwave. Through the dragon god's magical arts, Goku had sensed their presence long before, merely curious about their activities. Now, Earth was his dominion. Any desires these individuals harbored could only be fulfilled by him, without permission. Theft or robbery was out of the question. Controlling humanity was a trivial endeavor. By invoking the mischief rights over Earth, everything would unfold according to his whims. Yet, such manipulation felt excessively dull. Inside the villa, no, this cannot be right. Perhaps it was the Kamehameha you unleashed just now. Krillin's intuition was accurate. The devastation of the southern island was indeed Goku's doing. Alteration. Goku merely cast a glance at Krillin, who was left momentarily stunned as his earlier thoughts warped. Damn androids. Krillin clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with rage. By the way, Goku, about that Kamehameha you just unleashed. Suddenly, Master Roshi appeared at the door, a serious expression adorning his face. It seemed the old master was ready to take action. Goku chuckled as their eyes met. But the old man quickly turned to the urgent news broadcast on the television, visibly relieved. What? So it was the work of other villains. Goku, Krillin, what are you still doing here? If those fiends continue their rampage, Earth will be doomed. Yes. Krillin stood at attention, promptly joining Goku as they exited the villa. To think that a few androids could annihilate a city with a population of millions. Goku had felt it firsthand. At the time, there had been hardly anyone left, so he bore no guilt in his actions. After all, why would a transcendent being care about the lives of mere ants? Eliminating the androids was a trivial task. Brother Goku, I'm heading to the island to investigate the situation. Would you like to join me? I happen to know the location of the android stronghold. I must go there. What? Krillin was taken aback. Goku waved dismissively and executed an instant transmission, vanishing from sight. Dr. Gero's secret laboratory. This was a desolate mountainous area. Goku had visited this place 2 months prior. Yet now the experimental base lay completely vacant. Goku's expression darkened. He activated the dragon god's divination magic. Although unfamiliar, he gleaned a situation regarding Gero. Dead. Who could have done this? The Time Patrol? Or perhaps, as Goku pondered the identity of the perpetrator, the space beside him suddenly warped. Remarkable. You eradicated 3 exceedingly malevolent androids in a single strike. A loud applause erupted behind Goku, and he turned to see a young man with purple skin and white hair clad in a black-fitted t-shirt, appearing rather unimposing. Ding. Master. I detect a demonic presence. The voice of Chista echoed in Goku's mind, but he remained silent, fixing a calm gaze upon the newcomer. We have met before. Have we not? Indeed, I never expected that a decade would pass. You have become a god of destruction in your own right. How astonishing. The man said with a smirk, bowing slightly to Goku. My name is Furu. I apologize for my intrusion. I come seeking collaboration. Collaboration? Why should I work with you? Do you even deserve it? Goku scoffed, striding to the man's back and grasping his forehead. What? Ultra instinct. Furu gasped, trembling in shock. Goku chuckled coldly. I seem to recall what you are, a creation of Toya's folly. Meeting you today is your misfortune. Alteration. He bellowed, activating his powers. But at that moment, the space beside Goku quivered, and something emerged. A long-haired, muscular masked man burst forth from the rift in time, launching a fierce punch at Goku. Boom. The ground shattered, and the entire laboratory began to collapse. Goku staggered back, astonished by the strength of this sudden intruder. Ah, what? What have you done to me? The man named Fura trembled on the ground, his body twisting as if trying to escape some insidious force. Suddenly, a purple longsword materialized at his waist, and he slashed it around, sending waves of sword energy that distorted the surrounding space, revealing shadowy figures emerging from the rifts. Oh, this appears to be within Earth. Son Goku, we meet again. Haha, I never thought Furu would summon us to Earth. Oh, is this the Son Goku of this world? I heard he was meant to serve as a companion. Humph. I didn't expect to encounter a god of destruction Son Goku here. How amusing. Kakarot. Many figures appeared, including characters from the animated series such as the movie Villaindales, the Super Namekian Shrag, the Dark Goku from the Super Anime, and the movie version of Broly. What is this? A cosplay convention? Goku scratched his head, bewildered, as he noticed two individuals resembling himself, which left him feeling quite unsettled. Well, it seems I've stumbled upon a collection of villains today. Perhaps I could recruit some minions. However, encountering so many life-sized figurines piqued his interest slightly. Indeed. To him, these individuals were akin to life-sized figurines. A smile graced Goku's lips as he mockingly observed the assembled villains. Without a doubt, he could obliterate all the gods of destruction from the 12 universes combined, let alone these minor adversaries. Ah, the muscular scion who had just attacked Goku roared, launching another assault. Yet Goku did not engage. Instead, he teleported beside Furu, seizing his head from behind. To guard against these beings wielding peculiar abilities. Goku decided to deal with him first. Damn it. Fura cursed, realizing he had merely brushed against that strange power, his consciousness rapidly being altered. He struggled futilely. Kamba, save me. Furu howled, desperately resisting. But the next moment, crack, with a mighty surge of destructive energy accompanied by a dragon's roar. Goku swiftly snapped Fura's neck. Blood erupted like a fountain, leaving everyone who had just arrived in stunned silence. What? Fura was just like that? Kakarot. Damn, this is bad. That one can use Ultra Instinct. None of us is his match. The group fell into silent discussion, while only Broly charged forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, Kamba, the muscular scion, also surged forth, cloaked in an ominous dark aura, transforming into his Super Saiyan form. However, due to the opponent's naturally long hair, he bore a striking resemblance to a Super Saiyan 3. Goku quietly stored Fu's sword in his inventory, estimating that Kamba, in his normal state, possessed power exceeding that of a Super Saiyan 3, and the malevolent aura surrounding him seemed to be intensifying. Ah, by the way, Fu, who had just been defeated by Goku, was stronger than Super Saiyan 4. Heh. Goku's lips curled into a smile as he faced the incoming Kamba, who was in a state of Ultra Instinct sign, combined with the Dragon God technique. With a powerful punch, he shattered Kamba's jaw, causing the mask he wore to splinter into countless pieces. Ugh! Kamba instantly howled in agony, retreating as the excruciating pain forced him to tremble and kneel on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Goku sincerely praised him, saying, "You can take pride in surviving my strike." To be continued. Chapter 90. The essence of evil. Goku marveled as Broly was enveloped in an emerald blaze, descending upon him with a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, the earth was shattered, creating a deep pit. However, Goku intercepted the blow with his hand and retaliated with a heavy strike to Broly's abdomen. Ugh! Broly howled in pain, clutching his stomach, his eyes betraying a fierce intensity. Compared to that person earlier, you still lack. Goku observed the blood trickling from Broly's lips and instantaneously teleported to his side, placing his palm atop Broly's head. Evil transformation, Goku commanded, grasping Broly and swiftly refining his essence. Wawa! The lament of the original Broly gradually gave way to reason as he seemed to struggle, his once yellow-green hair transforming to a deep black, with crimson fur manifesting across his body, evolving into the legendary Super Saiyan 4 form. Oh, not bad. Goku smirked while manipulating Broly, then pointed towards the distant Kamba, saying, "Cripple him, but do not kill him." Kamba was taken aback, just as he felt the fabric of time and space shift, finding himself in a vast, wide expanse. This was Goku's time chamber, where he intended to contain their battle away from Earth. Wawa! The Super Saiyan 4 Broly roared, charging at Kamba like a primal beast. TCH. Kamba scoffed, delivering a punch toward Broly. Boom. The two figures collided, their auras shifting to a dark crimson hue, a unique enhancement from the demon realm, signifying the most malevolent force, ultimate evil. Meanwhile, what is this power? How can such an ability be possessed by a mortal? No. Has he become a god of destruction? Truly terrifying. Up above, a man clad in black, resembling Goku and known as Black, furrowed his brow. His eyes filled with trepidation. What should we do now? Frieza is dead, and our collaboration is no longer necessary, if we wish to survive. It seems we have no choice but to. Slug, the Super Namekian, spoke gravely, his tone hinting at surrender. Yet, at that moment, Goku ascended higher into the sky, casting a bemused smile at the gathered individuals. Interesting. I wonder, do you have any seeds of the cosmic tree? Perhaps like those of a parrot? Planting such seeds would allow one to devour the power of the universe for personal gain, aspiring to stand equal with the Omni King? What? Black Goku displayed a look of confusion, as did the Namekian and Dales beside him. It appears Frieza's plan was not thoroughly disclosed to you. Very well. I shall simply eliminate you. Goku shrugged, having gleaned much from Frieza's memories after utilizing evil transformation. Prepare to perish, scum. With that, Goku unleashed his aura, a brilliant blue light radiating around him. Even in his Ultra Instinct, Sign state, the pressure rendered them breathless. Wait, is there no room for negotiation? Slug urged, feeling a chill of despair. The robust Namekian glanced at Dales, who pondered for a moment before erupting with dark energy. Ha! Dales roared, his hair lengthening into a Super Saiyan 3 style, yet remaining black. This is my evil Saiyan form, Son Goku. Remember it well. On the other side, Black Goku 2 unleashed a furious battle cry, his pinkish-red aura flaring forth as he first transformed into a Super Saiyan Rose, then ascended further, achieving the Super Saiyan 3 form atop the pink hue. Goku observed the two with astonishment, particularly at Black Goku's ability to ascend to Super Saiyan 3 despite the enormous energy expenditure. Surprised, are you? Let us see if you can eliminate me before I obliterate Earth. Black Goku gathered a destructive sphere, a smirk gracing his lips, his crimson hair flowing as he exhibited a narcissistic demeanor. How foolish. Let us not even discuss whether you can accomplish that. With Dragon Balls in existence. Do you really think I care about Earth? Goku scoffed, his gaze fixed coldly on Black Goku. Zamasu, do feel free to try. Afterward, you will witness how I torment you. The Kaioshin loves to inhabit others' bodies, so I shall transform you into a woman and cast you into a goblin's den. Watching as you're ravaged by monsters. You seek death. Black Goku bellowed, launching the destructive sphere at Goku. Attack! Dales roared, charging forward with dark energy. Damn it! Slug surrendered to the inevitable, opting for a desperate gamble to survive. Crash! Black Goku's destructive sphere was swatted aside. Goku's laughter echoed around them, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Athahaha! Dales and the others lunged at empty air, while Black Goku scanned his surroundings, only to find Goku silently behind him. Black Goku spun around, unleashing a powerful strike, but Goku deftly evaded. Remaining silent, Goku merely pointed, pressing a finger against Black Goku's forehead. Ugh! The destructive force of Goku's finger sent Black Goku hurtling backward, cleaving a chasm in the ground. What? Just a finger possesses such power? Slug gasped in shock, having never imagined the god of destruction's strength to be so formidable. What they did not realize was that Goku possessed the power to overpower the gods of destruction across 12 universes. He could obliterate even their bodies with a single punch, let alone mere mortals. Too strong. Slug clenched his fists, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Dale stood motionless, having been unable to comprehend the speed of Goku's previous strike. Kamehameha! The fervent cry resonated from deep within the earth, not Goku wielding his technique, but Zamasu, inhabiting Black Goku's form, unleashing his full might, intending to obliterate Goku in one blow. Swoosh! A massive dark Kamehameha surged toward Goku. Yet he neither evaded nor fled, simply receiving the oncoming assault with one hand. Boom! Goku remained steadfast, absorbing the explosion's residual energy, a characteristic of Super Saiyan 4, allowing him to recharge through such means. Having reached this stage, he no longer required transformation to wield his powers at will. His motive was still to absorb the malevolent essence from these individuals, seeking to uncover its mysterious nature. Gradually, the aura surrounding Goku shifted to a dark crimson. The state of Ultra Instinct, Sign dissipating, his emotions amplifying, a multitude of negative thoughts swirling in his mind. Fool, willingly accepting the essence of evil. Just await your assimilation by the cosmic tree. Dales chuckled, deeming Goku's actions utterly foolish, yet unbeknownst to them, to maintain his rationality. Goku promptly invoked the ability, Scum's true desire, to replace these unnecessary emotions, then turned his gaze toward the others. Interesting, The amplification is remarkable. No wonder you are the lackeys of Frisia. It seems that his revival of you is not as simple as it appears. Wukong nodded, then grasped the surrounding malevolent energy, instantly refining it. To be continued. Chapter 91. The Earth is under my protection. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of malevolent energy surged within Goku, who completely mastered this power, unleashing it forth. The aura pressed down upon everyone present, causing them to falter. Ugh! Shrag let out a muffled groan, being pinned to the ground alongside Daleth. Yet, Black Goku, trapped within the rocky crevice, remained undaunted, ready to launch another ambush. Ha ha ha! Black Goku relentlessly fired energy blasts, which exploded in the sky. However, Goku did not flinch. He merely observed his opponent with a cold gaze. Humph! He scoffed, retracting his evil aura before once again executing the instant transmission attack. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Goku vanished from the enemy's sight. Where is he? Black Goku searched frantically, still reeling from the previous blow that had left him bloodied. Crash! A sudden strike came. Akin to an ordinary person being shot by a sniper. Black Goku Zamasu clutched his chest, spitting blood, a gaping wound piercing through his body. Even his spine torn out by Goku. Wah! Unable to withstand the onslaught. The latter coldly remarked, crushing Zamasu's spine with a flick of his wrist. He then used the demon sealing wave to store Black Goku into his inventory, subsequently turning his gaze toward Daleth and Shrag, who were already retreating in the distance. Don't run. Let's play some more. Goku erupted with fury, transforming into a streak of light as he pursued the two. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Shrag screamed madly, unleashing an energy wave strong enough to penetrate the Earth's core, intending to perish together. Fool! Daleth tried to intervene, but it was too late. Whoosh! The powerful energy wave was released, yet at the very moment it made contact with the ground, Goku, seated with arms crossed, appeared at that location and simply kicked the energy blast away. What? A thunderous explosion erupted, the fiery blast illuminating the faces of the three. This left Shrag in utter shock, while Daleth, in horror, fell into contemplation. Oh! Daleth raised an eyebrow, then exchanged a glance with Shrag, both quickly devising a feigned retreat plan. Cursed! Hey! Son Goku, look over here! Shrag shouted, raising his hand to fire yet another planet-destroying blast aimed directly at Earth. Meanwhile, Daleth maneuvered through the air, scattering the seeds of the spirit tree, hoping to absorb the Earth's energy to augment his own strength. After all, growing stronger now might provide a slim chance of survival. Soon, the Earth began to sprout enormous, thick roots, casting a shadow over the sky. As Shrag fled while wreaking havoc, he quickly sensed something amiss. Too easy. Logically, the opponent should not be so lackadaisical in their defense, so why? I say, when will the fruits of this spirit tree ripen? How many will it yield without impacting Earth? Shrag froze, realizing Goku had casually appeared beside him, leaving him astounded. Notably, Goku was holding the bald-headed Daleth. What? Shrag staggered back in shock, staring at the other figure in the distance attempting to thwart the destruction blast aimed at Earth, another scion. How could this be? Why are there two of you? In response, Goku frowned slightly, letting out a resigned sigh. That's merely a clone. Do you think I find it amusing to play cat and mouse with you? TCH. Only resorting to petty tricks. Shrag gritted his teeth, cursing Goku for his underhandedness. I wonder, after reaching such a level of training, why not attempt to develop practical skills instead of frivolously launching energy blasts? You all act like newly rich brats with your power. Goku immediately raised his hand, severing Shrag's legs and one arm, then slapped him down to the ground. Boom! Shrag let out a muffled groan, purple blood spewing from the corners of his mouth. Moments later, the bald Daleth crashed heavily into Shrag, eliciting a pained grunt from both, as Goku had left them with only one arm each. Damn. Ugh. Daleth, you're really heavy. Fool. At this point, you still have the energy for banter. No. I can't believe I'm going to die with you. How disgusting. Get away from me. The two exchanged insults, only to hear Goku above them, intrigued. Wait. I still have the seeds of the spirit tree. I wish to use these as a bargaining chip, please. Spare me? Shrag coughed up blood, his remaining hand fumbling for something, pleading with Goku in a trembling voice. A jest? You dare to use my belongings as bargaining chips? Goku replied, producing a cloth bag, while Shrag remained oblivious to the fact that the seeds had already been pilfered. You scoundrel. Son Goku, may you meet a terrible end. Haha. Were you not just intent on destroying Earth? Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Goku smirked, raising a hand to conjure a dazzling, star-like destructive blast. This was a technique of Beerus, and for someone of Goku's caliber, forming such a sphere posed no challenge. If you do not resist, Earth shall be obliterated. And naturally, you will perish as well. However, should you choose to resist, the outcome will remain unchanged. You, TCH, scum. Both were astonished. With Daleth unable to suppress his expletives, gazing at Goku's stern visage, a chill rising within them. It was the terror of impending death. All right, gentlemen. The weighty responsibility of protecting Earth is now yours. Take your leave peacefully. With that, Goku waved his hand downward, the searing destructive blast expanding, radiating resplendent flames like a falling star in the sky. Daleth and Shrag unleashed their energy waves, struggling to withstand the onslaught. Reminiscent of the father-son Kamehameha from the Cell Saga. Witnessing this scene, Goku burst into hearty laughter, addressing the two straining below. What say you? If at this moment you were to proclaim, the Earth is under my protection, I might just show mercy and spare you hurry and grant us a swift end. I shall never concede. Ha ha ha. The Earth is under my protection. Damn. To die alongside you is truly a disgrace. Daleth, in disbelief, looked at Shrag, finally realizing their group was doomed. Boom. The Earth trembled violently from the concentrated nuclear explosion, magma surging from fissures across the landscape. The two at the epicenter had already been reduced to cinders, dead beyond recovery. In the sky, Goku gently applauded, feeling a tinge of sentiment for the two heroes who had valiantly sacrificed themselves to protect Earth. Next, he would deal with the two remaining adversaries. Goku lowered his gaze in contemplation, the sky now shrouded in darkness, as the spirit tree continued to grow wildly, voraciously siphoning the Earth's nutrients, now towering hundreds of meters high. Many regions began to suffer from desertification, plants withering, rivers drying up. While the surrounding vitality was relentlessly absorbed by the spirit tree, Goku noticed several translucent fruits had sprouted upon it. He swiftly advanced to pluck them, storing them within his inventory. Name: Evil Spirit Tree Fruit Category. Food function: while it bestows malevolent energy, it significantly enhances one's combat prowess. However, the efficacy diminishes with repeated consumption. Evaluation: it bears a striking resemblance to a human heart, yet it is rather unpalatable. Chapter 92. Dual Blade Temporal Slash. After collecting a certain quantity of spirit tree fruits, Goku directly obliterated the foundation of the towering ancient tree. In just a brief moment, the Earth's vital energy had already been partially absorbed by this tree. The surrounding land, within hundreds of miles, had transformed into a desolate, darkened terrain. Goku clicked his tongue in astonishment before stepping into the world of the Time Spirit House. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of fists clashing echoed as Kamba and Super Saiyan 4 Broly engaged in a fierce battle. Observing the trend of their confrontation, Goku noted that Kamba was defending himself in the form of Super Saiyan 3 and surprisingly had yet to be defeated. The amplification of the evil Saiyan is rather resilient. Indeed, Goku mused inwardly. Hey, Broly sneered, gathering a dark green energy blast in one hand and launching it at Kamba. The latter let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Gasping for breath, Kamba noticed someone watching him from behind and instinctively turned to look. Humph, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Kamba declared, evading another forceful assault from Broly with ease. He then shot a sphere of light into the sky, a ball of energy containing over 1,700 fruits wave. Huh? In an instant, Broly was taken aback, a massive shadow enveloping his entire being. Kamba, who had previously appeared shorter than him, began to grow tremendously, transforming into the form of a golden great ape. Roar. In this state, Kamba let out a ferocious roar and delivered a punch that sent Broly crashing into the ground. Now it's your turn. The golden great ape seemed to regain some semblance of reason, first stomping down hard on the desperately resisting Broly, then opening his mouth to unleash a blast of energy at Goku. Swish. Oh. Goku scoffed, raising a finger to his forehead. Boom. A blinding white light illuminated everything around, as Goku deftly sidestepped the incoming attack, teleporting to the protruding jaw of the golden great ape. The golden great ape froze, its large eyes widening in shock. Goku smirked, landing a kick squarely in the beast's eye. Roar. Kamba immediately covered his eyes, attempting to grasp his opponent, but Goku executed a backflip to evade. Aya. Below, Broly, who had been pinned underfoot, roared in fury as dark red flames erupted from his body, seizing the toes of the great ape and swinging it around. Whoa. The great ape leaned forward, then with a resounding crash, slammed into the ground. Damn. Kamba gasped, his massive golden tail swinging forcefully at Broly, who was about to launch a second attack. Ugh! The latter was sent flying, creating a large crater in the ground. Is it evenly matched? Goku muttered as he observed the unfolding scene, finding this battle amusing. However, Kamba's audacity to attack him would not go unpunished, as he was more than willing to teach his opponent a painful lesson. As the great ape rose once more, preparing to unleash another energy breath, Goku sidestepped and narrowly avoided the devastating beam, his entire being glowing with silver light as he transformed into a radiant arc. Appearing before the great ape and delivered a powerful punch. Boom! Kamba shrieked, his entire head buried into the ground of the Time Spirit House. Goku then grasped Kamba's tail and yanked him out, spinning him in the air before slamming him down once again. From a distance, Broly quietly observed the scene, refraining from interrupting Goku. Compared to his previous violent demeanor, he now appeared calm, quietly watching everything unfold. It could only be said that the effects of the evil modification had reached a perverse level after being elevated to a higher tier of power. Even Goku was uncertain of the upper limits of the evil modification's effects, as there had been no introduction to it. After the previous encounter with the King of Time, which yielded no results, Goku had grown increasingly cautious in employing this power. Aside from himself, he had not dared to use it on others during the ongoing battles against the God of Destruction. Goku was self-aware, while he had confidence in contending with the angels. He had a rough idea of the limits of Beerus's abilities. However, when faced with an entity like the Grand Minister, he felt utterly inadequate. He suspected he would be crushed under a single finger. Not to mention that even the Grand Minister had asserted that no one could defeat the Omni King. Boom, 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 boom. The sounds of violent collisions reverberated, accompanied by Kamba's wails. After a flurry of punches and kicks, Goku sent the enormous figure hurtling away. Boom. Kamba lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, his body riddled with fractures, blood frothing from his mouth, clearly at his limit. Gradually, the countenance of the great ape began to diminish, returning to his normal human form. Goku stepped forward, utilizing the magic seal wave to contain Kamba in a jar, which he subsequently placed in his inventory. He then waved to Broly in the distance, who obediently followed him. Goku casually gestured, and Broly was effortlessly absorbed into the storage container. The individuals inside could assemble a full table of mahjong. Goku began to tally the characters stored in his inventory. The first was Gula, whom Goku had captured while hunting down King Cold for Dr. Gero's research, followed by Black Goku, also known as Zamasu. Goku could not currently envision a use for him, so he would temporarily keep him for torment. He also intended to see if he could use the time ring of the Kaishin. Next were Kamba and Broly, both of whom possessed unique bloodlines. One resembled that of ancient Scions, while the other represented the lineage of the Super Scions. Goku was curious to see if there were items in the market that could enable him to extract some of their bloodline powers for experimentation, hoping to advance his strength further. And then there were these. He retrieved 2 short blades composed of a unique aura from his inventory, weapons belonging to Fu, seemingly capable of cleaving through the fabric of space and traversing multiple timelines. Name: Dual Blade Temporal/Category. Weapon description: Fu's weapon, one forged from purple energy, the other from red energy, capable of slicing open portals through time and space. What a splendid find. Goku couldn't help but smile. With these, he wouldn't need to purchase any evil modification Potera earrings from the system shop. After securing these treasures, he released Zamasu to check if he was still alive. "Guh. You scoundrel." Zamasu coughed up blood, yet a cold smirk lingered on his lips, managing to survive despite a gaping hole in his chest, demonstrating remarkable vitality. Wait, that's my body. With this thought in mind, Goku suddenly had an idea. He possessed 2 powers. One was evil modification, and the other was the will of the scoundrel. The effect of the will of the scoundrel allowed him to exchange one of his abilities for a random ability from another. Previously, while facing Kappa, Goku had combined the 2 powers to precisely trade his sense of taste for Kampa's destructive force. What would happen if I exchanged his soul? But I'll save that for after the experiment. I still have many aspects of my power to develop. I should first track down the whereabouts of the androids, as they are my property. With this in mind, Goku fed Zamasu a Sensabane, then severed his limbs with a key blade before knocking him unconscious with a swift slap. It is worth mentioning that all those who had become his captives bore a seal imbued with destructive power at their heart, should any unexpected situation arise. Goku could annihilate them with a mere thought. It is not that he is incapable of using the malicious modification privileges. Rather, such an act would be devoid of interest. How could a subdued Zamasu be entertaining? To be continued. Chapter 93. Android number 21. Upon departing from the Time Spirit House, Goku realized that twilight had descended, signaling that it was time to venture into the Destroyer realm to retrieve the twin-tailed angel. Contemplating this, he promptly activated his instant transmission and arrived in the Destroyer realm. Honestly, why has that scoundrel Lord Rot only just arrived? While overseeing the expansion of the area, Margarita gently tapped Goku's shoulder with her staff before tiptoeing closer to him. Did you engage in a skirmish? The twin-tailed angel girl inquired, a hint of suspicion in her voice. Goku nodded, casually mentioning that he had merely sought a sparring partner. Upon returning home, his family, as usual, was preparing dinner. Bulma, brimming with joy, excitedly shared the progress on the spacecraft she was developing, stating that it was entirely capable of accommodating the entire family for interstellar travel. Goku was pleasantly surprised by this revelation, lifting his wife in a spontaneous twirl. Little did she know, Goku already possessed his own fleet of starships. Albeit stationed in Universe 7, it seemed he would need to consolidate them soon. As a side note, there was that fellow from Universe 6 who bore a resemblance to Frieza. He was currently engaged in similar endeavors in Universe 7, perhaps even executing them with greater finesse. As he became a cosmic tycoon, he simultaneously acted as a philanthropist, establishing enterprises across various life-bearing planets. Goku intended to gather all the planets and fleets under his name in Universe 7 and utilize the remaining time to assimilate and transform all the planets. Following that, he aimed to recruit the Scion warriors from Salad Star, molding them into an elite force. Indeed, he aspired to cultivate a cadre of Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan warriors, as his upcoming adversaries would be the Time Patrol. The culinary offerings at the Sun family household were consistently sumptuous, allowing them to indulge in a plethora of delicacies daily. Fortunately, their children possessed unique physiques that made them resistant to weight gain, even in the face of excessive indulgence. Goku's wives were also mindful of their dietary habits, resulting in each of them possessing striking beauty and charm. Bardos prepared a bedroom for Margarita and briefly introduced her to the household's layout before descending to the living room, where she found Goku embracing a few of his wives. Must we truly proceed this way? Bardos felt a tinge of bashfulness but complied by shedding her outer garments. What followed was somewhat scandalous. Bulma, Launch, and others had already experienced such matters and had inadvertently led the more conservative Chi-Chi astray, finding their own enjoyment in the process. With the children now residing in a neighboring villa, they only gathered for meals or family activities, ensuring that Goku could welcome new siblings without disturbance. After all, the children were now in their teenage years, growing up and needing to learn independence, a necessary lesson for any parent, rather than merely a ruse to enjoy intimate moments with his wives. That night, the twin-tailed angel girl spent the entire night in the upstairs bedroom, her head buried in a pillow, unable to sleep. The following morning, Goku informed Bardos of his intention to conquer the fleets and planets of Universe 7. Leave it to me, my dear, she replied, casting a lingering gaze at Goku, suggesting that she would handle the matter. As Goku waved goodbye to the departing angel, he thought to himself, having an angelic wife is indeed a relief. Upon returning home, he discovered Bulma was tidying up. It dawned on him that he had promised her a date today, intending to inspect the completed spacecraft. Are you not ready yet? Hurry and change your clothes, Bulma exclaimed, hands on her hips, clearly irritated by Goku's nonchalant demeanor. It seems she truly values today's outing. Acknowledging her urgency, Goku nodded and descended to change into a shirt, taking a moment to groom his hair. When he returned, he presented a transformed appearance. Bulma, visibly pleased with her husband's attire, seized the opportunity to lead him out before anyone else could react. In the morning, they leisurely strolled through the mall, where Bulma purchased numerous items, most of which were for the family. She was well acquainted with the preferences of the women in their household. Chi-Chi adored fashionable clothing, Launch preferred jewelry, and Mai seemed to gravitate towards cute outfits, often leaning towards cosplay. Well, Goku was fond of them all. After selecting a fine dining establishment for lunch, Goku and Bulma enjoyed their meal, though the flavors were mediocre, and they left feeling unsatisfied, especially considering the exorbitant prices. Goku resolved to contact the Red Ribbon Army in a couple of days to eliminate this restaurant, advocating for more reasonable pricing. In the afternoon, they attended a romantic film, during which Goku dozed off. The narrative seemed to revolve around a tragic shipwreck, and upon exiting the cinema, Bulma had been weeping in his embrace, playfully lamenting, "You jump. I jump." As evening approached, Goku drove to the Capsule Corporation. Upon meeting Bulma's parents, they were chastised for not bringing the children along. Goku then mentioned Dr. Gero's situation, recalling that when the android project was initiated, He had introduced Bulma's father, Brief, to Dr. Gero, and they had apparently hit it off, even becoming friends, albeit through video calls rather than in person. Ah, Dr. Gero, you say? We haven't been in contact for several weeks since the project concluded. You might want to inquire with Miss Womi. She is one of the heads of the android experiment. Womi, Goku pondered, subsequently heeding Brief's suggestion and making his way to the spacecraft construction site. Is that the Womi you mentioned? Goku observed a mature woman in a white lab coat, her brown hair cascading as she adjusted the spacecraft's equipment while reviewing a report. She seemed familiar, as if he had encountered her before. Ah, wasn't she introduced by my dear? Bulma remarked, a hint of curiosity in her tone, waving at the woman in the distance. The bespectacled woman turned to them, momentarily stunned upon seeing Goku, before smiling and waving back. In that instant, Goku's expression darkened as realization struck him. She is an android. The very woman I encountered in the incubation chamber. What is happening? Dr. Gero is dead. The androids should have been taken by that Frisia's crew. How could this be? That incompetent fool. As Goku contemplated, a few pieces began to fall into place. He had acted hastily in eliminating Frisia, neglecting to thoroughly probe his mind and merely grasping his ultimate goal, consuming the universe and rivaling the king of all. However, the disappearance of the androids did not seem directly linked to Frisia. Perhaps she was privy to information he had overlooked amidst the chaos of capturing so many foes. Dr. Gero had confirmed his death through divination magic, and Goku had assumed that with the mastermind dealt with, there was no need to investigate further, which is why he had leisurely accompanied Bulma for a day of shopping. Bulma, take your parents and leave this place. I have matters to discuss with Miss Womi. Goku stated with a serious expression. Bulma paused briefly, then nodded in understanding. After years of marriage, a mere glance was enough for her to comprehend Goku's intentions. Just to clarify, she is quite comely. If you two were to become amorously entangled, I would certainly disapprove. Before her departure, Bulma cast a glare at Goku, then planted a fleeting kiss upon his cheek and hastily withdrew. Do you take your husband for such a cad? Goku mused, touching his cheek, before smoothing his hair back into its characteristic upright style. You are Android 21, are you not? With a swift whoosh, Goku teleported to a position 5 meters from her, inquiring with a frigid tone. Chapter 94, The Malevolent Energy Sphere. Have I been discovered so swiftly? To my knowledge, we have yet to meet, have we not? We have met, albeit while you were in the incubation chamber. The woman named Vormi removed her framed glasses and held out a remote control towards Goku, who was cautiously approaching, poised to unleash his instant transmission technique and subdue her in one swift motion. However, upon witnessing this, Vormi admonished him with a delicate voice. Do not come any closer. This city is now rigged with a super bomb. If my heartbeat ceases or I press the switch, the entire city will detonate in an instant. Intriguing, what is your objective? Goku halted in his tracks, remaining unmoved. It was not out of fear, after all. Margarito was at his home. Even if the city were annihilated, their household would remain unscathed. At this, Miss Vormi exhaled a sigh of relief and slowly articulated, Please. Help me find a man named Fu. I need him to take me back to the demon realm of another timeline to reunite with my true self. True self? What an odd concept. I fail to comprehend it. Besides, why should I trust you? Or do you think I care about the fate of this city? Goku shrugged, displaying an air of indifference. What, do you not care for the lives of your family? Miss Vormi exclaimed, her tone laced with astonishment and a hint of disdain. At her expression, Goku let out a rare sigh and raised his hand to cast a spell. In an instant, a scene unfolded before Vormi. It was Goku brandishing Fu's severed head in a display of triumph, leaving her momentarily speechless. The Fu you mention is already dead. Dead? You actually killed him? Vormi murmured in disbelief, only for an overwhelming joy to wash over her. Why no? It cannot be. Fool, huh? You actually killed him. Ha ha. It's over. Everything is over. Ha 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 ha. She discarded the remote control and laughed heartily, seemingly releasing all her pent-up grievances. Madwoman. Goku remarked coolly, yet he exhibited remarkable patience, choosing to let her vent her emotions. No wonder the malevolent energy within me has dissipated so significantly. It is indeed unexpected. It seems those individuals were correct in having me observe your family. The most pivotal figure in the dark demon realm has perished. And I fear Lord Tawa will go mad. No, it's over. Everything is over. Vormi knelt on the ground, clutching her hair in a frenzy. Tawa. Upon hearing the familiar name, Goku fell into contemplation, gradually recalling the non-canonical character from a certain Dragon Ball game, an adversary of the Time Patrol. However, the enemy of my enemy can also be a friend. Perhaps I could leverage these individuals for my own advantage. A smile crept upon Goku's lips. He understood the course of action he ought to take. Seizing the moment of Vormi's distraction, he activated his instant transmission, touching her forehead and swiftly absorbing her essence. Evil modification. In an instant, the cyborg maiden emitted soft moans, her mature and alluring form collapsing to the ground, her bosom undulating and quivering incessantly. Goku delved into Vormi's memories, discovering that her cohorts had begun their machinations in this laboratory 3 years prior. 2 months ago, Thu had taken all the cyborgs from their incubation chambers. Vormi had undergone modifications in the Dark Demon Realm, during which she had consumed Cell, as well as androids 17 and 18. Her ability to do so stemmed from the fact that Fu had implanted the cells of Majin Bu within her. By transforming others into confectionery to sustain herself, her strength had vastly increased. However, during her transformation into a Majin, she had separated her benevolent persona, which became the current Miss Vormi. It seemed she had been dispatched to monitor Goku's family due to her inadequate combat prowess. However, Fu had not anticipated that upon his return 2 months later, he would be faced with a newly appointed god of destruction. Furthermore, Earth possessed special protective surveillance, which deterred him from acting recklessly. He then devised a plan to gradually deploy malevolent cyborgs into this world to capture his attention. It appears they initially sought to collaborate with me earnestly. Goku stroked his chin, suddenly feeling a twinge of shame, failing to maximize his own interests indeed. After becoming the god of destruction, his mind had begun to dull, resorting only to brute force to resolve matters. Determined, he produced his dual-wielded sword, slicing through the void. He then embraced Miss Vormi's waist, and together they tore through the spatial barrier, plunging into the depths of the Dark Demon Realm. What are you doing? Vormi suddenly blushed in Goku's embrace, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in dynamics between the two erstwhile adversaries. Just watch, Goku replied casually. And in a flash of white light, a new world materialized before him. The dark purple earth was suffused with malevolence, with floating islands of violet soil surrounding an enormous palace resembling a demon lord's fortress. You've arrived? You possess the same abilities as Fu, Vormi uttered in astonishment. But before she could finish her exclamation, several figures materialized before Goku. What is this? Another version of myself? Well done, you actually brought this version of Son Goku over. A white-haired female Majin with purple skin and a dense aura of evil cradled her head in her arms, her expression radiating keen interest. This was Vormi's evil persona, Majin Vormi, also known as Android 21, god of destruction Son Goku. Tawa, Mira, donned in a scarlet robe, observed her husband, while Mira, clad in a tight red combat suit, gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. He is formidable. Even the fused beings we once faced could not reach his level of strength. Indeed, Tawa nodded, then bowed to Goku. Welcome to the Dark Demon Realm. Lord God of Destruction, Son Goku. No need for formalities. Rise, Goku replied nonchalantly, his gaze drifting toward the distant floating islands. Through the pervasive malevolent energy, he discerned the presence of other demon gods residing there. Goodness, I have inadvertently stumbled into the lair of the boss. Seems I am not particularly welcomed here, he mused, raising his hand and, after a startled gasp, placed the benevolent Miss Vormi into his inventory. This action inadvertently revealed his waist-bound sword, his dual-wielded blade. Huh, what the hell? What have you done to Fu? Mira seethed, veins bulging on his forehead, and he lunged at Goku with a fierce attack. Boom. The air erupted with a deafening crack as Goku effortlessly intercepted Mira's punch, a playful smile gracing his face. Why the excitement? Is this how you extend your welcome? Where's Fu? What has become of him? Tawa realized the situation had escalated, but before Goku could respond, the malevolent Vormi took the initiative. Swish. Instincts heightened. Goku sidestepped as Vormi's fist collided with Mira's abdomen. Seizing the opportunity, he executed the dual dragon dance, swiftly gouging out Mira's eyes. Aya, my eyes. Mira. Tawa gasped in shock, taken aback by the brutal tactics of the newcomer. Goku, unfazed, sent her husband flying with a swift kick, then surveyed his surroundings. Sensing other demon gods approaching. Humph. Scum, do you dare to engage me? With a cold sneer, he recognized that the conflict had escalated beyond repair. Thus, he had no desire to entangle himself with these individuals any further. Given his official position, he sought to avoid any ill fortune. Resolutely, he decided to unleash a formidable attack to obliterate this location, sparing himself from unnecessary troubles. Wukong promptly summoned Broly in his Super Saiyan 4 form and began to condense a purple energy sphere in his hands, incessantly absorbing the malevolent energy surrounding him. In an instant, the wicked power surged into the sphere, which was visibly expanding at an alarming rate. Aya! Broly roared as a ki blast sent Majin Vomi hurtling through the air. What? What do you intend to do? Tao exclaimed, her face ashen as she gazed at Wukong, utterly preoccupied. We have come to obliterate you. I lead the charge, while Broly follows closely behind, Wukong derisively retorted. As the colossal malevolent energy sphere descended with tremendous force,